Chapter 584. Scapegoat Klein lowered the copper whistle and activated his spirit vision. Through it, he saw illusory white bones rising from the ground, slowly taking form into a gigantic figure. It was a strange sight, like the flow of water from a reversed tap. The figure formed fully after a few seconds, with pitch-black flames burning in its eye sockets. The messenger was complete. Klein folded the letter he'd written and tossed it up. The letter detailed the tycoon, Jimmy Necker, the death chronicles in the Balam Empire, and their connection to Vice Admiral Chilangos and Vice Admiral Tracy. He briefly mentioned his failed assassination attempt, omitting any specifics of his infiltration. He'd also noted Tracy's combat style, but nothing more. The skeleton messenger swiped the letter, its strength sending an adult flying. As it began to collapse and return to the ground, Klein remarked dryly, "I already have a messenger." The pitch-black flames flickered before the messenger drilled itself into the parquet floor. Klein muttered to himself, amused. "No need to worry about being my messenger anymore. I guess you can't bear to leave Mr. Razik. After all, that's a direct descendant of death. Can't blame you for wanting to cozy up with someone powerful." Just then he sneezed. "Achoo! Achoo!" He wiped his nose, realizing with a sudden wave of discomfort that he'd caught a cold from his earlier battle with Tracy. The ailment was still lingering in his body. He considered summoning his spirit body to speed up his recovery, but ultimately decided against it. Both bodies were connected, and his spirit body wouldn't heal if the physical one didn't. His fever made him a bit dazed, and after a few more sneezes, he decided to visit Danitz at the Wind of Azure Inn to check in. Then, maybe a trip to the hospital for some medicine was in order. At the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek had successfully created the Solar High Priest potion using the Radiant Spirit-packed tree fruit from Mam Hermit. The potion's effects were intense, setting his body alight with golden patterns. As his body hair changed into golden feathers and his skin glowed with concentric ripples of light, Derek fought to maintain control. The painful memories of killing his parents and his commitment to Mr. Fool helped him push through the transformation. Once the effects settled, Derek was stronger and more resistant to ailments. But what excited him more were the new theurgical spells he gained, like Fire of Light, Horror Immunity, and Holy Water Creation. He couldn't wait to start using them against evil monsters lurking in the shadows. He eagerly registered his advancement at the Twin Towers, feeling one step closer to becoming the captain of a small patrol team in the City of Silver. The knowledge he gained about the mental corruption of Beyonder characteristics also piqued his interest, especially since Mr. World had wanted that information. In the Amiris Leaf Bar, Wormtongue, Mythor King sat across from the elderly strongman Ozil, sipping wine as he asked about the fake Helene. The task was to investigate her, and Mythor had chosen not to confront the resistance directly, as they might be cooperating with the fake Helene. Instead, he relied on Ozil's connections. Ozil revealed that the resistance had said Helene was sent by Blazing Danitz, representing Vice Admiral Iceberg, and was sent as a gesture of goodwill. Mythor mused over the names Blazing Danitz and Vice Admiral Iceberg. Iceberg was a formidable pirate known for her wealth and adventuring spirit, rather than involvement in pirate infighting. He couldn't understand why she'd suddenly be involved in an assassination attempt on Vice Admiral Tracy. He then focused on Danitz, whose recent bounty increase seemed suspicious. Mythor recalled Danitz's involvement in various killings and noted that his bounty had now surpassed Mythor's own. "Is he more dangerous than I thought?" he wondered, growing increasingly concerned. He instructed Ozil to gather recent intel on Danitz. Meanwhile, in the luxurious suite at the Wind of Azure Inn, Danitz greeted Gehrman Sparrow with excitement. "How was it? Did the hunt succeed?" His curiosity was palpable, though his mind also wandered to thoughts of Vice Admiral Ailment's beauty. But then he quickly corrected himself. "How can she be more beautiful than Captain?" Klein coughed before responding coldly, "Almost." Danitz sighed, but beneath his amusement he was impressed. Despite the failure, Gehrman Sparrow had infiltrated the Black Death and survived almost unscathed, a feat few pirates could claim. Danitz couldn't help but wonder, is creeping hunger really that powerful? If I were in his shoes, I don't think I could pull it off. Klein, still feeling unwell, instructed Danitz to fetch some medicine. As he washed up and changed, he reflected on the complex nature of his illness. He needed a proper diagnosis, but with the grey fog inaccessible for remote treatments, he felt frustrated. I wish I could consult Emlyn White. As Klein came out of the washroom, Danitz handed him a paper bag with £700, a sign of their deal. But before Klein could respond, there was a knock at the door. It was Captain Elland. Elland entered, his voice low. I planned on returning to Pritz Harbour, but I received some intel. Something big happened at Banzai Harbour. Chapter 585, Buying Medicine. Klein clenched his fist and coughed as Captain Elland mentioned Banzai Harbour. What happened? He asked calmly, concealing his true thoughts. Elland shrugged, his face serious. I don't know the full details. All I know is that it might have involved the upper echelons of the Church of Storms, and all routes leading to Banzai Harbour have been cancelled for a while now. It could be an omen. Klein considered this, already suspecting that the Church had sent their most elite forces, perhaps even the Pontiff or the grounded angel, to handle the situation. What's the outcome? He asked, masking his curiosity. Ellen's smile was faint. There won't be a Banzai Harbour for a very long time. Klein nodded, unsurprised. As expected of the Church of Storms, he was deeply curious about what had actually happened there. What role did Red Angel Medici play? Was the Church's intervention successful, and what had happened to the inhabitants of Banzai Harbour? With the area destroyed, it would be hard to find answers. I'll need to make Mr. Hanged Man into a high-sequence demigod to access this information. Klein's thoughts were interrupted by another cough. Ellen noticed the change in his health. You fell ill? He asked. Klein gave a terse response. Danitz, observing from the side, muttered under his breath, It's no surprise after battling ailment maiden. Ellen chuckled. I know a great apothecary. He's got a little herb store across from the Red Theatre. Though he's known for his male enhancements, that's not his specialty. Klein raised an eyebrow. Does every apothecary make those kinds of medicines? I guess they do. It's a lucrative business. Danitz, who had not heard of this apothecary, was surprised. How come I've never heard of him? Elland explained that the apothecary had only recently come to Byam. Danitz, recalling his own time spent in Byam, realized he hadn't been around to notice the change. Klein nodded slightly. I'm sure he'll be useful for my illness. Danitz, still skeptical, murmured, This apothecary is probably just in it for the money. But when Ellen mentioned that it didn't matter how expensive the treatment was, Klein's thoughts turned inward. If it costs too much, I'll just get Emlyn White to make some medicine for me. After Elland left, Klein took the £700 and handed Danitz £200. They left for the herb store. The alley across from the Red Theatre was dim and quiet. As Klein entered the small store, he saw a man hurriedly exit. The man avoided eye contact, clearly uncomfortable. Klein couldn't help but smirk. Don't worry. We won't judge what medicine you're buying. Inside, the apothecary behind the counter was someone Klein recognized, a chubby man in his 30s with a round face, black hair, and a peculiar smile. Klein had once met him in Backland at a gathering led by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. The apothecary had always had a sharp tongue, but now he was behind the counter of a quiet herb shop. Make some medicine for me, Klein said, his tone businesslike. The apothecary's owl perched on his shoulder, observing the scene with round eyes. After a brief glance at Klein, the apothecary greeted him with a warm smile. Friend, it's cold outside. Don't do those deeds out in the open, though it can be rather exciting, he said, winking. Klein was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Then it clicked. The apothecary must have misunderstood his condition, thinking it was caused by other matters. Klein kept his composure, just waiting for the man to make the medicine. Danitz, on the other hand, was holding back laughter, clearly amused at the apothecary's misunderstanding. The apothecary, oblivious to the real cause of Klein's illness, went to a cabinet and pulled out various herbs and insect carapaces. He stuffed them into a paper bag and handed it over. Put it in water for half an hour, then drink the liquid. 4 soli. Klein glanced at Danitz, who immediately took out the money without question. As the apothecary collected the money, he leaned forward, his voice lowered. I also have something to help in, other areas. Mummy powder included. Want some? I guarantee satisfaction. Klein coldly rejected the offer. No thanks. The apothecary looked disappointed but straightened up. Are you two adventurers? He asked, sizing them up. Klein nodded. Yes. With a sigh, the apothecary rubbed his hands together. I have a request. I'll pay you £100 if you help me find someone. His name's Roy King. He's my teacher. He asked me to meet him here, but I haven't seen him in months. I can't contact him. Klein's interest piqued. Do you have a portrait or photograph? The apothecary handed over a photograph of a young man, neatly dressed with glasses, exuding an air of refinement. This is him. He's at least 60, but he looks young. Klein raised an eyebrow. A beyond a power or a mystical item? He nodded, considering the request. After a brief conversation, he decided that there was no use in divining for more details without the necessary items. Taking the paper bag, Klein left the store with Danitz. As they left the alley, the owl on the apothecary's shoulder spoke. Darkwill, that guy might know you. Chapter 586, Farewell and Reunion. What? He knows me? The chubby apothecary, Darkwill, was alarmed as he whispered back. The owl's round eyes looked ahead. I noticed that he clearly paused for 2 seconds the moment he saw you when he came in. Perhaps he thinks someone like me doesn't match his image of an apothecary? Darkwill retorted. The owl spread its wings and landed. Suit yourself if you wish to think so. What books have you been reading recently? The fat on Darkwill's face trembled. The owl replied seriously, My reading is based on your knowledge standards, such as those involving soccer. Unfortunately, the words you grasp and can teach me are limited. I have no choice but to read popular novels that have a lower requirement on one's vocabulary. Besides, they're all serialized on the newspaper. Darkwill chuckled. I'll buy a recipe cookbook later. It's called Guide to East Balham Bird Culinary Methods. Without waiting for the owl to answer, his expression sank. He knows me? He looks like the standard Lonese man. More than half his blood is at least Lun. I used a fake name to stay in a few cities in Lone. It's not odd to be recognized by him, but I still need to be on guard. If I don't receive any news about Old Man before March, I have to leave. He looked at the owl on his shoulder. At times, you're still rather useful. The owl parroted Darkwill's thoughts. No, your eyes and your body language tell me that your real thoughts are. Darn it. I wanted to buy a pet that can help me beat monsters and gangsters. I sought out Beyonder ingredients for a potion recipe according to the standards of a dragon, but ended up with a silly bird who only knows how to read newspapers and play. Darn it. I want to stuff another potion down its throat. Darkwill chuckled. It's good that you know this, silly bird. If I didn't have the powers of a beast tamer, you wouldn't have even managed a single potion. They fell into silence. After a while, the owl broke the quiet. Darkwill, is it really going to work? You've already entrusted this to dozens of adventurers. I'm not good at finding people, so I can only entrust it to someone else. Besides, they have to find and confirm Old Man's location before I make a payment. I don't even need to spend a penny. Darkwill sighed. Old Man always calls himself a lucky person and a winner of fate. He should be fine. Will the medicine brewed from this really be effective? Danitz asked, eyeing the strange contents of the paper bag beside Klein. Klein nodded. Yes, you haven't drunk it, Danitz pointed out. Klein didn't respond to Danitz's doubts. He simply threw the paper bag over. Danitz knew exactly what that meant. He was in charge of brewing the medicine. He had become accustomed to this recently, so he didn't resist. As Danitz lit the fireplace and started brewing the potion, Klein leaned back, feeling exhausted. His mind wandered as he battled fatigue. If he hadn't managed to land an attack on Vice Admiral Ailment early on, he might not have stood a chance. Her powers of invisibility and ailments combined with the assassin's lethal strike were like a game-breaking bug. Yet despite the dangers, Klein's mind kept drifting to the matter of finding Darkwill's teacher. With only a picture and no real leads, it was a long shot. But then he thought of something. His connections with sea god believers could help. If Roy King had visited Byam, he would have been seen by someone. Klein chuckled at his own thinking. While adventurers were stumped, he had several possible solutions. After what felt like an eternity, the medicine was finally brewed. Klein hesitated before taking the blackish-green liquid from Danitz. With a grimace, he swallowed. Gulp! The burning sensation reminded him of his attempt at eating spicy food back in his previous life. But it wasn't just the heat. It cleared his stuffy nose almost instantly. By night, he was fully recovered. No more doubts about an apothecary's abilities. Klein donned his hat and, with Danitz, left the inn. They made their way to a secret harbor on the edge of the jungle where the Golden Dream was assisting the resistance. After some coordination, Danitz used as the soulfall ritual to contact Vice Admiral Edwina. Soon, the Golden Dream, sporting its unusual gold coin sails, docked at the private harbor. Klein couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's still not professional enough. If it were me, I'd add some gold from Massin or Segar." As Edwina appeared at the bow, dressed as a pirate admiral, Klein took a few steps back, letting Danitz handle the rest. Danitz returned to Klein's side, asking, "There's nothing else, right? I can return to the Golden Dream, right?" Klein nodded. "Your captain has already paid. You can return." "For real?" Danitz was incredulous. Klein didn't respond, turning and walking towards the harbor. Danitz exhaled, holding back his excitement before running back to the ship. As the Golden Dream sailed off, Danitz finally believed he was back. It had been an exhilarating, dreamlike experience. After returning to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein was about to sleep when the room around him seemed to shift. The colors grew unnaturally vibrant, white bedsheets turned whiter, brown floorboards deepened, and dark red curtains looked like fresh blood. In the midst of these vivid colors, Azik Eggers appeared from a rippling void. Dressed in his usual attire, with a top hat and bronze skin, he greeted Klein warmly. Klein smiled. "Good evening, Mr. Azik." Azik chuckled. "Apologies. I came in a hurry. I should have knocked. What's the exact situation with those death chronicles?" Klein invited him to sit and explained the details he couldn't in the letter, mentioning Bansi Harbor and King of Angels Medicis' descendants. Azik frowned. "There's such a name in my memories. He should have the titles of Red Angel and War Angel. However, he perished long ago." "Perished long ago?" Klein asked, surprised. Azik nodded. "I remember that he was killed by Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor." Klein's eyes widened as he recalled the evil spirit lurking beneath Backlund, the one that claimed to be a victim of the Blood Emperor. Chapter 587. Confusing. Could it be that the evil spirit is Red Angel Medici, the king of angels who once served that creator and was one of the founders of Rose Redemption? Klein instantly thought of this and began seeking any clues through backward inference. The former holder of the Red Priest card had been drawn to the underground palace and died beside the Tudor descendants. The evil spirit he saw in his dream could easily have killed a powerful dragon when it was alive. It knew the potion formula of the mutant pathways, sequence 4 and more, and was aware of matters related to Rose Redemption. The Orthodox churches, having existed since the Cataclysm, had no idea that the former Binsi, now Bansi, had a descendant of the Medici family living there. Yet the evil spirit had all the corresponding information. Klein wondered if this meant the death of Red Angel Medici had something to do with the current state of affairs. And if so, did Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor already exceed Sequence 1 and reach Sequence 0, a rank of true god? Could Blood Emperor have been a half-crazy true god since then? Mr. Azik had mentioned in his letter that he lost his senses from just being glanced at by Blood Emperor Tudor, who was a Sequence 4 demigod at the time. This showed just how much power the Blood Emperor had gained. Additionally, Mr. Azik described the revival of the true Black Emperor, who sat on a gigantic throne and looked over the land. Klein had once thought that the War of the Four Emperors was a battle of Sequence 1s fighting for Sequence 0, but now he saw it as a much bigger conflict. Despite his new understanding, questions lingered. If the evil spirit was indeed King of Angels Medici, then why were there 2 thrones in the underground palace? Why 6 humanoid statues of true gods? Why would the half-crazy Blood Emperor kill Red Angel Medici? And what role did Red Priest play in all this? Klein thought back to Captain's words about Beyonder potions. Consuming potions from different pathways could drive one mad or grant terrifying powers. Could this be why Blood Emperor became half-crazy after switching pathways? As he pondered, the statues in the underground palace flashed through his mind. The statues of the Evernite goddess, the Earth Mother, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Combat, and the God of Knowledge all glared coldly from the shadows. Klein shuddered, realizing that these gods supported the Trunsost Empire, not the Tudor Empire. The history of the Fourth Epoch was becoming more complicated and mysterious the deeper he delved into it. Klein sighed inwardly. "What are you thinking about?" Isaac Eggers asked, noticing Klein's pause. Klein replied casually, "I was just wondering, since Red Angel Medici had long perished at the hands of Alistair Tudor, then who is the god of weather worshipped in Bansi Harbour in recent centuries? And what's with their strange behaviour?" He paused, realizing the situation regarding Bansi Harbour wasn't what he'd imagined. He had initially thought Red Angel Medici was merely asleep there, but now he understood he had long since died. This left the mystery of the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office even more baffling. Without more information, it was impossible to deduce anything. Klein felt a creeping unease. Could the evil spirit have foreseen this outcome when it mentioned Binsi Town? Was that a step for him to escape the seal? He considered whether to share this with Mr. Isaac, but quickly decided to wait until he could get Miss Magician in Backland to monitor the area. If she found anything, he'd act. Otherwise, he'd consult with Miss Sharon once he returned to Backland. Isaac chuckled. "Don't think too much. The Church of Storms has buried these matters. Trying to uncover the truth will only lead to danger. Even angels can perish. In the mysterious world, curiosity often leads to death." Klein recalled his past experiences and took Isaac's advice to heart. Switching the topic, he said, "Mr. Isaac, I now have a messenger of my own." Isaac smiled. "Much faster than I expected." Klein briefly explained how he changed the incantation and successfully summoned a spirit world creature despite the oddity he encountered. Isaac nodded. When summoning creatures from the spirit world, mistakes are common. Even if you specify friendly, it's not guaranteed to be safe. The creature might not want to harm you, but its presence could be lethal. Klein awkwardly described the creature, leaving out her request for a gold coin. Isaac seemed thoughtful. "I don't recognize this creature, but since you've signed a contract witnessed by the underworld, she likely won't harm you. Just be cautious and don't have her do anything beyond delivering letters for now." Klein agreed. "All right." After a brief silence, Klein asked, "Mr. Isaac, when can we head to the Black Death?" "The sooner the better," Isaac replied, standing up and putting on his hat. Klein was about to head to the washroom to divine if there were any dangers, but before he could, Isaac grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into the spirit world. Amidst the swirling colors and shifting shapes, Klein heard Isaac's voice. "Let's begin." That was fast. Klein silently wondered if Isaac's confidence came from his ability to gauge danger levels without confirmation. He readied his cane and started divining for the items he had left behind. The cane moved ahead on its own, leading the way through the spirit world with Isaac following closely. They soon arrived at what Klein identified as the Black Death. Isaac stopped. "The spirits here tell me that there is danger." Klein tensed. Danger? Something that even Isaac considered risky? Could Vice Admiral Ailment have intervened? A high-ranking member of the Demoness sect, Klein trusted Isaac's judgment completely. As a Sequence 7 spirit medium, Isaac was more than capable of detecting such threats. After a few moments, Isaac half closed his eyes and then opened them again. "The problem isn't serious. Let's enter." "Not serious for you, maybe." Klein thought as he discreetly adjusted his appearance, preparing for the worst. In a flash, Klein took on the form of Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos, the former owner of Creeping Hunger with broad chin and dark eyes, hair tied in a warrior's bun. Isaac glanced at him, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings shifted. Klein found himself in Ailment Maiden Tracy's captain's cabin. Tracy, the female pirate, wore a new white shirt and had a bandage on her shoulder. Her black hair was coiled up, no longer flowing like before. She smiled at the sudden visitor, without a hint of panic. A gentle voice sounded from an unknown place. "It's you?" Chapter 588, Old Acquaintance. "It's you?" Klein froze at the surprised voice, assuming he had been recognized, but he quickly regained composure. He had assumed the form of Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos, and within that identity was Gehrman Sparrow, then Sherlock Moriarty, and eventually Klein Moretti. At the deepest level was Mr. Fool and Joe Mingrui. There's no way she could see through his layers, especially someone like Klein Moretti, a trivial figure. Even Chilangos, a Sequence 4 demigod, wouldn't have left an impression on someone like Tracy's helper. Klein reasoned the remark was probably directed at Mr. Azik. This mysterious powerhouse might recognize him, given his past with the Demoness sect. Perhaps she knew him from his former lives or his dealings with Ince Zhang Will in Backland. He quickly cleared his mind and focused on Tracy and her ally, staying alert for any sudden attacks. Isaac, standing on the thick carpet, spoke after a brief pause. "You know me?" His tone was uncertain. Was it possible that Isaac had spent time with a demoness before? Klein tried to push such thoughts aside. His focus remained on the situation as he studied Tracy's confused expression. The female voice sounded again, gentle yet firm. "I obviously know you. You should also know me." Isaac seemed to listen carefully before shaking his head with a rueful smile. "I'm sorry. I've repeatedly lost my memories and am still recovering them. If you could remind me, I'd be very grateful." Katerina Pelle, the voice's owner, sighed softly. "The last time we met was 1,300 years ago. Primordial and Death worked together back then, causing the Pale Disaster in the northern continent. We fought against the saints and angels of the Church of the Evernight Goddess." Klein's mind raced. He recognized the event from Emperor Roselle's diary. It was said that the primordial demoness had been severely injured in the conflict and only recently returned, while Death perished, creating the Berserk Sea. The demoness sect and the forces of Death had cooperated, making sense of why a demigod-ranked demoness like Katerina Pelle knew Azik. What puzzled Klein further was Azik's apparent memory loss. He had assumed Azik's memory issues stemmed from the War of the Four Emperors, where a glance from Blood Emperor Lister Tudor had caused irreversible damage. But now it seemed Azik had survived the war and even participated in the Pale Disaster. His injuries didn't seem to be connected to the memory loss. Azik closed his eyes as if searching for the fragments of his past. "Katerina Pelle?" he asked hesitantly. "You are already a demoness of Unaging?" "I'm glad you still remember me," Katerina replied with a smile. "Back then I was a weakling compared to you." A figure appeared beside Tracy, taking form as Katerina Pelle. She wore a white gown with high slits that revealed flawless legs. Her skin was snow-white and tender, like that of a young maiden, while her black hair and blue eyes complemented her elegant beauty. Despite her youthful appearance, there was a certain mature charm about her. Klein's thoughts briefly faltered as Katerina turned her gaze toward Azik, a smile curling on her lips. "It's been over 1,000 years. It's a cause for celebration that we meet, still alive. Balam Empire's Mr. Death Consul," she added, referring to Azik's title. Klein, puzzled, noted that this title was related to the death pathway, which only added to his confusion. Katerina seemed to exude the beauty of both youth and age, with an unearthly allure that Klein struggled to ignore. Before Azik could respond, Katerina spoke again, her voice melodic. "I'm curious. Why are you still losing your memories? That should only happen during your undying stage, after dying and being revived every 60 years. You've long advanced beyond that curse. What happened at the end of the Pale Disaster?" Katerina's words made Klein realize the immense danger of the demoness sect's top figures. The battle between the 7 gods had fractured their alliances, and many, including Katerina, had barely survived. If not for her own advancement, she might have perished in the divine struggle. Klein speculated that Azik had also suffered great damage leading to his current state. Azik remained silent, his face twisting with what seemed like painful memories. I can't remember." Klein had a sudden realization. This was the same Katerina who had guided Madame Sharon onto the path of a demoness, the same woman responsible for the transformation that led to Sharon's current fate. At that moment, Katerina's gaze shifted to Klein, and she chuckled, addressing Azik. "I believe you haven't forgotten why we're here today, have you?" The subtle, playful tone in her voice made Klein uncomfortable. Her gaze was affectionate yet filled with hidden meaning, like that of a young maiden, which only heightened her allure. Klein, trying to regain his composure, decided to ask, "Do you know a tycoon named Jimmy Necker?" Tracy's expression turned confused, then aggrieved. "Who is he?" Klein responded calmly. "He collected ancient chronicles related to death. He died at the hands of Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos." Tracy's expression shifted. She narrowed her eyes and then grew angry. "You came for those documents?" Klein didn't hide the truth. "That's right. Tracy's anger flared. "Where's Helene? Did you harm her?" she demanded, her tone sharp. Klein's answer was blunt. "She's already returned to Intis to lead a new life." Tracy's face darkened, and a storm seemed to brew in her eyes. However, Azik's mere glance was enough to calm her down. She then smirked. "That batch of documents from the Balam Empire's royal mausoleum is in my hands," she admitted. "But I wasn't interested. I handed it to the sect after flipping through it casually." Klein gave her a cold look. "You didn't read it much, so even if you channel my spirit, you wouldn't be able to reproduce it. But unfortunately, I can't bear to part with my life. It would have been interesting to see your disappointment." Klein didn't flinch. "I won't be disappointed. I can take the soul and characteristic of a demoness of affliction. I can graze you and subdue you." As he spoke, he raised his left palm, the black glove of creeping hunger visible. Tracy's eyes narrowed, dangerous like a cornered tiger. If not for the presence of two high-ranking Beyonders, Klein suspected she might have already attacked. But then Klein realized something strange. "I'm not acting as Gehrman Sparrow right now. Why am I speaking as though I am?" The realization hit him. Prolonged acting had begun to blur the lines between his characters. He shook his head and reminded himself that he could only be himself. Azik turned his attention to Katerina. "Can you copy a set of those documents for me?" "That's not a problem," Katerina replied with a glance at Tracy. "Any requests?" Tracy fixed her gaze on Klein. "Tell me where Helene is." Klein hesitated for a moment before replying, "I refuse." Chapter 589, Sowing Discord. For a brief moment, Klein thought Tracy might lash out, her face flushed with anger, her blue eyes dark and stormy. But instead of attacking, she turned toward Katerina Pellet, waiting for the demoness of Unaging to decide the course of action. Tracy knew that the gap between Sequence 5 and Sequence 4 was a chasm that could not be bridged by mere skill or tactics. As a low-sequence Beyonder, she stood no chance against these demigods. Katerina Pellet, however, didn't seem angry. She gazed at Klein, who wore Chilango's face, and smiled, her eyes lingering on him with a playful look. "What an interesting lad. If Mr. Death Consul weren't here, I might have had a more romantic encounter with you," she teased. Klein shuddered inwardly, avoiding her gaze while still focusing on Tracy. This was terrifying. He didn't want to entertain the idea. Without waiting for a response from Azik, Katerina turned back to Tracy. "Embrace the afflicted pain. It might be beneficial for you," she said, her voice soft but commanding. She then addressed Azik directly. "I remember that batch of documents. They detail the Balam royalty's failed attempts to revive death, but towards the end, they tried creating an artificial death. Are you still interested?" Klein couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "Artificial death? Is that even possible?" He quickly silenced his thoughts and didn't interrupt their conversation. Azik, after a short pause, asked, "What price do I need to pay?" Katerina smiled. "No need. I've thought it over. Helping you regain your memories to become the Death Consul you once were. Now that could be an interesting adventure. It'll bring more fun to the world." Klein couldn't fathom her reasoning. A demoness of Unedging doesn't just freeze in age, does her mind freeze too? It was like dealing with a rebellious teenager, though one with godly power. Azik, after a moment's reflection, extended his right hand. Invisible forces moved in the room, sending a piece of paper and a fountain pen towards him. He scribbled something on the paper and threw it toward Katerina. "You can summon my messenger." Klein's thoughts briefly drifted to Azik's copper whistle. For it to still be effective after 1,000 years, it must be something special. Katerina caught the paper and smiled as she read it. "I thought you would have told me where in the underworld it is." She raised her eyes, her gaze soft and worn. "I remember when Mr. Death Consul was a cold, powerful man. Now, you seem so soft." Azik shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm immortal, but that doesn't mean I don't age. Once a person ages, they tend to become placid." Katerina's eyes flickered. "I look forward to the day you recover all your memories. I'm curious how you'll view yourself then." She winked at Klein, her smile mischievous. "Perhaps we'll release an existence more evil than a devil." Klein couldn't help but think back to the Pale Disaster, remembering how it had caused immense suffering across the northern continent. The disaster had been led by Death and the primordial demoness. With Azik, death console playing a key role in the devastation. Is this her attempt to sow discord? Klein mused. Azik fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Klein's shoulder and pulled him into the spirit world. As they left, only Katerina and Tracy remained in the cabin. Tracy looked at the spot where they had disappeared, her anger bubbling over after a few moments. I'll never forget this, she muttered, grinding her teeth. Katerina smiled serenely. Feel the afflicted pain. The more pain you experience, the more you'll realize your weaknesses. When the pain reaches its peak, you'll desire change, which will allow you to withstand the potion and achieve godhood. Tracy's face froze as a thought struck her. Helene was able to escape the Black Death because of... Katerina smiled, a motherly tone in her voice. You're my youngest child, and you're the most promising to become a demigod. As a mother, I'll always want to help you. Tracy's face twisted in frustration. You knew about the other pathways. Why didn't you tell me the truth from the start? Katerina turned away, her white gown flowing ethereally. We all need to approach the primordial. We are all her children. With that, black flames surged silently over the Black Death, covering the massive sailboat. The flames didn't harm anyone, but they seemed to be cleansing the air, removing any lingering tensions. Klein felt the shift in the spiritual world as the color began to recede. The transparent figure of the spirit world faded, and Klein's belongings on the Black Death vanished. Katerina truly is a demoness of unaging, Klein thought with a sigh. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly found himself falling. Azik had pulled him out of the spirit world. They landed in a mountain valley with a river running through it. A Loanese-style manor and town lay in the distance. Klein looked around and realized they were standing in a dark, abandoned cemetery. Mr. Azik, Klein called in confusion. Azik walked toward a grave with a broken tombstone overgrown with weeds. After meeting Katerina Pelle, I remembered some things. I once told you that in a past life I had a daughter. She had black hair and liked to sit in a swing I made, asking for sweets. Klein's heart stirred with sympathy. Is this her? Azik nodded, his face softening with sorrow as he crouched next to the broken tombstone. This is her grave. If I recall correctly, she's been dead for 926 years. The years seemed endless. Klein thought about the passage of time, 926 years. It was almost unfathomable. Azik stood up after a long moment of silence. I'll send you back now. Moments later, they found themselves back in the familiar room with the white bedsheets and yellowed floorboards. Azik pressed his hat down and spoke deeply. I'll continue my journey. You continue yours. Klein nodded, but as Azik prepared to leave, he smiled slightly. Were you afraid I'd become a demoness after recovering my memories? Klein opened his mouth to reply, but Azik interrupted. I'm worried too, but I have a greater desire to discover who I truly am. With that, Azik vanished into the rippling void of the spirit world, leaving Klein alone in the room. Klein stood silent for a while, then chuckled softly. Maybe one day I'll be strong enough to create a treatment facility for antisocial personalities, with Miss Justice as the head doctor. Shaking his head, Klein reflected on his next steps. I thought I'd gain more from grazing a demoness of affliction and uncovering Death's chronicles. Instead, I only achieved a few of my initial goals. He sighed. I can't push Azik too hard, and facing a demoness of unaging, I need to grow stronger. The best path is always to rely on myself. With a new resolve, Klein adjusted his posture and began to meditate on his next course of action, focusing on the disappearance cases and how he could attack them through the angle of Captain Connor's Victor. The biggest win was establishing the faceless acting principles. I'll digest the potion in about 4 to 6 months. As he prepared for bed, Klein decided he'd first divine the danger levels above the grey fog in the morning before reaching out to the magic mirror, Orodes. Chapter 590, Orodes' Bottom Line. Early in the morning, above the grey fog, Klein sat pen in hand, considering the divination statement. Using the radio transceiver is dangerous. His heart raced, the potential risks nagging at him. The presence of evil gods like the true creator or the primordial demoness would make the act of divining catastrophic. But with the protection of the grey fog, he knew it was safer than risking it in the real world. Still, his fear lingered. He was cautious not to draw attention from such terrifying beings. After double-checking the statement, Klein used his spirit pendulum and entered a state of cogitation. His thoughts were calm as he recited the divination 7 times, knowing the answer without even opening his eyes. He wasn't feeling pain, so the results were positive. The pendulum spun counterclockwise, clear and safe. He sighed in relief, returning to the real world and preparing a ritual to summon the radio transceiver from above the grey fog. Half an hour later he heard the familiar clickety-clack sound, and a piece of illusory paper with Lonese text appeared. "I'm here. Great Master, is that you?" Klein suppressed a chuckle. The text seemed almost comical, like an adorable alpaca craning its neck. He replied curtly, his tone reserved. More paper emerged, and Orodes responded, "Your loyal and humble servant, Orodes, at your service." Klein pushed down his discomfort and asked, "Orodes, tell me, where is Roy King from the Life School of Thought?" Based on the chubby apothecary's description, Klein knew the Life School operated on a master-apprentice system, with a focus on monster and apothecary beyonder pathways. It fit their characteristics. He prepared a portrait of Roy King to assist the inquiry. The tapping of the radio intensified as Orodes produced the image of Roy King, his hair neatly combed and glasses framed perfectly. "Is this him?" the paper read. Klein nodded. "Yes." The tapping quickened. "Great Master, the person you seek is imprisoned in the Governor General's office of the City of Generosity, Bayam." "Imprisoned?" Klein furrowed his brow, but he wasn't quick to press further. He replied smoothly, "All right, your turn to ask." Tap, tap, tap. Orodes responded with a smiley face and the line, "I've already asked and you have already answered." Klein blinked in surprise. When had that happened? Looking at the paper, he saw the first question. "Is it him? It counts?" Klein realized that Orodes had more flexibility with its rules than expected. It was much more lenient with him, breaking the norm for others. How did Orodes get this personality? He thought before asking his next question. "Orodes, do you know the book Grossel's Travels?" After a short pause, the radio clacked out more paper with the answer. "Great Master, your question was too nice. I've changed it to, tell me what you know about Grossel's Travels." "This is a very magical book. Many of its owners have vanished. I can't tell who its creator is, but it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Leipzig. Leipzig, the city created by the Dragon of Imagination, Ankiwelt. Klein's thoughts raced. Perhaps Miss Justice would be interested in this book. He smiled and turned the question back on Orodes. "Your turn." Tap, tap, tap. The radio clicked and Orodes responded, "Great Master, I've already asked and you have already answered." Klein raised an eyebrow. Looking at the paper, he saw the initial question. "Great Master, is that you?" "Really?" Klein chuckled. Orodes' attempts to please him were shameless, but at least the paired questions were oddly satisfying. It reminded him of the AND operator in programming languages. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Why was Roy King imprisoned in the Governor General's office?" The tapping of the radio grew louder, and Orodes provided a detailed response. After the disappearance of the Snake of Mercury from the Life School of Thought, the organization fractured. Some died at the hands of the Rose School of Thought. The Life School developed in secret, but they have an elder council, now called the Fate Council. Roy King's teacher, a Fate Counselor, got into trouble after the snake's disappearance and handed Roy King an important sealed artifact. That's why Roy was secretly captured. The mention of the Snake of Mercury immediately made Klein think of Will R. Septin, hiding in Backland, and another Snake of Mercury chasing him. He connected the dots quickly. The snake searching for Will must be a different one from the life schools. Klein nodded slowly. "Ask." Klein's curiosity grew. He was eager to hear what Orodes would ask now. Tap, tap, tap. The radio transceiver's tapping became more solemn as the paper was produced with difficulty. "Well, Great Master, what should I do to be a better, loyal, and humble servant?" Klein blinked in surprise. "I've underestimated your bottom line." He masked his irritation, replying with a serious tone, "Just maintain your present state." "All right," came the quick response. The tapping sounds lightened, and a final drawing of a waving hand appeared. "So talented," Klein mused. "Orodes knows so much, it's not surprising it could ask such a thing." He stepped back, sitting by the edge of his bed, reflecting on Roy King's situation. He had no intention of infiltrating Byam's Governor-General's office to rescue someone he didn't even know. His only connection to Roy was through the chubby apothecary, and the risk was too great. Klein smirked. The life school has its share of trouble, but that's not my problem. Orodes had also mentioned Admiral of Blood Senor's mystical item, which came from the Life School of Thought. That raised suspicions about the Rose School of Thought's involvement in the pirate admiral's success. With the Snake of Mercury gone, it seemed the Rose School might have seized the opportunity to target Life School members. The situation was becoming more complicated. Klein knew he had to be careful when dealing with pirate admirals. Each one likely had a powerful backing faction. Admiral of Blood was backed by the Rose School, Admiral of Stars by the Moses Ascetic Order, Vice Admiral Iceberg by the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, and Vice Admiral Hell by the Numinous Episcopate. The other pirate admirals also likely had their own sponsors. Klein paused to reflect. Which faction supported Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos? The answer seemed obvious now. The group that had given him creeping hunger, or the shadowy organization that had orchestrated his assassination attempt on Duke Negan. With the current complexity, Klein knew he'd need to be extra cautious not to expose his plan to hunt down pirate admirals in the future. One mistake, and he'd need to pull back immediately. As his thoughts wandered, Klein recalled something. The paper crane that Snake of Mercury Will or Septin folded. It's still with me. Chapter 591, Making Good Use of Things. Klein still vividly remembered the paper crane. Will or Septin had used it to locate Dr. Aaron's astral projection and inject information into his dreams, creating a revelation that later turned into a specific dream. Klein had traded his own folded paper crane for Will's, and using the grey fog for divination, he failed to get any useful results. It wasn't until Dr. Aaron's wife became pregnant that Klein had pieced together the truth. Will was performing a cyclical restart in a battle with another Snake of Fate for the Sequence 0 position. The nightmares caused by the paper crane were simply an auxiliary effect, meant to aid Will's hidden transformation into a fetus. What Klein found most ironic was that the crane he had folded was mistakenly treated as Will's original, with the Nighthawks using crude methods to replicate it and swap them. Will's paper crane had been above the grey fog ever since Klein had sent it there. At the time, Klein nearly forgot about it. Divining on it only resulted in vague revelations, and without further developments, it would have been hard to guess that Dr. C., Aaron's child, was Will or Septin. But now, Klein considered an idea. What if he could communicate with Will through the crane while he was dreaming? It wasn't clear how useful it would be for him in the present, but if Will was truly the Snake of Fate from the Life School of Thought, this could be a powerful move. Offering information to someone at the level of a king of angels could pay off many times over in the future. Still, Klein was cautious. He would first check the danger above the grey fog before proceeding. After confirming that the risk was manageable, Klein performed a ritual to bring the paper crane back into the real world. Despite its prolonged stay above the grey fog, the crane remained unremarkable, retaining its normal appearance. Klein hoped the aura from the grey fog hadn't neutralized its unique properties. Would Will or Septin still be able to locate it? Klein wondered if this matter was already within Will's calculations. After all, the sequence before Snake of Fate was Soothsayer. As Klein pondered the reasons behind Will's choice of Dr. Aaron, he found himself questioning whether he was being too narcissistic. Was Will connecting with him because of their bond with Dr. Aaron? But then Klein thought, why would Will repeatedly send nightmares if he could just reincarnate directly? And why show the struggle between the Snakes of Fate? To an ordinary person it would be meaningless. Did Will create this dream specifically for me? Klein paused, deep in thought. He suppressed his curiosity and began writing a note on the paper crane, hoping to grab Will's attention. After a moment of deliberation, he wrote the short, blunt message. Roy King has been captured. Once the note was written, Klein carefully placed the crane back into his wallet, just as Dr. Aaron had done before. On the outskirts of the Rorsted Sea, on a fog-covered island far from the main sea routes, Alger Wilson remained on alert. A blue bird of prey, a blue shadow falcon, had just fallen from the sky with a shrill cry, crashing heavily to the ground. Its blood splattered across the dirt. Alger kept his distance, his left hand raised. On his thumb was an iron-black ring with a spike-like protrusion, tainted with old blood. This was the mystical item he had purchased from an artisan, the Whip of Mind. It could deal devastating mental damage to enemies, though its primary purpose was to enhance his combat skills. Despite its relatively low price, Alger had chosen this item over another, the Ring of Witchcraft, after weighing the options. It was a good choice. Without it, hunting the blue shadow falcon would have been significantly harder. The falcon's body began to release points of light, 6 crystalline feathers floating around its wing. Alger sighed in relief and walked over to collect them, but not without a thought about the transaction he had been holding off on, the vampire baron inheritance for Emlyn White. He had decided to wait before finalizing the deal, using its features as insurance for his hunt. Being a middleman isn't so bad, he thought, putting the feathers away and glancing at the towering mountain peak and dense forest nearby. A sense of danger lingered in the air. My strength isn't enough to explore the area, he realized. He quickly turned away, leaving the island's center behind as he made his way back to the coast. His ghost ship waited, its crew still under the effects of a sanguine's anesthetic gas. After several hours of navigating through dangerous waters, Alger finally reached the safety of the shore. Back in the real world, after a day of rest, Klein lay in bed, ready to fall asleep. But a thought crossed his mind. Now that Danitz has returned to the Golden Dream, would it be a waste to stay in this large suite alone? A quiet nod to himself, and Klein decided to check out at daybreak, planning to switch to another inn. As sleep overtook him, Klein's mind cleared from the haze of rest, and he suddenly realized something had intruded into my dream. He sensed it immediately. He was in a desolate, pitch-black plain not far from a black steeple. It was the same scene from Dr. Aaron's dream, though this time there was no silver giant snake perched on the steeple. Klein, ever sharp, nodded thoughtfully and walked briskly toward the steeple. Inside it was ancient and chaotic, a spiral staircase twisting in strange directions. As he made his way through the disorienting structure, he arrived at the center where tarot cards lay scattered around a protruding part of the floor. At the center was a portrait of the chubby apothecary and the silver words, "Inform Darkwill." So the chubby apothecary's name was Darkwill, and Will Orseptin was indeed the snake of fate from the life school of thought. The paper crane had indeed been a link between them, allowing Klein to communicate with him in the dream. The next morning, Klein asked the inn if there were no extra charges for checking out at noon, then donned his top hat and boarded a carriage to the Red Theatre. It was quiet, like a ghost house at this time of day. Klein took a moment to glance at the brothel before turning toward the alley where Darkwill's folk herb store stood. He felt a sudden presence, looking up to see a fat owl perched on the roof. Darkwill had likely been taming a Beyonder creature. Klein knocked on the door, and after a brief wait, Darkwill appeared, bleary-eyed. "You aren't sick," Darkwill observed. Klein maintained his cold German sparrow expression, smiling slightly. "Good morning, Mr. Apothecary. I've found your teacher." "For real?" Darkwill asked, disbelief in his voice. "You just received the mission the day before yesterday. Chapter 592, 3 advancements in a week." Klein remained calm in the face of Darkwill's incredulity. The chubby apothecary seemed troubled by the fact that Klein had only just received the mission the day before yesterday. Klein's response was matter of fact. "You can choose not to hear what I have to say." Darkwill's facial muscles twitched as he held back his words, but eventually muttered, "Go ahead and say it." Klein delivered the news bluntly. "I received intel that Roy King has been captured by the military and is presently imprisoned in the Governor General's office." The information had come from a roadies, but Klein didn't mention that part. Darkwill couldn't hide his shock. "For real?" he blurted, eyes wide. Klein nodded slightly. "My information source is sufficiently reliable." Darkwill hesitated. "But I have no way of confirming it." Klein didn't waste time. "This involves an important sealed artifact of the life school of thought." At those words, Darkwill immediately recoiled, looking around nervously. "Can this sort of thing be said out on the street?" he thought to himself. He was beginning to believe the adventurer in front of him. Klein, noticing Darkwill's growing discomfort, glanced at the owl that had swooped down and perched on the apothecary's shoulder. "You can make your payment," Klein said coolly. "Darkwill remains stubborn. I can't confirm it. I can't just believe what you say, right?" Klein's eyes hardened, his expression turning cold. Darkwill trembled, feeling the pressure. All right, he said quickly. "I'll count it as you completing the mission." With great reluctance, Darkwill fished out a wad of cash from a hidden pocket in his robes and handed over £100 in change. As a Beyonder, his physical enhancements weren't enough to stand up to someone like Klein, who likely also had Beyonder powers. Darkwill knew he wasn't a match, especially not with his non-combatant pet owl. All he could do was comply. It wasn't easy saving this much money, Darkwill lamented inwardly. Being an apothecary was lucrative, particularly in the colonies where the rules were more lenient. Pirates, sailors, and adventurers were frequent customers. In the past 2 months, just from the Red Theatre, he had earned more than in the previous year. But as a Beyonder, his expenses were high. Most of his savings had gone into advancing to beast tamer, buying potions, rearing a pet, and purchasing defensive charms. Klein took the money, counted it quickly to ensure it was real, and pocketed it before turning to leave. As he walked away, Darkwill's expression darkened. "It's too dangerous here. Too dangerous. I have to leave quickly," feeling an uneasy knot in his stomach. He rushed back into his herb store, grabbed a brown suitcase, and hastily stuffed it with clothes and money. He poured out the remaining cash from the register, threw it into his pocket, and grabbed his fake identification documents. He locked up the store with a heavy heart, looking back at the unfulfilled stock. "I'll just leave." Taking a deep breath, he headed for the harbor, renting a carriage to Byam's liner ticketing company. "Old man has been caught." The words repeated in his head as his fear mounted. When he reached the ticketing company, he paid for his ride and hurried inside to join the queue for the next ship to East Balam. He was so desperate to leave that he muttered to himself, "Get me the first ship out of here." His nerves were on edge, his expression twisting between anger and fear, but he forced himself to calm down as he inched closer to the counter. When there was only one customer ahead of him, Darkwill suddenly froze. "Dumbass, you dumbass!" He cursed himself silently. Without a second thought, he spun around and hurried out of the lobby, his suitcase in tow. He realized that with his identification documents, he could leave without the ship. Meanwhile, Klein wasn't concerned with Darkwill's flight. He knew that the Life School of Thought had powerful backing, and even though the organization had recently fractured, it was ancient and well-resourced. Chubby Apothecary will find a way to save his teacher, Roy King. I don't need to worry about him. Klein had no plans to get involved. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. The Life School of Thought was old and influential. If it couldn't help, the Tarot Club couldn't either. As for the military in Byam, they had a demigod, making it even harder for Klein to interfere. He could only assume that Roy King might be in a military base, not necessarily the Governor General's office. Taking out the paper crane from his wallet, Klein stared at it as he thought, should I throw it above the grey fog now? He decided to wait a bit longer. Perhaps that snake of fate, Will or Septin, might offer me some perks. Then Klein remembered something important. I'll need a pencil next time. A fountain pen takes up too much space on such a small crane. I won't be able to write much. He made a mental note to send the paper crane back to the grey fog soon. He couldn't keep Will or Septin tracking him constantly. With his decision made, Klein packed his suitcase, checked out of his luxurious suite at the Wind of Azure Inn, and headed for a simpler place on Ogham Street. There he found an affordable inn called Tiana, where he rented a clean room for 2 solly, 2 pence a day. The complimentary fruit juice from a Tiana fruit was a nice touch. As he drank the sweet milky juice, Klein relaxed, slumping into a reclining chair. I'll take a 2-hour nap before going above the grey fog to browse through my believer's prayers. Time to relax. Back in Backlund, Emlyn White stood at the altar, staring at the blood-red gem that seemed to resonate with his blood. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the uniqueness of the sanguine baron inheritance flowing within. I'll become a baron soon. Just need the ritual and supplementary ingredients, he thought with excitement. As a Sequence 6 Beyonder, I'll be a potions professor. Meanwhile, in the fog sea, Admiral of Stars Catalea stood by the window of her flagship. She watched the sunlight filter through the thin fog as the fleet moved onward. The distinctive flag of the fleet flew high, marked by an eyelash-less eye and 10 surrounding stars. As she sat at her desk, she began to play with a celestial globe, her thoughts wandering to the Tarot Club. She had a sudden realization. In just a week, 3 members have advanced. Catalea could hardly believe it. The Hanged Man, the Moon and the Sun had all reached new heights, likely Sequence 6. Is this a coincidence? Or are they really advancing that fast? She recalled how the Tarot Club had been progressing quickly, even below Sequence 5, thanks to mastery of the acting method and abundant resources. But from Sequence 6 to 5, it becomes more difficult. She refocused her attention on the meeting. Audrey apologized for not bringing any new Roselle diary pages, and Fours explained that her teacher had been slow to reply. Derek sighed and mentioned that he couldn't produce any new ancient myths either. Klein calmly nodded, listening. At the other end of the table, Derek suddenly spoke up. Mr. World, I've obtained the method for separating a Beyonder characteristic from the mental corruption left by a rampager. Klein froze, his expression nearly freezing. Little son, why do you always have to be so direct? He resisted the urge to facepalm. Chapter 593, Solution. The method for separating a rampager's mental corruption from a Beyonder characteristic. Klein's thoughts raced. He looked at the world and suspected that Derek had obtained 1 or 2 Beyonder characteristics left behind by a rampager, one of which likely involved the world's advancement or someone close to him. The inference was easy. If a Beyonder characteristic wasn't the main ingredient in a potion, the rampager's mental corruption wasn't an issue unless it was made into a mystical item. At worst, it would turn into something akin to a sealed artifact with extremely powerful side effects. But there was still a way to work with it. Klein controlled the world to respond hoarsely, write it on a piece of paper and pass it to me. He wanted to praise Derek for his trustworthiness but hesitated. Considering the world's image, a gloomy, reserved figure, Klein decided it was better to keep it cold. No, there's an ulterior motive here, he thought. By letting little son maintain his honesty, it'll be easier to fleece him in the future. Though I'll have to suffer from his uprightness. Klein quickly controlled the world to let out a deep laugh. You're really a trustworthy person. Your character is worthy of praise. The Hanged Man, visibly interested, asked Derek, I'm also interested in this knowledge. What can I trade for it? Derek, still basking in the praise, smiled and said, Mr. Hanged Man, there's no need. You've been giving me advice in the past. Just consider this as a way of showing my appreciation. Klein nearly broke character. If the world were a real person and drinking, he would have choked. Fortunately, the world wasn't real, and Klein managed to suppress his expression. The Hanged Man was caught off guard, momentarily speechless. Alger, a seasoned sailor with years of experience, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. His years of encounters had taught him that things were rarely black and white, but this exchange made him feel off balance. Your character is really worthy of praise, he quickly added, feeling awkward. Don't repeat what I said, you idiot. Klein mentally cursed as he watched the Hanged Man give little son a half-hearted compliment. Meanwhile, Emlyn, still trying to bask in the glory of his recent advancement to Baron, silently fumed. I've been waiting for this tarot meeting to show off my new title. His mind buzzed with thoughts on how to make it known without drawing too much attention. Audrey, on the other hand, wasn't bothered by Derek's words. She knew very well that it was Mr. Hanged Man who had guided him all along. This is just the natural result of being a good person, she mused with a small smile. She had no urge to buy the method from Derek, content to let others be more eager. Derek, finally turning to Klein, conjured 2 yellowish-brown goatskin parchments. Klein's impatience grew as he scanned the first page. There are 2 methods, Derek began. The first involves using an item that can steal a Beyonder's powers, extract the mental corruption left by a rampager, and concoct the Beyonder characteristic into a potion before the theft effect fades. The mental corruption will dissipate without affecting the potion. The second method involves a ritual. Pray to one of the mystical items in the City of Silver. Use its feedback to shatter the Beyonder characteristic and let the mental corruption expire. The Beyonder characteristic will eventually gather again. I only managed to get the procedure for the ritual. The specific details are only known to the elders of the 6-member council. Klein skimmed the text, mentally considering the options. The first method is interesting. He thought about the sealed artifact blood vessel thief in Tingen City, which could steal a Beyonder's powers. If the mental corruption is treated as part of the power, this method could work. However, the real issue came with the all-black eye, which wasn't just any Beyonder characteristic. It came from the evil god, true creator, and would corrupt anything that came into contact with it, including any mystical item or power trying to cleanse it. Klein quickly assessed the risks. If I tried to replace the all-black eye's corruption with another item, the timing would have to be perfect, or both items could become corrupted. He moved on to the second method. It's similar to what I considered with Edwina. The feedback of an angel-level power can shatter a Beyonder characteristic, but the key is finding an angel. Klein paused and thought about Mr. Azek, who might have been an angel at his peak, but clearly wasn't in any condition to help. As for Willor Septin, the snake of fate, he was still an unborn fetus. I'll have to deal with this after the tarot meeting, Klein concluded. Alger, observing the exchange, put 2 and 2 together. The world seeking methods to separate the mental corruption from a Beyonder characteristic is a test from Mr. Fool, he thought. Does this mean Mr. Fool's strength is only at the level of a saint, not an angel? A theory began to form in his mind. It's only been 7 months, and Mr. Fool has already recovered to this extent. In another year or 2, he might be able to break free from his seal and stand at the pinnacle as an angel. As Klein reflected, Cattleya, who had been silently observing, broke in. I'm not sure if these methods include the one I know. The hermit's voice was unusually bright, and she added, I can provide it for free. An unshadowed of the sun pathway can directly cleanse away the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. Klein blinked in surprise. Ma'am Hermit is much more proactive than before. Has she adjusted her mindset? He quickly suppressed his initial shock, delighting in the fact that he now had a third method to consider. However, Klein was also aware of the difficulties. I can't find an unshadowed for help, though I do have an incomplete, unshadowed potion formula. He let out a silent sigh. Klein controlled the world to thank her, then shifted to his usual salesman demeanor and asked Derek, Do you know of a book called Grossel's Travels? Derek thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Klein's heart sank, but he kept his composure. It's a magical book that originates from dragons. Many of its previous owners have disappeared. Audrey perked up. It originates from dragons? Yes, Klein's voice remained steady. A Beyonder is selling it for £8,000. Audrey's eyes narrowed as she weighed her options. £8,000 is a lot, especially after I just got reimbursed for lie. She hesitated but then turned to Klein with a more pressing question. What's so magical about it? Klein was honest. It requires further study. I'll consider it, Audrey said cautiously. Klein felt a brief moment of awkwardness as he realized the sunken price tag was as much of a gamble as his other deals. Chapter 594, The World's Commission. Klein controlled the world, thankful that the Beyonder didn't have the ability to blush. As long as he wasn't actively controlled, there was no change to his state. He chuckled darkly. Another few more days. Audrey nodded with a reserved attitude. She didn't rush him. After all, Susie, being just a dog, didn't express any desire to advance anytime soon. The Hanged Man, the Moon, and the Sun had just advanced a few days ago. They were busy converging their spirituality and mastering their new Beyonder powers, so they weren't looking to buy potion formulas or sanguine inheritances. They patiently waited for the transaction phase to end. However, their finances were tight. Alger had managed to lower the price of the Sanguine Baron inheritance to £4,300 and £300 in commission, allowing Emlyn to earn £1,400. But after purchasing a Sanguine Baron inheritance, dolls and doll dresses, he only had £2,300 left. The next stage of Sanguine inheritance would require at least £8,000, and Derek had already spent all his merit points and was now waiting for a mission. Fours and Audrey weren't interested in purchasing further potions, as they could access them through their own channels. Audrey wasn't picky about money, she wasn't naive either. On the other hand, Cattleya remained quiet, observing, not in a rush to reveal her needs. She doubted that anyone besides Mr. Full could provide what she was looking for. After all, as a pirate admiral who had reached Sequence 5, she desired the power of a demigod. She simply regarded the sun and the others with a calm, slightly dark purple gaze, without attempting to speak. Klein thought for a moment before asking, "Is anyone able to obtain a mystical item with very potent offensive strength?" The question was directed at Cattleya. Only someone like the Admiral of Stars, with years of experience on the seas, could help. The Hanged Man and even the artisan he knew couldn't provide that kind of item without the corresponding Sequence 6 or 5 Beyonder characteristics. Cattleya fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. "If something similar appears at the Beyonder gatherings I attend, I'll help you take note." Over the years, she had killed several Beyonders, obtaining various Beyonder characteristics and mystical items. But most of them had been given to her subordinates or exchanged for items that greatly enhanced her strength. She didn't have any offensive mystical items to spare, and she wouldn't sell the ones she had until she reached the demigod level. Klein silently sighed, making the world thank her in a hoarse voice. With the transaction phase winding down, Klein turned his attention to Fours. "I wish to entrust you with a mission." "Me?" Fours was a little surprised, wondering if it was something like buying another radio transceiver. The world nodded. "Go to William Street, which borders West Borough and Empress Borough. Circle the area once every 2 to 3 days and take note of any abnormalities. Report back to me if you notice anything." Klein didn't use Mr. Fool to emphasize the matter since everyone was already familiar with the situation. The location he referred to, beneath William Street, was where the Tudor family's ruins and an evil spirit resided. "Abnormality? What do you mean by abnormal?" Fours asked, a little puzzled but cautious. Audrey, initially uninterested, suddenly pricked up her ears and focused. She trusted Mr. World's ability to gather information. After all, the great smog of Backlund was proof of his capability. "West Borough, Empress Borough. Sounds like it's in Backlund," she thought. "Is Miss Magician there now? She seems ordinary, but I am sure there's more to her than meets the eye." Cattleya, observing the exchange, quickly analyzed the situation. "It's clear that this is something significant. These members of the Tarot Club are involved in more than I thought. Mr. Fool's gathering is subtly influencing things at a higher level." Alger, intrigued, understood that whatever Mr. World focused on had the potential to involve the upper echelons of things. He couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay within William Street. "I don't know what kind of abnormalities to expect," Klein murmured before the world spoke again. "I believe there will be plenty of abnormalities." Klein's tone grew more serious. "If you do notice something abnormal, don't attempt to investigate on your own or hire anyone to help. It could be very dangerous." Fours hesitated. Dangerous? She instinctively wanted to refuse, but remembering the magnitude of the great smog of Backlund, she realized this might be important. She reluctantly agreed. £100. "Much lower than I expected," the world chuckled, voice hoarse. Fours shrugged. "It's for myself too. It's just people observation, so it'll also help with my writing." She couldn't resist adding to herself, "It's time I stop staying at home and start acting as a trickmaster for material. I should join a circus to perform, or do individual performances at squares. I don't care what the people I know think. I need life experience for my novels." After this, Klein turned the world's attention to the Hanged Man. "I received intel that the Church of Storms has taken action at Banzai Harbour. The matter has been preliminarily resolved." Having been out at sea, Alger immediately responded, his tone more solemn. "What was the outcome?" "There won't be a Banzai Harbour for some time," the world said with a concealed smile. Audrey and the others quickly pieced together the implications. Banzai Harbour. It was the place with the ancient name Binsi and had a king of angels residing there. Audrey thought, her eyes widening. "Has the Church of Storms destroyed Banzai Harbour? It sounds like something they would do. That's a relief. There won't be any innocent people corrupted by whatever evil resided there. Audrey's curiosity piqued. She asked, "Mr. World, do you know the specifics?" "No, no one outside the upper echelons of the Church of Storms knows," Klein replied, casting a glance at the hanged man. The hanged man fell silent, his ambitions burning once more. "I want to be in the Church's upper echelons," he emphasized to himself. Catleya, having joined the tarot gathering for only the second time, didn't fully understand what they were discussing. She had heard of Bansi Harbor, but didn't know why the Church had destroyed it or why rebuilding it would take so long. She considered that the matter was clearly important, and that these members of the Tarot Club were deeply involved in things far beyond her understanding. Mr. Fool's gathering isn't just a casual affair. These members have influence far beyond what I realized. After the discussion, Emlyn White cleared his throat and said, "Thanks to Mr. Hanged Man, I've become a baron." He straightened his back, eager to ask his question. "As a sanguine, do I need to use the acting method to better digest my beyonder characteristic after advancing to baron?" "I'm sorry," Klein replied with a chuckle. "Mr. Fool can't answer that, but in theory it's required since you're using someone else's inheritance." Catleya glanced around and said, "A sanguine baron corresponds to the Sequence 6 potions professor?" Emlyn beamed. "Yes." He wasn't oblivious to the roles of other Tarot Club members and considered himself one of the strongest, excluding Mr. Fool and the newly recruited Ma'am Hermit. Audrey, looking at Emlyn, mused, "Mr. Moon is also at Sequence 6. Why does he seem more immature than the sun?" Before Emlyn could respond, Catleya added, "That Sequence 7 belongs to the vampire pathway." Audrey, now curious, turned to Catleya. "Ma'am Hermit, what pathway is that?" Emlyn's voice was drowned out as Catleya ever so calmly glanced at Audrey and replied, "The vampire pathway." Chapter 595, Domain. Before the hermit could respond, Audrey added, "If you think this information is important and should be compensated, I can offer payment." "No need," Catleya replied. "Anyone familiar with the Faina Potter's Church of Earth Mother would know this. I believe Miss Justice can repay me in wealth and resources when needed, but I'll give this information freely." Catleya's decision to share the knowledge for free served multiple purposes. It would improve her standing with Miss Justice and lay the groundwork for future dealings. Additionally, it allowed her to assess how the other members reacted and gauge their positions in their respective factions. Klein reflected on his own relationship with Utravsky, the bishop of the Earth Mother Church, but quickly dismissed the thought. "I really am a little scared of him. His size is just too imposing. I always turn to Emlyn White when I need to get anything done there." Catleya continued, "The vampire is part of the moon pathway. Sequence 9 is apothecary. Sequence 8 is beast tamer. Sequence 6 is potions professor. Sequence 5 is scarlet scholar. Sequence 4 is shaman king. I'm not sure about the higher sequences." Emlyn White coughed lightly. "Ma'am Hermit, it's sanguine, not vampire. But hey, if you want to call my kind vampires, I'm perfectly fine with it." Klein made the connection. "So vampire is from the apothecary pathway, as is shaman king. No wonder they revere the primordial moon over the goddess. Could the scarlet lunar corona Ma'am Sharon obtained be from a dead scarlet scholar or sanguine viscount?" His mind whirled, piecing things together, but still uncertain. The others listened with varying degrees of interest. Catleya, observing them, quickly deduced that most didn't know much about vampires. They're likely still low-ranking in their organizations. The world is a different case, though. He's the one I need to be cautious of. Audrey raised her hand slightly, eager to ask a question. "Ma'am Hermit, why do the sequences in the moon pathway seem unrelated?" Catleya, briefly distracted by the elegance of Audrey's new attire, remembered the regal way the queen had dressed in her youth. It reminded her that true nobles never repeated outfits. After a moment's reflection, she answered, "A pathway's sequences don't have to follow a clear progression. They represent domains of their god. The moon pathway covers spirituality, plants, beauty, life, darkness, and mystery. For instance, apothecary relates to the plant domain, vampire to life, and beast tamer to the intersection of life and spirituality. Sanguine," Emlyn corrected, lifting his chin. "That's why sanguine are so handsome and beautiful." Not really, Derek thought to himself. The vampires I've seen are disgusting and ferocious. Klein processed Catleya's words, wondering if the domains of Sequence 0 represented specific aspects of reality. I wonder what the seer pathway's Sequence 0 represents. Strange and change. Audrey, following the explanation, guessed that the Sequence 0 of her pathway might relate to dragons, particularly the mind dragons. I hope Mr. Fool can find the card of blasphemy soon. She mused, thinking about the connection to Grossel's travels. Emlyn, eager for clarification, asked, "So to become a sanguine viscount, I'd still need to act as a potions professor, even though I'm favored by the moon?" Klein almost reached for his chin, resisting the urge to make a comment. Emlyn's trying to draw attention to his status. Catleya simply nodded. Yes. The conversation shifted as Audrey turned her attention to the end of the table. "Mr. Fool, the second round of the Civil Servant Unified Examination officially ends today. The final interview remains." Her tone was brisk and enthusiastic, as though reporting her success to her parents. She had been the one to push forward the idea of the examination through subtle means, and it was something she had paid close attention to. Klein, feeling a slight pang of nostalgia, nodded with a smile. Not bad. Audrey beamed, proud of the influence she was having. "I'm really changing the lives of people, helping them move from the lower and middle classes to higher positions." Catleya's gaze shifted at this exchange, sensing something different about the Tarot Club's style. Could the reforms in Lern's kingdom be a result of the Tarot Club's influence? Audrey must have had a hand in it. I'll have to re-evaluate them. They may not have high sequences, but their influence is growing. Catleya considered using her resources to look into the reforms more closely. As the gathering drew to a close, the Fool Klein ended the meeting and the others prepared to leave. Klein sat back, staring into the endless grey fog for a long while, reflecting on everything discussed. In a coffee shop on King's Avenue, Melissa gently stirred her black tea, occasionally glancing out through the foggy windows. Her black veiled hat rested beside her, and a plate of toast sat untouched in front of her. She had hoped her long stay wouldn't upset the owner, but soon noticed others gathered outside the test venue waiting as she was. As time passed, she wiped a small spot of condensation off the window and saw people pour out of the test venue. Among them was her brother Benson, who had just taken the test. He spotted her as he entered and smirked. It was a breeze. "Mathematics is my specialty." He scanned the room and chuckled. Some of those people had blank sheets. What are they thinking? Hiring a curly-haired baboon instead of a competent secretary? Melissa felt relieved, but she couldn't help but look at her brother with a serious expression. "If you're confident, you should consider the interview, and you need new clothes." Benson smiled. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tonight, we celebrate. I've already picked the restaurant." Melissa pursed her lips and stared at him. "I've already bought the meat and vegetables." Benson gave in, finally agreeing. "All right, let's go home." Back in the grey fog, Klein leaned back in his seat, his thoughts focusing on the next steps, how to separate the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye. Chapter 596, Clue. In a grand palace supported by stone columns, Klein sat in a high-back chair, tapping the corner of the long mottled table. He began eliminating options for dealing with the mental corruption in the all-black eye. First, he discarded seeking a Sequence 4 unshadowed from the sun pathway. He had minimal contact with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, that even if he did, he doubted an unshadowed would be capable of cleansing the corruption from the all-black eye. The hermit Catleya's suggestion was aimed at remnant influences, not the true creator's corruption. Turning to other options, he considered seeking help from an angel or god. However, that wasn't feasible. I could try divining the eternal blazing sun through the grey fog and ask for his help. But there's a risk. A powerful god might use this as an opportunity to invade and take over the grey fog. If that happens, it's not worth it. He continued thinking through possible solutions. Using the grey fog's divination required a medium. Previously, he had used the mutated sun sacred emblem and the ear corrupted by the true creator, but those options were no longer available. I could use Mr. Daw or the hidden sage, but again, I'd be unable to direct any attack back at the all-black eye. Klein considered his limited options. Mr. Azik hasn't recovered yet, and Snake of Fate Will Septin hasn't been born. I don't know enough high-ranking figures to rely on. But there's also something like an angel, the evil spirit in the ruins under Backlund, suspected to be the king of angels, Medici, but he's scheming with malicious intent. I won't risk that unless there's no other choice. He sighed. It's too dangerous. I'll forget about the all-black eye for now and focus on finding the main ingredients for a marionettist. Ancient wraith dust and the core crystal of a six-winged gargoyle. Maybe I can find the wraith dust in the underworld. Klein began to formulate a plan. Alternatively, I could find a mystical item like the blood vessel thief, one that can steal. Using the grey fog to shield myself, I can perform the theft without worrying about the corruption returning. The challenge was finding such an item. Mr. Hangman didn't react to the methods I proposed, so he doesn't know either. But I could ask at the next tarot gathering. Ma'am Hermit, Miss Magician, Miss Justice, Little Sun, and Emlyn White all have valuable resources. Klein then recalled Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards. Her third mate, Flowery Bowtie Jodison, has powers of theft. Maybe he can help me find a similar item. I'll look into it this week. With his plan in mind, Klein quickly set up a divination ritual. This time he used the sacred emblem of the god of knowledge and wisdom, a symbol of an open book with an omniscient eye. The ritual's silver dagger was replaced by a brass knife, since the blue planet corresponded to the god of knowledge and wisdom, and brass was the metal of that domain. He had already anticipated the need to contact Vice Admiral Iceberg, so he prepared the materials for the Soulfall ritual. After a series of steps, he burned herb powder and added lavender and mint extracts. The air filled with a faint, mysterious fragrance as he stepped back and recited an incantation in ancient Hermes. I pray for the power of knowledge. I pray for the power of rationality. I pray for the God of wisdom's grace. I pray you allow me to communicate with the spirit of Edwina Edwards, the teacher who pursues knowledge, the researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg of Lenberg. The altar grew cold and gloomy as the ritual took effect. The brass knife and metallic bottles floated, and Klein felt a sense of success. But soon he noticed the flames of the candles shifting, becoming pale white with hints of dark green. Klein realized that the Soulfall ritual had freed his body, allowing Edwina Edwards' astral projection to possess him and establish a communication channel. However, there was a risk of attack, which was why he had divined the situation beforehand. He didn't expect any malice from her, believing her to be trustworthy. Just as he began to feel the cold power descend upon him, Klein was surprised to find that instead of being possessed, he was able to resist. What's happening? He then saw a faint, formless grey fog surrounding him, an effect of his advancement to faceless. The grey fog could now leak slightly into reality. Klein quickly threw the icy power onto a coat hanging on a rack, and to his surprise the coat began to float, its sleeves raised as if worn by an invisible person. Klein stared at the coat in confusion. What does this mean? After a pause, he figured out Vice Admiral Iceberg's message. Without a mouth, I can't speak. Without hands, I can't write. Klein sighed and spoke aloud. I need a mystical item that can steal beyond our powers. Can you help me? If you don't, can you ask Flowery Bowtie Jodson? The coat's sleeves spread out and lowered, then fell lifelessly to the ground, indicating yes. Klein ended the ritual, hung up the coat, and cleaned it with a brush. He then wrote a similar letter for Mr. Azik, summoning his messenger with the copper whistle. Later, Klein took out a paper crane from his wallet and wrote a note on it, asking about the mystical item. This will be the third method. That evening, after reviewing his believer's prayers, Klein took a relaxing hot bath before falling asleep. But soon, an external force invaded his dream. In the familiar desolate plains, he entered the dark tower, where tarot cards were scattered in a circular pattern. The text on the protruding area had changed. It now read, I'm only a child that has yet to be born. Klein froze, hearing an infant's cry. Please, I beg you, don't make things difficult for me. Such communication is very tiring. The second line, the clue lies in you. The third line, don't ask me what the clue is because I have no idea either. Klein realized that Snake of Fate Will Septon had seen a clue tied to him, but couldn't foresee its exact nature. This feels like a charlatan's divination. No, I can't criticize it like that. Klein exited the dream, the words lingering in his mind. As morning arrived, he reviewed everything to seek the clue. Suddenly, his spiritual perception activated, and the skeleton messenger appeared, looking different. It was now large, but half its head protruded through the ceiling below. The messenger handed him Mr. Azik's response. The letter read, "Stealing beyond the powers belongs to the Marauder pathway. In the Fourth Epoch, it was associated with the Ammon, Zoroaster, and Jacob families. They've mostly vanished since the War of the Four Emperors. Some have formed an alliance called the Hermits of Fate. Try investigating the descendants of these families." Klein's mind raced. A blasphemer refers to this pathway? The Jacob family was one of the 5 angel families. Zoroaster is from the Solomon Empire. Hermits of Fate, the clue lies in me. His mind clicked as he recalled the mysterious badge from Laniverse. The symbols on it resembled fate and concealment. Chapter 597, Klein's Plan. Klein sat on the edge of his bed, suddenly struck with a brilliant realization. Laniverse was likely a Sequence 8 swindler from the Marauder pathway. It made perfect sense for him to have an admission ticket to a Hermits of Fate gathering. This was the very clue Will Septin had mentioned. Purchasing a mystical item that can steal beyond the powers at such a gathering would be much easier than other circles. Klein quickly set up a ritual to bring the eyeball-sized badge back from the grey fog. On its front was a symbol depicting fate and concealment, and on the back, a tiny inscription in ancient Hermes. "You can join if you have this item." Just as he was about to activate the badge with his spirituality, he hesitated. How careless of me. I forgot to divine if this will be dangerous. If the gathering has Laniverse's demigod senior there, they could lock onto me. I need to be cautious. He quickly performed a divination, reassured when the revelation showed no danger. Sighing with relief, he returned to the real world and injected his spirituality into the badge. It began to glow, condensing into a light beam that shot into the air. Moments later, the beam returned, turning into a palm-sized piece of illusory goatskin parchment. Written in ancient Fasak, it read, 6th June 1350, 9 p.m. at the Tussock River's estuary. Klein leaned back, considering. 4 months until then. Plenty of time to find the marionettist's main ingredient. I'm low on cash, but I've got £6,945. I can probably sell another Beyonder characteristic and get more. But I must remember, eliminate the 4 kings and the 7 admirals first. Suddenly he thought of someone. Leonard Mitchell. He attended a Hermits of Fate gathering in Babur Valley. If he obtained a mystical item that steals Beyonder powers, I could either borrow it from him or buy it through him. This might be the real clue. Eager, Klein quickly mapped out his plan. Place the radio transceiver above the grey fog to accumulate its aura. Use it to contact Erodes in a few days. Ask Erodes where to find mystical items that steal Beyonder powers. If the answer is clear, follow the instructions to complete the goal. If vague or dangerous, ask Leonard's current location. Have Emlyn White deliver the badge to Leonard to see if he has any relevant items and if they could trade. Klein would stay out of sight to avoid being recognized. With his plan in place, Klein felt energized. In a good mood, he decided to head out for a Byam delicacy, roasted fish. Meanwhile, aboard the Golden Dream, the setting sun cast a golden hue across the sea. Danitz walked nervously into Vice Admiral Edwina Edwards's room after receiving her permission. The room was lined with bookshelves filled with various books. Edwina stood at her desk, black fountain pen in hand, writing a letter. She handed it to Danitz. "I do not have similar items. Neither does Jodson. He'll help you look out for it, but you'll need luck." She then glanced up at him, her clear blue eyes calm. "You hold the ritual to summon Gehrman Sparrow's messenger." Danitz was surprised. "Me? Yes," Edwina straightened. "This will help you familiarize yourself with similar rituals. In the future, I'll test you on this." Reluctantly, Danitz complied, setting up the ritual with one candle. He placed a shiny lone gold coin on the altar. After mentally rehearsing the ritual, he began in ancient Hermes. "I summon in my name the spirit that wanders the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger of Gehrman Sparrow." The wind howled as the ritual took effect, and a pale flame grew, revealing a headless spirit world creature. Danitz was momentarily taken aback, noticing her lack of neck, supported by a pigtail held by a hand. The spirit, Renette Tinneker, had multiple heads, each bloodshot and darting around, with one set of eyes observing Edwina. Edwina felt the gaze and shuddered. The spirit's form blurred and fused back into the flame. The light extinguished and all returned to normal. Danitz, relieved, was about to speak when Edwina's voice cut through the silence. "That's not an ordinary spirit world creature." Danitz was stunned. Not ordinary? Edwina was an expert in such creatures. If she said it wasn't ordinary, it was far more extraordinary than he thought. Gehrman Sparrow really is a man of many secrets. Elsewhere in Backland, Fors gathered her strength and ventured out, putting on a thick dark blue cotton dress and a light grey scarf. The air was chilly from the fog, but she pressed on to Williams Street. She told herself this was a typical outing for an author to gather material. Nothing strange will happen, just blend in. She entered a coffee shop and sat by the window, watching the pedestrians. She noticed a muscular man from Fasak and some colourful figures from Intis, laughing to herself. Backland is the capital of capitals, so many foreigners. Fors sipped her coffee and jotted down notes for her novel. After finishing, she circled the street, finding nothing peculiar. She planned to return on Thursday. Back in Klein's room, he read Edwina's letter from Reinette Tinneker, confirming that she didn't have the mystical item but would help look out for it. Klein smiled, pleased with the progress. He was about to head out when he heard a knock at the door. It was Captain Elland. Klein opened the door, saying, "I was just about to look for you." Elland grinned. "No need. I can track you by your registration. The Governor-General's office and military have good control over inns." Elland gestured down the corridor. "I'm taking you to see someone." Klein followed Elland to the Ameris Leaf Bar. Inside, they made their way to a corner where Wormtongue Mythor King waited. In the bar's basement, Wormtongue looked at strongman Ozil. "Have you gathered recent intel on Blazing Danitz?" Ozil smiled. "Yes, Blue Eyes Meath saw him with an unknown adventurer last week." Chapter 5 and 98, Windfall. In the basement of the Ameris Leaf Bar, Elland clapped a man in a coffee-coloured jacket on the shoulder and laughed. "Why aren't you drinking Lanty-proof?" The man, appearing in his 30s with lone blood, had brown hair and eyes, and a somewhat high nose bridge. His tipsy demeanour vanished when his eyes sharpened. He glanced at Elland and Klein, then muttered, "I've already drunk. I'm drinking Zaha to lessen the effects of the alcohol." Zaha was a locally produced malt beer, cheap and with a pleasant taste. Elland chuckled, pointing to Klein. "Gehrman Sparrow," he introduced the man. "Oz Kent. You can call him Kent. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll have to return to make preparations. I'm setting off early tomorrow morning." Elland waved and left without hesitation. Klein sat down, staring at Oz Kent without saying a word. The uncomfortable silence made Kent gulp down some more Zaha. "Find me if there's anything in the future. You'll be paid for any valuable intel or if you help us with certain things." Klein considered asking if he could be reimbursed for his Helene disguise during the Vice Admiral Ailment assassination, but he thought better of it. Kent chuckled drunkenly. "Elland mentioned you, but I have to warn you, don't go too crazy at sea. Don't provoke pirates. Providing info privately is fine. We'll keep it a secret for you." He lowered his voice, making sure no one overheard. "Pirates don't follow any codes. If you have family at port cities or colonies, they'll attack them." Klein paused for a second, then calmly responded, "I don't have a family." Kent faltered. "Well, they'll attack your friends." "I don't have friends either," Klein replied coolly. Kent choked on his beer, swallowing with difficulty. After coughing, he continued, "They'll ambush you, bribe people to learn your schedule, and intercept your ship. Alone at sea, a single person's strength is weak." Klein remained unfazed. "I wouldn't reject their money. That's basic courtesy." Kent blinked, surprised at the response. After a few moments, realization dawned. He had thought Klein was treating pirates as mobile bounties. Meanwhile, upstairs in the Ameris Leaf Bar, Wormtongue Mythor King was intrigued by the news from strongman Ozil. An unknown adventurer? Mythor's mind raced. "What do you know about him?" Ozil nodded. "Meath saw him with Blazing Danitz. The adventurer's new, and Meath thinks he's dangerous." Dangerous? Mythor made immediate connections. Could this be the one who killed Steele Mavetti and company, or the one who disguised himself as Helene to attack the captain? He asked, "Do you have a portrait?" Ozil signaled for a subordinate to bring a paper. We used a ritual to get Meath to draw his appearance. I've spent quite a bit of money hiring people. Mithor chuckled, reading between the lines. As long as you get to the bottom of this, Captain wouldn't be stingy with her reward. He studied the portrait, a cold-looking man with black hair and brown eyes, wearing a black frock coat and half-top hat. Mithor frowned. I've never seen him before. Find out his identity and whereabouts. Ozil grinned. Already on it. Minutes later, a bouncer entered and whispered to Mithor. Ozil smiled knowingly. The unknown adventurer's been found. Where? Mithor asked. Ozil pointed upstairs, at this very bar. Mithor glanced upward. He decided to verify for himself. If it was the man who had disguised as Helene, he would recognize him. The interaction had been brief, but Mithor trusted his instincts. He couldn't afford to wait. The captain was punishing him, and he needed to redeem himself by solving this mystery quickly. He got up, reflecting on his growing feelings for Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, his longing to please her, and his deepening admiration for her, though he'd never admit it. As Mithor made his way up, he followed the bouncer's directions, circling halfway around the bar. He spotted the adventurer in the corner. The portrait matches, but I don't feel any familiarity. Could he be wearing a disguise as good as Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? His thoughts were interrupted when Klein's spiritual intuition flared. He immediately turned to look back, meeting the gaze of the man standing across the bar, Mithor King. Klein instantly recognized him as the third mate of Vice Admiral Ailment's flagship, Black Death. His mind raced. £5,400 bounty. Why is he watching me? Did Danitz lead him to me? As Klein's gaze met Mithor's, Oz Kent, still seated nearby, noticed the interaction but was blocked by some drunkards. Klein quickly formulated a plan: pretend not to recognize him, order a drink, and secretly follow him to figure out his next move. He had already begun formulating his strategy when he realized one thing. Wait, I'm Gehrman Sparrow now, not Klein. I need to act like a crazy adventurer. With that thought, he whipped around, drew his revolver and aimed directly at Mithor King. Bang! The gunshot rang through the bar, causing patrons to duck instinctively. Many of them, seasoned drinkers and fighters, hit the ground, dodging the shot. Mithor King reacted instantly, throwing himself sideways to the floor. But Klein hadn't actually fired the shot. Using his illusion creation powers, he manipulated the sound of the gunshot to make it appear as though the shot had been fired. The crowd's reflexive movements combined with Mithor's dodging gave Klein the perfect chance to take aim at his target. Bang! Chapter 599. Dragonmite. The brass bullet shot through the bar, aimed straight for Wormtongue Mithor King's body. But just before it hit, Mithor's eyes turned dark, and the bullet veered off course. Its trajectory shifted, hitting a glass filled with golden beer, which shattered loudly, beer splashing everywhere. In the chaos, Mithor grabbed another cup from a nearby customer and threw it at Klein. Klein dodged just enough to let it miss, the glass crashing against the wall. In that moment, Mithor lunged forward, rolling toward the basement's entrance, trying to get help or find an escape route. Klein's keen instincts told him that this man wasn't just a low-tier foe. This was someone who had likely been involved in serious operations, someone on the level of a pirate admiral. Klein swiftly pursued, moving with agility through the chaos. He didn't trip over anyone or lose his focus as he raced after Mithor, who was desperately trying to get into the basement. Meanwhile, bouncers, armed with revolvers, were closing in on both of them. Seeing the danger of being cornered, Klein clenched his left fist. In a moment, his black glove glimmered with dark golden scales, and his irises became pale, slitted like those of a predator. Instantly, an invisible wave surged outward from him, radiating terror. The patrons around them, those who had been crouching and shielding themselves from the commotion, suddenly stiffened, paralyzed by the overwhelming fear that surged through the air. Oz Kent, Klein's military contact, visibly lost his composure, his body trembling as if he had encountered his worst nightmare. The bouncers, too, were gripped by sheer terror. Some dropped their weapons and fled to corners, trembling uncontrollably, unable to escape the mental pressure. The bar descended into even more chaos, with patrons running or shrinking away in fear. Wormtongue Mithor felt as if a lightning bolt had struck him. His body shook with terror, and he staggered around in circles near the basement entrance, unable to act with any logic. This was Psychiatrist's Awe, also known as Dragon's Might or Mass Chaos, Klein's only crowd control power. Klein didn't pause for a moment. He swiftly closed the distance between himself and Mythor. As he neared him, Klein's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden vision. Mythor, seemingly lost in extreme terror, abruptly raised his head and swung a powerful punch at Klein's head. Klein, relying on his clown instinct, swiftly bent down and sidestepped, avoiding the blow by mere inches. Almost at the same moment, Mythor's eyes cleared. His expression changed, the confusion giving way to clarity, and it was apparent that he had shaken off the effects of Klein's dragon's might. That had been unexpected. Bang! Mythor's muscles tensed, and he threw a punch with the force of a cannonball. But instead of hitting his intended target, the wall of the entrance caved in under the immense force, bricks scattering in every direction. The impact was so powerful that it seemed to shake the very foundations of the bar. However, Klein was already behind him. In a flash, he straightened up, and his right glove glimmered with gold as he prepared to strike. His brown eyes lit up with two flashes of lightning that shot out like bullets. Interrogator's psychic piercing. Ah! Mythor King cried out in pain as the piercing attack hit him. His body jerked, but he didn't fall. Instead, he curled into a roll, grimacing as he shielded his head with his arms. Despite the pain, Mythor began recovering rapidly, and in that moment, Klein's revolver was pressed to his forehead. The cold, thin adventurer stood unfazed, pulling the trigger. Bang! Mythor's pleas vanished as his half-open mouth shut tight, a bloody splatter painting the wall behind him. The scene was morbid, fresh, messy, and haunting. The light in Mythor's eyes flickered out, and his body crumpled, slumping against the wall before sliding to the floor. At noon on February 1st, 1350, Wormtongue Mythor was hunted. Klein stood over the body, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic bar. He moved quickly, closing the door to the basement and chaining it securely. Then he dragged Mythor's lifeless body down a few steps, making sure not to draw any attention. Klein had no qualms about dealing with Mythor. This man had been a cold-blooded criminal, formerly under Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos, who had once massacred an entire ship. The evidence of Mythor's dark deeds was evident in his connection to the Demoness sect. The crimes he was involved in, including human trafficking, made him deserving of his fate. Once safely out of view, Klein placed his palm above Mythor's corpse, summoning creeping hunger. As he did, the dark, sinister entity began to stir, its human-like appearance slowly reappearing as its cold fingers extended from the shadows. A gust of chilling wind whipped through the basement as creeping hunger's power took root. Dark, glimmering points of light surged from Mythor's spirit body, merging with the entity, fusing into it. Klein silently observed the process, noting how creeping hunger absorbed the essence of Mythor's death. To his surprise, the powers he received were far better than he expected. While the zombie sequence had only granted him minor abilities, these new powers were significantly stronger. He realized he had gained two new abilities: distortion and bribe. Weaken. Distortion allowed Klein to manipulate a target's words and actions, subtly reshaping their intentions to gain an advantage. Bribe, weaken on the other hand, let him weaken a target by giving them an item, rendering their attacks and defenses much weaker for a time. Klein reflected on how Mythor's earlier actions, including throwing a cup at him, had been considered a bribe, an unexpected loophole in the Black Emperor's powers. It made sense now why his dragon's might and psychic piercing weren't as effective against Mythor. The distortion had dampened his abilities, reducing the full impact of his powers. He also realized that his inability to stop moving toward King of the Five Seas Nast was a result of the same power at work. Nast's distortion of Klein's intent had made him unable to resist the pull. Klein couldn't help but smile. Not bad at all. Lowering his gaze to the corpse of Mythor, Klein took a moment to check for any lingering enemies. He moved carefully through the basement, aware of the threats still lurking. Before long he heard footsteps approaching. Strongman Ozil and his subordinates, Beyonders and armed gunmen, were closing in on him. The situation was far from over, but Klein remained calm. His glove gleamed once more with golden scales, his irises turned pale, and invisible waves of power surged from him. Psychiatrist's Dragon's Might. Chapter 600, Clearing the Place. With Klein's dragon's might surging through the room, strongman Ozil and his subordinates froze, as if struck by a massive blow. The fear it induced was chaotic. Some fled in all directions, others spun in confused circles, and a few trembled in place, unable to act. Klein observed them closely. Their reactions were a direct result of their mental fortitude. The weaker ones had run, while those with more resilience, both Beyonders and regular people, remained but circled helplessly. The stronger Beyonders stood trembling in place or retreating inwardly. Some even suffered from incontinence from the overwhelming terror. It was clear, Klein had the upper hand. He raised his gun, preparing to eliminate the threats when he noticed one man breaking from the panic. A trembling figure had begun to recover his senses. His eyes cleared, and he was about to escape the effects of the dragon's might. Klein couldn't afford for any of them to regain their composure so soon. Instead of shooting, Klein swiftly shifted his tactics. His left glove darkened with a sinister black sheen, his eyes gleaming darkly as he distorted the thoughts of those trying to regain control. He focused on the man who was about to flee, forcing his mind into a state of panic. The man charged toward the secret exit, abandoning Ozil without a second thought. Klein switched between his powers with practiced ease, dragon's might to induce chaos, followed by distortion to manipulate their wills. The effects of his powers were short-lived, but with dragon's might still lingering, he quickly corralled Ozil's subordinates toward the basement. However, Klein soon realized a flaw in his method. Repeated exposure to dragon's might within such a short time reduced its effectiveness. Many of Ozil's men were already on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, suffering the physical and psychological toll of Klein's powers. Dragon's might combined with distortion was an effective combination. If Mythor hadn't launched a counterattack earlier, Klein might not have been able to catch him at all. The pirate's resilience was impressive. His counterattack had caught Klein off guard, but Klein had relied on his seer and clown abilities to avoid a lethal blow. The reminder was clear. Even with the strength of creeping hunger, Klein couldn't afford to underestimate other Sequence 6 Beyonders. A single mistake could lead to death. Klein paused briefly, gathering his thoughts, then made his glove gleam with a gilded shine. His eyes flickered with 2 bolts of lightning. Strongman Ozil screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor like a fallen mountain. He struggled, clutching his head, writhing in pain. Klein observed calmly, noting his lack of any wide-reaching attack power. If only I had a more efficient area of effectability, he thought. The lightning storm in the Sea King's domain could have been useful, but that's beyond my knowledge. As the goons scrambled, Klein leisurely walked to the basement, where the market once bustled, now abandoned and eerily empty. He took a chair from behind a stall, sitting before Ozil like a man at ease. After several moments, Ozil began to recover from the intense pain that had nearly incapacitated him. As he stood, he looked up to meet Klein's gaze, feeling the weight of his presence. Klein's pale eyes glinted with a strange light, his gloves still radiating dark golden scales. Klein leaned forward and asked, his voice calm, "Were you once a pirate?" "Yes," Ozil answered before he realized why he had responded so quickly. The force of Klein's gaze, the pressure of his presence, seemed to draw the answer out. Psychological cue. Klein's voice was unchanging. "What deeds have you done in the past that violate the kingdom's laws?" Ozil, almost compelled, spilled his past crimes without hesitation. His sordid tale included plundering ships, raping passengers, murdering the innocent, killing rivals, and sinking entire families to the ocean's depths. His list of atrocities was long, and he didn't hide any of it. Klein sat in silence, absorbing it all. When Ozil finished, a slow smile crept across his face. He clapped his hands together once, sarcastically impressed. What a competent pirate and passable gang boss. Without further words, Klein extended his left hand, and the grotesque mouth in the human skin glove opened wide. The sharp screams echoed through the basement, but they quickly fell silent, leaving only the eerie aftershocks. Klein watched as the last remnants of Ozil's life force were consumed. The goons who had been paralyzed by fear instinctively crawled away from the scene, leaving stains of urine and excrement as they retreated. When the silence fell, Klein slowly stood up. He picked up a small, glowing sphere, a piece of essence, no doubt, and Ozil's wallet from his clothes. The amount of cash inside made Klein smile, but he didn't pause to count it. As he holstered his revolver, Klein took off his top hat and bowed slightly to the trembling goons in the corner before moving on. The basement, now a grim scene, was stripped of its value. He moved through it methodically, but didn't find anything of worth, like a safe or valuable items hidden away. With a sigh, Klein turned back, retrieving Wormtongue Mythor King's body. As he walked toward the exit, his eyes briefly scanned the area. He had expected the bouncers to return to aid Ozil, but they had wisely retreated, recognizing the deadly confrontation they had witnessed. The sight confirmed Klein's assumption. In a place like this, where pirates and criminals were rife, ordinary people were often aware of the true nature of Beyonders. Some even knew to stay out of it when the power imbalance was too much. Klein undid the chains on the basement door, retrieved some cash from Mythor's pocket, and prepared to leave. He made a mental note of the situation outside. The bar had cleared out with only a few remaining customers scattered about, watching the aftermath. As Klein stepped out, dragging Mythor's body behind him, Oz Kent's eyes were the only ones that dared to meet his. The man watched him with a grimace, frowning at the sight of the corpse that had been thrown onto a nearby table. Klein met his gaze, his expression calm. "Remember my bounty." With a faint smile, Klein tipped his hat and turned to leave. The door to the Amiris Leaf Bar swung closed behind him, sealing the end of the night's work by Harbor, on the White Agate. Elland was startled when Oz Kent burst into the captain's cabin. "What happened?" Kent, visibly shaken, responded, "Elland, what kind of monster did you introduce me to?" Elland frowned, uncertain. "Gairman Sparrow?" Kent nodded, still in disbelief. "He killed Wormtongue and Strongman without breaking a sweat, right in front of me. And it didn't even take him 5 minutes." Elland repeated the name. "Mythor King?" The reality of it began to sink in, and Elland wore a rueful smile. "Looks like we'll have to report this to the higher-ups." Kent sighed, relieved to hear the confirmation. Later, at a private meeting near the Governor-General's office, the General's messenger delivered an update. "The General says we should honor the previous agreements and continue cooperation, but we must be cautious and investigate Gairman Sparrow's true identity. Also, spread word of Mythor King's death to the pirates." Elland and Kent nodded, their tension easing. The next steps were clear. Later that day, Klein divined his next move and counted his earnings. He smiled at the windfall. He had made £327 9 solly 5 pence, plus a Beyonder characteristic from a Sequence 8 pugilist. Not a bad haul. Satisfied, he performed a ritual, sending creeping hunger up to the grey fog, and reflected on his powers. Dragon's might, frenzy, and psychological cue were invaluable, but since he had promised Miss Justice, he would honor his commitment. Chapter 601. Scaring oneself above the grey fog, Klein leaned back in his high-back chair, holding creeping hunger in silence for a few seconds before releasing the psychiatrist's soul. A tall, blurred woman appeared beside the bronze table, her pain obvious. Klein asked gently, "Do you still remember who you are?" Her hostility faded and she smiled bitterly. "Of course I remember. I was a member of a secret organization and planned to meet a friend on Toscata Island, but pirates intercepted us. I used my powers, but the survivors reported it to Chilangos. He changed course to intercept our ship. You can imagine what happened. Thanks to his meticulousness, I was killed instantly, unlike the other female passengers who suffered fates worse than death." Klein was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you know of the ancient book Grossel's Travels?" The psychiatrist thought, then shook her head. "I'm sorry, I've never heard that name before. Since you're about to dissipate and gain eternal peace, do you have any last wishes?" She chuckled softly. "I wish to be revived." "All right, I know that's impossible. Everything else isn't necessary. I've been dead for years. My family and friends already mourned me. No need to dig up their pain again. Thank you. That should be it." Her figure dissipated, leaving behind a golden iris, the psychiatrist's Beyonder characteristic. Klein sighed. She traveled alone to Toscata Island, the easternmost lone colony, south of the Fasak Gargas archipelago. What kind of friend was worth such a journey? He suspected psychology alchemists, but chose not to pry further. "After killing Wormtongue Mythor King, I need to leave Byam for a while." I'll attend 3 more Beyonder gatherings, see if there's an ingredient for marionettist, then leave. He conjured an image of the world praying, covered it with grey fog, and passed it to the crimson star representing Miss Justice. On a balcony, Audrey looked at the brick-red rooftops decorated with dragon art when the familiar void appeared. "Honourable Mr. Fool, please inform Miss Justice that she can make preparations for the transaction." He got the psychiatrist's characteristic already? Yesterday he didn't even have one. The world's efficiency startled her, but she quickly composed herself and thanked Mr. Fool. She passed on that she needed 2 or 3 days to prepare the payment. When the fog receded, Audrey glanced down at Susie admiring flowers and muttered to herself, "Mr. World is really terrifying." That evening at the Seaweed Bar, Blue-Eyes Meath, freshly broke from gambling, ordered Lanty-proof. The bartender leaned in. "Wormtongue Mythor is dead." "What? Who did it?" "An adventurer named Gehrman Sparrow. Unknown before today, but he killed Mythor, and Strongman Ozil, the real boss of Ameris Leaf Bar." Blue-Eyes Meath froze. He had told Ozil's men about seeing Danitz with an unfamiliar adventurer, even providing a ritual portrait. Now both Ozil and Mythor were dead. He suddenly trembled, recalling a chilling image, a thin, sharp-faced young man with cold eyes scanning the bar like a predator. Meath abandoned his drink and ran. "That guy is terrifying. If he killed Wormtongue, he's at Admiral level. He'll definitely come after me. I need to leave Byam now." He dragged companions from the Red Theatre, circling toward a private resistance harbour to escape. Across the street, Apothecary Darkwill sat behind his herb shop counter, outwardly calm but deeply worried. He had already contacted Life School of Thought members for help, but had no idea who might come or when. He still remembered his teacher's warnings: fear the official Beyonder organizations, fear the true sanguine, or risk being imprisoned forever underground, used as experimental subjects, or even sucked dry and made into puppets. Those warnings had left him timid, always fleeing at the first hint of exposure. Now, focused on rescuing his teacher, Darkwill frowned. Why is Old Man still imprisoned? With military resources, they should have decided his fate already. Execution, experiments, or recruitment. Could he be hiding something? His mind drifted to the last letter Roy King sent him. Old Man loves hiding hints in ordinary things. Did that letter have a secret? It only told me to meet him near the Red Theatre and flaunted his gambling skills, and told me to buy a die at Mabel's Sundry Store on Enmat Street. I never went. Maybe there's something hidden there. Mustered courage carried Darkwill into the street with his owl companion. On the way he bought a news report, and froze when he saw a familiar face. Gehrman Sparrow. This afternoon, he killed Wormtongue Mythor King worth £5,400. I actually hired such a powerhouse. Pushing aside the thought, Darkwill reached Mabel's Sundry Store where a kindly old lady sold him the die for £1. Robbery. He grumbled but accepted it as proof there might be a clue. Inside the tiny ring box lay a plain milky white 6-sided die, 4 red dots facing up. Darkwill didn't examine it immediately. He pocketed it and left, eventually stopping in a secluded spot to inspect it. Nothing seemed unusual. Then a carriage roared past, startling him. He dropped the die, which rolled and stopped with a single red dot facing up. He cursed the driver, bent to retrieve it, then abruptly staggered and collapsed, his body hitting the ground hard. Stars filled his vision as everything went blank, the white die resting right before his eyes. Chapter 602. Becoming Famous. Darkwill lay on the ground, stunned. He hadn't tripped himself since childhood, especially after taking potions that enhanced his physique. Yet here he was. Did I step on something? He quickly rolled to his feet, pretending it hadn't happened. Nothing unusual was on the street. Confused, he picked up the milky white die. A constable jogged over, baton in one hand, the other pressing on his revolver. Darkwill froze. They caught Old Man, but not me. They were watching me? Waiting for me to find this clue? And now that I have the die, they're moving in? Panic surged. He tried to run, but pain from the fall slowed him to a walk. Images of underground prisons flashed before him, eternal candlelight, mutated prisoners breathing like beasts. What happened? The constable asked cautiously. Darkwill trembled. The die slipped from his fingers and rolled, 6 red dots up. I just stepped onto a damn banana skin and fell. There aren't any banana skins. Why did I say that? He berated himself, thinking he should have said he tripped. The owl on the roof watched as he prepared for a last stand. The constable chuckled. "Make sure to watch where you place your feet when walking. I thought you'd been robbed." He released his revolver and left. Darkwill stared blankly after him. How did that excuse work? His eyes fell on the die. Could it be this thing? My fall, his easy acceptance. Is this teacher's sealed artifact? He carefully placed it back into the tiny ring box where it couldn't roll. Grabbing the news report, he rented a carriage to the Red Theatre, waiting until he was home to examine it. Upstairs in his herb store, he lit a lamp, shooed the owl out, and opened the box. There was a folded scrap of paper hidden underneath. Written in ancient Fasak. If I didn't appear 3 days after the appointed time, I must have been betrayed and arrested. Do not seek help from other members of the school of thought. It's too dangerous. Bring the die to Aravi Island and hand it to Bellman Carno in the port city. My teacher, Ricciardo, is hidden there. The rest will be handled by him. Once I finish this letter, all relevant memories will vanish. I won't even remember having an apprentice until I'm rescued. Do your best not to use the die. It has living characteristics. It rolls itself even without space. If it lands on one, almost everything you do will fail, including your bed activities. Darkwill sighed. Indeed, this die is dangerous, and I used it. For his teacher, Roy King, he had stayed in Byam despite his cowardice, even calling for help from other members, which now seemed foolish since a betrayer was involved. Why didn't I buy the die earlier, he thought, pulling at his hair. He quickly packed charms, revolver, bullets, everything for protection, planning to buy a scalp ticket and leave for Aravi Island by morning. I need a bodyguard. His eyes landed on the news report, Gehrman Sparrow, a pirate hunter who killed someone worth £5,400. If he takes the job, I'll make it to Aravi safely. He decided to paste notices in bars frequented by adventurers. With a heavy heart, he and his owl left the herb store again. Far across the seas, the Black Death sat openly in port, flanked by 3 ships. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, fresh from a hot bath and with wounds mostly healed, pulled on a loose man's shirt when her blonde attendant knocked and entered, cheeks flushing at the sight. "Captain, a telegram came from Byam. Mythor, 3rd mate, has been killed." Tracy's expression sank. "Do you know who did it?" Mythor's assignment to Byam had been punishment for failing her, also bait to lure enemies. She hadn't expected results, nor his death. The attendant handed her the telegram. It was done by an adventurer named Gehrman Sparrow. He used a beyonder power similar to Dragon's Might. Gehrman Sparrow, Dragon's Might. Tracy sneered. Kilangos also knew Dragon's Might. He likely grazed a psychiatrist or hypnotist with creeping hunger. She was certain this Sparrow was the one who had disguised as Helene to attack her, using Chilangos' faceless powers. Creeping hunger is with him, and he has that ancient demigod, the Death Consul, backing him. So Chilangos was really killed by the Death Consul? Tracy dismissed the attendant and sat alone, chuckling. If I leak this, the people behind Chilangos' assassination order will be interested. Temptation flickered but quickly died. No, that would offend the Death Consul directly. If he finds me, he could step out of the spirit world and kill me instantly. Saints can be avoided, but not him. She bit her lip, depressed, and gave up the thought. For now, she would simply track Gehrman Sparrow's movements. When the opportunity comes, I won't spare him. Meanwhile, Klein calmly stayed at the Tiana Inn, waiting for his bounty. Chapter 603. Conditions 10 p.m. Swordfish Bar. After waiting all afternoon with no bounty delivered, Klein visited Oz Kent and learned the process had started, but payment would only arrive tomorrow morning. Disguised, he joined a private adventurer exchange but found no marionettist ingredients or mystical items. Restoring his appearance, he pressed down his hat and left through the rowdy evening crowd. As he passed, gazes froze on him for 2 seconds before retreating like a tide. Everyone knew the name Gehrman Sparrow, the crazy adventurer who instantly drew his revolver on Wormtongue Mythor King. No one wanted to stand too close. Merchant Ralph, drinking by the bar, turned and spotted Klein's thin face and sharp features, recalling the newspaper portrait of Wormtongue's hunter. Remembering his earlier talk with resistance leader Kalat and the private trade he'd seen between Vice Admiral Iceberg and the resistance, Ralph thought, perhaps I can develop him into being a believer of Sea God. Even if he has no interest in the archipelago, he might still be useful. He clasped his hands and made a prayer gesture to sea god Calvatua, then approached with a beer. Klein recognized him immediately, the devout believer who had donated a third of his wealth to Sea God and founded a children's charity. Why approach Gehrman Sparrow? A job the resistance can't handle? Mr. Gehrman Sparrow? Ralph lifted his beer. Klein nodded, staying in character. I don't know you. Haha, it's always so simple to get to know each other among adventurers. Perhaps a cup of beer is all it takes. Are you interested in a drink? All right, Klein replied simply, puzzled. They sat in the corner. Klein drank silently, staring at Ralph until the merchant nervously sipped his own beer. I've heard about you. Before today, I knew you're a true gentleman who shows no discrimination toward natives of the colonies. Get to the meat of the issue. Ralph nearly choked. Clearing his throat, he said, Do I have the honor to introduce you to our God, the savior of the archipelago, the blessed of the sea, Calvatua? The sea is vast and the storms terrifying. Even the four kings can't guarantee safety. We need a God that can respond to you and hold authority over sea and storm. Introducing me to myself and trying to get me to believe in myself, Klein suppressed a twitch and said, I'm more interested in whether you have any mystical items, the kind that has powerful offensive strength. We don't have any. However, as long as you piously believe in Sea God, there might be a day when you would be bestowed with one. I don't have one. Don't make promises for me. Klein nearly laughed aloud, then downed his beer and said, I'll consider it. Just as he was leaving, the bartender hurried over. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, someone entrusted you with a mission. What is it? Klein glanced at Ralph. Knowing his place, Ralph left, satisfied that today's goal, planting the idea of belief, had succeeded. The bartender continued, He says he's an apothecary, you know. If you're interested, you can wait. We'll contact him. An apothecary I know? The chubby Darkwill with the plump owl? A rescue mission for his teacher, Roy King? That's too risky. Still, Klein decided to hear him out. Okay. Nearly 11 p.m., Klein met Darkwill in billiard room 3. The apothecary now wore a witch doctor robe and native attire, a round-faced owl perched on his shoulder, staring with penetrating eyes. Feels like how Miss Justice observes people. Maybe a beyonder creature? Spectator? Klein kept his tone cold. What mission is it that you have? It's this. Darkwill clenched a ring box in his pocket. I'll be making a trip to another island. Ha ha, it'll probably take 3 days. Due to certain developments, I might encounter danger. Of course, it might not happen as well. In short, I need a bodyguard, and I think you're the best choice. That sounds like I'm not that impressive, just better than who you know. You're not rescuing your teacher but leaving Byam for help, or he's already saved and the danger's pursuit? Klein asked. How great would the danger be? Darkwill's lips trembled. I can't be sure. If the danger exceeds what you can handle, you can directly hand me over to the other party. This will be a promise we make now. It will not spoil your reputation. If I didn't know you just have a nasty mouth, I'd think this was goading. Klein said, What kind of payment can you provide? Darkwill hesitated. Without enough chips, how could he move Gehrman Sparrow? You can first consider it for a moment, Klein said coldly. I'll use the washroom. Tell me your answer when I'm back. In truth, he only wanted time to divine the mission above the grey fog. Inside the washroom, Klein grimaced at the filth but endured, flushing the toilet before performing his ritual. Meanwhile, Darkwill closed the door and asked the owl, Will he betray me? No. Also, be polite. Call me Mr. Harry. The fat on Darkwill's face trembled. Mr. Harry, what kind of payment do you think he will accept? I can't see through him. He's good at concealing his emotions, the owl replied. Darn Mr. Harry. No, darn silly bird. Darkwill cursed inwardly and paced, thinking of chips to offer. When Klein returned, he asked, Have you thought it through? Having confirmed via divination the danger was acceptable, and planning to leave Byam anyway, he listened as Darkwill said nervously, £800 for 3 days, as well as our friendship. I'm referring to the friendship of my teacher and his friends. Klein paused, then said, £1,000 for 3 days. In addition, your organization needs to help me obtain a mystical item with powerful offensive abilities. I will pay in cash based on a reasonable price. £1,000, I don't have that much. Darkwill swallowed. I'll pay an advance of £300. The rest will be paid by the person I'm looking for when we arrive at my destination. Klein nodded slightly. Deal. Darkwill exhaled in relief, puffed his face and smiled. Can I believe that the protection is in immediate effect? Chapter 604. A Different Enemy. Klein smiled inwardly but kept a stoic face. From the moment you make the first payment. Darkwill quickly pulled out a thick wad of cash, heart aching as he counted. Here's £300, you can carry out your promise. Klein accepted the notes and nodded. That wouldn't be an issue. Darkwill felt as though he'd caught a float after drowning. Half an hour later, at the Tiana Inn, Darkwill stared blankly as Gairman Sparrow told the receptionist, switch us to a luxurious suite. Klein stepped back slightly, leaving Darkwill to handle it. I'm paying, Darkwill asked hesitantly. During the mission, all expenses are borne by the employer. This is the rule adventurers follow. I'd be a dunce if I believed you. What if you call a few Red Theatre prostitutes? Darkwill forced a smile. We can use an ordinary room. This will make protection easier. Then you stay by yourself. Darkwill laughed stiffly and said to the counter, a luxurious suite. After checking in, he entered the small bedroom, opened a window for the owl, Mr. Harry, and pulled out a ring box. Inside lay a strange white die, 4 points facing up. Darkwill exhaled in relief. Backland, inside an ordinary house. Ince Zangwill woke, first checking his body. Habit after acquiring 008. He never knew what story it might compose while he slept. Finding nothing wrong, he put on boots and looked at his desk. The quill 008 rested inside its locked, rune-covered metal box, yet a fresh page of text lay beside it. Ince Zangwill couldn't recall what he had done last night, but he acutely sensed some problems. He looked into the mirror and found his reflection somewhat unfamiliar, as though his body had given birth to another Ince Zangwill. He looked down and saw there were obvious abnormalities under his fingernails, but he couldn't recall what he had done the previous night, no matter how hard he tried. He instinctively turned to the mirror. One eye was still blind, his classic chiseled face unchanged, except for the unnatural smile curling his lips. With dark eye bags, the effect was sinister and strange. Looking down, he saw black dirt beneath his fingernails, as though he'd dug through roots all night. Though now walking the Evernight pathway, Ince hadn't lost his former spirit guide powers. He prepared to channel nearby spirits, only for his eyes to catch another note. Ince Zangwill attempted to channel spirits, but sadly he realized that it was to no avail. It was as though a person of a similar profession had wiped out all clues. He was very worried, unaware of what he had embroiled himself with the previous night. His expression darkened as he tried regardless. As expected, nothing answered. Wednesday morning, outside Amiris Leaf Bar, Klein slipped into a secluded alley where Oz Kent waited with a tiny suitcase. Your bounty. This wasn't formal bounty money. It was from the military, bypassing the slow official process. Klein opened it. Stacks of £1 and £5 notes. A total of £5,400. We didn't take a cut, Oz Kent said with a stiff smile. Normally he'd skim at least £1,400, but facing someone as dangerous as Gairman Sparrow, he dared not. The military wouldn't dare hand me fake notes. Klein closed the suitcase. Hidden nearby, Darkwill overheard and peeked. So much cash. Hunting a pirate really pays. Protecting me alone gets him £1,000 and a favour. Why did I become an apothecary? Then reality hit him. Most adventurers ended up injured or dead, a third of their income spent on treatment and medicines, often from apothecaries like him. It's safer this way. Klein said to Oz Kent, I'll be leaving Byam for some time. If I have intel, how do I inform you? You're leaving Byam? I received a bodyguard mission. Oz Kent felt strangely relieved. Better he drifts at sea than causes trouble here. Send a telegram, include my address, we have people at the telegraph office. All right. Klein left with the suitcase, heading for the harbour with Darkwill. They already had scalped tickets for the earliest liner to Oravi Island. Half an hour before boarding, Darkwill was still jittery, fearing the traitor who betrayed his teacher might strike. Only after entering his first-class cabin did he relax. Once at sea, few could pursue without flight or ships of their own. Quickly start the ship, he muttered. The owl perched on his shoulder, Klein sitting nearby, ready for trouble. Suddenly the sky darkened, winds howling as humidity surged. A storm? Darkwill's jaw dropped. Departure might be delayed for hours, hours he couldn't afford. He glanced at Klein, forcing a smile. Do you have any solutions? Sure, I could pray to myself as sea god and disperse it, but then Sea King Jan Kotman will come charging in moments later. Klein said calmly, I'm only an adventurer. Darkwill cursed inwardly, turning back to the window. Boom! A silver bolt of lightning struck him before Klein could react. Darkwill collapsed, convulsing, smoke rising as lightning crawled across charred skin. That's way too unlucky. Klein froze for a moment. The owl screamed, Quick! Quick, there's a bottle of medicine in the second secret pocket on his left. Feed it to him. This owl can talk. Klein raised an eyebrow, retrieved a blood-red potion and poured it down Darkwill's throat. Minutes later, Darkwill stirred, skin peeling. I'll deal with my wounds. He staggered to his room, locked the door and opened the ring box solemnly. The milky white dye inside had changed. 2 red dots faced up. Outside, Klein frowned. Feels like this mission's enemies are different from any I've faced before. When Darkwill emerged, partially recovered, Klein leaned forward. Explain. This determines how I should provide you with protection. Chapter 605, Judgment. Darkwill's first instinct was to reveal everything about the strange dye, to let the adventurer he had paid so much handle the root cause. But then he remembered his teacher's warnings. The dye might be an important sealed artifact of the life school of thought. If Gehrman Sparrow knew the truth, it could cause bigger problems. Adventurers killing their employers for greater gain isn't unheard of. I don't know this man. I need to be careful. Besides, it rolled a 2. This isn't the worst yet. Avoiding Klein's calm eyes, Darkwill said, It's this. My teacher and I belong to a secret organization. I'm escaping because a traitor has appeared internally. They grasp the pathway related to fate and can make themselves sufficiently lucky and their target unlucky. I might have been cursed, so I was unlucky enough to be struck by lightning. He forced his nerves down and waited. Will he believe me? Klein nodded slightly. Life school of thought. Monster pathway. I understand. Try to do as little as possible. I will consider how I'll deal with your bad luck. Darkwill froze. He believed me? He quickly smiled and thanked him, then returned to his room and opened the ring box. The milky white dye had changed, 6 facing up. Does that mean I was lucky enough to fool him? The owl, Mr. Harry, landed on a desk instead of Darkwill's shoulder. Darkwill, you're very nervous. You don't have to tell me that. I believe I should consider changing owners. Gehrman Sparrow seems to be a pretty good choice. Then what about me? Harry skied. You're already suspecting whether you can see tomorrow's sun. That strange dye is really, really dangerous. If I were you, I'd throw it out the window and let your teacher's teacher fish it out. How do you know about my teacher's teacher? Don't doubt an owl's vision. Darkwill ignored the answer. Throwing it out won't fix everything. Even at the bottom of the sea, it'll be found in days. Important sealed artifacts are like the most popular prostitutes in Red Theatre, always attracting hungry men. Including you, Harry replied calmly. And don't blame me for lacking mystical knowledge, blame my owner. Emperor Roselle said, if a child doesn't receive a good education, it's the father's fault. Regardless, you need to discuss that dye with Gehrman Sparrow, otherwise, greater danger is coming. Let me wait and see a little longer, perhaps it will stay at 6. Darkwill lay down. Outside, the storm calmed. The liner's horn signaled departure. Klein watched blurred rainbows outside but felt uneasy. He wasn't afraid of enemies. With creeping hunger and sea god charms, he could handle almost anything. But luck was different. It wasn't something he could control. I can only watch Darkwill closely and intervene before bad luck kills him. Hopefully we last until Oravi Island. His seniors should help change his luck. Exhausted, Darkwill fell into deep sleep, only to wake to his stomach growling, and an invisible weight pinning him down. His head throbbed, breathing strained, heart pounding. Sudden death? He couldn't move until a sharp object pried his mouth open and poured icy liquid down his throat. He jerked awake to see 2 golden eyes almost in his face. Rearing a beyond a pet does help sometimes. He sat up and opened the ring box. The die now showed 1 point. So unlucky I almost died in my sleep? No, it's worse. It magnifies probabilities like lightning strikes or sudden death. This can't go on. I'll die. He rushed to the door, barely able to twist the handle. "Help! Help!" Harry screamed. Bang! The door swung open, hitting Darkwill's head. Klein had controlled his strength, or it would have cracked open. Darkwill ignored the pain and shouted, It's this die. When it's at one point, I fail at everything I do." He had decided to reveal everything, betting on Klein's help despite the risk. "Better death by betrayal than certain death by bad luck. My life is more important than the die." But Klein just smiled faintly. "Thank you for your humor. The joke isn't too bad." "It's not a joke." Darkwill stared at the unchanging blood-red single point and fell into despair. "It's real. He's speaking the truth." Harry flapped its wings. Klein said deeply, "Then why don't you throw it into the ocean?" He politely closed the door and left Darkwill stunned. "This fellow is hiding a secret. I can't be fooled by such a clumsy excuse." Klein sat, waiting for more details. Darkwill slumped in depression, unaware the die had already rolled to 3. Before lunch, Klein used the washroom, then ascended above the grey fog to check prayers. Just as he sat in the fool's chair, memories of the conversation surged back. How could I believe such a weak explanation? Why did I think it must be the die? My mind felt clouded. No, it's because his story fit certain theories I had, so I instinctively accepted it. Klein's eyes narrowed. He had made his judgment. That die is indeed problematic. Chapter 606, Intimidation. Above the grey fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein tapped the edge of the mottled table, thinking about the strange die. It can influence me without me realizing it, similar to 008. One is right before me, the other hidden. Definitely a pinnacle sealed artifact. If not grade 0, then a very special grade 1. He couldn't ignore fate, yet couldn't leave it be. Sealed artifacts like this grew worse with time, likely affecting not just the chubby apothecary but also him and every passenger. Unsure how to seal or weaken it, Klein thought of the one who might know. Will or Septin, the snake of Mercury still in his mother's womb. He took out the paper crane and wrote, "How do I deal with that die?" Folding it back, he knocked on Darkwill's door. This wasn't out of character. Guillermin Sparrow was a gentlemanly madman, and Klein didn't want to bash Darkwill to death by accident. He'd seen Final Destination. Besides, with Darkwill's tendencies, facing death might lead him to pleasure himself one last time. Klein lampooned as a weak voice called, "What's the matter?" "Good, not dead yet." Klein opened the door, saw Darkwill and an open ring box and asked, "What's the score?" "Can't you check it from the papers yourself, sports section? I'm asking about the die. It's still at 3 points." Darkwill blurted, then jolted. "You believe me?" Klein ignored him and said, "Bring the die outside." "All right." Darkwill and Harry the Owl cried at once, raising arms and wings. After the box was carefully placed on the coffee table, Klein sat opposite and observed the red-stained die. "Describe the exact situation." Darkwill finally spilled everything. "This is an important sealed artifact in our organization. My mission is to send it to someone on Oravi Island. But as you see, it's extremely dangerous. It rolls by itself. When it rolls a 6, the wielder's lucky. Everything works out, like how my clumsy lie fooled you." "Don't mention that. One day your mouth will get you killed." Klein stayed stoic. Darkwill continued, "1 means extreme bad luck. Nothing succeeds. You wouldn't believe the truth if I told you. 2 is lesser bad luck, but it once got me struck by lightning. 3 and 4 are normal. 5 is the opposite of 2. You're not unlucky enough, or I'd have beaten you already." Klein ordered, "From now on, take turns monitoring it. If it drops below 3, inform me immediately." "Both of us?" Darkwill asked. "Including me?" Harry flapped a wing. "This will help maintain focus and energy," Klein said calmly. Then to Harry, "You're up first." "My name is Harry," the owl muttered. "Harry," Klein resisted, laughing. "Pull the bell. From now on, meals are in this room. You stay here even for the washroom, only when it's at 3 or 4, otherwise I'll give you a bucket." Hearing Guillermin Sparrow's precise instructions calmed Darkwill. His worst fears, Guillermin killing him for the die or abandoning the mission, faded. He isn't afraid at all. Truly a powerhouse. He rang the bell and returned just as Harry screeched, "It's changed! It has changed! 2 points!" Klein instantly sprang from the sofa, grabbed Darkwill and threw him aside. Bang! A bullet pierced the opposite wall. "Misfire? Ricochet?" "Either way, rare." Klein asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine." Darkwill muttered, pale. More than 10 accidents followed: collapsing chandelier, a hammer falling toward Darkwill's head, him nearly choking on a fishbone. None seemed major, but constant rescues drained Klein. Thankfully the die rolled itself to 4, ending the nightmare hour. No, I can't keep doing this. I might die saving him. After dismissing the apologetic captain, Klein said, "I'll sleep for half an hour. Watch the die and wake me if anything happens." Darkwill and Harry nodded rapidly. Klein leaned back, used cogitation, and fell asleep, hoping for Will Orseptin's reply. In his dream, Klein sighed with relief at the pitch-black plains and walked to the black steeple. New silver words covered the protruding ground. He quickly read, "It's called the Die of Probability. It's a sealed artifact of the highest level in our school of thought, likely grade 0. It controls probability itself. 1 maximizes unfavorable outcomes, 2 greatly raises them, and 3 slightly. 4 to 6 reverse this. But 2 doesn't mean safety. Once probability spikes, any accident can happen. Even I, who can reset it, consider it dangerous. It can kill demigods and its wielder. It has living characteristics, swinging the wielder between luck and misfortune. When awakened, it can influence everything nearby, even the whole world, excluding deities. To truly seal it, isolate it from spirit, astral, and material worlds using special sealed artifacts. Or briefly reduce its influence by intimidation. It will behave for 12 hours. Repeating this reduces its influence for a week, but eventually it will mark you and madly control your probabilities. Finally, thank you for your help. Sincerely, Will Orseptin." As expected of a snake of fate. He even discovered my uniqueness. Throwing it above the grey fog might seal it, but it could influence that space and chase me out, just like 008. Klein abandoned that idea, but an idea sparked. He exited the dream and said, "I have a method of suppressing its influence." "What is it?" Darkwill asked, relieved. Klein didn't answer, simply picked up the die showing 4 and entered the washroom. "What's he doing?" "In folklore, evil objects get thrown in." "No, don't think about it." Darkwill shuddered. Inside, Klein summoned himself, went above the grey fog, and retrieved the iron cigar case containing the all-black eye. Shadows covered his face as he gazed deeply, bringing the die close to the corrupted Beyonder characteristic. The corners of his mouth curled into a genial smile as he whispered, "Here, let me treat you to a concert." Chapter 6-7, Discovering an Abnormality. The washroom window was too high for proper sunlight, leaving the space gloomy. Klein moved the die of probability near the all-black eye, and it trembled slightly. He tossed it into the other side of the basin, where it rolled and stopped at 4. Suppressing a smile, Klein picked it up again. "You don't wish to listen to it? Let's do this. 6 means cooperation, anything else rejection." He tossed it. 6. "Very good," Klein chuckled. After returning the all-black eye above the grey fog, he walked to the living room. Darkwill and Harry stared, anxious and curious, as Klein abruptly threw the die. "No!" Darkwill and Harry cried, fearing a low score. The owl even flew up instinctively. The die rolled, stopped at 2, then slowly turned itself to 4. For the next 12 hours it will be relatively quiet. Klein calmly ate his cold breakfast. He really solved it. Darkwill gawked, then tossed the die himself. 6. It immediately rolled back to 4. What method did he use? Did he really shit and soak the die? Darkwill gave up thinking. Watching Klein spread butter with calm precision, he suddenly felt his £1,000 protection fee worth every penny. He's at Pirate Admiral level. I only paid 300. The rest is teacher's problem. Relieved, Darkwill opened the window. Sunlight spilled through scattered clouds, brightening the endless azure sky. The warm spring air of the Rorstead archipelago contrasted with Backlund's chill. Darkwill felt his chest lighten. Klein, finishing his bread, silently admired the sea view but didn't voice the poem that flashed in his mind. It didn't suit Gehrman Sparrow. By evening, the die remained still, but a storm rolled in. Winds howled and dark clouds gathered. Klein eyed the towering waves and the ship that felt like it was cruising between moving mountain cliffs. Even he felt a faint pressure to pray for safe passage. No wonder sailors respect the Lord of Storms. He prayed to his sea god identity, fearing the die might misbehave and roll a 1 mid-storm. Though he trusted Will Orseptin's 12 hours of quiet, he preferred preemptive precautions. Darkwill and Harry looked nervous as the ship rocked. "I'll take a nap. Keep watching the die. Take turns and do not relax." Klein instructed. All right. Darkwill sat by the coffee table and asked Harry, "What thoughts do you have now?" "Why am I not a petrel?" the owl muttered. In the bedroom, Klein went above the grey fog and summoned the sea god's scepter, its blue gem gleaming. He gently stabilized the ship without overly dramatic changes that might attract Sea King Jan Kotman or storm priests. Layers of subtle protection kept the vessel steady, even amid towering waves. Even simple acts feel divine. A demigod already has inklings of a god. He sighed, returned the scepter, and left the grey fog. Though the ship bobbed like a leaf, it sailed safely through the storm until calm returned. Thursday, 4 p.m., Backlund, William Street. Four's wall alighted from her carriage. This time she didn't sit in a cafe but strolled down the street, noting pedestrians and building details for novel material. Plenty of foreigners, mostly Fysak and Intis. One looks like a barbaric white bear, the other a flashy rooster. Fours chuckled inwardly. Reaching an abandoned chapel overgrown with vines and scattered stone, she approached deliberately. Mr. World had paid for results. Inside, avoiding filth and decay, she searched quickly, then froze. A small pit had been dug by hand. Finger marks remained in the dirt. This should count as abnormal. Fours backed away, unwilling to probe further. After sweeping the rest of William Street, she returned home, compiled her findings, and sacrificed them to Mr. Fool, including every detail no matter how trivial. Judging abnormalities was the world's job, not hers. Above the grey fog, Klein read Miss Magician's report. An abandoned chapel dug up again? I dealt with this before with Miss Sharon. Who would repeat it? Rafter Pound, Tudor descendant? He nearly died from evil spirit possession, unlikely without help. He continued reading and caught a detail. Many foreigners here now, mostly Fysak and Intis. It wasn't like that before. Did a new Fysak or Intis company move in? Fysak. Intis. Klein's eyes narrowed. The Einhorn royal family of Fysak and Intis' former Sauron royals both controlled the Hunter, Red Priest, pathway, the same two bloodlines the evil spirit had flagged as key to breaking its seal. Together with the Medici descendants destroyed in Bansi Harbour, all three Red Priest-linked factions were now involved. Bansi Harbour's destruction must have connected the Medici characteristic to the evil spirit, drawing Einhorn and Sauron members. No, too far-fetched. The Church of Storms would have noticed. Another reason? The evil spirit could be attracting them by other means, through someone like Rafter Pound, the Tudor descendant previously possessed. He might already be enslaved, secretly spreading its influence, and the evil spirit had sought Klein and Miss Sharon's help, simply to numb them, to make them think only they could save it, betraying even its own bloodline in the process. Realization chilled Klein. We've been fooled by the evil spirit itself. Chapter 608. Professional. The endless grey fog hung silent as Klein shifted in his chair, focusing on the evil spirit. He was now convinced he and Miss Sharon had overlooked something about Rafter Pound. This feels like the Red Priest pathway. Conspirer. Practically fraud with Beyonder tricks. Even here above the fog, I'd be fooled unless I proactively analyzed the situation. If not for Mr. Azik knowing about the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici, I wouldn't have caught it at all, nor sent Miss Magician to William Street. Klein conjured pen and paper for a dream divination. Baronet Rafter Pound's current situation. In his dream, Unit 29 on Sevelas Street appeared. Inside, Rafter Pound in pyjamas holding wine silently watched the police headquarters. His grey sideburns, dark eye sockets and deep wrinkles aged him beyond his 40s. His pupils were abnormal, cheeks flushed, a furtive smile on his face. Indeed, something's wrong. Klein's first instinct was to report. But how? He conjured the world's figure and prayed. Through a reliable channel, pass this information to the Church of the Evernite Goddess and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. The information is, high-level spies from Fysak and Intis are gathered at William Street for unknown motives. Reward of £100. Mentioning Red Priest, Medici or Tudor dynasty ruin would attract too much attention and place Miss Magician in danger. Spies was a safer story that would still prompt serious investigation. He considered asking Mr. Azik but abandoned it. This was an evil spirit suspected to be a king of angels. Azik was still recovering. Satisfied, Klein sent the scene to the Magician's Crimson Star. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Fours stared at the response. High-level spies from Fysak and Intis, That conclusion was far beyond what she'd deduced, but she quickly rationalized it. Mr. World must have had intel and simply confirmed it from her clues. Pass to Evernight and Steam? Basically report it. Shame I can't watch the fallout. That'd be fun. Fours decided to pass the job to Gio. She left her room, finding Gio on the sofa, hair messy, reading documents about her current target. Fours, holding something in hand, walked over casually. Here, have a piece of cake. Gio took it absently, eyes still on her work. Fours flipped her wrist, and the cake turned into a golden decorative flower. Surprised? Fours smiled. Stop your performance. I prefer food, Gio deadpanned. All right, I have a matter for you to do. £70. Fours smiled as she sat down. After that matter, Klein returned to reality and performed a quick ritual, bringing the radio transceiver back from above the fog. Resting in bed and using cogitation, he was awakened by tapping sounds. Crimson moonlight blanketed the room and the radio transceiver, which spat out illusory paper. Honorable existence above the spirit world, your loyal and humble servant, Arrodes, has arrived and would like to greet you. Do you have something you would like to test me on? Look at this smooth talk. Dark Will should see this. Klein replied, yes. Please speak. The ignorant and limited Arrodes is ready. The tapping paused, replaced by a fawning smiley face on the paper. It's already doing emoticons, evolved so fast. Klein asked, where can I obtain a mystical item which can steal the beyonder powers of others? The tapping intensified, producing 12 scene-like images. Tingen City's St. Selena Cathedral's Chanis Gate, Leonard Mitchell the poet, a middle-aged man smiling at noble ladies, a haughty young lady loitering in sewers, and more. These are the ones you can easily or conveniently acquire one from. There are a lot more, but they are either very complicated or troublesome, or they range at the highest levels which I cannot see clearly, Arrodes answered. Nice, it even filtered results. A mystical Google, Klein nodded. It's your turn to ask. You have already answered, Arrodes responded. Klein chuckled inwardly. Where will Leonard Mitchell be staying for the time being? The transceiver printed another image, a Gothic bell tower with the Bell of Order, a road sign reading Pinster Street, and Unit 7 terrace house where Leonard, in black coat and red gloves, read Lanavus and Capim dossiers. He's in Backland? Investigating Lanavus and Capim? Klein frowned, recalling the clues he left behind. He might connect it to Detective Sherlock Moriarty, but I disguised well back then. Unless he recognizes me, it's fine. What's Sherlock Moriarty got to do with Gehrman Sparrow? He memorized the address, 7 Pinster Street, Backland. He planned to send the Moon Emlyn White to visit Leonard using the Hermits of Fate badge to buy a mystical item. Hopefully my dear poet friend has extra stock. If not, the price will be painful. It's your turn to ask, Klein prompted, curious what Arrodes wanted this time. The transceiver printed a new question. Great Master, Leonard Mitchell has a huge secret. Do you wish to know? That counts as a question? Klein stared at the crimson moon outside the window, then answered honestly. Yes. Chapter 6 and 9, paying a visit amidst the clacking sounds, the radio transceiver spewed out a brand new piece of illusory white paper under the crimson moonlight. Inside Leonard Mitchell resides an angel from the Zoroast family. He once changed my question. An angel? Klein was shocked despite expecting secrets. Angels were sequence 1 or 2, close to gods, able to influence lower sequences of the same pathway. For one to be in Leonard's body clearly wasn't good. The Dark Second Epoch angels all had divine names and served ancient gods. He recalled Blasphemer Ammon, Calamity Queen Kohinnom, Red Angel Medici, Ouroboros, Zaratul, Adam, Hermes, Uncertain, and Will or Septin. Apart from the last two, all were terrifying. Would my dear poet end up a sacrifice to this parasite? This explains why he thinks he's the protagonist, why he hid my secret, and why he dared use Blood Vessel Thief, its grandpa's help. He instantly stole Megos's most potent power. Hermits of fate, more like thieves of time and fate. Klein sighed. My dear poet's grandpa isn't good. I need to warn him, but they're always together. He briefly even considered using Blasphemer Ammon, have the creator's son eat the parasite, but dropped the idea. No way to find Ammon. Angel battles could destroy Leonard, and involving Ammon was worse. I'll have Emlyn attempt the transaction first and observe. He told Arrodes, ask your question. The clacking quickened. No, there's no need. This is an addendum to my question. Great master, I sense a special item outside your room, but I am unable to see through it. Can you tell me what it is? Impressive. It sees almost everything but high-level matters, block it like a mosaic. Klein replied calmly. Die of probability. A Rhodes printed. So it's that thing. Great master, you can ask your question. What do you have to mention regarding the die of probability? The transceiver brightened, paper slowing. It's a fellow that's especially petty and bears grudges. Master, you have to quickly give it to someone else. It's formed from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune. Give it to any other snake of fate and they will be grateful. It's not suitable as your servant. The aura is dissipating. Bye-bye. Uniqueness? The die is the monster pathway's uniqueness? Klein was unsettled. This is terrifying. It can digitize the real world. Even sealed above the grey fog, it might digitize the mysterious space and turn tarot gatherings into a tabletop RPG. He had no greed for it. It wasn't seer pathway and bore dangerous side effects, possibly attracting Ouroboros. He decided to finish intimidating it and send it to Orave Island for sealing, the main gain being friendship with Will or Septon. Backland, Harvest Church. Emmeline White held a strange badge, chuckling inwardly. The world sure is long-winded. Just finding a nighthawk named Leonard Mitchell on Pinster Street. He even emphasized secrets and dreams. Doubting my abilities? He changed into a tailcoat and white shirt, glanced out the window. Heh, he has secrets, but I have mine. Lord Nibbs or other earls are secretly watching. Being pulled into a dream? He concocted a blue medicine, pocketed it, donned his silk hat, and left. It was morning, but Backland's sky was gloomy, fog spreading like water. The sunlight is a little blinding, he muttered, hailing a carriage to the steam metro and buying a first-class ticket to Northborough. 40 minutes later, Emmeline stood at 7 Pinster Street, rang the doorbell, and waited. When footsteps approached, he quickly drank his prepared medicine. The door opened to a black-haired, green-eyed man in homeware, shirt untucked, exuding uninhibited freedom. Although an Evernite believer, his looks barely compared to a sanguine. Emmeline tipped his hat. "Good morning, are you Mr. Leonard Mitchell?" Leonard frowned slightly, covering a yawn. "You are?" "A visitor. I have something I would like to seek your help on." Emmeline smiled arrogantly. The attitude gave Leonard a strange sense of familiarity, like looking at his former self, convinced he was the protagonist of the era. Clearing his throat, Leonard said, "I'm only an ordinary citizen. I do not accept missions. If you have any issues, then you can find a private detective." Emmeline smiled. "This matter is something only you can complete. I wish to purchase a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others." Leonard's eyes focused. "Who are you?" Emmeline didn't answer immediately, surveying the surroundings and clicking his tongue. "Impressive. I nearly failed to realize I'd been pulled into a dream." He took out the small badge given by the world. Leonard glanced at it, his expression easing slightly. He tilted his head, paused, and the scene shattered like glass. Leonard sneered, pointing inside. "Let's talk inside." Chapter 610, Throwing the Die. Emmeline showed no fear at Leonard Mitchell's invitation, holding his top hat with a subtle smile as he entered without hesitation. He didn't remove his coat. Potions professors often carried items that didn't look pleasant when revealed. Sitting in his starched tailcoat, he leaned back and said lazily, "Actually, there's no need to go through the trouble. If you have it, name the price. Otherwise, just frankly say so." "Of course, I'm very certain you have one." His red eyes reflected Leonard, secretly pleased at the feeling of knowing another's secret while keeping his own. Leonard combed his black hair with his fingers, sitting casually opposite him. Smiling, he said, "At the very least, I need to know who wants it. Perhaps it's me, or perhaps it's my friend." Leonard squinted, cocking his head as though thinking, then laughed. "All right, since you've already taken out that badge, I'll answer you frankly. I do have a mystical item that can be used to steal the beyonder powers of others, but I only have that one item. If you wish to buy it, £7,000. No negotiation." £7,000? Emmeline was stunned, barely keeping his sanguine bearing. "That's countless dolls and dresses." After a moment, he smiled. "I'll consider it. I'll answer you in 2 days." "Sure." Leonard curled the corners of his lips. Emmeline left calmly, boarded a carriage, then the steam metro back to Harvest Church, chuckling as he stepped inside. In the shadows of a tree and lamp, Leonard appeared silently, unseen by pedestrians. Someone from the Church of Earth Mother? He muttered, frowning before leaving Rose Street. Above the grey fog, Klein nearly blurted out, £7,000? Why not rob a bank? Even Gairman Sparrow's earlier quip felt tame by comparison. Based on bounties like Flowery Bowtie Jodson's, such an item was worth £5,000, maybe £6,000 at most. My dear poet, I didn't know you were a profiteering merchant. You always seemed so free and easy, uninterested in money. But since it could be resolved with money, Klein didn't want to risk other channels. He calculated his wealth: £300 advance from the apothecary, 5,400 bounty from Wormtongue, and cash from corpses, minus 200 owed to Miss Magician, £12,767 cash and 5 gold coins, plus £2,000 justice owed, and 1,800 for the psychiatrist characteristic. Even in Backland, I'm rich. Exhaling, he counted £7,500, 7,000 for the item, and 500 hazard pay for Emlyn. Sigh, half my wealth gone in an instant. Through the world, Klein informed Emlyn the deal was approved, but to delay the exchange until tomorrow, letting the cash air out to avoid detection by the angel in Leonard. 15 minutes later, Klein glanced at his diminished cash pile, sighed, and returned to reality. It was 10:40 Friday, 8 hours from Oravi Island. Time to intimidate the die of probability again. He brought out the iron cigar case holding the all-black eye, retreating to the washroom to avoid suspicion. The die of probability calmed, and Klein sealed the all-black eye again, relieved. Should last until Darkwill hands it off. Still, he worried. The all-black eye has true creator corruption. Repeatedly taking it out might let him lock on to me, but it's brief, just a minute or two. Thankfully, this is the last time. Why am I raising flags? Poi, poi, poi. Back in the living room, he saw the chubby apothecary slumped on a chair while the owl Harry looked energetic. Different creatures react differently to the same potion. I really don't know much about owls. Just a jack of all trades. He placed the die into a ring box, closed his eyes and waited. Suddenly, an extreme sense of danger struck beyond seer intuition, rippling even through the formless grey fog. An enemy. Ouroboros? Aurora Order Saint? Opening his eyes, Klein immediately planned countermeasures. One mistake here meant relying on resurrection. Darkwill and Harry likely wouldn't survive. He hoped the visitor only had a vague sense of direction, but they were on a ship at sea, easy to pinpoint. Space tore open above the liner, symbols swirling as an invisible door formed. 2 pale hands pulled it wide, and out stepped a brown-haired, slightly curled-haired man wearing a black bonnet and classic dark robe, looking no older than 40. Countless illusory images darted in his dark eyes like chaotic worlds layered within. Danger surged. Klein's expression alone made Darkwill and Harry freeze. He acted instantly, picking up the die of probability. Determine the outcome of the malefic visitor who just arrived. I want 1 point, he said softly, throwing the milky white die while silently praying to the goddess. Pretending calm so the petty die wouldn't sense weakness. The die clinked, rolled, and stopped. Blood red 1 point. Above the liner, the black-robed man reflected the entire ship in his eyes, emanating spirituality to scan. Extending a hand, he pulled another invisible door and stepped inside, vanishing. In the first-class cabin, Klein felt danger fade and exhaled deeply. If only this die had no side effects, it'd be a divine artifact. As expected of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, a monster pathway uniqueness, Darkwill finally croaked, "Well, what just happened?" Klein stayed calm. "There's no need for you to know. I understand. The more I know, the greater the danger I'll be in." Darkwill wiped his sweat. No more incidents occurred. As darkness fell and the sun sank, a towering lighthouse finally appeared in the distance. Chapter 6 or 11. Fate Councillor Aravi sat northeast of the Rorstad archipelago. Though not far in a straight line, the safe route twisted through the sea, adding hundreds of nautical miles. Once primitive and uninhabited, it had become home to exiled criminals, then settlers drawn by rich resources and an easy trade route. Now, it was a thriving port city. The lighthouse glowed warmly, guiding the liner into harbour. "We've finally arrived. My gratitude to the Crimson Moon and Fate for blessing me." Darkwill leapt from the gangway to solid ground. "Apart from Fate, you should thank the Fool and Sea God." Klein carried his suitcase and tapped his cane as they headed for St. Draco Cathedral's bell tower, home to Carnot. Dark Will knocked. The brown door creaked open to reveal a hunched, middle-aged man whose face looked disjointed, one eye lower than the other, nostrils uneven, facial muscles drooping on one side. His legs and arms were mismatched in size. "Who are you?" Carnot asked, dressed in a black robe. "Are you the bellman, Carnot?" "There shouldn't be a second person as ugly as me." "Indeed." Dark Will nodded seriously, then laughed. "Looks don't matter for a man, what's important is their skills in bed." "Tsk. That's because you haven't met people with a pure looks fetish." Klein scoffed silently. Carnot's expression darkened. "I don't wish to discuss such matters. You have problems in that area? No problem, I have different kinds of medicine." Klein hurriedly stepped forward before Dark Will was beaten to death. "He's Roy King's student." "I figured." Roy King described his traits. Carnot moved aside and let them in. The cramped room had only a bed and a cabinet. Dark Will handed him the ring box, forcing a smile. "My teacher got me to give this to you." Carnot checked the 4 points on the die, relieved. "You aren't as unreliable as your teacher described. You didn't try using it. That would have woken it." Dark Will blushed. "That's because it's quiet now. In 1 or 2 hours it rolls itself. Best think of a way to seal it again." Carnot twitched. "Again? I accidentally dropped it, then it came alive." Dark Will avoided looking at Harry, perched outside as lookout. Carnot's back nearly straightened. "How did you arrive here?" Dark Will hurriedly pointed at Klein. "Thanks to this gentleman, a powerful adventurer who protected us and temporarily sealed the die." "What method?" Klein smiled faintly. "Trade secret." Carnot pressed a hand to his chest and bowed. "Thank you on behalf of my organization." Dark Will continued. "Hiring him costs £1,000 and a request to help him find a powerful mystical item with no serious negative side effects. I only paid £300. You'll have to pay the rest." Carnot twitched. "I only have £100. Silence filled the tiny room. The wind blew cold through the cracks before Carnot finally said, "Perhaps Councillor Ricciardo has the money. I'll lead you to him. He trusts us. If we were trouble, we wouldn't have returned the die intact." Klein quietly activated spirit vision, scanning Carnot. His aura was strange, normal emotions but an ether body seemingly stitched together, green heart, purple head, yellow digestive system. Even his soul felt patchwork. Carnot noticed Klein's gaze. "I'm sensitive to spirit vision. I'm not naturally born. I'm a product of the Church of Earth Mother's experiments refining the human body, a failed specimen. That's why I lack ability in that aspect." He said the last part to Dark Will, who wisely stayed quiet. Carnot donned a black robe, grabbed a lantern, and led them down the tower's steps. Church of Earth Mother experiment, now in the life school of thought, yet working under the Church of Storms. Disguise or connection? Klein mused as they reached a stone bridge. The owl Harry swooped down to a branch which snapped under it. It barely stayed airborne. Carnot said flatly, "Councillor Ricciardo is injured. His powers are out of control. Anyone nearby gets tainted with bad luck." He tossed the ring box under the bridge. "Mr. Councillor, Roy King's student has delivered the die." "Very good." A hoarse voice echoed. A silver-scaled palm emerged from the shadows, picking up the box and opening it. With the other scaled hand, Ricciardo held a greyish-white leather loop covered in symbols and Hermes text pointing to Snake of Mercury, Will or Septin. He stuffed the die inside, sealed it, and reconnected the ends. Small-scale fate locking it into perpetual calm. Will or Septin foresaw this. Klein exhaled in relief. Ricciardo's voice continued, "I know of your agreement, Mr. Gairman Sparrow. I'll find the mystical item after I recover. As for the £700, I'll give you luck. Go to the casinos and bet. Don't win more than £200 each, and no more than £700 total." "So you don't have money either?" Klein nodded. A moment later, Ricciardo said, "You have become sufficiently lucky." "Is that so?" Klein left and headed for a casino while Dark Will reported his teacher's imprisonment. Sitting at a blackjack table, Klein soon left with a blank face. He had lost £30. What happened to good luck? Why did I believe him? He returned to the bridge. "That fast? You have pretty good luck." Ricciardo laughed and coughed under the bridge. "I lost," Klein said evenly. "Lost," Ricciardo repeated, stunned into silence. An ordinary owl nervously fluttered down into the darkness. Chapter 6:12, In Hand. The 2 street lamps by the stone bridge gave little light. barely touching the soil under the crimson moon. Hidden beneath, Fate Counselor Ricciardo lay silent for a long while. Klein suspected he might have died from his injuries, possibly why the luck augmentation failed. Just as Klein was about to ask, Ricciardo coughed, hoarse. "You live up to the reputation of being a powerful adventurer capable of temporarily sealing the die. What happened exceeded my expectations. I'm curious why my luck augmentation on you failed. I regret I can't meet you in person. Otherwise I could see what Beyonders from other pathways struggle to see, even with powerful spirit visions. This is the uniqueness the Fate pathway holds." So the problem lies with me? Klein thought, but the real issue was that he needed to be reimbursed £730. The image of the orphan Ademisal called Monster in Tingen City flashed in his mind. The half-sequenced 9 youth had cried and collapsed, eyes bleeding, terrified. He'd seen something wrong with Klein, something related to the grey fog. Unfortunately, Ricciardo was too injured and surrounded by bad luck to help inspect Klein's situation. I should ask Snake of Fate Will or Septin when I'm back. He might answer vaguely, typical of this pathway. Klein kept his expression calm and asked, "Then what do you plan on doing?" Ricciardo sighed. "Get Dark Will here. I'll augment him with good luck and have him win money at the casinos on your behalf." Using the inn's name Ricciardo gave, Klein found the chubby apothecary, Dark Will. Carrying his suitcase and cane, Dark Will began winning at major casinos. By midnight he had won £750. After receiving the £730, Klein realized the problem. The luck augmentation failed because of him. Holding his bulging wallet, he frowned, realizing the thin greyish-white fog around him was the cause. Since advancing to Faceless, the fog integrated with reality, screening out weak ravings and neutralizing influences altering his fate. Thus, Ricciardo's luck boost was ineffective. By this logic, bad luck shouldn't affect me either, but it didn't make him lucky either. What the heck? I'm neither an unlucky fool nor a lucky man. Klein shook his head and followed Dark Will and the owl back to the stone bridge. He informed Ricciardo how to summon his messenger and to immediately send news upon finding any powerful mystical item. After this, Klein found a simple room at an inn in Oravi's port city. Backlund? Morning. Emlyn White moved under gloomy skies and thick fog as he arrived once again outside Northborough's 7 Pinster Street. He pulled the doorbell, straightened his back, and waited. Leonard opened the door, glanced at the handsome yet detestable visitor, then stepped aside. Dressed in homewear with a dark vest over a white shirt and black trousers, Leonard smiled. "Have you considered the matter?" "No problem." Emlyn had no intention to haggle since it wasn't his money. He suspected Leonard might raise the price if pressed. Leonard nodded gently. "Very rich." "Trying to make me say more," Emlyn scoffed silently. "That's not something you need to concern yourself with." He raised his suitcase and opened it, revealing £7,000 in cash. Leonard carefully checked each stack, then pulled off his red left glove and handed it to Emlyn. "This is the mystical item you require. It can change colors to disguise itself. It's called Tinder. It raises the wearer's charm, making their words highly persuasive. It can steal the beyonder power of a target within 50 meters. The more you understand the target, the easier it is to steal the desired power. Less knowledge means more randomness and reliance on luck. At sequence 6, theft might fail. The higher the sequence, the higher the chance of failure. After success, the target loses the stolen power for at least 12 hours. The owner can use the stolen power adeptly for 10 minutes. It's expensive because it has very few negative side effects. Emlyn's interest was piqued. What are its negative side effects? Leonard combed his hair, smiling. First, wearing it has a small chance of losing something on you. Second, using it causes a particular beyonder power of yours to be lost for at least 12 hours, but only one power is lost during that time, no matter how often it's used. Compared to many sealed artifacts I know, that's trivial. Emlyn cleared his throat and nodded. He took Tinder, examined it, then placed the cash stacks on the coffee table. He put the glove back in the suitcase rather than carrying it. With the suitcase, Emlyn returned to the Harvest Church, then set up a sacrificial ritual in the priest's break room. The illusory door opened, and the red glove tore through the dark void, sent above the grey fog. As the fog touched the glove, a tiny, distorted, terrifying face appeared, struggling and evaporating. Klein wasn't surprised. Leonard's grandpa was an angel of the Marauder pathway. If Amon could do it, he could as well. Klein had prepared sufficiently, confident he could wipe out the corresponding aura without alerting the grey fog, so no reaction from Leonard. Picking up the sea god scepter before him, Klein lit its blue gems. Suddenly, silver light bloomed above the fog. Lightning storms carried parts of the fog's power, zapping the tiny face. It dissipated, leaving behind a dead translucent worm with 12 transparent rings. Worm of time, but weaker than Amon's. Klein muttered, beckoning the glove and worm. After scrutiny, he confirmed it was basically identical to the worm Amon's avatar left behind. My dear poet's grandpa is of the same sequence as Amon? Sequence 1? Or maybe it's a unique early sequence trait. Klein guessed, but couldn't verify. As for the worm's use or how long its spirituality would last, he could only toss it in the junk pile due to ignorance. 7 Pinster Street, Backlund. Leonard sat on the sofa, eyes shut tightly, legs propped on the coffee table as if catching up on lost sleep. After an unknown time, he opened his eyes, voice low. "What happened? Have you determined the true buyer of Tinder?" An elderly voice echoed in his mind. "The aura I left behind has been eliminated, completely eliminated." "Did you discover anything?" Leonard asked deeply. The voice sighed. "Nothing. Everything was over before I could react. If I were at my best, I might have grasped some clues. Unfortunately, I've been weak for years." Leonard was silent for more than 10 seconds, then shook his head. "Then we'll temporarily treat it as if this never happened." Above the grey fog, Klein listened to Emlyn's report and noted the mystical item's information. He fiddled with Tinder. "Ha ha, a glove for my right hand," he chuckled. After thought, Klein abandoned immediately extracting the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye. He wanted to ensure success, saving that for when concocting the marionettist potion. The City of Silver's record said even without the grey fog screen no problems arose. With the fog there would be no extra accidents even from the true creator's corruption. I can use Tinder normally. When using it, I'll put cash, pocket watch and other mystical items above the fog. I mustn't lose anything. Though as a seer, do I really need to worry about losing things? Hehe. In battle, I'll have creeping hunger on my left hand, Tinder on my right. Sounds formidable. Klein checked his progress. Everything for the Sequence 5 marionettist potion was ready except 2 common supplementary ingredients. He nodded subtly, muttering, "Just need to wait for the faceless potion to be digested. Then I'll board the Admiral of Stars or the Hanged Man and head east of the Sonia Sea to find mermaids." Chapter 613, Leonard's Investigation, Loan Kingdom, Eastchester County, Stone City. After leaving the manor, Audrey moved into a villa. After attending social gatherings with local nobles, she sent her servant to Varvat Bank to withdraw cash. She could easily pay off the £2,000 owed to Mr. Fool's Blessed and the £1,800 owed to Mr. World for the psychiatrist characteristic. 15 minutes later, Audrey entered her bedroom and glanced at Annie, her personal maidservant who was supervising the staff. She smiled softly at the golden retriever sitting by the wall. Lowering her voice with shining eyes, she asked, "Susie, you'll receive a gift in a while. Are you looking forward to it?" In the past, Audrey might have said, "Susie, your present is here," letting the dog find the item in the room. Susie, versed in basic mysticism, could easily guess if ritualistic magic was involved. But with Audrey's vague wording, the gift's arrival could take many forms. Susie sensed Audrey's joy and sincerity and opened her mouth to inquire, but quickly caught Annie approaching and restrained herself. She wagged her tail, anticipating. After making an excuse to leave, Audrey entered her specially marked chemistry laboratory. She placed the psychiatrist characteristic and supplementary ingredients on the table. "Susie, do you still remember the potion concocting process?" Audrey asked excitedly. "Woof, I remember," Susie barked joyfully, knowing her present. "Try to concoct it by yourself." Susie looked down at her paws and fell silent. Audrey was taken aback for a moment but then giggled, covering her mouth. "All right, Susie, there's no need to say a word. I know you wish to say you're only a dog and can't concoct the potion, right?" "Woof." Susie nodded strongly. Audrey turned around and quickly finished concocting the psychiatrist potion herself. She'd asked Susie and learned she finished digesting the potion on Wednesday, less than 2 months ago. Much of Susie's success was thanks to going unnoticed, eavesdropping on the staff and learning their true thoughts. That helped Audrey learn the dark sides of many who appeared kind. Pouring the potion into a bowl on the floor, Audrey watched Susie lick it eagerly. Susie might become unstable under the potion's influence, but Audrey was ready to use placate at any moment. Or rather, she preferred calling it psychoanalysis. It sounded more professional. Audrey stared into Susie's eyes, noticing her pupils gradually fade and turn vertical. Dark gold scales grew beneath her fur, and her spirituality radiated, intertwining with the villa's space. Calming her nervousness, Audrey prepared to use psychoanalysis should anything abnormal happen. Suddenly, Susie's voice sounded in her ears. "Audrey, I'm done." Audrey was briefly at a loss for words. In her dream, Daisy returned to Eastborough and her old apartment. She opened the door to see her mother, Liz, and sister Fraser doing laundry. Daisy, delighted, was about to join them ironing when a knock came. Turning, she saw a young man in a black and white checkered police uniform with black hair and green eyes. He held a notebook and pen. "In the Capim case, apart from what you mentioned, is there anything else you didn't tell us?" he asked. "It's all nothing important," Daisy answered groggily. The officer smiled warmly. "It's fine, I'm willing to listen." Daisy recalled more details, saying, "After I was abducted, my mother and sister hired a private detective named Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. He's a good man. Though he didn't find me directly, he later contacted a reporter who helped me get compensated with foundation money." The officer looked at Daisy and smiled. "Very good. Your answer is very satisfactory. Do you still remember the private detective's appearance?" Daisy nodded and saw Mr. Sherlock Moriarty beside her, a man with a thick beard and gold-rimmed glasses, nearly identical to her memory. The officer's gaze lingered on the image, then he vanished, as did her mother and sister. She ran through Eastborough searching, but woke from her depression, staring at the dormitory ceiling, silently burying half her face in her pillow. A wet stain spread quietly by the pillow's edge. The visitor in Daisy's dream was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Though his investigation of the cases was partly to buy time for his own affairs, he discovered a connection. In both the Llanivers and Capim cases, a private detective named Sherlock Moriarty appeared, along with his friend, reporter Mike Joseph. Though peripheral, this was a lead worth investigating. That Sherlock Moriarty looks somewhat familiar. Which fugitive is he? Leonard recalled the dream as he donned his red glove and entered the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Just as he greeted Team Captain Soest, a partner approached with 2 thin sheets of paper. "The information on the red-eyed man from the Harvest Church is all here. Thank you. Want to have lunch?" Leonard smiled. The Nighthawk shrugged. "No, as long as you stop giving me nightmares." "Deal." Leonard accepted the dossier. He stood casually, browsing the papers. Emlyn White, a vampire under the Church of Earth Mother. He vanished for a time. His parents hired private detectives to find him. Thanks to a Mr. Stewart, this was ultimately resolved by the famous detective Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's smile faded as he repeated the name in his mind. Klein wasn't in a rush to act. He toured Oravi Island's port city with the mindset of a tourist, savoring a rare moment of relaxation. Most residents were lone immigrants. The cuisine resembled the kingdom's east coast, but included rare fruits and seafood unique to the city. Rich in natural resources and on a key safe sea route, the standard of living was good. Even suburban farmers saved money from fruit gardens. That didn't mean Oravi lacked poor people, mostly former slaves. Slavery had been abolished long ago by Lowndes Parliament. After chewing a juicy fruit, Klein watched the sky darken, turned a corner, and entered Sweet Lemon, a popular adventurer's bar. He planned to buy the 2 remaining marionettist supplementary ingredients, Drago tree bark and Sonia golden spring water. The bar was lively. Crowds cheered around a boxing ring, and adventurers discussed rumors quietly at tables. As Klein squeezed toward the bar, he heard his name. "I'm Gammon Sparrow. You should know who I am. I received a treasure map and need helpers. Not because I'm afraid, but I can't carry that treasure alone." A green-eyed man in his 30s held half a glass of liquor, speaking to 2 men and 2 women. You are also named Gairman Sparrow? Treasure map? Scam? Klein thought. His killing of Wormtongue had spread to Byam, probably via telegram or visitors. Many knew his name and deeds, but not his face. Cheats used this to impersonate him. The man drank, slammed his glass, and said, I don't mind if you refuse or agree, but I hate waiting. Do you wish to be like Wormtongue? The young man opposite looked intimidated. I know you're a powerful adventurer. So? The green-eyed man cut him off. Suddenly the man felt his collar tighten and was lifted and thrown outside. Klein said nothing and coldly threw the man out. He drew his revolver, aimed at the spot where the man landed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The man fell, a spark flickering near his crotch. Frightened, he swallowed curses and scrambled away. Without explanation, his weak act proved he wasn't the real Gairman Sparrow. Klein ignored the dazed man, politely blew the revolver's mouth, and tucked it away. He walked calmly to the bar counter, leaving a heavy silence behind. Chapter 6 and 14. Adventure Association. Klein sat at the bar counter and slammed his fist down. 1 glass of Southville beer. Behind him, a few bouncers hesitated, unsure whether to warn him or pretend no shot was fired. The bartender caught the bouncer's eyes, chuckling as he picked up a glass. Why don't you try a cup of sweet lemon? Our boss once went to Trier to learn cocktail mixing. He's mastered many recipes left by Emperor Roselle and created the most popular sweet lemon in Oravi. Klein remained unmoved. I only drink beer. All right. The bartender wasn't in a rush to get the beer. Smiling, he asked, Sir, are you an adventurer? Klein nodded, but said nothing. Perhaps you should meet our boss, the bartender said cheerfully. He's very friendly to new adventurers and might treat you to drinks. Besides, some aid might be offered. Klein, intent on buying marionettist supplementary ingredients, didn't reject the offer. He took out a brass penny, flicked it up, caught it, and placed it as a tip on the counter. He then followed a bouncer upstairs to a room at the corridor's end. The room was lined with thick, brownish-yellow carpet, smelling faintly of high-quality coal smoke and cigar aroma. A middle-aged man with neatly combed blonde hair reclined in a chair, sucking a cigar and reading papers. 6 bodyguards surrounded him. Though Klein wasn't a spectator domain beyonder and couldn't detect their exact power, his spiritual intuition told him these bodyguards were beyonders. Dangerous ones. The man put down the newspaper, loosened his black shirt collar, and stood slowly. Extending his right hand, he said, Welcome to Oravi, my adventurer friend. His blue eyes smiled sincerely. Klein smacked palms with him wordlessly, waiting for him to speak. The man pointed to a sofa opposite his chair and chuckled. I'm the boss here, Bilt Brando. I was once an adventurer with considerable strength. I've lived long and earned well. His confidence was clear. Klein sat without ceremony, leaning forward, expressionless and waiting. Seeing Klein silent, Bilt sat back and leisurely sucked his cigar before saying, To be honest, there's a motive behind me meeting every new adventurer. He pointed to a sea map on the table. East from the Rorstead archipelago, the sea gets messier. Military and church strength dwindle, only guarding their own harbors. The sea here is a pirate playground, very dangerous for adventurers, so I want to organize a loosely connected alliance. We can band together when facing danger. This alliance has no strong binding terms. You can turn a blind eye when others are in danger without punishment, but if you need help, don't expect any. I promise one thing. Alliance adventurers get the lowest prices when buying from me and at least market price when selling spoils. Bilt smiled, chuckled, and asked, What do you think? Interested in joining? No extra fees. The goal is just assistance against pirates. Klein nodded. Sounds pretty good. Ha, I thought of calling it the Adventuring Brotherhood, but Brotherhood sounded too binding. So, Adventure Association it is, Bilt said self-deprecatingly. He lowered his cigar, smacked his lips, shook his head, and smiled. Sorry, forgot to ask your name. Klein kept his posture, voice deep and calm. Gairman Sparrow. Gairman Sparrow. Bilt's eyelids twitched, his smile stiffened, and his guards tensed like facing a formidable enemy. Bilt quickly composed himself and didn't ask if Klein was real or a cheat. He chuckled. Anything you want to buy? I have a lot of good stuff. Sonia's golden spring water, Klein said calmly but cautiously. He didn't mention Drago tree bark since it could likely be bought at herb stores. Bilt sighed with relief and smiled. Easy. £30 for 100 millilitres. Even on Sonia Island it's only a few pounds cheaper. The barbarians from Faysac sealed off the fountain's source, making it rare. Deal. Klein knew the price was fair. After the deal, Bilt was about to speak when knocking sounded. After permission, a bouncer leaned in and whispered. Bilt's expression instantly darkened, his presence turned cold and deadly. He must be strong, either a famous adventurer or a pirate, possibly mid-sequence beyonder. Klein assessed calmly. Bilt turned to Klein and said with difficulty, "Mr. Sparrow, I have matters to tend to. We can have drinks if the chance arises." "Okay." Klein stood slowly, uninterested in Bilt's affairs. Curiosity wasn't enough to change his course. After leaving Sweet Lemon, Klein returned to his inn. City of Silver, daytime marked by frequent lightning. Derek Berg finished practicing all Solar High Priest Beyonder powers, then headed to the Twin Towers. After many tarot gatherings he understood the lightning's pattern and roughly when Mr. Fool would pull him above the grey fog. Now was the final day. He went to the library to read ancient god histories for Mr. Fool. Passing the training field's partitioned area, he glimpsed resting explorers, the team led by six-member council chief Colin Iliad. They'd returned to quarantine after finishing their exploration based on Jack's info. Derek retracted his gaze heavily and went to the steeple's third-floor library. Just as he reached for ancient legend books, he noticed a familiar figure. A fair, beautiful woman in her 30s wore a long black robe embroidered with purple patterns. Her curly, silvery grey hair cascaded down. She was Lovia Tiffany, the six-member council elder imprisoned for a long time. Her faint grey eyes swept over Derek, piercing his soul and making him stiffen. "Greetings, Elder Lovia." Derek bowed and pressed a hand to his chest. Lovia nodded gently. "I've been removed from quarantine." She announced this calmly and left. Derek stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his back. Why was she released? Had the council deemed her safe? His nerves tightened abnormally. Monday afternoon above the grey fog, Klein rested his elbows on the armrest, fingers crossed, watching crimson beams light then fade into blurry figures. Then, Miss Justice's brisk greeting reached him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Chapter 615, Greyish-White Fog. While Miss Justice greeted, the hermit Cattleya maintained silence, observing. She watched Miss Justice and Miss Magician conjure Roselle diary pages to pay debts. Cattleya carefully glanced at Mr. Fool, unable to see through the special grey fog, her dark purple eyes only discerning conjured clothes. With 3 pages, Klein wasn't in a rush. He had already interacted with a Grade 0 sealed artifact and knew what a uniqueness looked like, even intimidating one. He believed nothing Roselle wrote could greatly shock him, unless he was given a demoness blessing and temporarily became a woman. Klein joked inwardly, surveying the table. Ma'am Hermit's curiosity about Roselle's diary was different, he noted. He casually read the yellowish-brown goatskin. 22nd April. We plan on entering to explore the abyss. 23rd April. We followed the pitch-black ocean, passed through the liquid-like fog, and arrived at a mountain peak that resembled a monster. Behind it was endless black fog, seeming to blanket a continent. Its bottom seemed endless. I joked with Edwards that if I jumped off I might never fall, forever in a state of falling. Klein nearly pricked up his brows. Roselle dared to explore the abyss periphery with his knights and sailors. Isn't he afraid of dying? Legend says it corrupts everything. Roselle wasn't a demigod then, at best sequence 5. If it were Klein, he'd turn back. He gained a deep understanding of their difference. Roselle's description reminded him of Amon's mausoleum's mysterious stone doors after Archbishop Horomic's puppet contact. What did Roselle discover? At least he didn't die. Klein moved his gaze down. 24th April. We proceeded down the peak to probe deeper. The thick black fog was biting cold, eroding flesh and soul. Luckily, the Dark King I am on board had items to resist corruption, or my knights might become Farron's Undead Legion members. It was very quiet, and we discovered nothing. 25th April. We saw devils, but as rotting corpses. Behind the black, jagged mountain, below a slush-filled opening, different devil corpses lay in normal or unimaginable places. They were as though killed at the same moment. 26th April. Either corpses or silence. No end ahead. Items on the Dark King began showing signs of corruption. I've seldom had fear, but here, fear of the unknown clasps my heart tightly. I have to leave. I have to return. I can't stay here any longer. What happened after? Did Roselle escape or encounter something else? What did the abnormality symbolize? Klein felt anticipation flipping to the second page, but was let down. It wasn't connected. 8th May. My beloved Bernadette is almost 2, more likable as she grows, living up to her mother's and my excellent genes. Hearing her call me daddy and seeing her bubbly figure, I felt satisfaction. Since transmigrating, I've done many things, some dishonorable, but without shame or regret. This is partly due to difficulty curbing desires, easily influenced by environment. Thank fate I've not met a desire apostle I'd succumb. My other reason is alienation from this world. My parents and Matilda receive more possessive instinct than love. My mental state is like playing a virtual reality RPG. Parents, brothers, friends are non-playable characters. I can devote some feelings but never serious. I join corrupted gatherings without guilt, face people I know coldly, like slaughtering a village for a chicken in the Elder Scrolls. But after Bernadette's birth I gained a sense of belonging, no longer estranged. This is my living child. Perhaps this is maturity? Without children, it's impossible to realize this feeling. Klein didn't even have a girlfriend. He had to be alert about this state of mind. It might appear in the future. The higher the sequence, the greater godhood over humanity. Klein sighed, flipping to the 3rd diary page. 6th January, a brand new year. After advancing to artisan, I finally have the powers to create the mysterious silver plate in my memories. There's a high chance my transmigration was a result of it. After becoming a savant, I recalled its appearance with strange symbols, but then I sensed I couldn't replicate it. 9th January. I finally succeeded after repeated failures. Holding the silver plate filled with special symbols and patterns, I tried to inject spirituality to activate it. An endless greyish-white fog seemed to surface, but nothing happened. Is it a material problem, or am I lacking requisites? 10th January. According to recollections, I restored my past state, believing I lacked nothing. Yet, the plate only showed strange grey fog, unable to help. How did I succeed in transmigration then? I temporarily gave up, destroyed the plate. Perhaps as a high sequence beyonder and demigod, I will interpret those patterns to figure out the truth. Yes, I'll definitely become a demigod. I'm the protagonist of this era. Greyish-white fog? The Emperor saw an endless greyish-white fog after replicating the mysterious silver plate from Earth. Klein's eyes suddenly shrank. There was an immutable endless grey fog beneath his feet. Could their transmigrations relate to this mysterious space? But why couldn't the Emperor enter, and Klein could? Roselle never cracked the mystery, or he would have used this place in despair. Klein raised his head, his gaze landing outside the ancient palace. He recalled that deep in this mysterious space there was a staircase of light, built for giants, leading to the grey fog that seemed to support something mid-air. The secret of their transmigration lies there? Klein made the diary pages vanish, leaned back and said, "You may begin." Derek wished to purchase the Sequence 6 potion formula after Solar High Priest, but Elder Lovier's release made him abandon plans. He wanted to mention everything, seeking guidance. As it was the transaction segment, he held back, waiting. Something on Little Son's mind. Something unexpected in the City of Silver? Audrey thoughtfully retracted her gaze, not requesting to purchase anything either. At this moment, Alger surveyed the area and voiced out, "I need the potion formula of Ocean Songster." Indeed, he's already a Sequence 6, a wind-blessed. Someone from the Church of Storms? Why seek the Ocean Songster formula elsewhere? Obtaining it internally is easier. He has secrets from the church, or was he just pretending? Catalia instantly had theories, gently taking note. "I can help you take note." Upon noticing the hermit's response, Alger asked, "Ma'am, is there anything you need? I can search for clues ahead of time so as to trade for the potion formula." Author's note: a Dark Souls 3 meme. Farron's Undead Legion, aka the Abyss Watchers, were corrupted by the Abyss. Chapter 616, Silver Lining. What do I need? Catalia silently chuckled, sensing that the hanged man was probing her with a very ordinary question. Any needs meant clues. Ignoring that she'd already obtained the potion formula for Sequence 4 Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior pathway and was accumulating points for one main ingredient, she had no shortage of resource channels. Many, in fact. Remembering the sea god scepter wielded by Mr. Fool, she smiled and said, I need a mystical item at the demigod level, the kind with acceptable side effects. Alger almost retorted, warning her not to joke. Even in the Church of Storms, such items weren't easy to obtain, especially for a mid-sequence beyonder like her. If she really had such an item without serious side effects, why wouldn't she keep it for herself? Alger knew the hermit was mocking his attempt to sound her out, but was calmer than most. He took a deep breath. I'll keep an eye out. But ma'am, you should know just an effective clue towards such an item might cover the cost of an ocean songster's potion formula. Very staid, not easily angered. This is very different from the usual style of the Church of Storms. Was the conclusion of my first observation wrong? He's only disguising himself as a priest of the storm? No, I can't think of it that way. This might also be because he doesn't dare to flare up under Mr. Fool's watch. Or perhaps he's just an odd one out in the Church of Storms. There might not be many, but it's not extremely rare. Catalea wasn't greedy, so she didn't press him further. She nodded. I know. No one made requests during the transaction segment. Many already had the means to acquire what they needed. Audrey and Fours awaited later potion formulas, constrained by their finances. Emlyn, eager for the Sanguine's Viscount inheritance, and Miss Magician wanting a mystical item, also refrained. As everyone shared low sequence status, advancement slowed and transaction frequency dropped, from once or twice a week before, to every 2 or 3 weeks now, possibly months later. Klein nodded gently. It was time for free exchange. Audrey looked at Derek, waiting for him to explain the City of Silver's unexpected situation. Derek didn't disappoint. Elder Lovia has been released. I encountered her at the library. Shepherd Lovia, leader of a team corrupted by the true creator? How was she free? What was the 6-member council thinking? Klein wanted to say, if there's nothing wrong with Lovia, I'll chop off my head and gift it to the true creator to be kicked like a ball, but reconsidered, fearing curses involving deities might have consequences. Of course, he didn't have to be that careful above the grey fog. Elder Lovia has been released? That shepherd? Audrey recalled the name. Back then, Little Sun used Blasphemer Amon's possession and Mr. Fool's help to expose that the entire exploration team was corrupted by the true creator. Lavia led the team. Her role as shepherd corresponded to the secret's suppliant pathway of the true creator. Yes. Derek nodded toward the hanged man. Alger paused, then asked, has your chief returned to the City of Silver? Why ask now? To release such a figure, surely the council would wait for the chief's return. If not, the situation must be dire. If yes, the release probably relates to the exploration outcome, according to Little Sun, the only recent one. Audrey sighed, chastising herself for not thinking of this sooner. Derek was surprised by Mr. Hanged Man's insight. Yes, not long ago. Fours, who had been quietly listening, pieced together an idea. Mr. Sun, could this be the situation? Your chief led the exploration team and the boy Jack to seek a path outside, but they realized they needed the true creator's power. This isn't a lie, but inference. Jack's father belonged to the Aurora Order, which sought the true creator's holy residence before arriving here. Therefore, your chief decided to release Shepherd Lovia after returning. If that's true, Mr. Sun would be in grave danger, Audrey said, worried. Forz's words sank Derek's heart. Alger shook his head. No, I believe the opposite. Miss Magician's inference matches mine, but I think this makes it safer for the Sun. Why? Derek's heart eased. Simple. Balance. Klein scoffed inwardly. The true creator's danger is obvious to any sentient being with eyes and a brain. Your chief won't bet everything on him. He needs a force to counterbalance the true creator. You, who exposed their ploy, were possessed by Blasphemer Amon and might represent another possibility. The more Lovia and company wish harm on you, the more the chief and elders protect you, turning a blind eye to suspicious parts you couldn't erase, Alger explained. A silver lining? Fours was stunned. Mr. Hanged Man made sense. When it came to analysis, Audrey still fell short. She felt a bit depressed and thought of puffing her cheeks, but realized it wasn't elegant, so she kept quiet. Others struggled. Emlyn, unfamiliar with Lovia, barely followed but knew about Jack and repeated cycles. He guessed they'd released a danger tied to the true creator to break the City of Silver's deadlock. Compared to him, Catalea understood nothing. She felt from another world. Yet she felt admiration despite it. something she hadn't felt since years ago when weak. There had been inklings in past tarot gatherings, especially involving the City of Silver, but never this serious. Also, why discuss the true creator and blasphemer Ammon so casually? They were only mid-sequence beyonders. What had they really done? Cataleya's confidence suffered. After Mr. Hangman's analysis, Derek sighed in relief, then asked tensely, could this lead to our City of Silver being destroyed by the fallen creator? He wanted a comforting answer but heard, that possibility can't be ruled out. Then what should I do? He asked earnestly. Since we don't understand what your chief and the other council elders are planning, I can't advise, but you don't need to panic. Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, silently watching from the end of the long bronze table. Following his gaze, Derek saw Mr. Fool's blurry figure cloaked in grey fog. A serene feeling washed over him, reminding him of that holy, powerful angel. Although I've foiled several of the true creator's ploys, I'll definitely not last a second if I were to really clash with him. The situation will devolve into the fool coming to his doorstep, but the true creator finding the fool completely lacking. Klein remained casual and silent. Derek looked back at Alger. Mr. Hanged Man, thank you. I'll try to understand what Chief and the others plan. With the discussion ending, Cataleya asked, was the blasphemer Ammon you mentioned the ancestor of the Ammon family in the 4th Epoch Tudor Empire? The son of the creator? Son of the creator? Audrey was stunned. She glanced toward the long bronze table's end and saw Mr. Fool sitting calmly, as if tacitly confirming Ammon's other identity. Chapter 617, The Mysterious Adam. The son of the creator? Alger was stunned by the hermit's description as he couldn't help but twitch his brows. However, he didn't directly inquire further because this could very likely expose certain matters. Besides, he was very confident that there would be other members asking, the son of the creator? Fours asked with piqued interest. She never expected that Ammon had such a shocking identity, aside from the titles like Blasphemer and King of Angels. Cataleya swept her a look and said without a change in tone, legend has it that back when the original creator split into the various deities and races, his body produced 2 babies. One of them was Blasphemer Ammon. Perhaps the creator had really awoken twice, and perhaps the original creator and Ammon's father, the creator as recorded by the City of Silver, aren't the same person. Both of them have an inheritance relationship. As Klein listened to Mum Hermit's description, he began theorizing. Ammon is actually the son of the creator. Such a status is in no way inferior to the true gods. As for Mr. Fool, our tarot club was able to easily purify his avatar and stop his possession. Audrey recalled the past matters and suddenly felt that she had unknowingly exceeded many ordinary beyonders. She asked with piqued interest, Ma'am Hermit, do you know the other son of the creator? Adam, Cataleya answered succinctly. Audrey was clearly taken aback. Her question only required a yes or no, but Ma'am Hermit had directly given her the name. She doesn't seem to care too much about such information. She's in control of a lot of information. I've never heard of an important figure named Adam. I haven't either. Apart from being recorded as the son of the creator, it's like he has never appeared before. There are nearly no traces of him in the history of the 4th Epoch, Cataleya answered frankly. This Adam is very mysterious. I'm already rather well versed in the 4th Epoch's 3 empires of Solomon, Tudor and Trunsoest, as well as the angel families that come under them. Yet I've never heard of him before. Has he long perished, or is he hidden in the dark while scheming something? Klein sighed inwardly. Audrey looked at Derek. For some reason, Derek easily understood what was on Miss Justice's mind. He said in slight embarrassment, we do not know about Adam, just like how we don't know about Ammon. I was previously searching for ancient tomes related to the King of Angels. I believe that I was lacking in clearance as my sequence was still low at that time. I will continue searching for information on this. Cataleya directly asked, Ammon is a King of Angels that all of you are referring to? Yes. To thank Ma'am Hermit for her generosity, Audrey explained in detail. In the records of the City of Silver, the Creator had many angels attending to him. Among them, the leaders of the angels who were closest to the throne of God were deemed King of Angels. We haven't managed to confirm many King of Angels, One of them is the angel of fate Ouroboros, who originates from the ancient tomes of the City of Silver. His title is Tail Devourer. The second is Medici, who Mr. Fool happened to mention. The third is a guess. We suspect that Ammon is the angel of time among the king of angels. Since he is a king of angels, Adam, who is also a son of the Creator, is very likely one as well. Haven't managed to confirm many. I don't even know the term king of angels, but you have already grasped half of them. That's not many? Cattleya nearly became speechless. Cattleya fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Mr. Sun, you were once possessed by Ammon?" "Yes, it was his avatar," Derek answered honestly. "However, he was purified by Mr. Fool. I wasn't injured at all." Purified by Mr. Fool, Cattleya couldn't hold back the urge to look at the end of the long bronze table. She originally imagined that she had a general idea of Mr. Fool's state, but the present situation shook the foundations of her speculation. She felt that Mr. Fool was like an iceberg. What was hidden beneath the surface was even more terrifying and unfathomable. Audrey proactively asked, "Ma'am Hermit, after Ammon's avatar was purified by Mr. Fool, a worm with 12 transparent rings was left behind. It's said to be a worm of time. Is that correct?" "Yes. Which pathway does it belong to? I mean, which Beyonder pathway does the Blasphemer pathway belong to?" Cattleya answered directly, "The Marauder pathway. Legend has it that at the saint or angel level, they are able to fool fate and cheat the rules, becoming a parasite of time. Then what can a worm of time be used for?" Nice question. Klein secretly cheered for Miss Justice. He happened to have a worm of time in his junk pile. It's a material with rich spirituality and unique effects. It can be used in particular rituals or be used to create high-level charms, but as for how, I'm not sure. After Cattleya answered, she suddenly sighed. She recalled the nightmare of being constantly pursued by knowledge, as well as the massive amount of information that could seemingly burst her brains. All that matters is that it's useful. As for how it's used, I have other people to consult. Klein controlled the world with great satisfaction and looked at Emlyn. "Mr. Moon, I have something I would like to communicate with you in private." The world immediately requested for Mr. Fool's permission and successfully obtained the privilege of isolating everyone. Then he looked at Emlyn White and said, "I wish for you to present to me every action which Leonard Mitchell made in your memories." "Why?" Emlyn asked in puzzlement. "It involves certain secrets," Klein controlled the world to answer succinctly. His true goal wasn't to buy that mystical item, but to observe Leonard Mitchell. That fellow has deep secrets. The world as well. For an investigation he was willing to spend £7,500. Emlyn suppressed his wandering thoughts as he seriously recalled Leonard Mitchell from his point of view. With Mr. Fool's help, he conjured a video in the form of streaming light. When the streaming light landed in the world's hands, Klein quickly browsed through it. He confirmed that Leonard really knew the existence of the Grandpa, but he was unable to determine if he understood the danger. Temporarily suppressing any corresponding thoughts, Klein removed the isolation barriers and allowed the Tarot Club members to continue. Audrey hurriedly looked at Fours and asked in concern, "Miss Magician, did you discover any abnormalities at William Street?" "That will require Mr. World to answer you," Fours said, having been put into a difficult position. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak again, Klein controlled the world and hoarsely replied, "There were abnormalities, but I have already informed the Church of Evernite and the Church of Steam. If there are any future problems, I might require your help." "All right." Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Informed the Church of Evernite and Steam, Cattleya found the description ludicrous. From what she knew, a secret organization like the Tarot Club was a natural enemy of the official Beyonders. There was no room for any compromises between the two, but the way the world had dealt with it had made it seem like the Tarot Club was an organization that cooperated with the official Beyonders. Colored by these feelings, she listened to the rest of the conversation before bowing and bidding farewell when Mr. Fool made the closing remark. Soon, Klein was the only one left above the grey fog. Chapter 618, Volunteer Work. Bilt Brando held a cigar by the window, wearing a dark and terrifying expression. A bodyguard entered. "Sir, Sothoth has returned from the east." "Let him in." Sothoth Yan walked in, bronze skin, recessed eye sockets, black mustache, obviously someone who spent most of his time at sea. "Boss, something happened." "Yes, something happened. From the looks of it, it will fail." Bilt sighed. "I have no idea how I'm going to answer that important figure. Have there been any changes at the Eastern Front?" "Still the same. The pirates are still after every ship they can plunder. The Navy is only able to guard the various colonial posts." Sothoth shrugged. "There has been some recent news from the islands. Apparently it first originated from the Black Death." "Vice Admiral Ailment? What news is it?" Bilt asked, his interest piqued. "Vice Admiral Ailment really encountered an assassination attempt and was seriously injured, and the person who attacked her was the adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow." "Gehrman Sparrow?" Bilt blurted out. "Yes, it's him. He really is a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. Even if it was a sneak attack, it happened on the Black Death. There were so many infamous pirates around, but he managed to successfully escape after dealing a heavy blow to Vice Admiral Ailment. He later hunted Wormtongue Mythor," Sothoth answered with affirmation. Bilt staggered. "That's important news. There are very few powerhouses at the pirate admiral level among adventurers. To be able to deal a heavy blow to a pirate admiral on her flagship while alone, such an operation can only be done if one is absolutely confident in themselves or crazy enough. Only a madman will infiltrate a pirate admiral's flagship in an attempt to assassinate her." His expression changed. "I met an adventurer named Gehrman Sparrow last night." "For real?" Sothoth's pupils shrank. "I can't be sure since I've never met the real Gehrman Sparrow or seen his photograph or portrait." "You can search for the newspapers from the Rorstead archipelago to confirm his identity." "Do you have the exact details of Gehrman Sparrow's assassination attempt?" "It's said that Gehrman Sparrow is able to change into anyone, just like Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos. It's with that power that he successfully infiltrated the Black Death and found an opportunity to carry out the assassination." "He can change into anyone." Bilt's eyes lit up. "No, that won't do. That's a crazy guy who dares to infiltrate the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment." The light in Bilt's eyes dimmed. "I wonder when the Nighthawks and Machinery Hive Mind will take action and deal with the abnormality at Williams Street. I hope they do it as soon as possible." Klein left the grey fog and returned to the real world. He took out paper and wrote with a dark red fountain pen, asking about Mr. Azik's recent situation, before mentioning how he had discovered that someone had a parasite in him while searching for a mystical item. He seemingly asked in passing if there was a way to avoid the parasite and inform the host. He added how he learned about the Worm of Time that was related to high-sequence Beyonders from the Marauder pathway. He mentioned that such an item could be used as sacrificial material in important rituals or high-level charms, but had no idea how to produce them. Klein folded the letter and brought the copper whistle to his lips. White bones spewed out like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton messenger that tore through the ceiling. Klein flicked his wrist and threw the letter like a dart into the messenger's huge, bony hand. The messenger's body disintegrated into a waterfall of bones as they drilled into the ground. Klein didn't spread open the paper crane. He erased what had been written and wrote the same content to seek advice from the Snake of Mercury, Will or Septin. The paper crane wasn't a mystical item, it was ordinary paper. After repeatedly having its content erased, it was beginning to show signs of structural integrity failing. In a few more tries, it might directly tear. "I'll leave extremely important matters that require contact before considering it. For example, only when Mr. Azik isn't sure how to bypass the grandpa to warn Leonard." Klein shook his head silently. He didn't dare use the radio transceiver to contact Eroders recently. The powerhouse sent by the true creator was likely still loitering around searching for the all-black eyes aura. The scent of the grey fog could equally attract the true creator's attention. "Today, I'll continue being a tourist and relax. Tomorrow, I'll begin searching for an opportunity to do real acting." Klein took his coat and top hat before walking out. He planned on heading to the mountains outside Oravi Harbor to watch the sunset. Klein rode a carriage to Mount St. Draco's Peak. Time passed as the sun slowly set, making the blue sea appear like a sea of fire. The emerald green forests and vast fields seemed to be gilded. All the colors bloomed with final radiance before darkness approached. Ships entered the harbor as carriages drove into the city. When darkness enveloped the land, specks of warm light lit up inside and outside the city. They were like resplendent gems that dotted the velvet night sky. It's really beautiful. Klein admired for a moment until all the lights were reflected in his eyes. He turned around in silence and walked down the mountain path. The carriage proceeded forward as dim yellow halos from street lamps illuminated the ground, receding into the distance. Klein returned to his inn and opened his door. There was a bed, a desk, and a chair silently sitting in the rich darkness, reflecting crimson luster. Klein closed the door gently and walked to the window. He stood in the shadows and remained motionless for quite some time. Early the next morning, Klein patted his face with ice-cold water, rejuvenating his body. He had already thought of a way to engage in true acting. It was still the hospital where death could occur at any moment. This time, he planned on using volunteer work to stay in the hospital for prolonged periods. He could provide hospice to dying patients who temporarily didn't have family beside them. By doing so, he could await the targets he needed. After breakfast, Klein arrived at 10 Black Forest Street and entered the Oravi Hospice Foundation. This was a charity organization of the Church of the Evernite Goddess. One of its responsibilities was to provide hospitals with trained volunteers. Klein came to the registration booth and saw the female employee reading papers. He lightly tapped the table. "Is there something I can help you with?" The lady lowered the papers and asked, "I wish to do some volunteer work." Klein said succinctly, "Name?" The lady looked up at him. Suddenly, her eyes froze as her right hand trembled. The fountain pen she had just picked up fell to the ground. In the papers in front of her was a portrait that looked almost realistic. The portrait's owner was that of the crazy and dangerous adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. Chapter 619, Unable to Speak. Oravi Hospice Foundation. The lady responsible for volunteer registration hurriedly bent down searching for the fountain pen she had dropped. Klein noticed she was reading a news report from a few days ago, back when his portrait and escapades were published. This area subscribes to newspapers from the Rorstead archipelago as well. With the sailing time, it makes sense they're 3 to 4 days old. If I had known, I would have worn a new face and thought of a fake name before coming. Klein stood in front of the desk, helpless. The lady in her 30s finally picked up the pen and said with a trembling voice, You want to do volunteer work?" "Yes," Klein gave an affirmative answer. But you're an adventurer," the mortified lady stammered for an excuse. "Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. Forget it. I'll switch my appearance and name before coming again." Klein questioned without any emotion, "Who made the rules that adventurers can't do volunteer work?" "It wasn't me." The volunteer registration room became abnormally quiet. Klein was first taken aback before he felt like laughing. It took him great effort to maintain Gehrman Sparrow's image. After the lady calmed down, she forced a smile. "No, I mean this isn't regulated by anyone. My impression of adventurers is that they are very busy. They need to be out at sea and have very little time to do volunteer work." "That's them," Klein answered succinctly. The lady held her palm to her mouth and revealed a smile. "All right, I'll immediately help you with your registration." She pulled out a form and handed it over. "Please fill it in. We will provide the corresponding training and volunteer jobs according to your requests. We will contact you, or you can always come over to inquire for any updates." She had already decided not to put Gehrman Sparrow's form into the docket, intending to hand it directly to the Foundation's person in charge and the police. "Goddess, why is this dangerous fellow here to do volunteer work?" She secretly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Klein nodded in silence, took the form and began filling in his basic information. A man in a doctor's gown entered. "Joanna, are there any new volunteers? We'll begin the morning training." Joanna meant to shake her head, but Gehrman Sparrow sitting opposite her radiated silent pressure. She didn't dare lie. "There is," she replied, looking at Klein. "Mr. Sparrow, do you wish to receive the basic training for volunteer work now, or do you wish to wait until tomorrow?" "Now." Joanna drew a breath. "Then follow Mr. Gravy after you are done filling in the form." "All right." Klein replied calmly. Half an hour later, the calm and polite adventurer with hidden madness stared at the abnormally dirty toilet in front of him. He held his breath. Scrub it? Right. You have already received the basic training on how to carry a patient. However, that isn't the most common task we do at a hospital. We're mainly in charge of cleaning a patient's vomit or changing and washing the linen, as well as maintaining the cleanliness of the washroom. Haha, matters such as bandaging wounds are left to the professionals. We only need you to have the basics grasped. Gravier pinched his nose and pointed to the stained toilets. A volunteer has already demonstrated it to you. Please begin. This is very different from what I imagined. Klein's first reaction was to turn his back and leave, but he ultimately picked up the cleaning tools with a deadpan expression and crouched down, holding back his disgust. At noon, Klein took off his white gown, wore his top hat, and left a Ravi Hospice Foundation with a cold expression. He reconsidered whether to continue volunteering, seeking opportunities for real acting. Only when his carriage arrived at the Sweet Lemon Bar did he steel his resolve. I have to become a marionettist in 1350 and digest the potion, so as to begin seeking clues to become a high-sequence beyonder, he reminded himself. He spent 8 pence on apple cider marinated pork ribs and buttered bread, plus 1.5 pence for rye beer. He finished unhurriedly, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and said to the bartender, "Where's your boss? I have something to talk to him about." Having agreed to join the Adventure Association, Klein planned to ask Built Brando to contact unaffiliated artisans or artisans willing to moonlight, so he could create an item like Azic's copper whistle, avoiding rituals and incantations each time he summoned his messenger. If Built didn't know an artisan, Klein wouldn't force it. Joining didn't require payment. The bartender pointed to the staircase. "He's on the 2nd floor. If you've already agreed to join his association and seen those bodyguards, they'll let you up." Klein nodded and slowly got up. No guards stopped him. On the 2nd floor, a bodyguard asked his purpose. Thanks to his reputation as Gairman Sparrow, he met Built Brando again. Beside him was a man in a red headscarf. "My friend, Sothoth Yan, an important member of the association." They exchanged serious, puzzled looks. After a simple greeting, Klein got a chair. "I wish to obtain the help of an artisan. I wonder if the association is able to provide any clues." "Artisan?" Built sucked at his cigar and paused, then said, "I do know an artisan, but he's unwilling to meet strangers. This will bring him grave danger. If you have any requests, then I can be the middleman. I believe I have the required reputation to do so." Most churches ignore mid- and low-sequence beyonders without evil intent, but artisans must be treated indiscriminately. Klein took out the Murloc bladder he had long prepared. "I wish to make this into a ring, mainly to provide one with underwater mobility." He didn't mention the messenger yet, testing the artisan and Built's reputation. Even if Built usurped the created item, Klein had sea god charms to recover it. Built shuddered for a baffling reason. All the hair on his back stood up. He glanced at Sothoth and forced a smile. "This is a Murloc's bladder, right? Making a material at this level into a mystical item basically wouldn't have any accidents. The artisan's fee is £150. You can pay me after it's crafted." "A very fair price." Klein nodded and threw the Murloc bladder over. Built added, "Help me ask the artisan if he has the ability to fix the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature onto an item which can be used for at least a year." "No problem," Built signaled Sothoth. "Mr. Gairman, would you be interested in heading out to sea soon? We already have a few pretty good ships. They're planning on hiring manpower to the Eastern Front to hunt pirates." "Interesting, but my focus is digesting the potion." Klein calmly shook his head. Sothoth's smile froze and vanished. They had verified Gairman Sparrow's reputation. Klein stood, pressed his top hat to his chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help." Built's facial muscles twitched, holding back words. He finally drew in a breath and smiled. "I believe we should hope for a pleasant partnership." Klein sensed their abnormality but suppressed his puzzlement. "I can't ask. I must focus on digesting the potion." He turned to the door. "Mr. Gairman," Built suddenly said. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he looked back calmly. "Nothing? I mean, as a member of the association, you can have cheaper drinks over here," Built said with a forced smile. Do you think I would have pressed the matter? Tsk. Klein nodded slightly and left. After his back vanished, Bilt stared in a daze, then sighed long and heavy. Chapter 620. Stand-in Mission. Inside the room, Sothoth pressed down on the edges of his eyes when he heard Bilt's sigh. He said in a deep voice, "Boss, that important figure will arrive the day after tomorrow." Bilt's expression turned serious as he looked back. "I know. We only have two choices. First, we ignore whether Gehrman Sparrow is worth trusting, and we entrust him with the mission. We can only hope for the best outcome. Second, we immediately abandon our business and are leaving with our cash and jewelry to become pirates at sea. I have the confidence to make most sailors and adventurers on the Pirate Hunter follow us." Sothoth paused. "Boss, back when you were an adventurer, leading our ship and hunting pirates, you were always this decisive and tenacious. I believe you have already made your decision. There's no need for me to do anything else." "Ha ha, there's no need to suck up to me." Bilt smiled bitterly. "I'm no longer the fearless pirate hunter who didn't fear blood or gunfire from before. Long periods of an easy and comfortable life have dulled my will. I don't even wish to seek out chances to advance. Those companions who had turned into monsters still live on in my mind." Phew. He exhaled, his expression instantly solemn. "However, you're right. We don't have time to hesitate. We have to immediately make a decision." Bilt turned his head and gestured at the window with his chin. Sothoth was momentarily taken aback before understanding. After leaving the Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein strolled along the street, planning to hire a carriage at the crossroads. At that moment, a window opened above him and a figure jumped down. Perhaps after experiencing the terrifying incidents with the Antigonus family's notebook and Bansi Harbor's strange telegraph office, Klein's first reaction was that Bilt Brando was dead, thrown down from upstairs, eyes wide open, like Ray Bieber's mother in her decomposed reclining chair. But it was Sothoth Yan. He looked normal and alive. "Oh no, here comes trouble." Klein's heart skipped a beat, having a more accurate guess. If it were himself, he would have pretended not to see Sothoth jump, running before being intercepted. Unfortunately, as Gehrman Sparrow, a crazy adventurer wouldn't flee from such trivial matters. Sigh. Getting to know myself better is an additional perk. Klein halted and watched Sothoth land firmly. He bowed with his hand over his chest. "Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, we have a very important task to entrust you. Here it comes." Klein calmly replied, "I won't be that free lately." "This wouldn't waste too much of your time. You can first listen to what it is about before considering to reject or accept it," Sothoth said earnestly. "I'm afraid I have no choice but to accept it after hearing it." Actually, it's still all right. If Bilt Brando and Sothoth Yan threaten me to take the mission, I don't mind changing them into gold pounds and Beyonder ingredients." Klein thought, realizing his pirate admiral-level strength made him unstoppable in most areas. He took out the pocket watch in his inner pocket and opened it. "I'm giving you 5 minutes." "All right, that's enough." Sothoth pointed at the Sweet Lemon Bar behind Klein. Returning inside, Klein glanced at the wall clock. "You still have 3 minutes and 12 seconds. His attitude gave Bilt a baffling sense of ease, making him believe Gehrman Sparrow definitely had the capabilities to complete the mission. "Mr. Gehrman, I heard that you can transform into anyone, just like how Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos was formerly capable of doing so," Bilt hurriedly asked. "Who revealed this matter?" Klein pricked up his brows, gaze turning gloomy. If news of Gehrman Sparrow's ability spread, others might associate him with creeping hunger and Chilangos' death, or suspect him as a faceless Beyonder. The former would attract the Twilight Hermit Order, the latter, the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Bilt sensed the change in Klein's gaze and chuckled. This was news released from the Black Death. "Tracy, she's trying to seek revenge on me. One day I'll successfully hunt her." Klein nodded slightly. "You can think of it as real." He didn't explain how he got his shape-shifting powers. It didn't match Gehrman Sparrow's persona. Bilt heaved a sigh of relief. "We're helping an important figure to search for a stand-in." Under Gehrman Sparrow's ambiguous gaze, he explained, "That important figure needs to independently deal with a secret matter that he doesn't want others to know of. Therefore, he needs a stand-in to represent him in dealing with his daily affairs." He would meet different guests and socialize with his mistress without revealing a problem. He will take 3 to 5 days to return. We had already found someone who looked like him, spending a great deal of time to correct his posture and accent, and we had informed the good news to the important figure. Who knew that the tramp would overeat and suddenly die last night? That important figure is about to begin his operation. We do not have the time to look for another person who looks like him, so we can only seek your help. Isn't this the true acting opportunity I've been looking for? Klein was moved. However, he noticed one point. Being addressed as an important figure by Bilt meant this person was indeed significant. Matters around an important figure were rarely simple and carried considerable risk. Klein thought for a moment before asking in a deep tone, "Do you think that this matter will be dangerous?" "No. As long as you aren't exposed, there shouldn't be any danger. You need to represent the important figure and appear at social conventions." "Ha ha! No one would dare assassinate him." "Yes, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that this important figure would silence everyone who knows about this matter after it's done. Don't worry, the pirates have fabricated plenty of vicious rumors about him, so even if this matter succeeds, no one will believe it even if you divulge it in the future. It will only be treated as a joke," Bilt said with a smile as he spread his hands. Klein switched to asking, "What kind of payment are you offering?" £1,000 and 3 chances to get the artisan to make something for you. "Ha ha, I'll pay for all expenses apart from the materials." "Not bad. Besides, it gives me a chance to do true acting." Klein took a look at the wall clock. "I'll return and consider. I'll give you the answer in the evening." Considering how Bilt and Sothoth were Sequence 7, or even Sequence 6 Beyonders, Klein didn't request to head to the washroom in front of them to prevent them from sensing a problem. Bilt wasn't too worried. He nodded. "All right. I hope for a pleasant partnership." William Street. A stout man from Fasak, nearly 2 meters tall, searched for clues. Suddenly his spiritual perception triggered. Light like morning rays surfaced around him, illuminating surrounding houses and street lamps as illusions. Sparks soared as all kinds of supernatural phenomena appeared. The Sauron family had sent people. The man gazed down the street. Nighthawks with black or red gloves extended gun barrels with intricate patterns from rooftops aimed at him, unnoticed by passers-by. He also saw the Church of Steam and Machinery's Archbishop of Backland, Horamik, and the Church of the Evernite Goddesses, Archbishop of Backland, St. Anthony. Members of the Sauron family raised their hands. The powerful Fasak spies did the same. They had decisively surrendered. Resistance meant certain death. Surrender offered a chance at repatriation. At 6:30 that evening, Klein returned to the Sweet Lemon Bar to meet Bilt and Soth. He expressionlessly said, "An advance of £500, then you will need to tell me who I'm supposed to change into." Bilt couldn't hold back his smile, gestured for Sothoth to collect the funds, and said with a deep voice, "He's the kingdom's highest-ranking Navy commander of the Central Sonia Sea, His Excellency Admiral Amirius Revolt, a real demigod." Chapter 621, Governor General's Office Banquet. Admiral Amirius Revolt, a true demigod. Upon hearing Bilt's reveal, Klein's first thought was, "I'm sorry, bye." Bilt hurried to reassure him, "This won't affect the mission's difficulty, no need for anyone to display demigod powers during it." He forced a smile. His Excellency arranged to inspect the Aravi naval base for a few days, avoiding the Navy headquarters in Bayam, Sea King John Cotman, Governor General George Negan, his family, and even his mistress. So you won't face demigods or public scrutiny. Only 3 people here know him well. Lieutenant Colonel Luan, his secretary from MI9 who likely uses multiple names, Cynthia, the local mistress descended from a disgraced noble family, and Governor General Aston Revolt, His Excellency's youngest brother. Their elder brother is Earl Revolt of the House of Lords. Klein nodded. Not too difficult. Divination agrees it's not very dangerous. I need detailed info on Amirius Revolt. Bilt happily produced documents, a photograph, unique physical traits, accent details, common words, reactions to various matters, and detailed relations with Luan, Cynthia, and Aston. Klein studied the photo. Middle-aged, black hair, blue eyes, strict demeanor, voluminous hair for a lone man. Before Bilt finished, he instinctively stepped back, Standing before him wasn't Gehrman Sparrow, but Amirius himself. The strict and arrogant aura was identical. Holy Lord of Storms, this is almost a miracle. Bilt admired him. You could be 3 centimeters taller and your legs thicker, but no rush. His Excellency arrives the day after tomorrow with the Imperial Navy's 1st Central Sonia Fleet. He'll inspect the base in the morning and attend a banquet at the Governor General's office. I have an invitation and can bring you. Observe his behavior closely. He handed Klein the £500 advance from Sothoth. I hope for a pleasant partnership. Klein weighed the notes and replied evenly, I hope for a pleasant partnership. Backland, William Street. Leonard Mitchell, a lean Red Gloves member, leaned casually on a wall, waiting for preliminary investigation results. His raised leg and toe barely touching the ground gave him a relaxed air. His teammate Thompson returned, face mixed with excitement, puzzlement, expectation, and nerves. Thompson, any conclusion? Leonard smiled. Yeah, Thompson nodded. Both sides told the truth. They can't lie in their dreams. Their accounts matched. Beneath this street lies a ruin of the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty. The entrance is that abandoned chapel. No one knows of any other entrances yet. Leonard exchanged a few words before stepping aside and leaning on the wall again. He whispered, Old man, this is your specialty. There's a Tudor ruin here. An elderly voice echoed in his mind. You grow impolite. In our era, disrespecting high-ranking people meant becoming living sacrifices. And there's not just one Tudor ruin in Backland. Are they lying? Leonard asked softly. No, just uninformed. If I'm right, this ruin belongs to the Tudor Trunsost United Empire. Leonard was stunned. The voice chuckled. An unknowledgeable kid. After the Solomon Empire's fall, the Tudor Trunsost United Empire ruled the northern continent as a double consul. Leonard mused on double consul. The voice chuckled again. In the ruins, there should be 41 inverted candlesticks on the left, 40 on the right. 2 look fit for a giant's throne. It might be where Alistair Tudor became Blood Emperor. Leonard frowned but relaxed, smiling. Quite a few secrets hidden there. Of course, but you aren't qualified to know them. The voice skied. Leonard smirked faintly. Next step, explore the ruins. The voice chuckled before falling silent. Minutes later, Leonard saw Archbishop St. Anthony and Archbishop Horamic end their talks and return to their camps. Horamic ordered all machinery hive mind personnel to leave, leaving the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Nighthawks in control. Leonard was puzzled. Then all Nighthawks heard St. Anthony's voice. All Red Gloves gather. Other Nighthawks leave the mirror world. Evacuate all residents here, compensating their property. Afterward, the Red Gloves and I will destroy this ruin from an evil era. Entry is forbidden. It will be destroyed. May the goddess bless us all. Leonard never expected this development. 7:30, Waravi Governor General's office. Klein, disguised as Sothoth, wore a black tailcoat and matching bow tie, following Bilt into the banquet hall. The temperature was spring-like. A giant chandelier hung overhead, candlelight shimmering like daytime. Musicians in vests and bow ties played brisk tunes in the right corner. Long tables on the left displayed roasted chicken, pan-fried foie gras, stewed lamb, Backland-style roasted goose, Odora lobsters with butter and cheese and other delicacies. Klein smelled the enticing aromas, planning to get food. Bilt tugged at Klein's collar discreetly and whispered, Remember banquet etiquette. Our goal is to observe His Excellency's actions, so just take a cup of wine. There's Misty Champagne, Almer grape wine, Southville red wine, famous and rare. You can drink some, but not much. Maintain sobriety. Just go through the motions. Klein nodded, retracting his gaze. They took golden champagne with minute mist-like bubbles from a red-vested waiter, then moved toward the banquet's focus. Amirius Reervelt in his dark blue admiral's uniform. They couldn't approach him, so observed from a distance. Amirius appeared average in build, with drooping mouth corners hinting at age. No beard. His blue eyes hid undeniable authority. His dark blue uniform was starched. A red lanyard crossed his chest with medals. Golden cufflinks highlighted epaulets split into 3 parts. A ruby-embedded crown crossed scepter and sword, and 4 diamond stars. Klein scrutinized closely, using faceless powers to memorize all details and Amirius's interactions. He only sipped champagne, ignoring its taste. After gathering most info, Klein exhaled, mind exhausted and hungry. He placed the wine cup on a waiter's tray, planning to get food. Bilt leaned over. His Excellency signaled. We'll meet him at an agreed spot. Klein coldly looked at Bilt, who shuddered and hurriedly led him from the window into the garden. After nearly a minute on a secluded path, Bilt paused and pointed at Klein's face. You can change into His Excellency's appearance. Just pretend you're that tramp who looks like him. Klein nodded, wiping his face to hide tendrils and granules that might appear during transformation. When he lowered his palm, Bilt saw a middle-aged gentleman resembling Amirius. Very good. Bilt opened a nearby door to a sundries room. Amirius Revilt, in his admiral uniform, stood sideways to the door, observing the garden. He turned, gazing at the doppelganger. The indescribable pressure made Klein lower his head. Amirius then looked at Bilt and said, emotionless, This isn't the tramp you mentioned before. He's a beyonder. Chapter 622. Temporary Contract. Upon hearing Amirius Revilt's words, Bilt broke into a cold sweat. He opened his mouth to explain, but, overwhelmed by pressure, fell to his knees. Admiral, Your Excellency, the tramp from before suddenly died of an illness. I had no choice but to find an adventurer who can shapeshift. Klein wasn't too nervous. Amirius had already noticed him at the banquet. For him to agree to this meeting without avoiding risk meant he didn't mind who Bilt hired. Not worried at all. That's demigod confidence, or a beyonder pathway that averts disaster. Klein forced himself to raise his head and glance at the Admiral. Quite strong, Amirius commented without expression, then stared at Bilt. Do not try to use your under-the-table smarts in front of me. An ordinary person and a beyonder differ, and as a follower of order, I'm certain of this. This matches the info. He likes to expound. Very different from me and Gammon Sparrow. Klein lowered his gaze as if crushed by pressure. Amirius stepped forward. Lying is your first mistake. Not being cautious, the second. A tramp you groomed died suddenly, and an adventurer who can shapeshift suddenly appears. Don't you find that a coincidence? Klein almost said yes. Without confirming above the grey fog, he would have suspected a trap by a legendary creature or a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Bilt's pupils narrowed as he snapped out of panic. He'd grasped at a lifeline without caution, ignoring if Gammon Sparrow's appearance was a coincidence. The tramp had died the day he arrived at the Sweet Lemon Bar. The more Bilt thought, the more he felt trapped. Amirius watched Bilt's regret deepen and nodded gently. My father, the late Earl Revelt, taught me to pardon a subordinate's first mistake. Bilt, be thankful for his benevolence. Bilt's tension eased, moved beyond belief. He expected execution as a warning. Instead, forgiveness. Your Excellency, I, Bilt stammered. Amirius held his stern look. There's a second half. Punish for the second mistake. Bilt, do you know what to do next? Bilt straightened and pressed his right fist to his left chest. I'll be utmost loyal to you, Your Excellency. Amirius nodded, then turned to Klein. What's your name? Depends which identity you mean, Klein lampooned inwardly. Gammon Sparrow. Amirius paused 2 seconds, freezing the room's air. Klein grew uneasy. Your Excellency, you sound like you know me. I'm just a military informant. We exchanged bounties. No reimbursement claims. Amirius finally said, so it's you. He then addressed both. The plan proceeds as normal. However, we need to sign a contract. Klein resisted pressure and looked up. Amirius lifted a paper and pen from the windowsill and began writing. Each pen stroke glowed golden, solemn and holy, as if drafting a law. Klein's eyes blurred. He lowered his head again. After some time, Amirius stopped and handed the paper to Klein. Sign at the end. If unsatisfactory, you may refuse. Do I have the guts to refuse? Klein lampooned, watching Bilt rise, receive the pen and paper, and pass them on. The contract's terms were few and simple, mostly restricting Gammon Sparrow's acts as Amirius Revelt. No voluntary problem exposure, no adversarial acts using the identity, and no intimate contact with Miss Cynthia. I thought important figures wouldn't care about their mistress's chastity. This admiral is old-fashioned. But I'm not. Klein hid curiosity and asked academically, what if Miss Cynthia chooses to make intimate contact with me? Behind the words, being too distant or resistant could make Cynthia suspicious. How to balance the act? It's fine, Amirius said flatly. During the contract, you will have no desire or ability when facing her. You can do that? This contract is powerful. Except contracts with spirit world creatures, this is the first other one I've seen. The former used underworld power. This is just between two parties. Is this Admiral Amirius's demigod power? The Arbiter pathway? Klein glanced at the dates. It lasted 5 days. Confident he returns within 5 days, or only able to impose a 5-day contract. He reread the terms, then took the fountain pen and signed, Gehrman Sparrow. The moment he finished, golden light condensed from the words, forming a dazzling luster. The paper vanished as if fused with the world's rules. A faint grey fog rippled gently around Klein as he felt indescribable restrictions settle on him, merging with his spirit, body, and flesh. The fog could block luck, good or bad, from outside, but not contracts he signed. If it could, the messenger contract wouldn't be valid. Klein looked at Amirius with new understanding. The Admiral had gathered his might and produced a dark gold charm in his palm, the Sword of Judgment. It looked like a codex fragment, somber and concentrated, inscribed with symbols and magical labels. This high-level charm uses my blood, a 4th epoch ancient codex, and the royal family's Grade 0 sealed artifact, Amirius explained calmly. Its name is 9th Law. Injected with minute spirituality, it can produce might similar to mine. Even ordinary people can use it. Without this, pretending to be me would be difficult. Klein silently sighed in relief. His disguised might was superficial, fine for fooling most, useless against commanding subordinates. Amirius continued, "You can withstand it now. It lets you impose severe restrictions on targets, putting them at a grave disadvantage. If no mishaps occur, and you don't need to use it, it's yours to keep. It lasts a year." Klein was surprised, then delighted. This was his second high-level charm since exhausting the one made with the mutated sun's sacred emblem. Although limited and single-use, it had no negative side effects. The difficulty of crafting made them rare, as expected of a demigod. He's more generous than built. Bribing a tramp and an adventurer at the pirate admiral level are worlds apart. Silently, Klein extended his palm and accepted 9th Law. Amirius removed his belt. After a brief silence, Klein controlled his embarrassment and silently changed clothes with Amirius. Dressed in the starched dark blue admiral uniform, Klein adjusted his buttons calmly. Watching Amirius and Bilt walk off through the garden's secluded path, Klein turned to the glass window. Under the night's crimson moonlight, the window was a mirror reflecting his new appearance. Black hair neatly combed back, blue profound eyes, slightly drooping cheeks, a beardless, stern, old-fashioned face, all in the dark blue uniform with lanyard medals and epaulets. Klein twitched his mouth corners and silently said, "From this moment forth, I'm a Navy Admiral." Chapter 623, First Night. As he touched the 9th Law charm in his pocket, Klein adjusted his height and details to look exactly like Amirius Revelt. He left the sundry room through another door and walked down a silent corridor back to the Governor-General's office. Waiters and maids passed by, but no one dared meet his gaze. Seeing his admiral uniform made them scurry aside with lowered heads. Anyone of this height in these clothes could probably enter the banquet hall unnoticed. Acting as an important figure is easier than pretending to be ordinary. Klein kept his somber face as he strolled on a black brick path. Soon, melodic music drifted from a nearby break room lit by elegant gas wall lamps. A door opened and a middle-aged man waited. He had black hair and blue eyes, with a higher forehead and puffy eye bags, but the corners of his mouth did not droop. This was Aston Reavolt, Amirius's youngest brother. Aston once served in the Navy, promoted to colonel after meritorious service in southern colonies. Later, bored with military life and balancing politics, he switched careers to become Governor-General. In 5 to 6 years, he pushed for mass farmland and estate purchases on Oravi, owning much property, not by power alone but also paying a fair price and banked loans. Unlike the Balam coast, where lands were bought at rock-bottom prices forcibly, Aston's acquisitions were more above board. Of course, if he wasn't Governor-General, and his brother not Navy commander, they wouldn't have so easily convinced sellers. "Here comes the test." Klein stopped in front of Aston. Aston glanced around and asked deeply, "Have you decided on that matter?" "What matter?" Klein blanked before recalling a briefing. "If Aston requests a private chat or answer, tell him the answer will be given when departing Oravi." Admiral Amirius planned for this. Klein nodded and sternly replied, "Wait a few more days. The answer will be given when departing from Oravi." Aston chuckled, raising no doubt. You seem to be waiting for something to give you the strength to decide. The matter Admiral Amirius must handle himself? Klein's heart stirred as he used the tone of high-level personnel. Keep your conjectures to yourself. With that, Klein stepped forward and entered the banquet hall. Aston's gaze followed his brother's back, expression growing cold before he shook his head slightly. Inside the banquet hall, Klein surveyed the room and headed for the long table laden with food. He stopped occasionally to exchange pleasantries, realizing he didn't need to understand the topics, just nod occasionally to keep conversations flowing. Indeed, being an important figure makes some acting easy, but certain matters remain difficult. Klein pushed through the obstacles before reaching the table. He picked up a plate, recalling Amirius liked fish, beef and lobster but disliked chicken and goose, so avoided roasted chicken and Backlund-styled roasted goose. He chose beef, fried dragon bone fish, and Adora lobster with butter and cheese. The food was kept warm by charcoal or steaming water. Klein nearly broke persona taking the first bite but controlled himself. Holding his plate, he chatted with the port city's MP and Navy suppliers, listening seriously and eating intermittently. He noticed a young man in a tailcoat following him, neat blonde hair combed back, receding hairline, light blue eyes, handsome and gentlemanly. Just as the picture described, Amirius's secretary, Luan. Klein resisted the urge to size him up, wanting to fill his stomach before banquet's end. After leaving the Governor-General's office, Klein boarded a carriage guarded by bodyguards, sitting near the wine cabinet. Luan entered, stepping softly on the thick carpet, sitting opposite, but occupying only a third of the seat. The carriage began moving as Luan pulled documents from a black briefcase. Your Excellency, this is the Aravi Naval Base's ledger for the year 1349. Klein extended a hand and casually browsed a few pages. What? £1 for a roll of toilet paper? Naval base bathrooms renovated 20 times a year? Klein did rough math and found many ridiculous line items. Isn't accounting this obvious? I could teach them how to make claims. He considered how to act. To Klein, the hardest part of pretending Amirius was fooling Luan. Not that Aston or Cynthia weren't familiar with Amirius, but as his brother, Aston might cover up if suspicious. Cynthia as mistress would likely shield him too, but Luan's role was to monitor the Admiral, making him the greatest danger. I can't expose any problems. How would Amirius react? Rage? Pretend to rage? No, the naval base wouldn't hand over a clearly problematic report unless confident of tacit understanding or that it was minor. The information didn't specify, so Klein relied on experience. Either the report was beyond Amirius's expectations or unimportant enough to handle easily. Regardless, Klein decided to keep a high-standing person's usual attitude, no indication of stance. He closed the documents and handed them back. Put it on my desk. Unspoken. I'll review it carefully. To others, the phrase held different meanings. If the naval base acted without warning, it showed the Admiral's dissatisfaction, awaiting explanation. If tacit understanding existed, Amirius sought more favorable terms. Whether it offended anyone was irrelevant. Klein wouldn't be Amirius much longer. He trusted a demigod could repress subordinates' anger. He was also grateful Amirius wasn't a demigod of the Church of Storms, or else he'd have to choose between passing the report quietly or angrily throwing papers and people into the sea. Yes, Your Excellency. Luan showed no expression as he returned the documents to his briefcase, apparently expecting such a reply. As the carriage neared the naval base, Klein leaned back per Amirius's habit, half closing his eyes in contemplation, though not thinking of anything. Luan remained silent. The carriage passed black iron street lamps, then turned into a house with a garden and lawn. As Klein stepped up, a butler opened the door. Servants lined the sides, reverently awaiting him. The living room was classic. Oil paintings of beautiful scenery, limestone statues, simple elegant vases, and a faint, lingering fragrance. Though Klein should have relaxed, he tensed seeing a beautiful lady approach in a home gown. She seemed in her early 20s, blonde hair cascading, blue eyes glowing softly with a mix of gentleness and youthful remnants. She was Admiral Amirius's mistress, Cynthia. Klein held back discomfort, allowing Amirius's stern face to reveal a smile as he opened his arms. Cynthia threw herself into his embrace and whispered, "Admiral, I've already heated the water for you in the bathtub." Someone had monitored the banquet's end. Being a mistress wasn't simple. Admiral Amirius liked hot baths to relax his thoughts. Ignoring how close their cheeks were, Klein let his mind wander. As a straight man, he should have felt embarrassed or pleased, but the temporary contract gave him zero urges, leaving only awkwardness. Very good, Klein praised gently, pushing Cynthia away with nowhere to place his hands. Knowing the Admiral disliked intimacy in front of servants, Cynthia retreated and led Klein upstairs to the bathroom, preparing a bathrobe. Afterwards, she instructed servants not to come unless the bell rang. She returned to the bedroom, removed her clothes, and changed into a snow-white silk nightgown revealing much of her chest. Deep in her cleavage was a black rhinoceros horn-shaped necklace pendant about a finger segment long. Cynthia took it off and hid it under her pillow. Blushing and hesitant, she left the bedroom and approached the bathroom door. She pulled the handle. Creak. Her hand paused. The door was locked from inside. With a blank look, she pulled again. Creak. Creak. The door didn't budge. Chapter 624. Warning. The bathroom was partitioned inside, steam filling the space. Klein lay soaked in the hot water, only his head above the surface, feeling so comfortable he didn't want to move his toes. What a beautiful night. If only Cynthia wasn't outside. I still have to deal with her later. Klein sighed, considering excuses to avoid intimacy. Following Admiral Amirius Revelt's traits, he planned his excuses. First work, then feeling unwell, loss of ability, needing time to digest medicine, or suddenly realizing his true sexual orientation made him find curly-haired baboons extremely attractive. He felt no pressure about damaging Amirius's image. As long as Cynthia didn't suspect his true identity, the mission was perfect. The explanations for his recovery and those excuses? That's Admiral Amirius's problem, not mine. What has Gairman Sparrow's ruined reputation to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein stood satisfied, stepping out and drying himself with a towel. In a hanging bathrobe, he silently inhaled as if having unlocked a great enemy, then opened the bathroom door. The corridor was empty, dimly lit by wall lamps. Klein felt slightly relieved, less tense. This is almost like challenging a pirate admiral, he murmured, realizing he didn't know which room was the master bedroom or study. I have to inform Cynthia. Otherwise, Amirius will seem strange. Klein recalled similar house layouts to find the master bedroom. At that moment, the door diagonally across creaked open. Cynthia, draped in a silk nightgown, appeared. Her blonde hair was wet and messy, strands fluttering before her blue eyes and bright red lips. Her lips were somewhat closed, hiding the glow in her eyes. She looked extremely alluring in the dim light. The neckline of the silk nightgown was very open, snow-white with a deep cleavage catching Klein's gaze. Klein nearly looked up at the ceiling to avoid the intense stimulation. Calm down, calm down. You are Amirius Revelt. Besides, you've seen half-naked demonesses before. Compared to an ailment maiden, this lady's charms are clearly insufficient. Wait, why am I thinking about demonesses? Who knows if they were formerly men or women? Klein sized her up with a teasing tone. In that instant, he sensed primal desire, but no response from his nether regions. This is the result of the temporary contract? He thought. Admiral Amirius didn't need this trouble. Even if I had urges, I could control myself. What haven't I encountered before? Yes. Cynthia was a little different from records. She supposedly became Amirius's mistress about 1 to 2 years ago, with them rarely meeting and Amirius coaxing her to satisfy pent-up desires. But why was she taking the initiative today? Does she feel unstable in her position? Has she been switched? Ever since becoming a faceless, I feel everyone is a fake. Cynthia's eyelids lowered. Her courage faded under Amirius's gaze. Her face was painted with a horrified blush, embarrassed yet proud. Then she heard him calmly say, "Help me prepare some coffee and place it in my study. I have many things to deal with tonight. You don't have to wait for me." Cynthia raised her head, still blushing, momentarily failing to understand. Klein secretly inhaled, stepped forward, hugged her, and kissed her gently on the forehead. "I'll spend lots of time with you in a few days." This response was from the information provided, slightly modified. If not for prior knowledge, Klein would have believed Amirius's stoic face stayed the same, even while spending time with Cynthia, even during sex. Stern in speech and action, this demigod had a gentle side in tone, just not great at lovey-dovey words. This made Klein understand many could only be viewed superficially. Private sides were unknown. To truly disguise as someone, a faceless must do meticulous research and have full understanding, like a magician never performing unprepared. Cynthia showed clear disappointment but quickly masked it with a smile. "All right. Admiral, your nightgown is in the room. A bathrobe isn't suitable for handling matters." This matched the intel perfectly. Cynthia was considerate and understanding. Klein watched as she turned and entered the room, pulling the bell. Taking the chance, Klein removed his bathrobe and changed into a dark red nightgown with matching trousers. Cynthia opened the study door and tidied the messy desk. After the maidservant made coffee, Cynthia personally brought it by hand. Klein read documents, acting professional but understanding little about ironclad warships or sail battleships, no different from an illiterate. His knowledge was limited to carriers, air domination, main cannons, and turrets. Seeing Cynthia quietly leave and close the door, Klein fully relaxed. He knew he had survived the night. Inside the master bedroom, Cynthia pursed her lips, took out the black rhinoceros horn necklace from under her pillow, and clasped it tightly. She silently prayed, "Oh, great Mother Tree of Desire, please make me more alluring, so Admiral Amirius can be mesmerized, gain extreme pleasure, and bear me a child." In the quiet study, Klein flipped through documents, handling the simple ones and signing Amirius Revolt. Faceless allowed him to remember unique traits. Clown gave precise control to mimic the signature. Complicated documents had notes like, "Continue studying the matter." After working until midnight, Klein yawned, covering his mouth. "This won't do. I need to sleep. Tomorrow will bring many challenges. I must keep my strength and energy." He thought briefly, then gave up returning to the master bedroom. He raised his right hand and pressed on his half-closed eyes, pulling down the skin and moving his eyes to the nose bridge. He opened 2 slits where his real eyes were, producing fake eyes with flesh. "After becoming a faceless, I'm really starting to look like a monster. If only I had this technique back in school." He sighed silently. He half-leaned, keeping real eyes closed, fake eyes open to read documents. His clown specialty helped him maintain balance, motionless like a stone statue. Suddenly Klein awoke from a dream. He sensed a force trying to pull him deeper into slumber and infiltrate him. "Who is it? I didn't do anything recently. Why enter my dream? That's not right. I'm Admiral Amirius Revolt now." His heart stirred as he changed appearance, even in dreams. His consciousness contracted, avoiding something. "This isn't ordinary dream infiltration. I'm lucid and can escape, but I can't leave this dreamscape." He found oddities as he tried waking up. He saw a blurry white gas form an indistinct figure. Narrowing his eyes, Klein tore through the dream with Psyche, moving his real body silently, and touched the 9th law charm in his pocket. The figure said calmly, "Do not participate in the matter regarding Aston." This is a warning. Quite impressive to warn a demigod. What are Aston and the others planning? Klein thought and emanated spirituality. The 9th law charm radiated dominance, and Klein imitated that feeling in his dream, speaking deeply. "Who are you? Who do you represent?" The figure was taken aback, then laughed softly. "As expected of Lawweaver Amirius, you've maintained your lucidity in this situation." No. Amirius is Lawweaver, but not adept at this. You should say as expected of Lord Fool." Klein lampooned sternly, "Answer my question." The figure chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. As a demigod, you know all is fated, including times. Do not resist the fate of an era, the trend of times. Doing so only makes you a sacrifice of history." Fate of an era, trend of times, sacrifice of history. Klein thought of the Twilight Hermit Order but said nothing. Seeing Lawweaver Amirius silent, the figure vanished into white gas. Chapter 625, Successful First Day. Phew. What exactly are Amirius and Aston Revolt scheming about? To attract a warning from the Twilight Hermit Order. Unless it could truly change the times and influence history's direction, this ancient secretive organization wouldn't reveal itself. Klein stood by the magnificent castle in his dream, thoughtfully watching where the blurry figure had vanished. Amid his thoughts, he suddenly snapped awake and doubted his theory. The ploy Amirius and his brother are planning might not really influence the trends of the times. Though the Twilight Hermit Order only involves itself in important matters, as a leader of another secret organization, Klein knew they also helped members. From Emperor Rozel's diary, Klein knew the Order's members came from different domains, standings, and sequences. Some fervently believed in the original creator, awaiting twilight and the true God's awakening. Others sought only personal benefit. Without strict order enforcement, members naturally entrusted missions to one another. Perhaps Aston's plan affects a particular member warned ahead of time, who then passed the matter along, using the trend of the times as an excuse to warn Emerius. Working from this logic, the concealed matter was intriguing. With the Twilight Hermit Order's level, Lawweaver Emerius, probably only Sequence 4, isn't a difficult target. Klein even suspected they could mobilize 3 or more angels, far superior to the 7 churches. Then, why no direct action and just an advanced warning? Back in Backlund, an angel's appearance might summon a true god. So the Twilight Hermit Order used subtle methods to deal with Duke Negan. But Oravi Island had no stationed high-sequence beyonders. The warning was because the Order advocates secrecy and avoids exposure, or the mission assigner didn't want Emerius killed. To him, Emerius was still useful, even if involved in something disadvantageous. His true identity seemed confined to certain circles. Klein made a bold guess, but unable to verify, put it aside. It has nothing to do with me, since the Twilight Hermit Order is warning Emerius. As long as I don't involve myself for the next few days, I should last until the mission completes. Everything afterward is not my problem. I'm far from investigating the Twilight Hermit Order and don't have the right. Klein turned his sights to the Tarot Club. Heh, I just discovered a problem. Other secret organizations have core aims and values while mixing member aid. Our Tarot Club? More impressive, only missions given, no core aims or values. No, some members have aims, like my dear Moon believing it's an organization born to save the world. The fool Klein laughed self-deprecatingly before exiting the dreamscape. He rubbed away the fake eyes, moving his real ones back fluidly, then paused. That wasn't a simple dream infiltration. Klein frowned, recalling the event. The power had first tried to pull him into deep slumber. He was already asleep, so why? Captain once said a nightmare can see dreams, so this was no mistake. The visitor hadn't used Nightmare Beyonder powers, but something else. He found Klein via the spirit world, or, knowing his location, used the sea of collective subconscious described by Mam Daly to influence his Beyonder powers. Yes, more inclined to the latter. That explained why Klein couldn't escape his dream despite lucidity. Emperor Rozel's diary recorded the suspected Twilight Hermit Order's gatherings in realistic dreamscapes encompassing the continent. Klein chuckled with a sigh. Admiral Emerius didn't expect the Twilight Hermit Order's warning, only because he hired me. Anyone else's stand-in would have been exposed. That Ninth Law charm was well worth it. City of Silver, inside the spire in Chief Colin Iliad's room. Derek Berg, summoned, saw the scarred demon hunter and felt uneasy. After greetings, Colin sized him up, asking, "You've advanced?" "Yes, I'm already a Sequence 7 Solar High Priest." Derek no longer hid it. Colin's light blue eyes shifted casually. "Do you have the subsequent potion formulas?" Past Derek would say no immediately. Now he thought it over. If I say no, advancement without experience seems suspicious. If yes, Chief might demand it for more Sun Pathway Beyonders, proving I'm lying. Derek's mind raced, then answered sincerely, "No." Experience could be forged, he thought. Colin nodded, unfazed. "In 2 months, we'll arrange an exploration mission. The team will secure the route and ruins found with Jack before a second clearing. I hope you receive greater rewards then." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek recalled Shepherd Lovier. After daybreak, Klein dressed with Cynthia's help, enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, and took the carriage escorted by the Admiral's bodyguards to Oravi Naval Base. That morning, accompanied by Rear Admirals and Colonels, he inspected ships, ordnance stores, the newly built training grounds, and the bathroom renovated 20 times in the past year. After lunch at the Navy Mess Hall, Klein summoned all officers above Major for reports. He had a thick black-bound notebook with questions Admiral Emerius prepared. In past decades, due to salary embezzlement and harsh sailor conditions, Oravi had 17 revolts by lower ranks. After the Imperial Navy latest act and Your Excellency's guidance, deep-seated cultural issues improved. No cases in 3 years, a colonel reported. He looked up at Amirius, who listened seriously, taking notes. The scribbling kept officers at their best. They noted important points carefully. The colonel's positive response made him speak louder. How boring. Klein held his fountain pen, randomly drawing turtles, cuttlefish and dragons in his notebook. Having never studied sketching, his drawings were ghastly. Later, he drew intersecting lines and played 5 in a row with himself, a game Emperor Roselle created. Of course, his experience and identity awareness made him raise his head to give stern looks and nod encouragement at reporters. But he paid little attention to their words, only recalling a few key points. During the briefing, Klein glanced at blonde Secretary Luan to have him mention points needing clarification. Everything went according to schedule. Near the end, Klein flipped pages and recited the report Luan drafted and Amirius edited in a lone aristocrat accent. He added common Amirius terms and phrases like, "There are a few points, and let me continue on a few more points." By evening, the briefing ended. Under Luan's companionship, Klein left the base for a naval supplier's residence banquet. At the banquet, they casually chatted about port goods price fluctuations. Klein mimicked Amirius and cracked dated jokes from Backlund, earning warm responses and praise for his humor. After acting successfully until the banquet ended, Klein boarded the carriage, exhausted physically and mentally. "I have to note my speech and actions every second. True acting for a day is more tiring than battling a pirate admiral." Klein sighed silently, closing his eyes halfway, expression unchanged. He knew the hardest part wasn't over. He still had to deal with Cynthia. Inside the villa, Cynthia learned from an attendant that Admiral Amirius was returning. She quietly returned to her bedroom, took out the tiny black rhinoceros horn pendant, scratched powder off with a metallic plate into hot water in a white porcelain cup. After repeating the honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire 7 times, she waited nearly a minute before drinking it cleanly. Chapter 626. Amirius's Decision. Looking at the lights shining from the villa in the darkness, Klein paused a few seconds to prepare himself before stepping down from the carriage. He climbed the 3-layered stairs, passing Admiral's bodyguards and servants lined at the door, and entered. Cynthia wore conservative home clothes because others were around. Klein sighed silently in relief, but kept a stoic expression as he slowly approached. Her smile grew brighter as she tucked hair behind her ear, revealing a fair, slender neck with no marks from a necklace. Noticing Secretary Luan and the bodyguards heading to their rooms or outside for patrol, Klein pulled Cynthia into an embrace and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to prepare any hot water. Give me a quiet room. I need to spend the night alone." Cynthia's eyes showed puzzlement and blankness. Klein glanced around softly, then said, "Something unexpected happened. I need to enter an extremely quiet state to recover." Raising his right hand, he pulled at his collar to reveal a patch of faint-colored fleshy granules. His physical condition with an abnormal reaction was a prepared excuse from Admiral Amirius for the tramp stand-in, meant to avoid Cynthia's intimacy attempts without revealing a problem. Klein used his faceless powers to provide evidence. Cynthia nearly screamed, but quickly covered her mouth. When she recovered, she asked nervously, clearly concerned, "Are you fine? Do you need to see a doctor?" "No, this is the price needed for powerful strength. I'll recover given 2 to 3 days of solitude." Klein had found his future excuse. "Oh, okay." Cynthia hurriedly helped him upstairs to the quietest room. She'd already lit scented candles and scattered faint-smelling extracts in the master bedroom, but didn't offer it to him. As the door closed, Klein exhaled slowly, changed out of the Admiral's uniform, and lay down in satisfaction. Nearby in the master bedroom, worried and disappointed, Cynthia soaked in hot water before sleeping. She stared unfocused at the ceiling, recalling her parents' exhortations from days ago. They wanted her to charm Admiral Amirius and hopefully bear his child, so their family could expand business with the Central Sonia Sea Naval Fleet. Admiral seems to have many hidden matters in his heart, so much that something abnormal has happened to his body. Her thoughts wandered before sleep claimed her. During this time, her digestive system warmed and her body felt hot. In her dream, she saw a pitch-black sky dotted with resplendent stars. One star noticed her gaze and glowed brighter. Next morning, an invigorated Klein enjoyed a simple breakfast and arrived at Oravi Naval Base surrounded by bodyguards, then settled into the most luxurious, spacious office. According to Amirius's habits, he spent 2 or 3 days alone to study and master his Beyonder powers more deeply, producing more effective techniques. Klein spent most of the day undisturbed, handling only simple work. In the quiet office, he paced leisurely or flipped through books. Sometimes he slipped his hand into his pocket to touch the 9th law charm, releasing its power so Secretary Luan outside would believe Amirius was fine. Later, feeling sleepy, he decided on a short nap. Then, a knock at the door. There's something important. Klein frowned. For Luan to disturb Amirius's focused training meant trouble. Come in. Klein controlled his emotions and replied in a deep voice. Luan entered holding a telegram. Your Excellency, a telegram from Backlund. Mr. Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor General. He will temporarily be replaced by the City Council's chairman. The new Governor General will arrive today. Aston relieved of Governor General? Has their secret been found? The Twilight Hermit Order already warned me. No, Amirius, it meant they knew the truth. With another member turning the wheel, position changes would settle the matter. The warning came last night and action today. This must have been planned long ago, evident since the new Governor General arrives today. Klein's alarm settled into reason. Mimicking Amirius's reaction to major problems, he paced before saying with a stern expression, I'm aware. He showed no opinion or orders, remaining very composed, because he hadn't decided. There's a saying from the Foodaholic Empire, moving is not as good as staying put. I wonder if Roselle translated this. Klein lampooned himself with a self-deprecating jest. Luan glanced up at Amirius but said nothing, and silently left. Klein paced again, considering what Amirius would do. This was unexpected, so Klein inferred from Amirius's character, experiences, and personal info. He's conservative. Even when a mid- and low-sequence Beyonder on ships, he rarely took risks. He saw himself as a lone aristocrat valuing family, children, emotions. A gentleman with good bearing who women liked. Debatable. With his status, even a curly-haired baboon garners affection, maybe more. At least a baboon doesn't tell dated jokes. Information intertwined in Klein's mind to form a multifaceted Amirius. While deep in thought, a knock came again. Come in. Klein tensed. Luan entered, pointing outside. Your Excellency, Mr. Aston wishes to meet you. Why is Aston here? Seeking protection? Making a desperate move? Klein narrowed his eyes, knowing he couldn't decide for Amirius. What would he do? After the Twilight Hermit Order's warning, he must know the matter's exposed. The target was prepared long ago. With his conservative nature, the decision was clear. He values family deeply. Some Aston tidbits prove this. It's obvious he cares for and loves his younger brother. He dislikes cannabis and tobacco, drinks socially. Aside from chasing beautiful women a bit, nothing seriously wrong. He values family. Family. Klein immersed in Amirius's identity, feeling his hidden family feelings. Family. He almost became Amirius, but kept analytical detachment. After 20 seconds, Klein heard himself say in an unfamiliar tone, Tell him that I have many matters to deal with. I don't have time to meet him. Also buy him a ticket back to Backlund. Luan expected it and replied calmly, Yes, Your Excellency. Watching Luan leave to find Aston, Klein sighed gently like the real Amirius. He knew Amirius would make the same choice if returned early. Family mattered most. With their scheme fully exposed, Amirius wouldn't risk everything and his family's destruction. As long as he didn't get involved and remained a demigod, the Revolt family wouldn't suffer severe damage, even if he lost command of the Central Sonia Sea. Having his secretary buy tickets showed Amirius still treated Aston as his brother, warning others not to harm him before the situation was clearer. After nearly a minute, Luan returned. Your Excellency, Mr. Aston has left. Amirius values family. Klein was silent for 2 seconds, then asked in a deep voice, back to his secretary, Did he say anything? Luan answered truthfully, He said that you are indeed a cold person by nature. Klein's lips curled slightly into an unfeeling smile. Instinctively, but fully in Amirius's character, he believed Amirius would react the same. The feelings and emotions were the same. For the rest of the day, Klein stayed in his office, meeting no one and handling no business. He only listened to Luan's occasional reports about Oravi Island. Nothing happened until the new Governor General arrived. That evening, Klein skipped the banquet and returned to the villa. Seeing Cynthia approach, he hugged her and calmly said, "Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor General." All his sighs and pain condensed into that seemingly emotionless sentence. "I heard about it. It should be fine, right?" Cynthia asked anxiously. Klein closed his eyes and said nothing else. That sentence was the most obvious expression of his emotions. A stern, old-fashioned, conservative, high-ranking man. Chapter 627. Late into the night. Cynthia vaguely sensed the deep pain and helplessness inside Admiral Amirius's heart. Without speaking, she hugged him tightly, using her company to calm his mood. After a simple dinner, Klein took a hot bath and returned to the quietest guest room. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Fully immersed in the character of Admiral Amirius, Klein felt Amirius's helplessness toward fate and the pain he needed to hide resonate with his own past experiences. If I hadn't figured out how to get into character while staying detached, I might have lost myself. Actors sometimes get too deep and suffer mental problems. For a Beyonder, that could be worse. As Klein sank into gloom, he learned more about what kind of person Amirius really was. He never expected a high-standing Navy admiral and demigod saint to face such helpless, painful experiences. Strength can bring abundance, but isn't a solution to everything. Everyone wears masks, and this is the truest side of a demigod. The crimson moonlight grew brighter, dyeing the furniture red. Through resonance with Amirius's experiences and contrasts, plus his previous acting, Klein formed a clearer, multifaceted image of Amirius, and a clearer picture of his own blurry self. A person who's very sentimental, a person from Earth, but to a certain extent, a person who has been reconstructed into a new person because of the fusion with Klein, Moretti's memory fragments. A person who didn't spend too much time with the Nighthawks, but has had that period of time deeply influence his actions and choices. A person who tries to play safe and is afraid of danger, but is able to change his mind at the critical moment. A person who truly wants to skive, eat delicious food, travel and enjoy life, but he has no choice but to be busy with more important matters. A person who likes beautiful women, but he doesn't give himself up to pleasure to keep to his principles. A person who loves money but is willing to spend large sums of money for his siblings. A person who hides his pain inside while showing a smile to others. A person who's used to lampooning inwardly but appears gentlemanly on the surface. A person who can overcome his psychological traumas but never crosses his bottom line. A person who feels embarrassed for his acting. He's also a guardian. A miserable wretch that is constantly fighting against threats and madness. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he silently added. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he came closer to his true self. Without realizing it, Klein fell asleep, his body and mind at peace. In the master bedroom, Cynthia also slept. Wearing a nightgown with bare legs, she had a few layers of blanket between them, gently grinding. Her hands subconsciously scratched her skin, leaving red streaks and tiny bumps. In her dream, she saw an illusory, surreal cosmos and the bright star that shone on her. Her vision pulled closer, slowly discerning the star. Suddenly, Klein awoke from his dream. An indescribable scene burned into his eyes. Why did I have such a dream? He frowned in disbelief. He had dreamed not only of Cynthia in a silk nightgown, but also had sexual encounters with her. The demoness of pleasure Sharon, the doll-like Miss Sharon, the relatively blurry Miss Justice, Trissy Cheek, Tracy, and all the beautiful women he'd met. He gave himself up to pleasure in myriad positions. To most Beyonders and ordinary people, this might be a normal response to suppressed temptation, but as a seer, a dream has special meaning. Klein quickly checked his body and realized he was still erect, semen flooding out and staining everywhere. This isn't a seer's revelation, it's the result of an external influence. There's an enemy. Alarmed, Klein made up his mind. He cautiously got out of bed and changed into his admiral uniform. With the 9th law charm and creeping hunger on him, he equipped potent self-preservation powers. Unclear of the situation, Klein did not ascend above the grey fog. He continued seeing himself as Amirius. With a staid expression, he walked carefully to the door and reached for the handle. At that moment, he heard chaos and din outside. There were clear chewing sounds, debaucherous moaning, angry roaring, and sharp urging. What happened? Everything was normal moments ago. Klein swallowed, using cogitation to stay calm. He had used spirit vision daily to observe outside the villa, but found no problems. Where are the Admiral's bodyguards? Where's Secretary Luan? The situation grew stranger and more terrifying. He touched the 9th law charm with one hand, letting a domineering aura emanate to suppress the unease. Using strength in his left hand, Klein twisted the handle and opened the door. Before stepping forward, he saw a red-vested attendant sitting opposite him. The attendant had many cooked and raw foods before him: steak, mutton, dragonbone fish, or Ravi lobster. At that moment, the attendant picked up a huge fish that seemed freshly stocked, struggling, raised his head, and smiled at Klein with a turbid look. "Admiral, I have always envied your food." His stomach was bloated as if 7 or 8 months pregnant. Raising his arms, he bit into raw dragonbone fish, ripping a thick piece. Fresh red blood dribbled from his mouth corners as his chewing sent a chill down Klein's back. The attendant hurriedly swallowed. His bloated stomach trembled as if about to burst. This is an instinctive reaction to restrict appetite. Klein observed him and recalled the tramp stand-in who died of sudden illness from gorging. He didn't waste time trying to rescue the ravenously consuming attendant. He knew nothing would work unless the root cause was solved. Following spiritual intuition, Klein carefully walked toward the master bedroom. At the door, 2 maidservants struggled. One sitting on the other, strangling her by the neck. The one on top smiled brightly, shaking the other urgently. Quickly praise me! Quickly praise me!" She craved acknowledgement. Klein frowned. Stepping closer and grabbing her collar, he threw her against the wall with enough force to cause fainting. Yet she got up again. The maidservant below yawned without opening her eyes, as if never rested, despite being strangled. Such a scene made Klein want to escape and seek church or military help. But the strongest person on Aravi Island was Admiral Amirius, and I am Amirius now. But if things worsen, I should flee when necessary. I shouldn't risk my life recklessly. Klein pushed open the ajar master bedroom door, scalp tingling. The first sounds were pleasurable moans giving in to primal instincts. A smell that quickened his heart and blood flooded his nether regions, filled his senses. An eclectic mix of bodily fluids hit him, conjuring images of indulgent pleasure. Klein saw blonde Secretary Luan. He stood by the door looking in with cold, arrogant disdain. Upon sensing Klein enter, Luan turned, seeing Amirius, but his expression didn't change, as if Klein were unimportant. This secretary, usually reverent, was surprisingly prideful. Klein wanted to question him, but saw Luan's gaze shift toward the room's center. Following the gaze, Klein saw a fair 3-meter-tall body in the middle. Brownish-green lumps resembling tree warts grew on its surface. Some cracked open, revealing flower-like organs. Bodyguards and male attendants knelt, prostrated, or floated around it, mating with the organs and grunting deeply. Other bodyguards and maidservants scattered on the carpet indulged each other's bodies freely. Tree warts and flowers grew from the tall body, along with brown branches that extended outward, participating promiscuously with those present. What kind of monster is this? Klein's mysticism knowledge was overturned again. He lowered his left palm, readying for battle. The towering 3-meter body turned its head. It was a female, blonde hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, plump lips, none other than beautiful Cynthia, still youthful. As the tree branches danced and flowers opened, Cynthia looked down at Klein, cheeks flushed. "Admiral, I want to have a child with you." Chapter 628, Prohibition. Upon seeing Cynthia's huge fair body covered with tree warts and flowers, Klein shuddered as his hair stood on end. Such a horror exceeded anything humanly imaginable, even in his dreams. If he had been himself back at Tingen facing Megos, he might have been paralyzed by panic. But now, as a seasoned beyonder, the moment Cynthia's words reached him, his left glove changed color, black with a noble, sinister aura. Klein had activated creeping hunger, switching to Wormtongue Mythor's soul, gaining the powers of a baron of corruption. He distorted Cynthia's words in his mind, changing "Admiral, I want to have a child with you" to "Admiral, I only wish to have a child with you," hoping to push the bodyguards and male attendants away and gain a breather. Whether he would be exposed as a fake admiral didn't matter. Anyone still obsessed with perfect acting in this chaos had serious obsessive-compulsive disorder, which Klein definitely didn't have. In this atmosphere where desires were magnified, those affected weren't focused on battle or the situation. But the Baron of Corruption's distortion power had no effect. Cynthia and the men were unaffected. I've already used distortion. The mutated Cynthia can directly resist it. Klein's pupils narrowed as he jumped aside. A brown tree branch sprouted beneath him. A sticky flower bloomed at its tip, abnormally large, ready to swallow a person whole. Branches erupted from walls, floor and ceiling, chasing Klein with moist flowers. The flowers bit down on Secretary Luan's head and the writhing bodyguards and attendants on the carpet. Realizing distortion was useless, Klein pulled out a dark gold high-level charm in his right hand. Ninth law. He hadn't wanted to use it so soon, not because of hesitation, but because he wished to observe and learn Cynthia's mutated strengths and weaknesses first. The ninth law charm couldn't make a general prohibition. It needed to be very specific, like nullifying a certain beyonder power. But now he had no choice. If the ninth law charm couldn't help kill this monster, he'd have to escape and lead Cynthia outside, praying and using the sea god's scepter above the grey fog to bombard it. Jumping among attacking branches, Klein solemnly chanted an ancient Hermes word, law. The charm turned ice-cold in his palm, chilling his emotions into calm. Throwing out the charm, Klein's thoughts raced about what to prohibit first. He considered banning all desire generation, but that was too broad. Instead, he focused on the desire to procreate, since Cynthia's wish to have a child with the Admiral influenced those around her. As the charm scattered dark gold beams that merged with countless law symbols, Klein suddenly realized a problem. Cynthia was an ordinary person before all this. He confirmed with spirit vision and divination over the past 3 nights that she wasn't a beyonder, and Amirius would have detected if she were. So her sudden monstrous mutation was suspicious. Could she be a vessel for an evil god like Megos? No ritual had appeared to trigger this, or his spiritual intuition would have warned him. It had to be an external force acting on her body, something previously dormant. Klein judged quickly and solemnly declared, "This place is prohibited from having any interaction with the outside world." The mysterious Hermes words spread as the dark gold light enveloped the villa. A light hum filled Klein's ears as desire-filled formless light was expelled. Then the illusory cosmos appeared, stars shining bright. Suddenly Klein's eyes burst with blood and plasma from the recoil. Though protected by the ninth law charm, the power's backlash pierced through, and he had no time to use paper figurine substitutes, just like marionettist Rosago once suffered. Without the charm, Klein might have turned into a monster like Cynthia. Meanwhile, Cynthia's tree-like body crumbled, turning to flesh and blood with brownish-green warts. The bodyguards and male attendants collapsed unconscious. Embedded in the flesh, Cynthia muttered softly, "Admiral, I want to have a child with you." She strained to extend the last tree branches on the ceiling and walls, binding Klein, still dazed by the recoil, and pulling him closer. As Klein recovered, he struggled fiercely. His fingers tried to snap to ignite fire or switch creeping hunger powers, but failed. His arms and hands were bound tightly. Using his clown powers, he saw the approaching warts and changed his appearance from Admiral Amirius to Gehrman Sparrow, with bleeding eyes. The branches paused and mysteriously released their grip, flailing as if confused. Cynthia's head muttered with disappointment, "Admiral, where did you go?" Without the external force sustaining her resistance, her thoughts reverted to the Baron of Corruption's distortion suggestion, to want a child with Amirius, so she released Gehrman Sparrow. Klein flipped up, covering his eyes with his right hand and pulling down sharply, moving the terrible wound toward his left shoulder. His left shoulder became mangled, but creeping hunger glowed with pure, resplendent light. He looked at Cynthia's head in the pile of flesh and blood with pity and spread his arms. From the sky, a holy flame swirled down around a pillar of pure light, enveloping the monster reduced to flesh and blood. Chapter 629, Naturism Sect. Amidst the holy beam of light, the tree warts and flesh rapidly disintegrated like snow on a red-hot metal ball. An indescribable sizzling sound filled the air as Cynthia's face twisted in agony. She struggled to turn, horrified and confused, finally realizing something was terribly wrong. "Admiral." Her voice trembled, but all she saw ahead was an unfamiliar face. Klein sighed calmly. "Try not to make contact with strange artifacts or religions in the future." From his view, Cynthia's monstrous transformation was tied to either a cult or a dangerous artifact, some connection to an existence that shouldn't be looked at directly. Her remnant head and bits of flesh suddenly wept. "It's the Mother Tree of Desire, the Naturism sect." "Admiral, Admiral, I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Save me! Save me!" Klein's knowledge of mysticism didn't cover this. He looked pityingly at Cynthia and said in a deep voice, "Death is not the end. You will be redeemed when you are at God's side." Another beam of pure light struck her, fixing her beautiful, weeping face in place. Her eyes widened in despair but held a trace of hope for heaven. Under the sun's rays, her brain and flesh melted away, cleansing her in death. Klein watched silently, lips curling into a sorrowful chuckle. This is really a crazy and chaotic world. He dared not channel Cynthia's spirit after all that had happened. The oddities made him abandon the thought of bringing her spirit body above the grey fog for answers. Faced with irremovable evil and worsening corruption, cleansing was the only option. After all, in a world with true gods, there might be heaven. As for creeping hunger's backlash, Klein wasn't worried. Over time, the sealed mystical item had adjusted to him. It only needed to feed once every 24 hours regardless of use, and none on days unused. He had plenty of time to find food for it without harming innocents. If worst came to worst, he could throw it above the grey fog. Surveying the room, Klein saw the bodyguards and attendants had shaken off their magnified desires and fallen unconscious, including the maid strangling her companion for praise and blonde secretary Luan. Once the root problem ended, everything else would stop. According to Amirius's description, Luan was at least a Sequence 6 Beyonder, suspected to be a baron of corruption, possibly secretly Sequence 5. If even he was so easily controlled by the magnified desires, the power Cynthia carried was potent. But why did I only have a wet dream? Ignoring mystical items, Luan and Klein should be on the same level. Was it the grey fog's mixed power aiding me? The temporary contract with Amirius, or both? If not for these, Cynthia's influence would have amplified my desire too. This wouldn't have been just a romantic dream. Habitually, Klein covered his face with his right hand and changed back to Amirius Rivelt's appearance. With no immediate threat to others, Klein observed the room when his spiritual perception triggered. He stepped to where Cynthia vanished and bent down to pick up a necklace from torn clothes on the bed. A finger-length black pendant hung from it, looking like a miniature rhinoceros horn, cracked and exuding evil with no spiritual activity. This must be the dangerous item that caused Cynthia's mutation, having connected to an existence that couldn't be looked at directly, pouring all its power into her. Klein checked the area and found nothing else. He pulled out a paper figurine and dispelled the charm's prohibition. Walking to Secretary Luan, still showing signs of corruption from the flowers, Klein raised his knee and kicked him a few times with the tip of his shoe. With Amirius's character, it was unlikely he'd crouch to shake his secretary awake. Heh, this fellow's arrogant way of looking down on others sure is irritating. I really want to beat him up. Klein thought, watching sternly as Luan slowly woke. Your Excellency. Luan was dazed, unable to tell dream from reality. As a superior, Klein was under no obligation to explain. He looked down and said, "Wake up all the lightly injured, get some to treat the others, and have the rest investigate the Naturism sect on Oravi Island. They worship an evil god named Mother Tree of Desire. Start with people around Cynthia. I'll be waiting in the study for the report." Holding the cracked rhinoceros horn pendant, Klein left the master bedroom and entered the silent, unaffected study. Though somewhat helpless before the kingdom's upper echelons, as a military member he chose to ignore certain matters, like Aston's removal as Governor-General and the arrival of a new one. On Oravi Island, however, to Secretary Luan, police, and naval personnel, he still held absolute authority and had enough people to conduct investigations. A demigod needed only to watch for accidents and await news, no need to busy themselves. Inside the study, amid the distant chaos of screams, questioning, and exchanges, Klein couldn't help but think of the cosmos and bright, lustrous star. What do they represent? Frowning, he sank into the armchair behind his desk, hidden in shadow from the curtains. He soon made connections. Legends from the City of Silver and Emlyn White's description of the Sanguine confirmed the moon pathway controlled some authority over reproduction and proliferation, matching Cynthia's actions. Cosmos. Mr. Dorr told Emperor Roselle the goddess's tarot card is the star, not the moon. Could the illusory cosmos represent her? The primordial moon is suspected to be a deity angel or high-level devil's alternate identity. The goddess is called Crimson Moon. Could she be impersonating the primordial moon, occupying that role to control authority? Though Klein knew such thoughts bordered sacrilege, he suspected the Evernite goddess. He soon rejected the idea. Vampire ancestor Lilith and the primordial moon only projected reproduction and proliferation, not gluttony, pride, and desire, which many victims exhibited. The Evernite goddess's other titles didn't include those domains either. This fits more with the devil pathway. Desire apostles are experts in such things. Could a high-level devil, or even the devil king, sequence 0 abyss, be subjugating the primordial moon? Possible, but neither moon nor abyss correspond to the illusory cosmos and bright stars Klein saw. His conjecture grew more problematic. Amid his thoughts, he recalled an important concept from early mysticism education but never explained in detail: the astral world. Most mysticism schools believe the world comprises the real, spirit, and astral worlds. The real world is obvious. Knowledge of the spirit world underpins many rituals and powers. Klein's knowledge of the astral world was almost non-existent. So the illusory cosmos likely represents the astral world, and the bright star a particular astral existence. He had long suspected true gods resided in the astral world. Then, the imagery representing the primordial moon made sense. He didn't dwell further, recalling recent days' details while awaiting his subordinates' reports. Time passed until familiar footsteps approached. Secretary Luan knocked and entered, bowing his head coldly. "Your Excellency, we found the Naturism sect and captured their leader. The clue came from Miss Cynthia's parents. This sect has been active in Oravi for years. They don't wear clothes to return to nature, surrendering to instinct to liberate spirituality. Reproduction is a subsidiary belief. The leader is a beyonder, a sequence 8 lunatic." Lunatic? A prisoner pathway beyonder? Connected to the Rose School of Thought? Yes, the Rose School's factions are temperance and indulgence, the latter matching this. Alarmed, Klein said stoically, "Bring him here." Chapter 630, Timeline. The Naturism sect's leader, Flight Ken, was a thin man in his 30s with brown whiskers and evil tattoos on his neck. Luan brought the ragged man before Klein, reporting, "Your Excellency, while he was being captured, he kept exchanging his intelligence for strength, and he's on the brink of a mental collapse." Perfect. Klein had feared Flight Ken would resist questioning, forcing a risky spirit channeling, but now he switched creeping hunger to the interrogator's soul, sequence 7 of Amirius's arbiter pathway. 2 faint lightning flashes appeared in Klein's eyes as psychic piercing pressed on Flight Ken's spirit body. Without directly using the power, Klein sat like the real Admiral Amirius and said, "Do you know Cynthia?" He dangled the cracked black rhinoceros horn pendant. "What is its use?" Flight Ken trembled, feeling as if a dagger pierced his psyche. "Yes, I know her. Cynthia. Miss Cynthia wished to have a child with Your Excellency, a child with beyonder powers. She was introduced to me by her parents. It's a proliferation necklace created with the bestowment of the goddess's aura. By consuming its powder and wearing it for prolonged periods, it will be able to make Your Excellency unable to resist her." Klein listened silently, half convinced. He believed Cynthia did want a child with Admiral Amirius, either of her own will or urged by others, shown by her persistence even after mutation. The lone aristocrats might discriminate against illegitimate children, but those who inherited beyonder traits were valued. Admiral Amirius, stern but caring, would treasure such a child. That could explain Cynthia's eagerness. Klein's doubt focused on the true effects of the necklace and whether the Naturism sect misled Cynthia. He tightened Psychic Piercing's pressure and stared until Flight Ken bowed again. "What other uses does this necklace have?" Klein asked. shaking the pendant calmly. Overwhelmed, Flight Ken fell and shouted hysterically, "I can corrupt you." As long as Cynthia consumed the powder ground from it and sincerely chanted Mother Tree of Desire's honorific name, any man who has sex with her and successfully has a child would be corrupted. That will make you become a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire, to become her blessed. So that's it. Klein understood the plan. Use Cynthia and the proliferation necklace, an ordinary-looking object, to secretly corrupt Admiral Amirius, turning a powerful military figure into a devout follower, thus protecting and empowering the sect. The key was concealment, nothing overt like potency or terror. After 3 rejections from Amirius, Cynthia couldn't expel the corrupting powder, reached her limit, and connected with the Mother Tree of Desire, causing the sudden mutation. The monstrous form wasn't a threat to the real Admiral. Klein's 9th law charm easily resolved it. The sect wanted secret corruption, not a direct clash with a demigod. Luan, now understanding, lowered his head and said gravely, "Your Excellency, it was our oversight. We only monitored Miss Cynthia and the servants here without expanding to their friends and family. I'm willing to accept any punishment, even court-martial." How would the real Admiral reply? Klein, embodying Amirius's recent pain, grief and anger, sat sternly and said, "We shall leave this for later. The hidden meaning, I'll decide based on your upcoming performance." Luan was taken aback, seemingly finding this mild punishment unbelievable. Klein half closed his eyes. "My father, the deceased Earl Revolt, once taught me this. He said to pardon the first mistake of a subordinate. Luan, you, as well as the other bodyguards, should be thankful for his benevolence." Luan's gaze shimmered as he drew a silent breath. No longer calm, he said earnestly, "Your benevolence is admirable. I pledge my utmost loyalty to you, apart from my principles, God and kingdom." Klein didn't believe him. Calmly, he said, "There's a second half of the saying, that is, punish them for their second mistake." Luan nodded, unsurprised. Klein pressed Flight Ken further. "Who instigated you to do this?" Flight Ken's answer was predictable. After contacting Cynthia, learning her lover's identity, the Naturism sect boldly planned to corrupt Admiral Amirius. Flight Ken looked neurotic. "It was the Mother Tree of Desire. She instigated me in my dream. I initially wanted to lend Cynthia the proliferation necklace and for her to wear it. I never planned for her to consume the powder." Instigated by the Mother Tree of Desire? Almost a revelation. Klein frowned. Though Amirius was powerful, would an evil goddess target him? Klein admitted he couldn't grasp their reasoning. Maybe it's for later plans. Or Flight Ken might be lying. Confirmation was needed. "When did you have this dream?" Klein asked sternly. Flight forced a fearful smile. It was nighttime on 4th February last Friday. I remember it clearly. I had just released The Spirituality of a Lady." Klein pondered the date, finding nothing special at first. He then asked, "What relationship do you have with the Rose School of Thought? What relationship does the Mother Tree of Desire have with the chained god?" Flight's passion broke through. "We're a branch of the Rose School of Thought. My mentor is the Rose School's saint, Zatwen. The chained god is another manifestation of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire is the true and only deity that surpasses the 7 gods and the true creator. Your Excellency, you are a candidate to be her blessed." Who can't brag? Klein thought. If the Mother Tree of Desire is an alt of the chained god, that fits the Rose School's internal factions of temperance and indulgence. Matching this case. Klein told Luan, "Go out for a while." He planned to question Flight Ken about evil deeds and suitability as Creeping Hunger's meal. Luan didn't ask why and left briskly, closing the door behind. The study became quiet, as if isolated. The door's closing distortion from a baron of corruption was a considerate touch. Klein pondered and asked suddenly, 6th February, what did you do on Sunday evening?" Flight Ken was startled. We followed a revelation from Mother Tree of Desire, using the proliferation necklace and a hair from a particular tramp. We held a ritual to magnify the tramp's gluttony. The tramp stand-in for Admiral Amirius was killed to trap him, so he would have sex with Cynthia and be corrupted. Klein connected all dots, and Klein's unexpected presence likely destroyed this plan. Coincidence? No. On the 4th February, the day Flight Ken got the dream revelation, was the first day Klein arrived on Oravi Island. Chapter 631, 3 Days of Absence. Don't tell me that this matter was targeted at me. Klein's mind jolted awake, his persecution complex flaring. The Mother Tree of Desire had sent Flight Ken a dream revelation just as Klein arrived on Oravi Island and started this chain of events. The first day Klein met Bilt Brando was when the Naturism sect's ritual caused the tramp stand-in to die of gluttony. If Admiral Emirius was the target, the plan ensured a stand-in's death and no helpers to cover his departure. But this couldn't be confirmed. Klein's involvement was proof. If the target was me, then everything fit. Klein's clown powers masked his gloom as he faced Flight Ken. But how could they be sure Bilt Brando would seek me out? The news about Gehrman Sparrow's ability to impersonate anyone spread from Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, an element beyond the Mother Tree's control. From another view, the news spreading and Klein's arrival might have triggered the Mother Tree's revelation and plan. But why corrupt me? My grudge with the Rose School of Thought wasn't enough for an evil god's notice. I'd only killed a few Beyonders and aborted a hunt against the Admiral of Blood. The revenge was too minor for a saint's attention. Maybe something about me resonated with an item formed by the Mother Tree's aura the moment I set foot on the island. I'd never had abnormal reactions to other holy artifacts in Backlund or Tingen City. Also, I divined above the grey fog and was told the tramp's death was coincidence, not arranged by legendary creatures or sealed artifacts. But this was the first true disruption of divination above the grey fog. I hadn't even noticed it. Earlier, with 008, I got only ineffective revelation, no disruption. So it's a power beyond a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The Mother Tree of Desire personally disrupted the outcome. She is a true deity? The 7 gods rarely influence the real world without rituals. My divination of acting as Emirius said the risk was acceptable and matched events, so no disruption there. The more Klein thought, the more perplexed he was. Most puzzling, if I was the corruption target, why no demanding trials? I solved the problem simply. It made the Mother Tree's plan seem like a joke. As Klein pondered, he nearly crushed Flight Ken with another question. Surprisingly, the Naturism sect hadn't held rituals to disrupt divination the past week or made arrangements for project failure. Strange. Klein flicked a gold coin as final confirmation. Flight Ken wasn't lying, already near mental collapse and logically consistent with everything Klein secretly knew. The coin landed with the king's portrait face up, confirming truth. Suppressing puzzlement, Klein asked again, "What deeds have you done in the past that violate the kingdom's laws or the moral fabric of society?" Flight Ken brightened as if hopeful. His ploy against Emirius was his gravest crime. Other sins were trivial. He smiled discreetly and recounted, "I once tortured a family for an entire night for their property and abandoned them in the woods after murdering them. Then, I used faked documents and successfully obtained a sizable amount of wealth. I deliberately enticed many believers to indulge in their desires and watched as their emptiness and regret after the deed slowly paved the way for them to become fertilizer for the Mother Tree of Desire. I once tricked many ladies to abide with their nature, an excuse for them to be redeemed by the spirits, allowing me to possess them. I tortured believers who attempted to renounce the religion, slicing off every part that protruded off their bodies." He confessed every sin without hesitation. Klein was incredulous at such evil. As Flight Ken grew excited, Klein, now fully Emirius, stood without expression, circled the desk and faced him. He raised his left palm. A terrifying mouth opened in the palm, revealing 2 rows of icy, eerie teeth. "No, no!" A sharp, horrified scream echoed until silence fell. After a while, Klein bent to pick up a greyish-white blob resembling a shrunken brain. Flight Ken's beyond a characteristic as a lunatic. He had been searched before capture, leaving no cash or items. Klein snapped his fingers, igniting Flight Ken's clothes. As his left shoulder healed, Klein sat behind the desk, watching scarlet flames dance. When no trace remained, he rang the bell. Luan entered, eyes sweeping the study. "Instruct the guards and base personnel to cooperate with the Oravi police to clean up the Naturism sect. It's best if clues can be found and several Rose School members are caught," Klein ordered solemnly. "Yes, Your Excellency," Luan replied respectfully, not asking about Flight Ken, as if he never existed. Klein didn't dwell on the Oravi Island raid. Claiming slight injury, he declined all schedules for the next 2 days. That meant no need to exert the might of a high-sequence arbiter after using the 9th law charm. Near noon, Luan knocked and entered. "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston has yet to leave on the liner. The new Governor-General, Ben Conrad, has invited you to a banquet tonight." Ben Conrad, Aston's replacement, hailed from a family loyal to the royal house. Talim likely knew Prince Edisac through his role as the Conrad heir's equestrian teacher. Klein nodded, immersing himself in Amirius's conflicted emotions. After a brief silence, he said, "Inform Governor-General Conrad that it's inconvenient for me to attend the banquet because of injuries suffered from the Naturism sect's assault. Apologize on my behalf." "Yes, Your Excellency." Luan didn't object and calmly left. A demigod had the right to be willful. No secret plots or serious mistakes, no blame. Any faction would want a demigod's favor. As Luan's back disappeared, Klein shook his head faintly and sank behind the desk. A quiet day passed quickly. At nearly midnight, Klein awoke abruptly in the guest room. His spiritual perception sensed someone entering. He focused on the window and saw a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, black hair, blue eyes, mouth corners slightly sagging. Admiral Amirius himself. "Phew, he's finally back." Klein rose cautiously. "What item did you give me before?" he asked, wary of a faceless impersonation. Amirius's stern answer, "The 9th law charm." Without waiting, Klein stepped forward. "Did anything happen in the past few days?" Amirius was silent. Klein controlled his face and said, "Your secretary committed a mistake and was injured." "Oh, what else?" Amirius's eyes held deep reservation. Klein looked straight at him. "Your younger brother has been relieved as Governor-General. The new Governor-General has taken over. Your Miss Cynthia mutated into a monster and was purified by me. A number of your bodyguards and attendants were infected and are receiving treatment." Amirius's expression slowly turned to shock, barely controlled. His eyes flicked as if doubting if he was in the right place. It had only been 3 days. Chapter 632, Finishing Up. After a frozen moment of silence, Amirius quickly controlled his expression and said in a deep, domineering tone, "Tell me the specifics." Klein didn't hide much. He started with Aston Rivelt's question, the mysterious dream warning about not resisting the trend of the times, the sudden telegram, and finally Cynthia's mutation. He detailed the situation, the secretary's arrogance, how he handled it, and the investigations that followed. The only things he kept secret were that February 4th was his first day on Oravi Island and his guesses. He was also vague about combat. He trusted Amirius to understand that Beyonder abilities were secrets crucial to survival. Many Beyonders below high sequence could be either very powerful or very weak. Amirius listened silently in the dark room, not interrupting, which meant something. After a pause, he asked, "The mysterious person who infiltrated your dream emphasized the fate of an era, as well as the trend of the times." "Yes." Klein, back as German Sparrow, didn't reveal that the mysterious person never mentioned Aston's exact plan. Amirius fell silent again. "You maintained my appearance in your dream?" "Yes, this is my secret," Klein said succinctly. Amirius nodded slightly, pacing a small area, then faced him again. "There were no problems with your choices." This was the ultimate feedback Klein needed. A large part of the potion's effect was digested. Amirius turned slightly, voice flat. "I originally had no plans to contract with the stand-in. I wanted to tell Cynthia I was losing control and couldn't have physical relations with her for 5 days, but I later changed my mind for reasons. If not for the contract's restrictions, even if I normally could resist temptation, I might not have resisted last night's magnified desires. If Cynthia had known about the 5-day restriction, she wouldn't have rushed to consume powder made from the proliferation necklace and mutated. But the Naturism sect could have forced her to consume it anyway. This was definitely targeted at me. What does the Mother Tree of Desire want? And why did Amirius change his mind?" Klein studied Amirius's side profile and asked, "What's the reason?" Amirius deadpanned, "There's no need for you to know." For the first time, Klein hated that answer. After a moment, Klein took out the cracked pendant and tossed it to Amirius. "This is the proliferation necklace that originated from the Mother Tree of Desire." Amirius caught it, looked down, then said, "You may leave. Go to Built to receive your reward." Wasn't he worried I knew too much? Aston's ploy was exposed and known by political enemies. Amirius wasn't involved, so it didn't matter if I understood. Expecting a long confidential contract, Klein was surprised to be dismissed so simply. Noticing Amirius didn't bring up anything else, Klein pointed and said, "Clothes." Only then did Amirius look up and silently remove his formal shirt and tailcoat. Klein had wanted to ask for extra payment given the dangers, but after confirming Cynthia's fate was his fault, he dropped the idea, feeling guilty. He quickly changed into a comfortable robe, then, guided by Amirius, leapt out the window and slipped from the garden villa while the bodyguards looked confused. Amirius put on a sleeping robe, clenched the proliferation necklace, and stood facing the crimson moon and sparse stars, expressionless and motionless for a long time. "Pa!" He relaxed his grip slightly, and the mini rhinoceros horn shattered into pieces on the ground. The next noon, Klein, rested from a full night's sleep, took a carriage to Sweet Lemon Bar and went to the second floor to meet Bilt Brando. "It's over?" Bilt asked, relieved and surprised. Klein nodded. "Admiral Amirius has returned. Where's the rest of the payment?" Bilt smiled, dismissed his guards, and fetched £500 in a blue cufflink. "This is from the Murloc bladder you provided," Bilt said. "It grants illusory scales under your skin to help you evade capture. It also protects against some damage. You can dive to 15 meters without gear and swim underwater for 10 minutes. No serious side effects, just tiredness in hot or arid places." "So it shouldn't be used with the sun brooch." Klein took the money and item. "Aren't you worried there will be problems?" Bilt joked. "Your business is here," Klein said calmly, implying he wasn't worried if the person in charge disappeared. Bilt's smile froze. "It hasn't been named. You can name it." "Murloc Cufflink," Klein said without thinking. "Nice name. Leaves an impression." Bilt forced a smile. He paused. "That artisan said he can fix summoning rituals for spirit world creatures onto spiritual materials. They last a max of 1.5 years, but he needs detailed info. Heh. By our agreement I'll handle it, so no worries." "All right, make it a harmonica." Klein pulled out pen and paper, scribbled the ritual to summon his messenger. "Messenger? That's rare. It's hard for non-death pathway beyonders to find one." Bilt scanned the paper. If the messenger's summoned accidentally during production, a gold coin must be given to her." "What if it's not?" Spirit creatures always have quirks. Some love music, some loiter in undesirable places." "What if you don't pay? Maybe Mamrenet Tinica will bring you and the artisan's heads. She's a spirit world creature with a castle, possibly stronger than me, unless I'm wielding the sea god's scepter." Klein lampooned deeply. "The third promised item can wait." "All right." Bilt accepted. Then out of curiosity asked, "Mr. Gehrman, how did you fool Secretary Luan, Governor General Aston and Miss Cynthia, people Amirius specifically warned about?" Klein fought a twitch. "Think carefully. Follow the info." He gave no more details, stood, bowed with his hat and said, "It's time I bid farewell." "It was a pleasure working with you," Bilt said, smiling. After Klein left, Bilt shook his head and chuckled, muttering, "This powerful and crazy adventurer is actually a natural actor?" After lunch, Bilt's subordinate brought the day's newspapers. Bilt, sucking a cigar, suddenly froze reading about last night's banquet by new Governor General Ben Conrad. Aston Revolt was suddenly replaced. Most people only learned after the new Governor General appeared. Soon, a partner secretly serving Amirius arrived. "Your Excellency wants you to investigate people around you for naturism sect believers and sink them all into the sea," the partner relayed. "All right. What happened?" "The naturism sect took a terrible blow yesterday. His Excellency suffered an assassination attempt yesterday. Miss Cynthia died, Secretary Luan injured, many bodyguards lost," the partner said simply. "Ah?" Bilt was stunned. "Aren't these the very people Amirius said to be wary of?" "I even emphasized it to Gehrman Sparrow. Now Cynthia is dead, Luan injured and Aston relieved." Bilt's mouth twitched, expression blank. East Chester County, Stone City. Audrey silently listened to a noble lady echoing kindly. At the end, the lady said, "Audrey, you really are an angel. I feel a lot more comfortable after chatting with you." Audrey saw a female priest from the Church of Evernite enter. The priest was ordinary but secretly a psychology alchemist. "Audrey, the potion formula is already in my hands. However, you need to contribute enough to obtain it," the priest whispered. Audrey glanced around. That wouldn't be an issue, but ma'am Smine, can you tell me its name? The priest looked around, voice low. Hypnotist. Chapter 633, Two Types of Parasitizing. After leaving Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein returned to his inn. While packing, the giant skeleton messenger appeared. It tried to pack Klein's shoulder but failed. The 4-meter-tall skull stuck through the ceiling. Instead, it threw a letter before vanishing. Mr. Azik has finally replied. It's been almost a week. Has the messenger changed? It looks the same and would give warnings as usual. Klein unfolded the letter. I'm very sorry that I'm only replying to you today. Perhaps it's because the memories I've recovered exceeded my body's limits. I had to spend days in deep sleep to adapt. The matters you described fit the Marauder pathway traits. Their sequence 4 is parasite. Higher sequences wield powers of parasitized bodies. There are 2 types of parasitizing. The first is preliminary. The parasite borrows the host's body to hide and recover. It can see and hear through the host, but cannot interfere with or steal thoughts. For the host to converse with the parasite, the host must speak first. The second is full control. The parasite fuses with the host's spirit body, knows their thoughts, and can control their body. For the first type, one can communicate with the host through dreams or subconscious conversation without alerting the parasite, since it relies on the host's senses. For the second, no communication without the parasite's knowledge is possible. There is a chance to eradicate the parasite by relying on the host's faith. When one prays with an open heart, the prayer's target can discover the parasite's existence and, via ritual, separate or eradicate it. Of course, the host must be unaware or the parasite will be alerted and take precautions. Isn't this like Little Son's case? Klein thought. He prayed without much thought, and I found Ammon's avatar. Then I secretly taught him the secret ritual to cleanse the parasite. This deepened Klein's understanding. However, he still didn't know which parasitic state Leonard was in. Back in Tingen, Leonard sometimes talked to himself, possibly the first type, but months had passed. Maybe the parasite now fully controlled him. He needed to confirm before acting. Rashly entering Leonard's dream might warn the parasite, worsening things. If Leonard was in the second state, he believed in the goddess, but she had millions of followers. Unlikely she'd notice a red glove who's neither blessed nor saint. She's unlike me, the fool. I read every prayer and provide one-to-one service. This is the startup phase. Klein sighed wistfully. He'd planned to ask Emlyn to secretly monitor Leonard for signs like whispering, but Emlyn had appeared before Leonard and the parasite via Tinder, making him a potential target or suspect. Klein abandoned the idea. Miss Magician was only sequence 8 and a trickmaster, no power to monitor an angel-level parasite or red glove. Miss Justice was best concealed and a goddess believer, but she was back in her fief, returning only in June. Mr. Hangman and Ma'am Hermit were at sea. Little Son was cut off from the outside. The Tarot Club lacked enough members or suitable helpers. Miss Sharon would be best at such concealment, but Klein had no way to contact her, even through Miss Magician or Emlyn. Sigh, he thought. I fled Backlund too hastily, failing to plan. Rubbing his temples, Klein reminded himself Leonard was a Red Glove elite in the Nighthawks, watched by high-ranking deacons and the church. The parasite wouldn't dare act openly yet. He decided to wait for a better helper. Perhaps after digesting the potion and advancing, I can find mermaids east of the Sonia Sea and return to Backlund to handle this myself. Inside Sweet Lemon Bar, after dealing with 2 naturism sect believers among his aides, Bilt finally got good news. Admiral Amirius will return to Byam today? Bilt stood, cigar in hand. Sothoth nodded. His fleet left half an hour ago, heading for the Rorstead archipelago. Bilt sighed with relief. Amirius wasn't blaming him. Still thinking how Gehrman Sparrow had caused the Admiral to lose many bodyguards, the Governor-General his brother was removed, the Secretary injured and the Mistress dead, he doubted his management skills. Though not necessarily Sparrow's fault, all happening together made him seem responsible. Bilt expected punishment from Amirius. His Excellency is a demigod. He didn't let rage blind reason. Praise the Lord. May the storm be with us, Bilt said, striking his fist on his breast. Just then his subordinate rushed in. Boss, Gehrman Sparrow has disappeared, he said hurriedly. Bilt frowned. Disappeared? Yes, after checking out he circled the area with his suitcase, then vanished. Bilt sighed. It's hard to track an adventurer who can shapeshift into anyone. Leave it. No need to find him again. Targeted by the mother tree of desire, Klein cautiously changed appearance, identity, and residence to avoid danger. From feedback acting as a Mirius, he decided to quickly digest the potion by practical use. Riding a carriage to Oravi Hospice Foundation, he arrived again. Ma'am Joanna was still in charge of registration. She asked, "You want to do volunteer work?" "Yes," Klein nodded. Joanna pulled out a form. "Name?" "Sinbad Volunteer," Klein smiled. In Eastchester County, April's weather was pleasant, lush vegetation and beautiful scenery, perfect for hunting. Audrey, dressed in a fitted black riding suit and helmet, rode her burgundy mare pursuing a brightly colored wild chicken. She shot a whistling arrow that accurately struck the prey. As a psychiatrist, her physical abilities had improved, and with early archery training she was skilled at both firearms and bows. Susie, the golden hunting hound, pounced and bit the downed prey. "It's a pleasure working with you." Audrey smiled, striking her palm against Susie's paw. Nearby aristocrats praised her hunting skill and dog training. Audrey felt slightly embarrassed. She never trained Susie herself. The aristocrats dispersed to continue hunting. A low-level Evernite goddess priest approached Audrey quietly. "You can receive the hypnotist formula after the final mission," she whispered. Audrey's eyes lit up, silently nodding. If she were still the squeamish noble lady of the past, she'd have lost patience and just bought the formula at the Tarot Club. But she knew that building contributions helped her infiltrate the psychology alchemists, gain trust, and lay a foundation for high-sequence potion formulas later. So she patiently completed uninteresting or interesting tasks. In 2 months, Audrey had eavesdropped on aristocrats and maids, guiding them to vent frustrations and conquer negative emotions, acting perfectly as a psychiatrist. She realized she could eavesdrop, observe, and steer people to understand their flaws and habits, enough to mentally break or manipulate them without leaving a mark. It's actually terrifying, Audrey thought, like mind-grasping monsters of legend. Smine, awkward on horseback, circled carefully and said, "Stone University's Associate Professor Michelle is a collector. We want you to buy a notebook from the 20-Year War." The 20-Year War was fought between the Lone Kingdom and Faesac Empire in the 5th Epoch, year 6621 to 642. Lowen lost and gave up the ancient Elves Island, now Sonia Island. Chapter 634, City of White Stone University. Professor Michelle, notebook from the 20-Year War era. Audrey picked out the key terms and glanced at Susie happily running ahead of her mare. She cut straight to the point, asking, "Ma'am Smine, what kind of notebook is it?" "I'm not sure. All I know is that it belongs to the period of the 20-Year War. It's part of Associate Professor Michelle's collection. It has an important characteristic. The patterns on the cover faintly form a dragon," Smine said without hiding anything. Audrey restrained her burgundy mare and considered how to complete the mission. Visiting Associate Professor Michelle and requesting to view his collection wasn't too difficult. But she didn't know him personally, so explaining a sudden visit and expressing desire to buy a notebook might make him suspicious. Jen's elder brother studies at Stone University, Audrey thought. He likes to describe and discuss matters. If I invite him and Jen to afternoon tea and steer the topic toward history, archaeology, or collections, he'll likely mention Associate Professor Michelle. With that lead, Audrey could send someone to visit Michelle and ask to see his collection. At first meeting, she'd hide her real interest and observe his reactions to gauge how to proceed. She nodded at Smine and smiled. "I'll work hard to complete the mission, but I can't guarantee success." Just then, she tightened the girth and shot forward like an arrow after a reddish-brown fox darting in the hunting encirclement. Above a stormy sea, the Blue Avenger tossed like a leaf in heavy squalls. It was thrown up and slammed down repeatedly but kept balance without capsizing. Inside the captain's cabin, Alger Wilson floated near the window, watching mountain-high waves and silent, forceful winds. After some time, he landed on the carpet. Wind-blessed is indeed a sequence easy to act by its name. The only problem is it sometimes makes me irascible like a gale, Alger sighed inwardly. He'd spent 2 months trying to obtain the Ocean Songster formula through his own channels and the Tarot Club's trades. It was sequence 5, near demigod level, and highly demanded, making it nearly impossible to buy even with plenty of money. Normally, joining the church or an organization was the best way, but as a bishop of the Church of Storms, Alger had to hide his power and keep freedom under light monitoring. Only when confident would he go to complete his goal. Still, he hadn't wasted time. He'd digested the Wind-Blessed potion fairly quickly. Wind-Blessed is simple. Ocean Songster is said to be difficult. Must I frequently sing? Alger glanced toward the deck. Though separated by several rooms, he could hear drunken sailors singing loudly, their din rivaling the storm's roars. Alger frowned unknowingly. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, Cynthia's Circus. Ma'am, didn't you say you're performing magic? Why are you dressed like that? A youth asked the woman in a pitch-black pointed hat and matching dress, puzzled. I don't know why I'm wearing this either. Maybe it's my first appearance here. The cold froze my brain and fixed my style, Fors thought, rubbing her face painted red and yellow. She smiled and replied, in ancient times, magic was often mistaken for witchcraft. But that wasn't why she wore the outfit. Fors picked up the middle of 3 porcelain cups before placing a white ball underneath it. She quickly shuffled the cups, smiling at the youth. Guess where the tiny ball is? Isn't this one of the gambling methods invented by Emperor Roselle? The youth said, interested. But you're a circus trick master, not a croupier, so I believe the ball's already switched away. All the cups are empty. Fors smiled. Congratulations, you got it wrong. She lifted the middle cup and a white blur flew out. A dove. The tiny ball was where the dove had been. Wow, godly! Wonderful magic! Brilliant! Amid the amazed exclamations, Fors looked pleased. She glanced at the distant cathedral bell, put away her props, and returned to the circus master's tent. Are you really resigning? I can double your salary, the circus master urged. I already summarized Trickmaster principles by mid-March and digested the potion last week. If the contract hadn't ended today, I wouldn't be here. Being a Trickmaster was nice, but didn't stop her goal of advancing to astrologer. Her teacher promised to give her the formula, ingredients, and a gift this week. What kind of gift will it be? Sighing, Fors covered her mouth to yawn, then smiled. Well, I'm actually a best-selling author. My next book is about circuses, so I came here to be hired. A best-selling author? The circus master's eyes lit up. Will you write bad things about us? Are there any? I had a great time these past 2 months. Fors took off her pointed hat. The circus master smiled sincerely. Wall, Ma'am Wall, can you mention our circus's name in your book? I'll pay you advertisement fees. Not much, but I'm responsible for many livelihoods. That can be done? Fors realized a novel could advertise naturally, more subtly than newspapers or magazines. Amid the waves, a cannon-lined liner sailed a safe sea route without straying. Any deviation east of Aravi Island usually meant disappearance. Pirates didn't dare stray far. The sea was full of legends and unexplored regions. After 2 months of volunteer work and 4 true acting chances, Klein left behind patient care and chores. He boarded a ship to the Gargus archipelago. At the Tarot gathering in early March, he had privately hired the hermit cat Leia. He planned to meet her in the capital of the archipelago, the city of White Nars, then board her ship to sail the dangerous ocean near the Sonia Seas far east. There, he would seek unaffiliated mermaids. The hermit was interested in meeting Tarot Club members in real life. She agreed to the world's request within seconds, but charged a high price, £3,000. Klein first wanted to refuse and use Mr. Burr, Hanged Man's ghost ship, but with many Church of Storm sailors likely to follow, restricting his freedom, and the ocean's danger, he accepted. Hermit would wait a month in the archipelago at April's start. Any delay meant the deal's end. To avoid wasting his deposit, Klein left for Gargus archipelago from Oravi Island before fully digesting the potion. With his previous acting chances and summaries, he was close to completely digesting the faceless potion. Even without true acting, just acting as Gehrman Sparrow would finish digestion in 2 to 3 weeks. Because the world's identity was tied to Sparrow, Klein returned to that lunatic adventurer persona but disguised somewhat. Watching the troubled sea, he finally saw a port city of white rock houses. The easternmost Fasak Empire capital of the Gargus archipelago, Naz. I'm finally overseas. Klein observed a fishing boat carrying whale meat entering the harbour, its ruggedness clear. Nearby, Several ships flew pirate flags openly at the harbor. Oravi Island's eastern front was indeed a pirate playground. Klein donned his hat, carried his luggage, and left the cabin as the liner stabilized. He went down the gangway into the harbor. After a few steps, he saw pirates clashing with a local gang. Both sides drew weapons and fought. Klein calmly passed, showing no intention of stopping. At that moment, a local pulled cans from his pocket, opened one, and threw it into the street. Canned wolffish. Klein nearly laughed, recalling the infamous stinky seafood. A foul stench hit Klein's nose. His face twitched as he fought nausea and quickly left the area. Some pirates vomited, others fled, dragging companions as if their combat strength vanished. A minute later, in a secluded corner, the crazed adventurer Gehrman Sparrow crouched and silently belched. Chapter 635. Meeting the smell of canned wolffish was pungent, disgusting, practically a biological weapon. Klein crouched in the corner for nearly a minute to recover. He'd underestimated it, failing to use paper figurine substitutes or create an invisible air tube to simulate underwater breathing. Now he fully understood why opening canned wolffish in public was banned. Exhaling, Klein stood, suitcase in hand, and walked toward the harbor. His first impression of Nars was many white houses built mainly of stone. It wasn't far north, but it was cold. Even in April, temperatures hovered just above freezing. The city had many whaling houses where massive belugas were dismembered for skin, flesh, fat, bones, and grey amber. The latter was used to make luxurious banquet panniers or top-grade scented materials like incense or perfume, exclusive to the wealthy. Beluga skin, flesh, and fat were crafted into clothing, food, or oils. Nars's culinary methods for whale products formed a unique culture with famous restaurants. Klein passed whaling houses as fat was loaded onto cargo carriages heading to black smoke-spewing factories, oil refineries unique to Gargus. Whale fat was refined into whale oil, a prized incendiary and industrial lifeblood. Very unique, Klein exhaled mist and paused to observe. Into the city district, a cacophony of Faisak language filled the air. Having mastered ancient Faisak, the northern continent's root language, Klein turned toward the noise. He saw tall, slightly blonde protesters waving horizontal banners. The lead banner read, "Oppose the poaching of beluga whales. We need sustainable development." Klein nearly lost his cool. Sustainable development was probably invented by Emperor Roselle. Scanning other banners, he understood the protest's goals. Whaling for survival, not entertainment. Humans aren't more important than beluga whales. Greedy devils should leave Nars. A policeman in grey uniform held shield, riot fork, and baton, blocking the protesters. Arguments soon turned violent. Youths threw open canned wolffish and Molotov cocktails. The police advanced without restraint, shielding themselves and striking with batons. Klein pinched his nose watching the fire on the street. Many passers-by seemed unfazed. Only a small group stopped to watch while most moved on. Such scenes happen often in Nars. Protests becoming riots, as expected of the Faisak Empire. Klein murmured, circled the street, and casually found an inn. He registered as Gehrman Sparrow, unconcerned that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's news might make the Church of the Ebonite Goddess see him as a faceless. He had no plans to travel the whale fishing routes seeking goddess-believing mermaids, aiming instead for the dangerous Far East region of the Sonia Sea. The Gargas archipelago was a Faisak colony where the only legal church was that of the god of combat, enemies of the Ebonite Goddess's church. Originally worried about encountering many faceless, Klein reasoned otherwise. First, seer pathway beyonders were rare. He'd met only 3 beyond Sequence 8. Second, Sequence 6 beyonders were uncommon. Even £5,000 bounty pirates were rare. Third, prepared faceless sought mermaids on whaling boats, either converted to faith, sunk to the ocean floor, or became researchers. The clever advanced and left quickly. Few stayed long in Gargus. Excluding myself, there won't be more than 2 faceless in Naz. Klein adjusted his clothes, unhurried to contact Admiral of Stars Cattleya. In good spirits, he began hunting delicacies. Raw beluga slices, fried whale steak, whale oil with skin, roasted whale meat. Like a typical traveler, he sampled 3 restaurants. Not bad. Unique and not too fishy. Instead, appetizing and alluring. Burp! Klein covered his mouth, walking streets with sparse lamps but bright house lights that softened the night's darkness. Ice-cold ocean winds made him prop up his collar. His blue cufflinks shimmered faintly, embedded deep in his wrists. Compared to rings, cufflinks fit Gehrman Sparrow's persona better. Klein didn't blame the artisan for the unauthorized change. His harmonica, used to fix a spirit world summoning ritual, matched his inner intentions. Silver, exquisite, it could summon Reinette Tinneker for a year and a half. When Klein received it, he pictured a crazy adventurer playing sad tunes on a silent night by a boat under dark moonlight. Unfortunately, it produced no sound, only summoning Reinette. Shaking his head faintly, Klein strolled cold, empty Naz streets back to the inn. He slept to restore optimal condition, then next morning went to Grey Amber Street's sundry store, Hot Whale Dance. Seeing the grizzled boss, a head taller than him, Klein tapped the counter and said in Faceac, "Whale oil." The boss's wrinkled face was weathered, but his coat of beluga whale skin showed strange beauty. "How much?" The boss drank large gulps of liquor, ignoring the disorderly store. "1.25 buckets," Klein answered with a secret password. The boss's drinking slowed as he set a cup of brownish-green alcohol on the bar. "Want to try some? It's purer than Nippos, considered the mistress of all Faceac men. This distilled liquor, brewed from potatoes or grain, had high purity, was stimulating and famous like Blaze. Compared to Sonia blood wine, it was cheaper and popular among ordinary Faceac." "No need," Klein shook his head. The boss chuckled. "What kind of man are you if you don't drink Nepos? Are there only women in Loan?" He mumbled before drinking again. "Who introduced you here?" "Mam Guermuses," Klein replied using local customs. The boss exhaled, leaving a strong liquor scent. Staggering up like a polar bear at a circus, he gave employee instructions and led Klein to a tiny room on the warehouse's second floor. "Let me search." "Let's see," the boss mumbled, crouching. Klein fought twitching facial muscles, recalling a Loan joke, "When is a Faceac man not drunk?" "When he's in his mother's womb." After a moment the boss found a pure crystal ball. Turning his back, he rubbed it and softly chanted the tongue-twisting ancient Hermes. The room darkened as lightless corners seemed to pull inward. The crystal ball lit, showing a woman in black classic robes. She had an oval face, very fair skin, deep black eyes with a mysterious purple hue. "I'm seeing another Tarot Club member's real appearance." Klein stepped forward, taking the crystal ball. At the other end, the hermit Cattleya clearly saw the world, black hair, brown eyes, thin angular face. Her gaze paused before she said hesitantly, "Gehrman Sparrow?" She realized Tarot Club members were stronger than expected. The world was actually the crazy hunter Gehrman Sparrow, reputed like a pirate admiral. My assumptions about the world were wrong. Controlled, staid, experienced, ruthless. Admiral of Stars wasn't surprised. "Yes, ma'am, Cattleya." Klein gestured the boss away. Once quiet, Cattleya asked, "I'm very curious. How did you recognize me? I've been careful at gatherings." She jumped when the world greeted her Admiral of Stars in private, partly why she accepted his commission. "A secret," Klein smiled politely. "Not wanting links to Mr. Fool," he added calmly, "your eyes are very special. Can I understand that as praise?" Cattleya smiled, feeling enlightened. She suspected the world relied on her eyes and subtle details, but wasn't certain until his probing language confirmed it. Klein said nothing and asked, "When can we set off?" Chapter 636, Slaughterer Admiral of Stars, Cattleya said, "Tonight at 8, Dock 6. "Not bad. No delay at all." Klein nodded slightly. "Okay." The light inside the crystal ball converged, the black-robed figure darkened, blurred, and vanished. Holding the now ordinary crystal ball, Klein turned, pulled open the door, and walked out. He glanced at the boss guzzling alcohol, leaned against the wall, and threw the crystal ball at him. The boss fumbled to catch it, as Klein unhurriedly descended the stairs and left. Outside Hot Whale Dance, Klein took out his golden pocket watch. It was almost noon. Most bars would be open. He stopped a rental carriage and told the driver in Faceac to head to Laudal Bar, Dawn Bar in the local language, a place for adventurers in the Gargus archipelago. To Klein, gathering intel and news here was meaningful. It could help him make better judgments to avoid deadly missteps. Despite disliking bars, he often visited, ordering thick malt beer and quietly listening to sea stories. He also wanted news about Roy King, imprisoned at Byam's Governor General's office. For 2 months, neither Snake of Mercury, Will or Septin, nor Fate Counselor Ricciardo had sent him any clues or dreams. About 20 minutes later, the carriage stopped. A huge vertical sign read Ledal Bar. Klein handed 2 solly notes to the driver, who looked worn but beamed with delight after repeatedly checking them. Currency here is different, Klein realized. The colony used kopeck, fey silver, and gold horn, base 10 denominations, easy to convert. He'd forgotten to exchange money for kopeck and fey silver, and had spent what he had at the inn and restaurants. The driver's joy made sense. 1 gold pound equaled 5.5 gold horn, so 2 solly equaled 5.5 fey silver. In the City of White, a rental carriage cost 4 fey silver per hour, no discounts. Klein sighed and pushed open the heavy wooden door to Ledal Bar. Bars near docks and factories served lunch and dinner, opening around 11. Adventurers filled the bar counter, ordering liquor and smoked fish or vegetable soup topped with oil, enjoying the food with bread. Drinking Lanty Proof and Nepos at noon? Planning to get drunk all day? Klein muttered, walking to the bar with a deadpan expression. He sat in a corner and tapped the wooden counter. 2 toasted bread with red sausage, a set of smoked whale meat, a bowl of thick vegetable soup, and a cup of Gola's beer. The bartender glanced at him. New here? A total of 4 fey silver and 6 kopeck. Klein ignored the question and threw 2 solly notes, worth 5 fey silver and 5 kopeck, treating the difference as a tip. The bartender poured a black Gola's beer with plenty of foam, a pleasant charred taste, slightly stimulating, suggesting high alcohol content or a mix. While waiting, Klein sipped his beer and listened to adventurers talk. The conversation circled around someone making a windfall, who was killed by pirates, who took over a pirate captain's subordinates without claiming bounty, who in Naz had an illegitimate child, or who failed spectacularly at a brothel. When Klein's thick vegetable soup arrived, a Gargus specialty brewed with sweet vegetables, onions, cabbage, carrots, fish, and butter, an adventurer lowered his voice. "Have you heard? There's a 4th epoch ruin east of Gargus." "No, who discovered it?" asked a surprised companion. "Gareth. You know, he's a seafarer good at diving. As he was drunk, he was thrown off the deck and sank. Who knew he'd find steel buildings? Definitely man-made." "And then," the partner pressed, Gareth chuckled, "he followed the ruins and found an abandoned sea well of unknown depth, filled with seawater but terrifying. Holy Lord of Storms, it might even lead to the core of the land. He said something was summoning him inside, but he fled. A deep sea well. Strange attraction. Maybe not 4th epoch, but 3rd or 2nd. Little Sun said sea monsters were ruled by Elf King Soniathrim during the Dark Epoch, helping him rule the ocean bottom. Sweet, salty, and a little tartish. Klein drank soup and forked smoked whale meat. No talk of gold, mystical items, or beyonder ingredients followed. The conversation turned to mocking some adventurers who married natives who soon grew stout and fat, with strength rivaling low-sequence beyonders. They joked it was because Fasak blood had tiny bits of giant blood. Klein finished lunch and beer as more people entered Ledal Bar. Suddenly, the heavy door slammed open. A young man in a top hat, clearly low in blood, rushed in nervously. "Is there anyone from the Adventure Association?" Klein noted. Bilt still owed him 1 item's creation. The young man looked around, turning his head back repeatedly, clearly pursued. Before Klein decided whether to help, 3 adventurers rose from different corners. One was over 2 meters tall with wide shoulders, firm muscles, slightly blonde hair, and deep blue eyes. Very eye-catching. His strength matches his size. Not a high-sequence beyonder, though. Klein retracted his gaze, becoming a spectator. Then a man in linen shirt and brown jacket appeared, medium build, purple lips, brown eyes hiding intense malice. Klein immediately linked him to a bounty portrait. It was Slaughter Kirchais, second mate of King of Immortality Agalito, bounty £9,500, a notorious pirate. Klein tensed, body ready to strike. Kirchais glanced at the 2-meter-tall giant, then at Klein, and turned to leave without stopping. Very decisive, very alert, Klein frowned. Sure he'd shown no killing intent and had controlled his gaze well. Was Kirchais worried about the giant, or was his intuition sharp like a devil's premonition? Klein wondered, finishing his Gola's beer, avoiding the Adventure Association's private talk. He left the bar and hit the streets. He didn't want new troubles besides searching for mermaids. After circling, Klein confirmed Kirchais had long gone. His whereabouts were unknown. He silently returned to his inn. In the City of Silver, inside the spire, Derek Berg met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. He recalled Colin telling him nearly 70 days ago to prepare for an exploration mission in 2 months. Chapter 637, The Future. "Are you done with your preparations?" Colin asked, back to the window. With the axe of hurricane attached, Derek lowered his head. "I'm done." In 2 months of patrols and practice, Derek had mastered Solar High Priest's Beyonder powers, nearing the digestion of the potion. He hoped to get the Sun Pathways Sequence 6 potion formula in the next 2 or 3 tarot gatherings to advance further. Shepherd Lovia's release threatened him. Only reaching Sequence 5 could keep her in check and prevent danger to the City of Silver. Sequence 5 required a difficult ritual, but surviving patrols and missions could get him there. Colin nodded. "In 2 days, I lead a team to the Giant King's Court vicinity. We'll sweep Afternoon Town again, which lies between the Kingdom of Silver and the Giant King's Court, a place where humans and giants live near an ancient god's residence, forever fixed at sunset, like the last door between reality and legend." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek agreed. City of White, Naz. Klein sat behind a desk watching clouds, waiting for evening. At 8 he'd board the Star Pirates flagship Future at Dock 6 to head to the Sonia Sea's Far East front. Whatever happened in Gargus Archipelago or the Pirates' Playground Sea wouldn't concern him. He avoided hunting pirates with bounties he met in alleys, bars or casinos to keep his mermaid search plans intact. "My intuition says Slaughter Kirchei's targeted me today. I wouldn't mind if he dies. Battle strategy may be despised, but technique must be respected. Without Sea God's scepter or tinder, I'm just a bit stronger. I have the edge by being well-rounded and strange." Klein half closed his eyes, envisioning countless spherical lights as he entered cogitation to sharpen his spirituality. After a while his spiritual sense triggered. The sun had set, fiery red over the sea, long shadows dancing then solidifying on the wall, pitch-black darkness like the evil in human hearts. Klein watched deadpan and raised his left palm slowly. The shadow's hoarse voice, like sandpaper, spoke, "Gammon Sparrow, do not interfere in this afternoon's matter. This is the will of the King of Immortality." The shadow slid down and scattered. Klein ignored the changes, knowing its controller was nearby but across the street. No point acting against an incorporeal being. "Slaughterer Kirchais recognizes me as Gammon Sparrow, the crazy adventurer who hunts pirates. That's why he turned away earlier. Maybe not afraid of me, but wary of another powerful adventurer there." His power reminded Klein of the Desire Apostle from Backlund. Kirchais is likely a Beyonder from the Devil Pathway. "Heh, using the King of Immortality to scare me. Do you think I'll submit? I never intended to get involved, but now I'm a bit curious. No, finding mermaids is priority. I shouldn't cause trouble." Klein lampooned quietly. He considered reporting to the Church of the God of Combat in Naz, but deemed it useless. It's the only legal church in Fasak, with slightly more high-sequence Beyonders than the Evernight Goddess Church. Even with royal demigods and military, their manpower is thin given the vast lands and colonies. Gargus Archipelago, remote and whale fishing dependent, was an afterthought with no saints protecting it. The local archbishop was only Sequence 5 guardian. Along with a royal baron, inquisitor, and commodore, they formed the highest Beyonder forces. Sealed artifacts guaranteed control, likely at least one Grade 1 artifact to defend the whale oil and grey amber trade, preventing pirates or vassals of the Four Kings from taking over. Officials kept a defensive posture, allowing pirates to come and go if they caused no trouble. No wonder it's a pirate's playground, and why Built wants an adventurer association, Klein sighed. After dinner and rest, Klein checked his gold pocket watch. It was 7. He performed a ritual to summon and prepare his inventory in the grey fog. For sea adventures on the future, he kept the Murloc cufflink and sea god charms. He left Tinder and the sun brooch behind. With creeping hunger as main force, he paired it with a biological poison bottle and a revolver loaded with 7 purifying bullets, 13 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcism bullets. Wearing his coat, he put Azik's whistle and his wallet with only £50 into his inner pocket, storing the silver adventurer harmonica and charms together. He touched his revolver, polished the blue cufflink on his left wrist, buttoned his double-breasted frock coat, donned his half-top hat, picked up his black suitcase with clothes and necessities, and left the inn for the harbor by carriage. At Dock 6 he waited until a gigantic sailboat appeared. Though not scientific in design, it cruised calmly on the dark sea toward the lighthouse's beam. As it neared, the flag revealed 10 white stars circling a cold eyelashless eye on crimson moonlight. "Admiral of Stars! The future!" Pirates and sailors watching exclaimed, the harbor alive with excitement. Defensive cannons on the mountain edges nervously aimed at the unhidden ship. Clang! 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 The distant cathedral chimed 8 o'clock sharp. Tension rose as the future stopped. A woman in a black classical robe appeared at the bow, covered with symbols and magic labels, resembling a powerful warlock from ancient legends. Under crimson moonlight, the ground beneath her lit up, scattering resplendent starlight, forming a long transparent bridge extending forward to Dock 6. An impressive show, worthy of a 7-admiral pirate. She was a full admiral, above iceberg and ailment. Klein sighed, wishing to cover his face. He didn't want others to know the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow worked with Admiral of Stars Catalea. "I can only maintain my persona for now. Once I digest the potion and return to the northern continent, Gehrman Sparrow will be gone." Klein stepped from shadows, pressed his half-top hat, and walked onto the starry bridge. His footsteps were firm, back straight, under watchful cannon gazes. The transparent bridge showed dark blue seawater ebbing below, enough to freeze anyone with acrophobia. "Thankfully, I'm a clown now. I've jumped off a clock tower." With a cold expression, Klein covered the last 10 meters and stepped onto the future's deck. Facing the black-eyed Admiral of Stars Catalea with purple-tinged eyes, he showed no nervousness. He removed his hat and bowed. "Good evening, ma'am." Chapter 638, Poison Expert. While Klein bowed, the purple tint in black-haired Catalea's eyes deepened, becoming an abyss that seemed to suck souls. What was already mysterious grew more obvious. She saw the pure darkness of Gehrman Sparrow's astral projection, deep inside his ether body with shifting dark flows. His left hand shone bright, but was stained a stubborn sanguine red. A blue luster glowed by his wrist, and silver flowed on his left pocket, with sounds of tide and wind seeming to emanate from them. A mix of green and black lusters appeared on his right pocket, while golden, silver, and bronze points showed under his armpit. His chest bore a deep greyish-white like rotting death. 4 mystical items and spirituality charms. Catalea's eyes momentarily closed. Dazzled, she nodded. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow." As a famed pirate admiral, she seldom saw people armed with so many beyonder items. Usually, powerful figures had entire factions and had to share spoils, leaving little for themselves. Few could compare with what Gehrman had. She herself had reduced to only 2 powerful items matching her status. Beyond the lusters, Catalea's black-purple eyes sensed Gehrman wasn't entirely real, hidden behind thick curtains. This is why he felt unreal at the Tarot Club. He has secrets involving at least a Sequence 3 saint or even a higher-level angel. She dared not look further. She mocked herself, thinking her guesses about the world and Gehrman Sparrow were funny. Involving a Sequence 3 saint or higher angel? Hair like me, a Tarot Club member. We're definitely involved with Mr. Fool, likely a reawakened ancient god. After greetings, Catalea led Klein to the cabin. The future set sail, cruising east along the whale fishing route. The tense atmosphere at Naz Harbor eased. Sailors watched curiously. Klein, surveying calmly, said, "There are fewer people than I expected." Catalea glanced at him. "East of the whaling route is very dangerous. Only Ludwell goes there often, as if searching for something. Besides the future, other pirate ships won't join. Many sailors were placed on other ships. Only a minimal crew was kept here for the voyage." A wise choice. Ludwell? Admiral Hell Ludwell? Mr. Hangman mentioned him, studying the Sonia Sea's eastern navigation. Klein silently nodded. He noted the deck, cabin, and spars were covered with mysterious abstract symbols, resembling a giant ritualistic magic ceremony. Like the Golden Dream. A mysterious sailboat, but not a ghost ship. Compared to Admiral of Stars and Vice Admiral Iceberg, Tracy, the newly made pirate admiral, is clearly inferior. The Black Death isn't special. He followed Catalea to the cabin entrance. Waiting was a strong, fit man in dungarees and a white shirt, with thick body hair and a circular hairstyle with a depression in the middle. He smiled and stretched out his right hand. The first mate of the future, Frank Lee, Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. Poison expert Frank Lee, bounty £7,000. Klein recognized him instantly. Not inclined to shake hands, Klein bowed slightly. Good evening. Frank withdrew his hand and glanced at Cattleya with a smile. You know me? The picture on my arrest warrant is mine. Don't mind the poison expert title. I'm friendly, unless facing those damn bastards. My greatest hobby is studying soil and crossbreeding techniques. Believe me, this is humanity's future. Cattleya subtly added, he's from the Church of Earth Mother. Crossbreeding techniques sound good. Increasing yield can lift more from poverty, Klein thought. He looked at Frank and replied calmly and truthfully, that's commendable. You're indeed an adventurer who sees beyond the common view. Excellent, there are too few like you. Frank's blue eyes shone with surprise. I tried crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat, making calves born like wheat. The Church of Earth Mother almost sent me to court. My kind mother, they don't understand your true will. Crossbreeding a bull, cow, and wheat. You devil, Klein thought, realizing his concept differed from Frank's. He kept a stoic face, offering no explanation. Frank's enthusiasm led Klein and Cattleya through the corridor. Ascending steps, Klein's spiritual perception stirred as he spotted a shadow beside him. A tall, thin, pale figure with nearly transparent cheeks and a disharmonious, tall nose bridge emitted a sickly aura. This is the second mate of the future, Heath Doyle, Frank introduced with a smile. Bloodless Heath, bounty £7,600. Klein matched the face to the bounty. Heath nodded before fading into the shadows. He's a rose bishop, Frank said warmly while heading to the captain's cabin. You're telling me your second mate's sequence? Klein nearly raised his brows. He glanced at Cattleya, seeing her masked exasperation. Worried that he's a devout true creator believer, a tainted lunatic? No. He's lucky. An incident scattered him with a rose bishop potion. Bit by bit, he survived and became a special beyonder. He skipped the listener stage, so he's not tainted or insane. If he doesn't actively use listen, he stays ordinary, Frank said boastfully. Enviable. Reaching sequence 6 directly without mental breakdown like Calvatua. Klein sighed silently. Cattleya opened the captain's cabin door and pointed inside. Your room's diagonally across. Frank will escort you. Come to me directly if needed. You can eat at the dining hall anytime or have Frank send food to your room. Your choice. Admiral of Stars was clear and direct. Klein inwardly praised her maturity, replying evenly, okay. He glanced at the cabin's layout, bookshelf, full-length mirror, table, carpet. She reads. I wonder if she can digest all the Hidden Sage's info, Klein thought, amused. Frank eagerly offered, Mr. Sparrow, want roasted potatoes tonight? When you chew, it tastes like beef, but it's definitely potatoes. Will I get sick? Klein coldly answered, I don't eat supper. All right then, Frank said, drooping his shoulders as he prepared to lead Klein to his room. Suddenly, Cattleya spoke. Mr. Sparrow, you've hunted many enemies and gathered spoils. I'm curious how many Beyonder characteristics you still have. Maybe we can reduce your trip cost. Klein thought briefly. Most are sold. There's Interrogator, Pugilist, and Lunatic left. He omitted mentioning the all-black eye and nightmare characteristics. Cattleya sighed inwardly, amazed that even after selling most, he had 3 Beyonder characteristics left. I want Pugilist. She had a warrior subordinate in Gargus Archipelago ready for advancement. Chapter 639, Name List. There was no reason for Klein to decline Cattleya's request. After thinking 2 seconds, he said £700. Very fair. Cattleya didn't haggle. Sequence 8. Beyonder characteristics usually cost £600 to £700, sometimes more if urgent. Such items rarely appeared at Beyonder gatherings. Klein didn't complete the transaction immediately. Raising his suitcase, he said flatly, I'll give it to you tomorrow. He hadn't brought the pugilist characteristic with him. Most valuable items were kept above the grey fog. Cattleya nodded. That wouldn't be an issue. She'd seen many cases like this. The item was stored where others couldn't see, so opening the suitcase in front of her wasn't possible. A crazy adventurer definitely had secrets. She paused, then added, There won't be any surveillance placed in your room. Whatever she could see, she already had. It's fine. Klein curled his lips in a cold smile. He'd planned to place items like Azic's copper whistle and Will Orseptin's paper crane down before holding a ritual or going above the grey fog to resist mystical spying. Then he could use the washroom to avoid physical surveillance. Of course, he didn't think Cattleya would go overboard. She wasn't afraid of the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. She had milder, more concealed means, like a spectator pathway, beyond his help. Klein took off his hat, bowed and followed poison expert Frank Lee back to his room. Watching Klein walk off steadily, Cattleya entered the captain's cabin and put on a heavy pair of glasses. Backlund, Harvest Church south of the bridge. Bishop Utravsky, towering like a half-giant, put down his Bible and smiled after praying around the hall. The number of believers is increasing. Is that so? Emlyn White, wiping candle racks in a brown priest robe, didn't look up. He knew Earth Mother's believers had increased significantly, from just a handful attending weekday prayers to almost 10 now. Father Utravsky chuckled. Anyone can tell if they aren't blind. You contributed greatly. Without your concocting medicine, treating plague, and sincere teaching, our faith wouldn't have been accepted so easily here. Emlyn straightened and tipped his chin. I was only acting. What our faith? Don't lump me with you. His smile twisted. Speaking of the blind, here's a joke. Demand for blind people in Backlund exceeds supply because they're seen as best jurors. Father Utravsky ignored the joke, benevolent. Regardless, you contributed greatly to spreading Earth Mother's faith. It proves you have a kind heart. Pui! I said so then. Why didn't you believe me? Emlyn glanced at the giant priest and fell silent. After work at the cathedral, Emlyn changed into normal clothes, wore a silk top hat, and walked Rose Street. He stealthily scanned for monitoring but saw no signs. Leonard, the red glove, hasn't appeared again. I thought exposing him and buying Tinder would get me investigated constantly. Emlyn shook his head, puzzled. Originally, he'd planned to lure Red Glove investigations using the Hanged Man's theory to disrupt Sanguine's upper echelon monitoring, balancing it with Church of Earth Mother's Blessed Utravsky. But things hadn't gone as expected. Leonard Mitchell left Backlund quickly. In late February, Emlyn detoured to 7 Pinster Street only to find it deserted. Not dwelling on it, he headed to Adora Villa by carriage. An attendant left him in a study on the first floor, where many recently of age sanguine gathered, including a baron. I'm not the only one, Emlyn thought, then closed the door and addressed the owner, Cosme Odora. My lord, was I not called here due to Lord Nib's summoning? He said, my lord. Indifferently, also a sanguine baron, but one who hadn't publicized it. Cosme, refined and middle-aged, smiled. All of you are outstanding young sanguine. My grandfather entrusted tests to you. Another baron, Russ Bathory, lucky to inherit, asked, what tests? Cosme sipped dark red blood mixed with grape wine, scanning the room. Perhaps you don't know, but the snake of fate from the life school of thought has disappeared for some time. The sanguine looked puzzled. Cosme explained. The life school formed a coalition from faith in fate, uniting beyonders who think themselves rational and aloof, primordial moon worshippers, and seekers of life's essence. Because of the snake of fate, internal problems were few. The primordial moon's worship was symbolic, and formula exchange worked via master-apprentice heritage. But with the snake gone, the process collapsed. The primordial moon believers became passionate, fracturing the fate faction, leading to intense conflict. The Rose School of Thought used this, dealing serious damage. The sanguine remained confused. Cosme continued. Primordial moon worshippers are eternal enemies, hunting us, concocting potions to grow stronger. Now, we won't let go of this chance. Here's a list of primordial moon worshippers and their situations. Whoever kills them wins this test. My grandfather and important figures will reward generously. If you complete part of the list, numbers will decide. These people were selected, and all of you can handle them. Others will be tracked by important figures. At first, Emlyn didn't want to join. He hated those artificial vampires and found this tiresome, preferring quiet time with dolls. But sensing Russ Bathory and others watching, Emlyn straightened and tipped his chin. No problem. His red eyes swept the room. On the future, in a spacious room with bathroom, Klein stood by the window looking out over the blue ocean. Breathing in the cold northern wind, he was in good spirits. The Admiral of Star's flagship had separated from other ships, cruising alone. After a time, 2 whaling ships appeared ahead. Spotting the Future's star and eye flag, they nervously reacted. They adjusted positions, aiming starboard cannons and preparing to shoot. Spears and explosive harpoons were also pointed toward the future. Blonde, large fishermen from Gargar's archipelago wielded tridents and guns, braced to attack, standing or crouching. Klein noticed several women with Hulk-like physiques, heavy and clearly fighters. The future ignored the welcome, cruising deeper into the whaling route. Ahead, Klein saw pirate ships clustered around the sea route's edge. The future approached boldly, pirate ships scattered like startled birds. Noticing the future slow, Klein left his room puzzled. Approaching the captain's cabin, he saw Cat Leia emerging, wearing thick glasses hiding her purple eyes. She glanced at Klein. "Someone discovered a ruin said to be from the 4th epoch under the sea around here. We plan to check it out on the way." Bottom of the sea? 4th epoch ruin? Klein recalled a rumor from the Ladle bar, so the news has spread. I wondered why I learned it so easily, he thought, enlightened. Chapter 640. Female pirate Klein was curious about the exploration outcome, but didn't ask as he passed the captain's cabin and descended the stairs. Soon his throat itched, and he coughed into his fist. Not surprised, he knew this was inevitable. He had carried the biological poison bottle for over 2 hours last night. Only after confirming Admiral of Stars and crew meant no harm did he pack it away, but still fell ill. His body wasn't weakened, so it was only a mild tonsil pain. Cat Leia, walking behind, saw this but found it normal. Knowledgeable Beyonders knew mystical items had negative side effects. The 7 Orthodox churches even categorized those with severe side effects as sealed artifacts, unusable long-term. Cat Leia had sold many low and mid-level items to strengthen her survivability and avoid troublesome stacked side effects. From what she saw, German Sparrow's illness was a simple temporary one. On deck, Klein found Frank Lee in dungarees and a dirty arm, unbothered by the cold wind. "Good morning, German," Frank said warmly, waving. "Try my latest product. Definitely the most welcomed at sea." Frank held up a wide fat fish of an unknown breed. "No, I don't want to know what monster you cooked up this time." Klein's cold expression didn't deter Frank. He pulled out a dagger, stabbed the fish and sliced it open. Blood flowed neatly into a beer cup, emitting no fishy smell. "Smell that? Such an intoxicating alcoholic fragrance." Frank half closed his eyes. "This fish has red wine replacing its blood, so the wine contains lots of nutrients." Klein was speechless. Frank, excited, told the nearby sailors, "The biggest problem at sea? Running out of alcohol far from shore. If this fish rapidly reproduces and becomes a main sea product, we'll never lack alcohol anywhere. Some species produce Lanti-proof, Nepos, red wine, and beer. Beer needs sharks or whales, otherwise there isn't enough." "Isn't lack of water the biggest problem?" Klein pondered a reply when Cat Leia came on deck and asked Frank, "Is Nina done with her preparations?" "Yes, she finished a bottle of Nepos." Frank pointed to a shadow by the sails. "Nepos, the fire-lighting specialty of Fasak?" Klein thought Nina likely had Fasak blood. "Captain, I want a bottle of Sonia blood wine more." A tall female figure rose and walked over. She was over 1.8 meters tall with blonde hair and a high pigtail. Her plain face held the striking traits of Fasak, fair skin and dull eyes. Wearing a black tight fish-skin suit that hugged her figure, her top and bottom were a one-piece accentuating her ample breasts, obviously attracting pirate stares. Klein felt embarrassed and tried to look away, but as German Sparrow, he merely emptied his gaze and faced her. "German, this is our boatswain, Nina, also the navigator's assistant. Ha, her sequence's name is Seafarer." Frank Lee introduced freely. Poison expert Frank Lee is simple besides crossbreeding research. Klein recalled Nina's bounty, 3,600 pounds, nicknamed Seabed Murderer. He nodded calmly at her eyes. "Good morning, ma'am." Nina held back a smile and appraised Klein. "Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. I'm very curious if Vice Admiral Ailment is really as charming as the rumors say." Having mixed with low and mid-class people, Nina was frank and direct with both men and women, showing no coyness. She'd planned to ask if she lacked charm or if Klein's coldness caused her to be ignored. But seeing his reputation as a powerful adventurer who nearly hunted Vice Admiral Ailment or a lunatic who might shoot any time, she wisely restrained her teasing and simply asked about Ailment. "How am I to answer that?" Klein gloomily said, "Her bounty is extremely charming." Nina was surprised and paused, then turned to Cat Leia. "Captain, do we begin now?" Cat Leia, somehow flashing her own bounty mentally, nodded. Begin. Nina took large strides to the ship's side, supported herself with her right hand, then leapt into the sea, swimming downward like a giant black fish. A few sailors splashed in after her to support. She begins immediately. No prep needed. Nina's temperament was like the Church of Storms, as expected from a sailor pathway beyond her. Klein coughed again. "You're sick?" Frank asked. Klein nodded slightly. "A little." Frank thought briefly, then rushed into the cabin, destination unknown. Cattleya nudged her glasses and smiled. Frank is a poison expert, but also an outstanding doctor. As expected from someone of the planter pathway, Klein stood quietly, awaiting Nina's exploration. The silence grew awkward until Cattleya stepped forward, casually saying, "In another day, we'll leave the whaling route." "But we're a week from those waters," Klein thought, then asked. "That's if we follow the whaling route. Actually, there's a secret sea route that can get us to the waters you want in 2 to 3 days. Cattleya's gaze met Klein's through thick glasses, silently asking how much he knew of the dangerous waters. Klein considered and said simply, "Very good. That's exactly what I want. Also, those waters are more illusory than real." Cattleya withdrew her gaze thoughtfully toward the cabin's entrance. Frank Lee came running, holding a green apple. "This is another project, crossbreeding medicine and fruit to make medicine more enjoyable." He beamed, handing Klein the apple. "I'm afraid it'll make me sicker." Klein glanced at Cattleya. She nodded gently. He forced himself to accept it, biting down. The apple tasted normal but juicier and softer inside. After a few bites, Klein's throat stopped hurting and coughing ceased. Magical, Klein thought. Frank Lee was a genius in the Church of Earth Mother, if not for becoming a devil-like figure. He told Frank frankly, "It's healed. Very good." Frank casually began introducing pirates on deck. Soon, Nina and supporting sailors surfaced, returning to the ship. She held a rotten metallic piece and black hardened mud riddled with honeycomb holes. Grumbling to Cattleya, she said, "Captain, no deep sea well. The mouth isn't bigger than my breasts. It's deep and dark. We don't know what's hidden." She gestured with hands. "Exaggeration is common among pirates and adventurers," Cattleya nodded, carefully avoiding the word bragging. "The whale's mouth is that small?" Klein examined Nina's items, politely avoiding looking at the dripping wet figure. Cattleya's gaze followed his. "Go into details." Chapter 641, A Whale Mouth That Humans Can't Pass. Nina was a pirate who had risen through the ranks. Though sometimes easily irritated, she was experienced and reliable. After some thought, she described the exploration seriously. "The whale's mouth is at a rather deep depth along the seabed. I need enough time to adjust myself before I can acclimatize to the temperature and pressure of the area. That's why it took so much time to get there. It isn't easily discovered, but the remnant steel buildings are indeed rather obvious. I found them once I got acclimatized. They've already completely collapsed or rotted. There's no way to imagine what they originally looked like. However, I could tell that they definitely spanned across a great distance in the past. It's just shrunken by a great deal now." She chuckled, scanning the men around her. "A real female pirate is indeed different." Klein sighed. From his perspective, Admiral of Stars Cattleya, Vice Admirals Edwina and Tracy weren't pure pirates. They came from major factions or secret organizations. As low-sequence beyonders, they either stayed off-sea or followed important figures, safe from the roughness of low- and mid-level pirates. After Nina finished laughing, Cattleya pointed at the rusted metal beam. "This is a portion of the steel building?" "Yes, Captain. As you know, I don't know much about history or mysticism. I only brought some back for your inspection. You're the expert." Nina smiled, handing over the metal beam. She pointed to the black, hardened mud covered with holes. "Not far from the iron ruins, I found a well. It's not very big. If you call it huge, then I've definitely seen plenty of huge cannons. Those drunken adventurers are better at bragging than us pirates. This is mud from the well's inner layer. I can't imagine how such patterns formed." Her finger repeatedly tapped the honeycomb dots on the mud. Klein had thought the marks were from dense shots of tiny projectiles, but on closer inspection, suspected they were rotted patterns, each spot shallow with irregular edges spreading outward. Nina continued, "The well's mouth is really small. Even a child from Nars wouldn't fit. It's very deep, felt bottomless. Inside it was pitch dark, as if something was slowly summoning me. Yes, slowly. I threw rocks nearby but no response. In short, it's filled with water. Cattleya inspected the items through thick glasses. Since the mouth is so small and humans can't enter, no need to start exploration immediately. It's dangerous. Let's wait until I figure out the secrets hidden in these items, and whether the well is worth the risk before attempting again. Aye, aye, Captain. Nina, trembling from cold, swayed and caught the pirate's gazes. Cattleya nudged her glasses. You can drink a bottle of Sonia blood wine. No limits for the rest. Long live the captain, Nina cheered joyfully. An underwater well humans can't enter. Klein, uninterested in exploring, summarized Nina's report. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Humans can't enter, but non-humans might. Many deep-sea fish aren't huge and could pass through. As the sea god wielding the scepter, Klein could command marine creatures. No rush, let Mam Hermit analyze the items, then maybe explore on the return trip. Otherwise he'd risk exaggerated danger with too little information and no divination possible. Klein's expression stayed deadpan. Cattleya glanced at him, curious, then quickly looked away. Why did she look at me? Klein thought. She can't know I have the sea god's scepter and can command sea creatures, unless she knows only Mr. Fool wields Calvetua's godhood scepter, not the world. But even Mr. Hangman still thinks the world is a blessed. From her perspective, Admiral of Stars was a knowledge seeker, a queen mystic follower, loyal to the Moses ascetic order, with sea experience. It wasn't odd she knew the sea god domain controls marine creatures. After realizing humans can't enter the well, she likely connected it to the scepter Mr. Fool holds. Was she hinting for future help? She looked to see if the world had similar ideas. Many thoughts crossed Klein's mind, but with Clown's power, he forced an indifferent look, showing no reaction. As Nina prepared to draw Sonia blood wine, Klein pressed his hat down and returned to the cabin. Just as he approached the door, a sudden image surfaced. In an upper-level cabin room, windows shut tight and curtains drawn, a pair of blurry eyes silently watched the deck and Gem Sparrow. Who was it? Klein didn't hesitate and entered the cabin normally, as if nothing happened. At 3 in the afternoon, bright but mild sunlight illuminated the garden beside Stone University. Michel Duth, senior associate professor by 40, wore a long tailcoat and bow tie, waiting by the door. Last night he'd received a letter from the Hall family, Eastchester County's richest aristocrats. The letter was from Miss Audrey Hall, daughter of a powerful House of Lords MP, famed as Backland's most stunning gem. Audrey mentioned she'd heard of Michel as an outstanding collector and aficionado and wished to visit. Michel had no reason to refuse. Soon, a classic carriage with the family emblem arrived. 2 servants opened the iron gate, leading the carriage through the garden to the house. A housekeeper exited first, followed by guards and maids. A gloved hand extended as Audrey elegantly stepped onto the carpet Michel had laid. Michel's eyes lit up. He felt the garden's flowers faded beside her. He took 2 steps forward, removed his hat, and bowed. "Welcome, my honorable lady. Your visit honors me and my family." Audrey removed her veiled hat, handed it to a maid, and exchanged pleasantries before following Michel to the collector's room on the first floor. Here, Michel regained confidence as host, pointing out his collection. This helmet appeared in the White Rose War. After much research, it's confirmed its owner was from the Sauron family, then royalty. The golden helmet was intricately designed with avian wings and a visor made of golden scales. "My ancestor gained his first aristocratic title in that war," Audrey said with interest. She had prepared herself mentally to appear genuinely interested. The 20-year war's failure caused years of humiliation, but also carved heroes, Michel flattered. The White Rose War followed the 20-year war and preceded the Battle of the Violated Oath, when Lone defeated Intis and regained strength. Michel continued introducing his collection, while Audrey listened solemnly, raising questions and conversing. Finally, Michele pointed to a black-covered notebook. This belonged to a knight stationed on Sonia Island during the 20-year war. The knight's name has vanished from history. This notebook is proof of his existence. He stood fast until the last moment on Sonia Island. This notebook not only offers first-hand historical research, but hides problems. The knight's grammar has many uncommon habits, possibly a clue to identify him. Audrey instinctively knew the notebook was her target. Leaning closer, She saw subtle patterns on the black cover outlining an abstract dragon. From Michelle's tone and expressions, his interest lay in content, not the item itself. He didn't treasure it. I have a good chance of buying this, Audrey judged calmly and smiled at Michelle. What are the uncommon habits exactly, she asked. Michelle described boastfully, enjoys using short sentences, very simple and short ones. Audrey listened attentively, smiling and encouraging him. Suddenly, she recognized the knight's grammatical habits. Her eyes darted slightly as she recalled the source. This is the grammatical habit of Dragonese, which she had diligently mastered. Chapter 6 and 42, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. A knight who knew Dragonese and used it during his critical growth stage, no wonder psychology alchemists wanted his notebook. Audrey stopped her wandering thoughts and discussed the knight's grammatical habits seriously with Michelle Duth. Soon, they finished the notebook discussion, and Michelle moved on to other items. Time passed. The tour was ending. Audrey had planned to request buying the notebook next meeting to keep her goal subtle. Yet, feeling the moment's natural friendliness, she seized the chance. Using the powers of lie, she made her cheeks blush. Mr. Duth, that helmet from the Sauron royalty of the White Rose War is a keepsake of my ancestors. Pardon my presumptuousness, but may I buy it? Also, the 20-year war notebook. I'm impressed by the knight who stood firm on Sonia Island and wished to own it. I know it's not polite, but I hope you understand how I feel. Of course, you may decline. Her eyes darted about, partly deliberate, partly showing embarrassment and lack of confidence. Michelle looked away subconsciously and said hoarsely, I'm a collector. I won't sell my collection. His tone wasn't firm. His reputation mattered. Offering cash probably wouldn't work. Psychology alchemists chose her for earning contribution points and because of Michelle's attitude. Audrey changed tactics. Mr. Duth, I heard you're requesting Stone University to build an ancient relic research center? Yes, that's been my goal for years, Michelle answered frankly. Audrey smiled faintly. I'm very interested in that research and respect you deeply. I hope your wish comes true. I plan to donate £1,000 a nearby 2,000 ares of land and a manor with good returns to your faculty at Stone. I want to set up a non-profit relic search and preservation foundation. It's not much, but I'll rally support from acquaintances to add contributions. Mr. Duth, I think you're the most professional relic collector I know. Would you be willing to be the person in charge? 2,000 ares near the university was worth about £6,000. With manor and cash, Audrey's donation neared £10,000. Such a foundation would make it much easier to get research grants. Michelle paused, then smiled sincerely, bowing solemnly. My honourable lady, your commitment to academia touches me. Its glow matches your beauty and upbringing. I see no reason to refuse. I've recorded the notebook's contents. I will send it in a helmet to your residence tonight. Consider it a gift from a sincere friend. Success! Audrey was delighted but kept her composure. It's my honour, she said earnestly. Though the 2 items weren't worth £10,000, Audrey faced no loss. Her plan had 3 goals yielding 3 returns. First, obtain the items and complete her mission, unlocking the hypnotist potion formula from psychology alchemists. Second, boost her prestige and image by donating to academic research and relic preservation, a must for nobles and tycoons. Even if not today, she'd donate at least £3,000 to charities eventually. Her father, Earl Hall, likely wouldn't stop her from donating parts of her properties. Third, establishing the foundation would help her access historical records and valuable mysterious items easily. She wouldn't have to act personally, just sit and receive beneficial items, using £10,000 to effectively create her own faction. If Michelle hadn't accepted, she had backup plans involving the kingdom's Higher Education Commission and noble friends to satisfy him. But Audrey disliked shady tactics and felt they'd harm public interest. After the talk, she stayed chatting casually about 15 more minutes to avoid an abrupt end. Then she left Michelle's house, returning to the Hall family villa in Stone City. Past 8 in the evening, the Sauron royal helmet and 20-year war notebook arrived. Wearing white silk gloves, Audrey sat at her desk, setting the helmet aside as she flipped through the notebook. The records were sparse. Early entries showed how the knights stationed on the ancient elven island learned to brew Sonia blood wine, chased women, and endured boring days. Later, during the 20-year War, he cursed the people of Fasak, grumbled about companions, and detailed plans to stand firm, ending with Sonia Island's fall. Apart from the Dragonese-like grammar, no serious problems or hidden clues appeared. Audrey frowned and closed the notebook. Mysticism checks yielded no results. Unwilling to waste time, she planned to hand it over to psychology alchemists. Then a new idea struck. Mr. World and Mr. Hangman often offered fresh perspectives. Should she learn from them? If the notebook's content wasn't problematic, maybe the physical item was what psychology alchemists wanted. What made it special? She saw nothing. The knight's Dragonese use hinted at something. Divination, yes, divination. Perhaps she could locate the knight's final resting place with divination aided by the notebook, maybe tied to a dragon. Since it involved a dragon, likely a mind dragon representing the spectator pathway, psychology alchemists would be keenly interested. Audrey's eyes gleamed with clarity and resplendence. She glanced at her golden retriever Susie. Susie barked. "Audrey, do you want me to praise you?" "No, no need." Audrey turned away, a bit embarrassed. Then a problem struck her. She couldn't perform divination herself, or her results would be inaccurate. No way to confirm it. No, she could ask Mr. Fool for help. But a secret deed ritual only worked on her body, not objects. Artificial sleepwalking was similar and no good. Sacrificing it to Mr. Fool to divinate and get it back would be disrespectful. He wasn't her father or teacher, but a real god. Her thoughts moved from Mr. Fool to divination. Though inexperienced, she understood enough to focus on a certain divination method, seeking help from a third party's strength, a mysterious existence via ritual. The classic example, magic mirror divination. Yes, dangerous if the target is malicious or breaks one's mind, but she had no such worries. She could ask Mr. Fool. Audrey blinked, calming herself. "Susie, guard the door. I'll use mysticism to study this notebook." "Didn't you use that before?" Susie asked, puzzled. She was harder to fool now. Audrey's eyes darted confidently. "I plan to use magic mirror divination. Don't worry. I'll plead to a safe existence." "All right," Susie believed her. Taking a few steps, Susie warned, "Be careful not to be possessed by a mysterious existence." "I know," Audrey replied calmly. If Mr. Fool wanted to harm her, he'd have done so before. After Susie closed the door, Audrey sat at her desk, recited the honorific name of the Fool, and requested magic mirror divination. Meanwhile, Klein, on the future, headed above the grey fog and heard Miss Justice's prayer. "That can be done? Yes, as a mysterious unknown existence, I can be the third force in magic mirror divination," Klein mused amusedly. Audrey lit a candle, faced the mirror, and picked up the notebook. Author's note. 1R is 100 square meters. In late Victorian era, suburban land cost about £100 to £130 per acre. Converted, that's roughly £2.10 to £3.05 per hour, excluding London. These are estimates based on historical land purchase and building costs. Chapter 643, Klein's version of Magic Mirror Divination. With the curtains drawn and all lights out, Audrey prepared for magic mirror divination. She didn't pick a special time, knowing Mr. Fool's help wasn't bound by it. Gazing at the flickering candlelight and her reflection, she excitedly and nervously dropped some extract onto the flame. The fragrance brought back memories of her early mysticism days when she often forgot essentials and had to make do with perfume, which usually caused failure. But Mr. Fool had said even perfume might suffice. Using cogitation, Audrey calmed her thoughts, knowing her anticipation was amplified by lie. Clasping her hands, she softly chanted the incantation. "The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." The words echoed 7 times, and Audrey sensed an indescribable presence beneath the darkness. She passed her hand through the candle flame, then stroked the mirror's surface from top to bottom, signaling the divination's start. If the mysterious existence was interested, it would respond through the mirror. Above the grey fog, in a grand ancient palace, Klein observed the crimson star representing Miss Justice pulsate and darken into a serene black halo, a circular mirror leading to the outer world. Curious, Klein leaned back and extended his spirituality to connect with the black circle. Suddenly his vision shifted. The bronze table and crimson star overlapped with the candlelit room below. He felt the mirror had become an extension of himself, allowing clear vision and interaction with the real world despite his distant position. Objects that once appeared blurry now stood out distinctly. His gaze froze briefly upon seeing a golden-laced, white-dressed lady with long blonde hair tied loosely. Her emerald eyes held a pale flame, deep and pure, her features stunningly beautiful with an aura of grace and clarity. Feeling guilty, Klein looked away, realizing he had almost imagined her as a high-sequence demoness, but Miss Justice was a spectator pathway beyond her, making that impossible. He noticed the unique scent of the extract, subtle likely from the mystical diamond necklace Miss Justice wore, made from her faceless beyonder nature. He then heard her whisper eagerly, "Mirror, mirror, please tell me the location of the owner of this notebook." Audrey knew she was addressing Mr. Fool, but "mirror, mirror" was a phrase she'd always wanted to say since childhood stories, finally putting it to use. Klein instantly focused on the black notebook between Audrey and the candle. His spirituality spread via the mirror, allowing him to hold the notebook as if with his hand. He quickly wrote the divination statement, the location of the original owner of the notebook, then recited it aloud as he leaned back and slipped into deep sleep aided by cogitation. Audrey stared intently at the mirror, emerald eyes fixed, awaiting Mr. Fool's reply. Ripples appeared on the mirror's surface. Success! Magic mirror divination worked. Audrey's eyes widened as the mirror showed flashing scenes. A village appeared from above, zooming in to reveal dragon motifs on various buildings. A cathedral filled the mirror, then was replaced by its adjacent cemetery. Finally, the scene settled on a tombstone in a corner, its inscription weathered and blurred by time, but the name Linda Lyra remained legible. The mirror darkened briefly before returning to normal, reflecting Audrey and the candle once again. Isn't this the village with dragon worship customs? The knight who wrote the notebook was Linda Lyra from there. Did he return home after the 20-year war and die there? Or was he sent back as a corpse? The village was in East Chester County, which includes Stone City, explaining how Michelle obtained the notebook. There truly was a mind dragon in the collective subconscious sea nearby. Feeling enlightened, Audrey thanked Mr. Fool and ended the divination. By candlelight, she glanced at the notebook once more, before deciding to hand it over to the psychology alchemists to see what they could find. At least I don't have the strength now to contact that mind dragon. That's all I can do. Even if they find something, when I rise in the organization, some of that benefit will be mine, she thought happily. Above the grey fog, Klein tapped the bronze table corner, judging from Miss Justice's description that the notebook and village were dragon-related. Dragons often meant treasure. Too bad Miss Justice's strength wasn't enough for exploration. He'd support her praying to the sea god if needed. But it was too dangerous for now, so the matter was shelved. Magic mirror divination favored the third party, Klein, with almost no cost to connect to the real world. He could even tear out in spirit body form if he wished. But for the user, it was risky. Exposure to unknown entities could mean possession or corruption. Klein sighed deeply. He wasn't worried about Miss Justice abusing the method since she had the safest target to pray to, him. Retracting his finger, Klein sat at the table end and waited quietly for about 20 to 30 seconds before returning to the real world. Since he was on the future, he didn't linger. Someone watched him from the dark. After leaving the bathroom and putting away Azik's copper whistle and Willor Septin's paper crane, Klein glanced at the clouded crimson moon, pondering silently. He donned his half-top hat, opened a door, and stepped into the corridor. Walking deliberately slow, he glanced at the first room on the left, suspecting the mysterious pair of eyes that watched him, and the deck earlier was inside. He nearly stopped before the door, silently reaching out his left palm to touch the handle, mentally picturing the room beyond. A clothes rack empty, faint starlight scattering across clean floorboards, a sense of solitude without human aura, windows open to the sea breeze lifting light curtains. No one there? Klein planned to probe further but retracted his hand and headed to the stairs, pretending nothing happened. On the deck, enjoying the cold night breeze, Klein strolled starboard casually. Ahead sat a man in dungarees and a white shirt, Frank Lee. The poison expert noticed him and half turned, but his usual smile was gone. Blood dripped from his mouth's corner. Klein raised his brows silently. Frank Lee lifted a silver-scaled fish, not struggling, and said gloomily, "It failed. Their lifespan is shorter than I imagined. It's impossible to breed them, even planted in the ground." He bit into the fish. Klein sighed in relief silently. "Good. Otherwise I'd fear what abominations you might create. So you're drowning sorrows with alcohol? No. Fish." Chapter 644, Laughter. Klein couldn't bring himself to console Frank Lee or tell him that failing to breed red wine fish was actually good news. Instead, he pretended it was trivial and said nothing. Walking diagonally around the starboard, Klein gazed out to the sea under a thinning crimson moon. Dark clouds hung low, revealing a hurricane swirling nearby. Silver lightning illuminated fine rain and wind, resembling an apocalyptic dawn just a few nautical miles from the future's location. Yet the ship sailed safely, the wind only slightly stronger. This was the meaning of a safe sea route, to skirt storms carefully. Without a skilled navigator, the ship might have sailed straight into disaster. Klein spotted faint illumination and fog ahead, reducing visibility and making it hard to tell if they were in danger. Just then, a massive black shape appeared at the storm's edge. A sea monster? Klein recalled rumors from bars. Leaving the safe sea route meant encounters with behemoths that could swallow ships whole. But as the future drew closer, the shape became clear. Not a monster, but a gigantic sailboat, even bigger than the future. The ship was nearly 200 meters long, its bow and stern raised high like a crescent. Its black hull bore 3 rows of cannons arranged haphazardly. Its masts and structures towered like a 5-story building. Most oddly, it had only one sail, marked with a black tune. The death announcer. Frank Lee's heavy voice came as he approached, tossing aside the fish with blood replaced by red wine. His muscles tensed, sensing danger from the enormous ship. Klein recalled, the death announcer was the flagship of the King of Immortality Agolito, one of the legendary 4 kings of the 5 seas. His bounty reached £100,000. Though he'd never fought an official demigod directly, he was cruel and unpredictable, known as the untrustworthy for breaking promises and killing at whim. Thankfully, Klein thought, being on the future likely gave them a free pass. The King of Immortality might spare the pirate Admiral Catleya, one of the 7 pirate admirals. Still, Klein remained calm but highly alert, recalling warnings from the death announcer's second mate, Slaughterer Kircheiss. Suddenly, the deep horn blared. Sailors on the future jolted awake, rushing half-clothed to cannons as the ship shifted from peace to battle readiness. Klein glanced up to see Catleya standing at the captain's windows, wearing her usual black dress. Without her thick glasses, her black eyes gleamed with mysterious purple. She was clearly worried about an attack from the King of Immortality. The 2 ships passed closely. Pirates on both vessels silently stared, knives brandished, tension so high a single spark could ignite war. Yet the death announcer made no move, remaining anchored as the future slipped past and increased distance. Frank Lee exhaled with relief and joked, "There has always been many rumors about the King of Immortality's strength. Others say that he's really a demigod, while others say that he's only a sequence 5. He is able to reach the level of a sequence 4 thanks to the death announcer. But regardless, he has lived long enough. Tell me, do you think crossbreeding him and my fishes would enhance their survivability?" Klein lampooned, "First, you need to capture the King of Immortality, otherwise make him interested in your fish." Frank sighed dejectedly. "He won't agree to it. He will plant me into the soil." Suddenly, the death announcer turned its sail. A shrill, malicious laughter erupted, blanketing the future. The eerie laughter shifted from hoarse to chaotic, sometimes ravings or singing. Sailors collapsed, clutching their ears in pain but unable to escape it. Several beyonders began growing fish scales on their bodies. Klein felt his brain flooded with chaotic thoughts, good, bad, bright, dark, all swirling with the maddening laughter threatening to burst his mind. Flesh tendrils writhed beneath his skin. Had he not endured the true creator's ravings, Mr. Dawes' cries and torment passing the grey fog, Klein would have crumpled like Frank Lee, pressed to his head, kneeling, desperate to resist the pain. He noticed short orange hairs growing on Frank's face, transforming him into a bear-like figure. Symbols and magical labels on the future's walls, deck and mast lit up, turning into a brilliant sea of stars in the moonless night. Though the laughter continued, people spaced apart instantly. The further the sound came from, the more empty and illusory it seemed. Klein used his remaining strength to look up. Behind the captain's open windows, Catleia's pale face looked like it might crack, emanating a terrible aura. Her palms pressed on the windowsill, starlight swirling around her, matching the ship's resplendence. Suddenly a squall rose, and the future adjusted its course. Despite many sailors still struggling, it sped up, quickly distancing itself from the death announcer. Klein glanced at the room with the mysterious eyes watching the deck. Windows rattled in the strong wind but showed no other signs. Starlight descended as floating ice, dragging the future into a rapid flight. Finally, the death announcer vanished behind them. The maddening laughter faded, growing distant and illusory. Frank lowered his hands, panting, barely recovering. Many sailors still writhed in pain but stabilized. Klein thought, "This ability of the King of Immortality is truly impressive. There's almost no defense against it. No wonder he's one of the 4 kings." Although experienced, this was Klein's first true demigod attack. Even Agolito, the lowest-ranked king, made him feel weak and helpless. Would Agolito chase them? Maybe he'd wait for Slaughterer Kaiser's return, but Klein prepared for a maelstrom and thunderstorm from the sea god's scepter if needed. He looked again at Catleia. The pirate admiral's face was ghastly pale, but no longer shadowed by darkness. The swirling starlight around her slowly faded. Chapter 645, Calming Method. Following the disappearance of the surrounding astral glow, Catleia lowered her head and told Frank Lee, who was slowly recovering, let them calm down. She meant the sailors still writhing in pain. Just then, Catleia shrunk her body back as the windows closed. Klein vaguely saw a green vine grow upwards, covering the Admiral of Stars in layers. Not sensing danger or wickedness, he assumed it was a mysticism method Mam Hermit used to heal injuries and recover energy. A beyond a pathway power, or a mystical item? She began treatment without worry, letting Frank handle the chaos on the ship. Isn't she afraid the death announcer might catch up? How far did the future fly in that last pounce? Klein lowered his neck and turned to Frank. The first mate, both poison expert and doctor, had already pulled out a coiled soft tube from his dungaree pocket, connected to a small glass bottle and a thin, sharp needle. "A sedative I concocted," Frank said with a forced smile, still wary. "I've bought something like this before. They gave it to Zombie Marek." Klein scanned the area. "This might not be enough." "No, it's not for them. I need a helper. They'll get beer with sedative effects. Pirates get rowdy drunk, so I added sedatives to most alcohol buckets," Frank explained casually, spiking their drinks without telling them. Klein almost twitched. At that moment, he appreciated the nickname Poison Expert. Because pirates got rowdy drunk, Frank slipped modified sedatives into most alcohol without guilt, as if it were routine. This fellow is warm and straight in some ways, but terrifying like a devil in others, because he truly doesn't see what he does as evil. How did the Church of Earth Mother make such a crazy scientist? Klein controlled his expression and followed Frank. He found the boatswain, Nina, writhing in the bulkhead's shadow. This pirate, with an exaggerated figure, was slumped in pain. She scratched the deck in ear-piercing sounds and bloody marks. Watching made Klein feel pain in his fingers. "German, help me press her down to stop struggling." Frank raised the needle and tube. Klein didn't object, but said nothing. He crouched and pressed down on Nina's shoulders. His hands slipped at first, finding her hard to grip, as if she were a giant fish covered in slippery scales. He corrected himself. Using Clown's precise control, he grabbed Nina firmly. But her struggling was strong, far beyond Klein's strength. His fingers grew sore, barely able to continue. As expected of a Sequence 7 Beyonder from the Sailor Pathway, Klein admitted silently he wasn't physically strong. If not for needing to feed it, he could activate creeping hunger, switch to steal Mavati's soul, and use the strength of a zombie. While thinking this, Frank crouched, pressed his knee on Nina's back, bulging muscles quickly stopping her struggling. A planter pathway Beyonder has decent strength. However, Mr. Frank Lee, It's probably hard to get a girlfriend if you use such crude manners on a lady. Of course you don't mind. You could totally let your child grow from the soil. Klein lampooned while watching Frank inject the needle into Nina's hand. After the sedative flowed in, Nina stopped struggling. Klein released his hands and stood. Seconds later, Nina combed her hair and rolled to her feet. She grumbled at Frank. "Why must you always be so rough like a bear? Can't you try a different method?" She stretched her arms, pain clear on her face. Unlike earlier, she wore a linen shirt and brown coat, now like an ordinary pirate. Frank wasn't fazed by Nina's complaints and asked, puzzled, "How was I rough?" "All right, let's not argue. Let's help them first. Get the beer barrel out. Let's work together to make them drink. Gammon, you don't mind helping, right?" Klein glanced at sailors on deck. After a moment he asked, "The goal is to calm them down?" "That's right." Frank nodded. "Can I just knock them unconscious?" Klein asked calmly. "That's almost as effective as sedative beer, and more efficient," he thought. Nina turned in surprise, stunned, speechless. Frank considered seriously for a moment. "Okay, all right." Klein picked up a cutlass he'd noticed. Using the dull edge, he struck its owner. Bang! The pirate, rolling in pain, calmed and collapsed unconscious. Nina froze, then suppressed laughter as she passed Klein. "I've heard rumors of you, but I never expected you to be more exaggerated than the rumors. Usually it's the opposite." "Yes, your thoughts are very, very special, different from others and closer to Frank's. Probably why he treats you as a friend so quickly." "No, lunatics differ. Gammon Sparrow hasn't reached Frank's level yet." Klein silently thought. Ignoring Nina, Klein held the cutlass, knocking sailors unconscious, waiting for them to wake naturally. Frank wished to do the same, but gave up when Nina asked if he could guarantee unconsciousness, not death. He went inside, brought out a beer barrel, and followed his plan. Bam, bam, bam! Klein struck his way to the bow. An elder in his 50s wearing a pointed bonnet gradually came round. Seeing the cold, crazy adventure approach, he hurriedly tried to stand and blurted, "No, I don't need it. I'm fine already. I'm fine. No need to explain." It was clear. Klein held back amusement and turned toward the bow. The elder introduced himself. "I'm the navigator of the future, Ottolov." Navigator? Klein noticed several books scattered around Ottolov, face up or down, flat or sideways. "Ha, I fell from above and brought them with me. They nearly went mad," Ottolov explained. Klein looked into his eyes, deep blue, like the sea. Not the eyes that observed me earlier, but similar to the Admiral of Stars. Same pathway? Klein retracted his gaze and watched Nina and Frank calm sailors. Just as Klein was about to check if the death announcer pursued, Ottolov shouted, "Be careful!" Whoosh! A huge wave hit the bow, shaking the future violently. If not for Klein's clown balancing, he'd have fallen like Frank. The spray drenched his half-top hat and double-breasted frock coat. There should be a steam iron here, right? The crazy adventurer washing clothes doesn't break persona. Weird if I didn't wash clothes. I should have worn native Rorstead archipelago style. Klein felt heartache ahead. A storm surged, mountainous waves, crazy winds, rumbling thunder. We've come to the safe sea route boundary? The flight might have shaken the death announcer's tail, but diverted us? Klein watched Ottolov, Nina, Frank and bloodless Heath Doyle wake sailors and take stations. They frantically steered the future through giant waves and lightning, returning to the safe route. After the storm passed, Klein released the sea god charm and breathed deeply. No sign of death announcer's pursuit. He relaxed but knew the night was far from calm. Seeing exhausted pirates rub heads or gasp, Klein left the deck with a slight guilty conscience. He walked to his cabin and sighed inwardly. We just left the Gargus archipelago, and the ship was nearly destroyed. Searching for mermaids isn't simple. Going upstairs, Klein passed the captain's cabin and paused. Green leaves covered a crack in the door. Everything isolated. He shifted his gaze and returned to his room. He considered praying to the fool before going above the grey fog to search for death announcer traces. He wanted King of Immortality Agalito, who attacked without reason, to face the same treatment he did. No, eyes are watching. I should avoid this. It'd only teach King a lesson, not injure him seriously. Not worth the risk. I shouldn't let anger overcome rationality. I'll reconsider after advancing safely. Klein repressed the urge. Chapter 6 and 46, Le Mano's Spellbook. Backlund outside the steam locomotive station. Fours wore a finely checkered black-veiled hat with blue flowers and stood by the station's entrance, waiting for her teacher, Dorian Gray. The drizzle and underground cold made the female author tremble slightly. She felt she had underestimated Backlund's spring. I wonder what Shio is doing that keeps her busy all year round. Sigh. She said she wouldn't even get out of bed when her father was alive. Food and water were served by servants except bathroom breaks. Now she leaves early every morning and returns late at night, regardless of weather. Completing mission after mission, capturing fugitive after fugitive. Fours couldn't help but admire Shio. Last week, the female sheriff had paid off her debt and even saved £200. I have to say, as a Beyonder job, a sheriff really suits bounty hunting. Of course limited to low-sequence Beyonders. Fours' thoughts wandered until her gaze caught a familiar figure. A medium-built man in a black suit, Lone's most popular attire. A half-top hat. His shoulders were broad in an exaggerated way. Dorian Gray Abraham, Fours' teacher and one of the few Abraham family members left. Delighted, Fours went over with her umbrella. With so many people, she didn't approach directly, but their eyes met, and he raised his clenched right fist toward the first button on his black suit. This means danger. Fours expressionlessly diverted her gaze and smiled, then glanced at the young man behind Dorian and passed him as if nothing happened. An ancient family had unimaginable experience in all matters, so Dorian had long taught Fours urgent signals. This simple gesture told her to stay away. The young man was startled by Fours' languid stare. Instinctively, he adjusted his clothes and pressed down his hat. Fours overtook him and continued forward. Under drizzle, Fours circled and boarded a rental carriage to Hattrick Inn on Sherwood Borough's 22 Hope Street, the place Dorian had reserved. Having spent years in mysticism, Fours calmly took a neighboring room and stood by the window observing inn guests. Finally, she saw Dorian get off a carriage and enter. Fours quickly turned and waited at the stairwell bend, covertly watching as Dorian was led to his room by an attendant. After a while, she removed her hat, messed up her hair a little and knocked on room 2016. Her plan was simple. If her teacher's response was normal, she'd enter and talk. If abnormal, she'd pretend she was at the wrong room or a prostitute seeking business. Creak. The door opened slowly. Dorian looked at her, then both corridor ends. He raised his right arm and spread fingers to press the second button of his suit. Not controlled. Abnormality over. Fours sighed silently and entered. "Teacher, what happened just now?" she asked, worried. Dorian closed the door and smiled wryly. "I saw someone familiar." He sighed. "An enemy." His former student had betrayed the Abraham family with Traveller Boulaya and nearly wiped out their upper echelons. According to Dorian, the former student had joined the Aurora Order and was likely one of the 22 oracles. "What did he do? Is he very strong?" Fours asked curiously. Dorian was silent a few seconds before divulging a bit. "Lawrence, Labro, Alisa, and I belonged to a particular organization. A few members betrayed it and dealt a heavy blow. That was one of the traitors." He avoided calling it family conflict to keep Fours emotionally detached. How despicable. Fours thought of kind Mrs. Olisa and amiable Mr. Lawrence. "All right, let's not chat about unhappy matters." Dorian took out a folded paper and handed it to Fours. "Here's the astrologer potion formula. Your digestion of the Trickmaster and Apprentice potions has exceeded my expectations. This is the greatest surprise I've had in the past 10 years. I specially joined a circus." Fours didn't hide it, feeling proud. She unfolded the paper to read the formula. Dorian nodded in relief. "I'm very sorry. Due to the previous losses, I'm unable to provide you with the main ingredients of the astrologer potion. Just treat it as a final test. However, I have prepared a gift for you." He took out a palm-sized notebook with a hard bronze-green ancient cover. It contained 3 types of paper, few yellow parchment pages, about 10 yellowish-brown goatskin pages, and ordinary white paper. On the cover were ancient Fasak words: "I came, I saw, I record." Fours' gaze left the formula and landed on the notebook. She recognized it as the item left by Mr. Lawrence, what she had traveled to Pritz Harbor to hand Dorian. Dorian smiled. "I believe you are no stranger to it." After Fours nodded, he sighed. "This is a potent mystical item, ranked top 5 among similar ones I've seen. Not because it's more impressive, but because its negative effects are easiest to resolve. Together, They make it valuable. What is its name? What negative side effects does it have? Fours was excited and agitated. Dorian caressed the cover. It's called Leymano's Travels, but we prefer calling it Leymano's Spellbook. While this spellbook will expose you to more kinds of Beyonder powers, it can also allow you to record them. It will be materialized onto a particular page for long-term storage. You can use it at any time, but remember, the corresponding page will become blank again with each use, awaiting your next record. Amazing. Fours felt like dreaming. I can record any Beyonder powers I see and use them once? Isn't this another kind of shepherd? The shepherd little son mentioned only one prepared battle. I wonder if I can record demigod Beyonder powers. If yes, I'd be stronger than a shepherd in a prepared battle. Dorian seemed to read her mind and explained. It corresponds to a sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. It's not guaranteed that a Beyonder power that is higher than this sequence can be recorded. There's a chance of failure. The greater the gap, the greater the chance of failure. Furthermore, the effects will be halved. According to the experience of past users, while chances of success against a Sequence 5's Beyonder powers is considerably high, once it reaches Sequence 4, which is the level of a demigod, it becomes relatively difficult. There might not be a single instance of success within 10 attempts, and I believe no demigod will cast it again and again for you. If it's an enemy, they would have killed you 10 times over. Do you see these? The yellow parchment is specifically used to record Beyonder powers with godhood. There are a total of 3 pages, which is to say that even if you are very lucky, all you can record is 3 demigod Beyonder powers, and you can only use them each once. Though restrictions limit the notebook's power, it's no obstacle for 2 types: lucky people, and those backed by large organizations or demigods. Fours thought of asking Mr. Full to display his powers for recording, but quickly felt it sacrilegious and apologized inwardly. She sincerely hoped the strongest ma'am hermit in the Tarot Club would become a demigod soon. Dorian noticed her wandering thoughts and continued. The pages like goatskin can record the Beyonder powers of a Sequence 5 or 6. There are a total of 10 pages, and the effects would be more than half of the original, roughly 70 to 80%. The remaining pages record Beyonder powers below Sequence 6. There are a total of 25 pages, and the effects are almost equal to the original, but they are still slightly inferior. Due to some developments in the past, the spellbook still has 5 pages with Beyonder powers left. The rest are blank. You can test them for yourself. Dorian paused solemn. Before giving it to you, I have to seriously warn you that it has negative effects. After using it each time, it will make you get lost, and it's the kind that causes you to encounter danger. You have to draw a bit of your blood to smear it on the cover evenly to reduce the effects. Remember, don't underestimate getting lost. You must resolve it as quickly as possible. Yes, teacher, Fours replied seriously. Dorian handed over Leymano's Travels. This is my gift. Teacher is really nice. Fours pursed her lips and asked, What's the name of that student who betrayed you? What does he look like? If there's a chance, I wish to seek vengeance on him for both you and Mr. Lawrence. No, don't think about it. You are much weaker than him. Back when he betrayed us, he was already a scribe. Now he might even be a traveler, Dorian said solemnly. However, you do need to remember him and avoid him. His name is Lewis Ween. I'll draw a picture of him later. All right, Fours nodded. On the future, in the pirates' dining hall. Klein met Cattleya exiting just as he walked in. She no longer looked pale and calmly said with thick glasses, Make your preparations. We will be arriving in those waters in a while. That fast? How far did we fly last night? Klein was taken aback. Chapter 647, Sea of Ruins. Although Gehrman Sparrow didn't show it on his face, Cattleya noticed the surprise in him. She explained, It's a kind of flight that makes it impossible for the death announcer to continue its pursuit. Just then, she saw Gehrman Sparrow had completely changed his clothes. He wore a round neck shirt, a brown jacket, pantaloons, and a dark cap. He didn't look like an adventurer anymore, more like a native of the City of Generosity, Biome. According to Nina, his clothes were soaked by a huge wave last night. Does he only have one decent set? Cattleya recalled and found the reason. She wasn't surprised, it matched his insanity. He only had one decent outfit, spending the rest of his money on mystical items, beyond weapons, spirituality charms, all to raise his strength. No wonder the King of Immortality gave up. All he did was attack passing ships, not enough hatred to chase us all the way. Even senior pirate admirals still have some chance of escape before the Four Kings. Almost arriving, man, I haven't completed my digestion, but acting crazy yesterday seemed effective. The Future's crew warmly responded. I should finish digesting in 2 to 3 days. Even if we enter dangerous waters, finding mermaids won't be simple. I have enough time. Klein suppressed the urge to ask questions and planned to pass by Admiral of Stars and head to his usual breakfast spot. Suddenly, a pirate rushed in carrying a live blue fish, heading straight for a corner. Seated there was the Future's second mate, Heath Doyle. His face was nearly transparent from paleness and his nose bridge looked oddly unharmonious. "Pa!" Heath placed the nearly meter-long fish in front of Bloodless. He bent over bit by bit, pressing his face to the fish's scales as if kissing it. Suddenly the fish stiffened, then melted like wax meeting fire, turning into a disgusting pool of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood surged into Heath Doyle's mouth like liquid and covered his skin. Amidst the horrendous sight of squirming flesh, bones, and blood, all vanished. Nothing remained. Heath Doyle's face looked clean, with only bright red lips like blooming roses. Rose Bishop. The sequence name surfaced in Klein's mind. Cattleya nudged her glasses. Every Rose Bishop needs to replenish themselves with enough blood and flesh. That way they can fully showcase their Beyonder powers and not lose control after injury from intense battle. However, the lunatics from the Aurora Order have an inclination toward human flesh and blood. Substitutes would work fine, though. From the looks of it, this Bloodless with a bounty of £7,600 is lucky. On one hand, lucky to achieve Sequence 6 without abnormalities or losing control. On the other, lucky to join Admiral of Stars' crew. Without the secret knowledge this lady who's being pursued by knowledge possesses, he might have become a human flesh monster sooner or later, even if he ignored the true creator's voice. Klein sighed silently. He was increasingly convinced the secret suppliant pathway, aka Shepherd pathway, was the easiest Beyonder path to lose control and go mad. Nothing else came close, even the Abyss pathway was less so. Klein retracted his gaze, and just as he was about to step forward, the ship jolted violently. The scene flooded Klein's mind. The blue sea cracked open like a waterfall, seawater plunging into bottomless darkness. Magnificent, mystical, it made one suspect they weren't on Earth. Whoosh! The Future couldn't stop in time. It rushed to the edge and plummeted. Bang! 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 Pirates in the dining hall flew up and slammed into the ceiling. Toast, butter, margarine, beer, roasted fish flew wildly. Klein lost balance, thrown toward the ceiling. He extended his palm and pressed upward, adjusting his posture acrobatically to look less pathetic. Nearby, Nina showed stunning balance. Using the ceiling, she held herself steady. Maybe intentionally, she extended her feet and kicked Frank, the poison expert, who flew into a beer barrel and got drenched with pale yellow liquid. The most casual and unfazed was Cattleya. Stars swirled around her, and the resplendence beneath her feet coagulated, floating her mid-air. She wasn't affected. Bloodless was the least pathetic besides her. He blended into shadows and disappeared. With the Future about to plunge into the crevice, suddenly a plume of water surged up. It lifted the ship and threw it high into the air toward the other edge. Floating momentarily, Klein believed the Future landed stably on the sea surface. Again, the sea god domain charm in his right hand wasn't used. Sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the dining hall mess. Klein balanced again, walked to the window. The endless sea burned with golden flames. It looked like noon, though it was morning moments ago. He narrowed his eyes at the sky, filled with golden rays but no clouds or sun. No wonder Herodes described this place as not a real ocean but a relic of a war between gods. His gaze swept diagonally ahead, seeing ruins mostly covered by seawater. Grey stones and stone columns protruded, forming a peak with a dome-like object on top. It seemed to hold up a large space area. The ruins were massive. Through the transparent water, Klein saw their bases extended endlessly to the seabed. These are extremely dangerous waters. Cattleya appeared beside him. Klein turned and waited. Her gaze forward, she said wistfully, I haven't been here many times, all my visits were long ago. Not with the Future's crew? Or back when she served Queen Mystic? Klein noted Admiral of Stars' wording carefully. Cattleya didn't look away as she stared at the golden sky and sea. No one knows where these waters end or how wide they are. Do you know what's most dangerous here? I should have gotten Orodes to explain more. Klein honestly shook his head. Previously, he nearly got caught by a true creator demigod and only survived thanks to the die of probability. So, he hadn't dared bring the radio transceiver back to the real world, fearing the true creator might sense it. No chance to contact Orodes. He planned to seek Willor Septin's help through the paper crane near dangerous waters, but they'd met the king of immortality Agolito, and the Future didn't give them time before arriving. Behind thick glasses, Cattleya's purple-tinged black eyes glazed over. There are many ruins floating here, with all kinds of mutated monsters, including demigods who lost control or ancient evil creatures. This isn't the most dangerous part. If it were, these waters would be hunting grounds for the 7 churches, treasure troves for high-sequence ingredients or items. Many monsters and evil creatures here may not be real. They can kill us but might not leave anything after death. Klein connected the dots to Ankerwelt, the dragon of imagination, who could conjure anything imagined. Could these waters be where ancient Second Epoch gods fought? He frowned. Cattleya's ethereal voice continued. Here, you never know what danger comes next. Maybe you melt approaching a ruin turning into wax. Maybe you become rock amid storms if you deviate from explored routes and shatter. To beyonders at our level, that's the greatest danger. Klein sharply asked, what about beyonders above our level? Cattleya sighed and smiled. The waters are filled with a voice that shouldn't be heard. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to hear. Most demigods exploring here go mad or lose control and are lost forever. No wonder the 7 churches don't send experts here. Klein realized a few demigods might survive here. He looked out again. The Future closed in on the ruins. Suddenly loud, clear panting filled the hall. Chapter 648, Noon and Night. Whoosh, gasp. The loud panting sounded slow and rhythmic, sending a chill down Klein's spine. He felt an inexplicable horror, but no direct danger. He wasn't alone. Cattleya, Frank Lee, and other pirates also heard it. Some turned their heads, raised weapons, or went on high alert, showing their experience. Trying to locate the source, Klein found the panting came from the ruin ahead, between the peak of stones and stone columns. Bloodless Heath Doyle floated out of the shadows, clutching his head, softly grunting in pain. There's a corpse. There's a corpse there. Corpse? A corpse that pants loudly? Klein's thoughts raced. Cattleya, who'd subconsciously removed her heavy glasses, looked at the ruins. Her expression suddenly turned solemn. She faced the pirates and said, Quickly circle around that area and do not approach it. Her voice held a magnetic force that jolted everyone awake. The sailors rushed out, heading to positions that needed help. Under Navigator Ottolov and Boatswain Nina's command, they adjusted sails and changed course, passing the ruins at a safe distance. Only after the stone peak disappeared beyond the horizon did Heath Doyle relax, lowering his hands. His pain was gone. Klein narrowed his eyes, sensing that this Rose Bishop, the Future's second mate, might be a huge latent risk. This wasn't contempt for secret suppliant beyonders, but a judgment from combining Admiral of Stars' description and Heath Doyle's reaction. Just now, Heath Doyle alone was in pain while everyone heard the panting. He instinctively believed a corpse was buried in the ruins, and Cattleya's reaction confirmed it. That meant even if Heath Doyle didn't actively listen to the true creator's voice, his powers as a listener gave him more perception than most low and mid-sequence beyonders in ordinary environments. Hence, he was affected most and gained more information about the danger. But avoiding ruins like that isn't a solution. According to Cattleya, these waters are filled with voices that can drive demigods mad, voices that shouldn't be heard. If Heath Doyle were ever in an inadequate or overly adequate state, he might hear those lethal whispers. Even if a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop is inferior to a demigod good at listening, the gap isn't large. In terms of the die of probability, just 2 points, not 1, is enough for Heath Doyle to hear forbidden voices and lose control. I have to warn Ma'am Hermit, even if she's likely already prepared. Klein retracted his gaze and felt his stomach groan. He hadn't eaten yet. Meanwhile, beer was spilled on the floor. Butter splattered everywhere. Food, roasted fish, toast, bread was scattered or hanging off things, dirty but likely still edible by peeling the outside. Klein looked at a piece of bread leaning on a table leg, unsure. This was unlike Gehrman Sparrow's persona. When he decided to wait for lunch, Cattleya told the chef, "Prepare breakfast for the rest once more. Leave this to Frank. Pete, perhaps he has uses for it." "For monster feeding?" Klein lampooned inwardly. After a while, he finally had breakfast, not as sumptuous as before. Smoked pork sausage, 2 utterly burnt toast, and a cup of lightly sedated beer treated as water. Because of the dangerous waters and risk of mishaps, Klein showed off his college eating skills, finishing in 1 to 2 minutes like at the mess hall. He left the dining hall and walked to the deck for an after-meal stroll and to observe. The sea still glowed gold like midday sun illumination. Klein stopped and looked into the distance, spotting a point of light ahead growing larger. Under the sun's rays, it produced coruscating, multicolored lusters from refraction, a gigantic transparent gem. As the future pressed forward, the light revealed itself. It was 4 gigantic columns of pure diamond. They looked like legendary columns holding up the sea, extending down and stably standing, supporting a large floating island. Above it, the soil was charred black, no greenery. Its depths shone with abnormal brightness, outshining the midday sky. Suddenly, a long screech came from the island. Loud and unrestrained, it sent a hair-raising sense of danger. Soon, Klein heard galloping horses and saw 2 steeds tempered from gold rush from the island. Behind them was a beautiful golden chariot. Cattleya's voice was amplified, echoing through the future. "Look down! Don't look at it!" Klein was never one to put on a brave front. Hearing this, he subconsciously lowered his head and stared at his leather boots. He noticed the sunlight on deck brighten, then dim, and quickly return to its brilliance. "It's all right now." Cattleya's calm voice sounded again. Klein looked up and saw the golden steeds and chariot vanished. The diamond pillars silently supported the floating island, resplendent glows swirling around it. What a huge diamond! What a strange floating island! What if I hadn't lowered my head and watched the golden chariot charge forward? Klein glanced around and frowned. A pirate 7 or 8 meters away had vanished. 2 pitch-black footprints stood where he'd been. Ashes floated in mid-air. Klein vaguely understood what happens when you don't lower your head. Thankfully, Admiral of Stars had been here before. She knew when to avoid and bow. If I'd hired Mr. Hanged Man, even if steering the ghost ship, we might have been wiped out. No, if the future hadn't arrived early without giving me time to prepare, I would have sought Will or Septon's advice. A magician never performs unprepared. Besides, if I'd hired Mr. Hanged Man, I'd have bought related info from Ma'am Hermit. Klein sighed but recovered his calm. He didn't suggest exploring the floating island, letting the future pass by. The sea afterward felt like the outer world, undulating waves, vastness, silence, and endlessness. Klein sometimes saw fire embers floating on the sea surface, but no marine creatures, not even mermaids. Time passed, and lunch was about to start. As Klein prepared to leave the deck, suddenly the surroundings darkened. The midday sky vanished, replaced by thick darkness. The change was so sudden he wondered who'd switched off the lights. Silently, the future was bathed in resplendent stars illuminating every path. Cattleya's voice, magnetic again, echoed. "Return to your room or find any corner and make yourself fall asleep. Then, wait until you wake up naturally." Puzzled, Frank Lee asked loudly, "What will happen if I don't sleep?" His voice boomed like a speaking bear. Cattleya stood behind the captain's cabin window and said, "When we wake up, we will find you gone, never to be found again." The night here is that terrifying? Klein wondered but had no thought to stay awake. He returned to his room and, using the starlight on the future, unfolded a paper crane and grabbed a pencil to write quickly. What should be taken note of when traveling to the dangerous waters on the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea? Where can I find mermaids there? He folded the crane and, without removing his coat, lay down. With cogitation, he quickly fell asleep. In a hazy world, he suddenly jolted awake, knowing clearly he was dreaming. No one was infiltrating it. Klein surveyed the surroundings and found himself on a mountaintop. Behind and to his sides were black, cloister-like buildings. Ahead stood a withered tree and a protruding boulder. On the boulder, Cattleya sat alone, hugging her knees and leaning forward, staring at the opposite mountain. She wore a black classical robe radiating mystery. Her expression was an indescribable confusion. She didn't move, like a stone sculpture. Why is she in my dream? Klein stepped forward and leapt onto a boulder. Before he could speak, he was stunned. In front was a bottomless cliff. Across the cliff stood a mountain covered with countless palaces, spires, and city walls. The buildings were opulent and stacked in circles. One was abnormally huge, unlike a human residence. Together they exuded epic proportions, legendary or mythical. The sun hung far, casting frozen sunset colors onto the city. This is a dream shared by all of us, Cattleya said, still hugging her legs as if in reverie. Chapter 649, Black Cloister. A dream shared by everyone? Klein repeated Cattleya's words inwardly as realization dawned. Nighttime in these dangerous waters connected the dreams of all living creatures. Any creature that didn't sleep would lack protection because their soul bodies wouldn't enter the dream and would suffer an unknown attack. Why such an attack leads to disappearance instead of instant death, Klein had no way to guess. He pulled his gaze from Cattleya's still figure to the magnificent city across the cliff, curious. If this world is formed by the connected dreams of all local creatures, who could imagine such an unimaginable city? He watched for a few seconds, then asked, "What is its name? What's the name of this city that exists only in myth and legend?" Cattleya stared ahead in a daze, as if in a trance. "No idea. There will be a chance of seeing it every time we enter the dream, but it's impossible to approach." She said that it resembles the Great Twilight Hall in Faceac. She likely has her own guesses, but she has never told me. She? That Queen Mystic? The Great Twilight Hall is where the Church of the God of Combat's papal chair stands. Klein considered before saying, "I plan to look around." He believed the future wouldn't leave these waters soon. He'd encounter more nights and enter this dream several times. To guard against accidents and gain intel, exploring was necessary, and such exploration needed a partner. Cattleya remained hugging her knees, her tone ethereal. Not interested. This isn't what a mature pirate admiral should say. You could have been more euphemistic. "Ma'am Hermit, you resemble a young petulant lady." Klein was taken aback, suspecting he misheard. This clashed with the Admiral of Stars he had imagined. Recalling Gairman Sparrow's grit, he realized Cattleya wasn't fully awake in the dream. She knew she was dreaming, but couldn't control it effectively. She unknowingly revealed feelings buried deep and showed a part of her personality usually suppressed. No wonder she never approached the miraculous city. It was because she never intended to explore it herself. Klein thought a moment and probed, "We might be able to discover something over there." "Not going," Cattleya replied without hesitation, but didn't shake her head. "I'll be here waiting. She was clearly semi-conscious in the dream. Klein didn't waste time and leapt off the boulder. "Pa!" His feet touched the ground and he glanced back. Cattleya still sat hugging her knees, alone. The city's congealed sunset cast a long shadow that blended with those of withered trees. A gentle mountain breeze stirred her black figure. She didn't move, stubbornly waiting. At times like this, a psychiatrist is needed to interpret the dream's emotions. This isn't about divination revelations. Klein curled his lips and scanned for a direction to explore. No matter which way he went, he'd end up at the cloister's black buildings. A towering wall isolated it from the cliff. There was no bypassing the cloister unless jumping down the cliff. With no choice, Klein approached the pitch-black cloister door. Nearly 10 meters tall, it didn't look made for humans. He sized it up, took a deep breath, and pushed at the edges. A creaking sound followed. The door's weight exceeded his expectation. His muscles bulged and face flushed red, but he moved it only slightly. Thankfully, it's only a dream. As long as I believe, I can boost my strength without truly activating creeping hunger. Klein exhaled and his left glove paled. Dark green sparkles appeared as he took on zombie strength. His arm thickened and legs swelled. Screech! A deep grinding sound echoed as the door slowly opened. Inside, 2 dark spires and black buildings connected by covered bridges surrounded a vast grey rock square. The square had many holes embedded with huge arrows. Flaming stacks scattered around hinted at prior attacks. Klein entered and saw Frank Lee, Nina, Ottolov, and others there. Is this their dream? Klein wondered. Or does everyone's dream stay limited to themselves and they just randomly appear somewhere? Frank Lee, closest to him, held a shovel, digging rubble. Beside him lay the white bread, toast, and roasted fish that had fallen earlier. He plans to use them as fertilizer? Planting even in his dreams. Klein casually asked, "What are you doing?" Without stopping, Frank smiled. "I'm cultivating some little things. They need to sleep in the soil before they grow big and proliferate." "What's their use?" Klein asked, worried and curious. Frank beamed. "They're a crossbreed of fungus. It makes bulls produce milk. This way we can get more milk so more people can drink good milk." "Spare those bulls." Klein's face twitched. "Will it succeed?" "There's no problem with the effects, but I worry they can't reproduce," Frank frowned. "May death forever favor them." Klein prayed and walked past Frank toward the black building's entrance across the square. Along the way he passed Nina and navigator Ottolov, drinking beside a collapsed pillar. "Have you thought of leaving the pirate crew when you're older, finding a man to marry, and settling down? No one wants to drift at sea forever." Ottolov removed his pointed bonnet, revealing grey hair. His eyes and tone implied, "If you want, why not consider me? Mr. Navigator, you're old enough to be Nina's father. Take care of your health." Klein lampooned quietly as he walked on. Nina gulped beer and looked off in a certain direction. "No, that's not the life I want. Before joining you, I tried to settle on Faysak's east coast and not be a pirate, but I couldn't bear the boredom. I had to lug wood and move things daily, stay home at night, no bar visits or hunting. It was constant and unchanging. Plus, I faced criticism and irritating people. I had to worry about cops even if I wanted to beat them up. It's better on the ship, though boring most times. We often visit different places and face new things. Haha, even boring times train them into passable pirates. I tell the best performer each month they can spend the night in my room, then I watch them excitedly enjoy the torment. Of course, spending the night and having sex differ. It depends on my mood. A true female pirate. Everyone wants something different. Klein gave a neutral comment, not disagreeing with Nina's choice. "I wouldn't mind exchanging her head for a bounty if she kills, burns, and plunders often." Klein withdrew his gaze and reached the black building's suspected entrance. He glanced back at the shadows, noticing something off. Bloodless Heath Doyle? Hiding in shadows even in a dream? This must reflect his deep insecurity. Klein pushed another nearly 10-meter door. As it ground open, his gaze froze. Inside was a vast hall with 2 rows of stone pillars. The hall was abnormally dark, no candles. Light from outside spilled in, revealing murals of various colors with gold dominating the dome. The murals connected seamlessly, giving a magnificent and sacred feeling. Thump, thump. A figure, back to Klein, chopped at a long, huge tree with an axe. He wore a white shirt and black vest, unlike any pirate on the ship. Is there someone else here? Or are these the mysterious eyes watching me? Klein's heart sank as he slowed and cautiously approached. The figure was a young man with blonde short hair, parted 70-30. His emerald eyes were serious and focused. "What are you doing? What is this place?" Klein asked carefully. He believed the man wasn't the mysterious watcher. The young man touched his earlobes without turning. "Why ask? My ship sank and I'm busy making a canoe. I don't have time for you." Klein asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "The unlucky Anderson. Ever since I saw that mural, bad luck follows me." He pointed. Following his finger, Klein saw a mural. It depicted a sea of fire split by a path. Along the path, a long line of people, either bowed or prostrated, heading into the sea depths. Their leader was lanky with long silver hair, mild features, eyes tightly closed, and layered wings on his back. Klein's pupils constricted suddenly. He recognized the leader. It was the angel of fate Little Sun once depicted, the tail devourer Ouroboros. Chapter 650, The Unlucky Anderson. After recognizing the leader on the mural, Klein subconsciously suspected it was something from his dream. However, he quickly rejected the idea. Anderson wasn't someone he knew, nor someone who had left an impression. It was unlikely he was an extension of Klein's dream. And Anderson had said he became unlucky after seeing the mural. That meant the mural was tied to him. It had to be part of Anderson's dream. Looking closer, Klein saw it was different from the mural Little Sun had described in the true creator's abandoned temple. The The background here was a sea of golden flames. The other had been a desolate plain. The destination here was the depths of the sea, while the earlier one was a mountain topped with a cross and a hanging figure. Beneath Ouroboros's feet here was black slush with downward heads and trapped fish. Before, it had been a winding river. It's a different mural, but from different stages of the same pilgrimage. Klein guessed. He imagined Ouroboros in the fourth epoch, leading pilgrims through this sea while enemies pursued. For reasons unknown, he abandoned the boat, parted the sea with power from the true Creator, and led them into the forsaken land of God. There, they built temples along the way. One was found by Little Sun. If Will or Septin had been forced to restart cycles, then the Tail Devourer still lived. Perhaps Ouroboros reached the true Creator's holy residence. That would mean the holy residence lay in the forsaken land of God. Klein suddenly felt wistful. If so, no matter how the City of Silver struggled, once the true Creator revived, destruction would be inevitable. Survival near an evil God's kingdom didn't depend on effort. Humanity was but bubbles that vanished when the tide receded. No, I can't be that pessimistic. Maybe Ouroboros wasn't behind Will or Septin's reincarnation. Maybe the true Creator isn't so easily restored, still sealed by the Seven. The City of Silver might yet have a chance, if they forge a path to the outside before the god escapes. That must be why the chief released Elder Shepherd. They need every shred of power. Klein suppressed his spiraling thoughts. A faint dread lingered, that his presence alone might trap him in Ouroboros's endless cycle of fate. He almost took 4 steps counterclockwise to the grey fog to search for lost memories, but restrained himself. Better to observe first. The symbols showed no river, only black slush and embedded fish. Not a cycle of fate, but lingering misfortune. Exactly as Anderson had said, a king of angels like Ouroboros would surely have more than one cycle of fate. Different temples held different murals, naturally using different powers, and this was a dream. Even if he was repeating conversations endlessly, once Monday came, the Tarot Club wouldn't be held. His members would be puzzled when their prayer went unanswered, and he could use that to recover memories. Confidence steadied him. The hall extended without end, faint light spilling from the entrance while the depths were swallowed in darkness. Doors lined both sides, destinations unknown. Seeing this eerie scene, Klein's desire to explore waned. To encounter even a mural left by a king of angels here, who knew what lay further inside? Fear of the unknown was ancient, visceral. He stopped himself. Turning, he asked Anderson, still chopping at the gigantic tree, "Why are you here?" Anderson looked up and scoffed. "I'm a treasure hunter, so tell me, why would I be here?" "Treasure hunter?" Klein asked casually. "There's treasure here." Busy with his so-called canoe, Anderson's voice dropped. "There are treasures everywhere in these waters, as long as you obtain it successfully and leave alive." "That's true, but dangerous for the weak, and even more so for demigods." Klein looked at the dark hall. "Do you know where this place is?" Anderson followed his gaze. "I don't know. At least a third of my companions went in to explore. They never returned." "In the real world or the dream?" Klein pressed. Bang! Anderson's axe landed. He laughed. "Of course in the real world. Another third tried the dream. They didn't return either." Klein inhaled. "Where are their bodies in the real world?" "They mutated into monsters, killed many of my companions." Anderson swung his axe again. Clang! The blade snapped. A fragment shot into his chest and abdomen, blood spurting. Pressing the wound, Anderson looked up and smiled bitterly. "I told you I was plagued with bad luck ever since I saw that mural. Thankfully, this isn't too unlucky. At least my ordinarily handsome face is fine." "Are such words meant to be used that way?" Klein watched him calmly pull the shard out, medicate and bind the wound, clearly practiced. Klein toyed with coins in his pocket. "When your companions began the exploration, were you part of the group that stayed to study the mural?" Anderson froze, then tucked his medicine bag away. "No, I was part of the group that did the exploration." He grinned, genial. "This..." Klein's pupils constricted. He bent slightly, raising his palm. Suddenly, blinding sunlight engulfed everything. Then it dimmed and vanished. Klein opened his eyes to find midday restored outside. He pulled out his pocket watch. Only half an hour had passed. This night is short. That unlucky Anderson looked ordinary, but who knew he was that terrifying? Rising, Klein suddenly remembered. Snake of Fate Will or Septin hadn't replied. Since dreams here weren't connected to the spirit world, he couldn't locate him? Or perhaps he sensed Ouroboros's aura and didn't dare come closer. Or maybe these waters themselves were the problem. Klein resolved to test it. Verification was simple: sleep again while it was still noon. But not immediately. There might be taboos about daytime sleep. Wearing his cap, Klein left his cabin and knocked on the captain's door. After 3 knocks, Cattleya opened it. She wore her heavy glasses again, no longer lost like in the dream. "Is sleeping in the day all right?" Klein asked directly. Cattleya nodded. "Yes." After answering, she hesitated. "It seems you were very proactive in that dream." Realizing danger in these waters would force him to reveal abilities, Klein decided to preemptively set the stage. He smiled politely. "Yes, this is a gift bestowed upon me by my lord." "My lord." Behind her glasses, Cattleya's eyes flickered. Rarely she frowned slightly, then smoothed her expression without further questions. Klein added, "Be careful of Heath Doyle." She understood and replied, "Don't worry, he has a sealed artifact whose negative effect is that he can only hear voices nearby." A smart use of a negative effect. Klein didn't linger, simply tipped his hat and bowed before returning to his room. He lay down and entered cogitation, quickly falling asleep. In the dream world, he woke on the familiar black plain beneath the black steeple. Phew, still connected. Relieved, Klein entered the steeple. There, the tarot cards were scattered with new words inscribed. There's plenty of dangers there, the most dangerous being the dream that happens when night falls. It isn't about the disappearances if you do not sleep, but there's one thing to remember. Do not explore that dream. Absolutely do not explore that dream. Since there's not enough space, I won't explain why. All right, it's just a joke. The reason is that the area contains some of the dreams left behind by a deity. Chapter 651, Meeting Again. Upon seeing Will Septin's warning, Klein first felt himself blessed with good luck. Thankfully, I didn't court death and continue the exploration. He heaved a sigh of relief without hesitation. Although he had seen the mural related to Ouroboros, as well as the terrifying monster Anderson who had mutated for some unknown reason, he hadn't actually placed himself in a physical crisis. I wonder if I'll randomly appear in a different region in the next dream, or will it continue from before? If it's the latter, the best choice is to avoid disturbing Anderson, so as not to agitate him. I'll just walk the same way back and leave that black cloister. Klein retracted his gaze and continued reading. Apart from the dream, the other things aren't that troublesome. As long as you don't attempt to approach those ruins, directly look at the thing that flies in the sky at midday, or challenge the storms that give ample warning, then it wouldn't be a problem if you follow the safe sea routes that have been verified by others. As for mermaids, just keep cruising forward, and you'll ultimately encounter them. This is because at their levels they will only live in relatively safer areas, and there aren't many such areas. Finally, I hope everything goes smoothly. Sincerely, your friend who might be often in deep sleep due to reaching a critical stage in his maturing development, Will Septin. The final sentence was long and awkward, but Klein instantly understood what the snake of fate meant. Before I'm born, don't disturb me unless it's something extremely important. I'll try my best, he replied inwardly, without much assurance. If he advanced smoothly, it wouldn't be long before he had to seek Will Septin's help for the Sequence 4 potion formula of the Seer pathway. Now more confident about finding mermaids, Klein left the dream, wore his hat, and headed to the pirates' dining hall. Because of the dream's disturbance, most food had gone cold, yet the pirates still ate happily. No one had died, and that alone gave them stories to boast about. "Do you want a cup of milk?" Frank Lee carried a plate and sat opposite Klein, asking warmly. Recalling their dream conversation, Klein firmly shook his head, expression deadpan. Inside, he worried all the milk aboard might be Frank's experiments. Unbothered, Frank gulped down a mouthful. "I remember telling you about those little things in the dream?" "Yes." Klein cut through a dragon-bone fish cooked in sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. This fish was famous for having few bones, often just one. In Backlund, they were mid to high-end delicacies. East of the Oravi Island, along safe sea routes, they were common catches. Frank chuckled. "My description was a little inaccurate. Their true purpose is to produce milk even when not in a state capable of lactation, regardless of whether they're male or female. As long as they consume it, they'll produce milk, then return to normal once feeding stops. This way, cows don't suffer. It also makes it fairer for men and women to raise children. It'll help women head out to work. Wait, why are you telling me this? Klein almost broke character as Gehrman Sparrow. At that moment he felt crazy, suited Frank Lee more than himself. He's actually advocating equality for men and women, but with terrifying methods. Yes, the Church of the Earth Mother, like the Church of the Goddess, believes women should stand equal to men, though they emphasize reproduction as sacred. Among the 7 churches, storms and combat favored men most. The sun came next, the god of knowledge and wisdom's church judged by intellect. Steam was neutral, even encouraging women to work alongside the Church of the Goddess to fuel industrial labor. These flashes of comparison flickered through Klein's mind. Looking up, he gave Frank a flat glance, as if what he'd said was trivial. Frank beamed, happily drinking more milk. After lunch ended in batches, Katlia opened the captain's cabin windows and amplified her voice with magic. There's an island 1.5 nautical miles ahead. We will dock there and wait for the storm to pass. In these waters, every time noon turns to night, a terrifying storm may occur. I can't confirm when, but it's safer to wait it out before continuing. Because this wasn't a sudden crisis, she explained at length. Sailors feared storms most, none objected. Under Navigator Ottolov and boatswain Nina, they prepared to dock. That confirmed one of Will Orseptin's warnings: do not challenge signs of a storm. Soon, an island of gigantic trees appeared. The Future adjusted course and docked against the wind. Half an hour later, the sky darkened. Lead-colored clouds piled up, enveloping the sea. Thunder boomed, lightning split the heavens, and a hurricane swept closer. It connected sky and sea, vaster than any legendary giant, like a colossal serpent coiling to crush the world. Waves rose like mountains, lightning branched like trees, striking the sea in endless chains. Rain lashed the deck, and sheltered pirates felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. The storm, though terrifying, passed in about 15 minutes. Sunlight reclaimed the sky. You can head onto the island for a while, but don't wander inside. Stay within cannon range, Katlia allowed. Klein remembered Will Orseptin's warning. He had no urge to explore. After leaving the Future, he simply strolled along the shore, enjoying solid ground. Beach, sunlight, trees. Feels like a vacation. Klein mused when a moving black dot caught his eye. It rushed from a cliff's edge. The dot grew larger, becoming a human figure. Nearby, Katlia also noticed. She turned, removing her heavy glasses. Emerald eyes shone in the figure's face. A white shirt, black vest, trousers, blonde hair parted 70-30. Anderson! The unlucky Anderson! Klein instantly recognized him. This was the same Anderson from the dream, the one who said companions vanished exploring the hall, yet claimed to be among them. At that moment, Anderson raised his right hand. Without hesitation, Klein pulled out a charm and chanted in ancient Hermes, "Storm!" The tin charm sharpened like a blade. With spirituality infused, the air vibrated. Expression deadpan, Klein hurled the charm. Sow! Sow! Azure blades of wind shot forward in a row. Anderson, smiling with his hand raised, froze at the incantation and shrill gale. Eyes widening, he dove aside, somersaulting clumsily as though escaping scalding metal. Sow! 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 The blades carved trenches in the sand, narrowly missing him. Stop! Stop! Anderson shouted as he rolled. I come in peace, I mean no harm. Anderson Hood. Katlia suddenly spoke, raising her hand to halt Klein, who had drawn another charm. She knows Anderson? Klein didn't recite further, his voice dropped. He is already mutated. I saw him in the dream. He wasn't surprised at meeting Anderson. All the pirates had shared the same dream region, meaning Anderson had been close to the Future in reality too. No, not at all. Anderson stood, half laughing, half exasperated, hands raised in surrender. I recognize you. You asked me many questions. Back then, I wanted to pull a prank. Really, it was just a joke to enliven the mood. Don't you think a sudden shift to horror is exhilarating? Of course for the target, not me. If I had joined the exploration, how could I still be alive? That's what I'm worried about. Klein didn't believe him. Anderson shrugged. I was preparing to explain the moment I said it. I planned to tell you I was joking, then ask your help. I wanted you to take me away, but the dream ended. Damn it, I was really too unlucky. It did fit the traits of being unlucky, Klein muttered silently. He was about to flip a coin when Cattleya interjected. Listen to what he has to say. He's very famous in the Fog Sea. He has the nickname Strongest Hunter. Chapter 652, Mermaid Clues. Strongest Hunter. Klein was taken aback by the nickname. After recalling carefully, he realized the man had no bounty on his head. That meant Anderson Hood's description of himself in the dream had been true. He wasn't a pirate admiral, but more a treasure hunter. Unfortunately, Gairman Sparrow hasn't killed any pirate admirals, otherwise I would be the strongest hunter. Klein thought darkly, keeping his guard up. His gaze stayed cold, ready to throw the charm at the slightest abnormality. Hearing Cattleya's introduction, Anderson shook his head seriously. No, I'm not the strongest hunter. Oh, he's still rather humble. Klein sighed inwardly. Anderson chuckled. Admiral of Stars, if you really insist, then it's best if you add the condition, below that of a demigod. Yes, the strongest hunter below that of a demigod. I take back what I just said. Klein's lips twitched. Seeing no response, Anderson lowered his arms and spoke again. These waters are very dangerous, but full of treasures. I believe the two of you know this. In the past, many adventurers or treasure hunters came here seeking fortune, but most never returned. Heh, I said most, so there are always lucky ones who gain items and leave alive. The team I joined was formed by two experienced hunters. They claimed to know which ruins were forbidden and which could be explored, how to deal with monsters, and how to avoid corrupted creatures. I'd always been curious about these waters, so I was convinced. And then? Cattleya's purple-tinged eyes fixed on him. Anderson sighed. At first, everything was smooth. We avoided danger, recovered relics left by explorers, even hunted monsters for ingredients. Everything changed when we found a strange temple on a submerged island. The murals inside were intact. This gentleman saw them too in the dream. He gestured at Klein. That's not important, Klein replied evenly. Anderson smiled bitterly. One mural was sinister. It showed a pilgrimage across a parted sea. The leader was an angel, long silver hair, mild features. I was first before it. I traced the air with my hand, 5 centimeters away, never touching. Yet the angel in the mural suddenly opened his eyes. Strongest hunter? More like strongest trouble magnet. Klein scoffed silently. Silver-haired angel? Cattleya pressed. Yes, I don't know which angel. He wasn't in any church portraits. Maybe the artist invented him. Anderson almost combed his hair but froze at Klein's icy stare, sensing the danger. Klein, meanwhile, noted, this fellow's knowledgeable about art. Not many could speak of so many portraits. Cattleya turned to Klein expectantly. She had heard Anderson say he too had seen the mural. Perhaps this gifted man could recognize the angel. Klein thought briefly. Hermit could always confirm later at the Tarot Club, so he simply said, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. Cattleya's lips pursed. Her purple gaze deepened. Tail Devourer Ouroboros? Angel of Fate? King of Angels? The last time she had heard the name was at Tarot through Miss Justice. She hadn't expected to encounter such clues in reality so soon. Tail Devourer Ouroboros? Anderson repeated, dazed. Klein stayed silent, disinterested in explaining. Seeing that, Anderson carried on. I thought I was hallucinating then. The mural stayed unchanged afterward. Our team split. Most were frightened, refusing to explore further. A third pressed deeper for treasure. We waited an entire day, 3 cycles of noon and night, but they never returned. We were skilled hunters, so we knew something had gone wrong. After confirming, we left the temple and returned to the ship. We already had plenty and didn't want to risk more. None of you tried saving your companions? Typical of temporary teams. When danger strikes, everyone cares only for themselves and their close friends. By now, those missing companions might be eating corpse fingers. Klein lampooned silently but didn't voice it. Anderson sighed. After leaving, I noticed I'd changed. On one hand, I became terribly unlucky. Even drinking beer quietly could turn into disaster, like discovering the barrel had been used as a toilet. That actually happened to my companion. On the other hand, we gained awareness in our dreams. We weren't lost in reverie anymore, but still unable to act. Some of my companions, about a third, ventured deep into the dream world. They never returned. Cattleya asked, what about their bodies in the real world? They mutated into monsters, killing many of my companions and sailors. Anderson inhaled sharply. We killed the monsters, but short on sailors and cursed with bad luck, we failed to reach this island before the storm. Our ship sank, the loot too. The rest either drowned, were struck by lightning, or eaten by sea creatures. I didn't witness it all. As for me, I was stronger, luckier. The waves flung me ashore. I tried making a canoe to leave, but as you see, even my axe broke. That also appeared in the dream. His last words were clearly directed at Klein. A treasure-hunting team steeped in misfortune, Klein silently drew the crimson moon for him. The account sounded genuine, though he couldn't rule out hidden truths. Perhaps Anderson had gone deeper, even eaten corpse remains, or been corrupted without realizing. When Anderson finished, he smiled at Cattleya and Klein. "Do I have the honor of being a passenger on your future? I will pay for the fare." Cattleya turned to Klein, as if asking his view. "So you're leaning toward accepting? No tests? I need to divine above the grey fog before giving a clear answer. What gives you the confidence? Your Sequence 5 mystery prior powers." Klein read her intent silently. Anderson, sensing hesitation, hurried to add, "I'm very familiar with the route ahead. I can help you avoid dangers on the safe route, tell you which ruins not to touch, even warn you about the mermaids' singing voices." Singing voices of mermaids? Klein's eyes nearly lit. It took effort to keep Guillermin Sparrow's cold mask. "Yes, a day's voyage from here, we'll circle a ruin and turn." Anderson suddenly stopped, smiling instead of continuing. Klein took out a gold coin, silently chanting, "Anderson Hood is problematic." He repeated it 7 times, following standard divination steps. He expected no answer, it was merely a test. If Anderson was truly guilty, his nerves would betray him. Ding! The coin landed. Klein pocketed it and said, "No problem. I'll confirm later above the grey fog," he thought. Cattleya nodded. "I agree to your request. However, after we leave these waters, you must hand over half of what you have. If there's nothing, I won't take anything." Anderson paused, then smiled. "Deal." Relief washed over him. "Also, I must warn you, though my bad luck is limited to me, I may attract monsters. But with you, this gentleman, and myself, we should stay safe." As he spoke, the island suddenly shook. A plume of smoke rose from the forest. "Don't tell me a monster is really coming," Anderson muttered, mouth agape. Chapter 653, Black-faced, Black-handed. The ground trembled as a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged from the edge of the primitive forest. Its body was greyish-white, rough like boulders, with a pitted face that lacked eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. Stone giant. Cattleya muttered the name of the creature. Neither Klein nor Anderson had ever heard of such a monster. They didn't ask Cattleya further, instead keeping their gazes fixed on the creature, maintaining the composure of seasoned professionals. Cattleya shifted, facing the docked future. Raising her right hand halfway, she amplified her voice. "Aim!" The pirates on duty instantly turned dozens of cannons, training them on the advancing giant. Boom, boom, boom. The air quaked as cannonballs struck the earth, sending dust and fire billowing. Shards of rock and soil blasted outward as though the world itself might shatter. Yet, from the haze, the grey-white giant strode forth with only cracks marking its stone body. Cattleya said calmly, "This isn't a kind of giant, but a kind of stone golem. Its core is the main ingredient of Sequence 5 Guardian from the Guardian pathway. Its defenses are extremely high." Amid the thunder of cannons, Klein nearly doubted his hearing. "Since you know its defense is high, why waste cannonballs?" He lampooned silently. As though catching his thought, Cattleya added, "I've never encountered such a beyonder creature before, so I wish to do some tests. I have nothing to say against that." Klein was left speechless. Anderson, who had been studying the golem, suddenly asked, "Do you have anyone who has beyonder powers in the ice and frost domain?" "Me," Cattleya answered coldly. Klein swallowed back his instinct to speak. He had zombies' frost powers through creeping hunger, but he loathed to use it unless forced. Cattleya withdrew a greyish-black scroll, chanting softly in ancient Hermes, "Freezing!" The scroll burned silently with icy blue fire. Crystal streams of light shot forward, encasing the giant in layers of ice. Icicles hung as frost spread. Cracks rang out. The golem pushed forward, stiffer now, its surface darkened by frost. Anderson raised his hands like a conductor calling for applause. Suddenly, searing orange-yellow flames burst at the giant's feet, vapor hissing from its body as fractures deepened. Drawing his right arm back, Anderson condensed a blazing white spear in his palm. The spearhead glowed blindingly. With a sharp thrust, he hurled it. The spear drove into a crack in the golem's belly, flames melting a gaping hole. In the next instant, Anderson's form blurred. From the beach he seemed to merge with the spear itself, reappearing behind the giant in a flash of fire. His left arm bulged as he clenched a fist and thrust upward through the hole, striking its heart. The effect was explosive. The golem froze in place, a chorus of cracks splitting it apart from within. Seconds later, it collapsed into rubble. A critical strike. Klein's pupils shrank. Cattleya remained composed. Sequence 5 of the hunter pathway is Reaper. Furthermore, they are good at finding the weakness of their prey. Reaper, a death reaper of life? No wonder. Klein nodded slightly. Anderson crouched by the rubble, rummaging. He turned back with a rueful smile. It's not a real monster. No spoils. The rubble soon vanished altogether. For an unlucky fellow like you, better not be the one looting corpses. Klein lampooned again. Anderson sighed. The greatest problem of these waters is this: not every monster will provide you with riches. Klein already theorized, conjured monsters like this might stem from stronger entities, remnant powers, or lingering auras. He recalled traces of multiple pathways in the region: Sun, Evernight, Storm, Spectator. His suspicions grew firmer. He had long suspected these seas were the remnants of a battlefield between Second Epoch gods. Storm belonged to Elf King Soniathrim, Spectator to Dragon King Ankerwelt, Evernight to King of Demonic Wolves Flagria. With Little Sun's records, Klein had mapped their authorities, but the unending Noon and Golden Sun chariot troubled him. None of the 8 gods controlled the sun. Then came the thought: Amon's and Adam's father, the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god. After awakening, he battled with the ancient gods, reclaiming their authorities, leaving these ruins behind. Klein's mind replayed the incomplete elven mural. Elf King Soniathrim stood opposed to the creator. As Klein pondered, Anderson chuckled lightly. How do I address you? Gehrman Sparrow, Klein replied curtly. Gehrman Sparrow? Anderson blinked, then smiled. I've heard of you. The adventurer who nearly hunted Vice Admiral Ailment. You're called the craziest hunter. Last month when my ship passed Rorstead Archipelago and Aravi Island, I wanted to meet you over drinks, but you'd vanished. Last month? I was volunteering at the hospital. Klein only nodded. You know me now. Also, try your best not to say anything. Anderson forced a grin. I know, my bad luck tends to make the negative words I say become reality. All right, stop looking at me. I won't speak again. Put down that charm of yours. Because of the stone giant's appearance, the crew's leisure ended. The Future resumed its voyage into deeper seas. Klein stood by the deck rail, scanning the waters. Anderson mingled with pirates, drinking and chatting with ease. Impressive. He's already pried out the ship's situation. Klein thought, casting him a sidelong glance, but then mischief sparked. The strongest hunter probably doesn't know the alcohol he's drinking has a sedative of unknown origins. He almost laughed. With Anderson's guidance, the Future skirt 2 hidden maelstroms and a floating palace ruin, safely advancing along the route. Hours later, night fell again. Klein regained lucidity as he opened his eyes in the dream. His vision was absolute black. Don't tell me I'm blind. The thought jolted him. Reaching into his pocket, he drew a matchstick. Every magician needed them for spells. He struck it, a weak flame flickering to life. Dim light revealed a prison cell. The metal gate stood unlatched. Why here? Not beside Admiral of Stars, nor the mural hall. Random placement? He extinguished the match before it burned his fingers. Sunlight bloomed faintly on his left hand, his eyes reflecting twin miniature suns. With the priest of light's soul, he invoked night vision. The cell wasn't cramped, but dirty, littered with footprints, mostly human, some oversized like giants. A broken bed slumped in the corner. Beside the gate lay a key. So someone broke free. Klein studied the unlocked door, then deliberately locked it again, choosing to remain inside. Willow Septon's warning echoed. Do not explore the dream world. He decided to wait for noon. So what if it's a prison? I'll just sit tight. Klein settled in the corner on the broken bed, melding with the surrounding darkness. Silence pressed in, until faint footsteps stirred the air. Slow, deliberate, they echoed from afar, growing closer. Chapter 6 and 54, Prisoner and Guard. No way, I haven't gone anywhere. Has the far-reaching hands of trouble come on its own? Klein grimaced, his expression breaking the cold mask of Gairman Sparrow. He nearly let out a gasp, stopping himself only because it might give away his hiding place. No longer the green rookie of the Nighthawks, Klein reacted quickly. He held his breath, eased to the side of the metal gate and pressed silently against the wall. If avoiding wasn't useful, then he had to first understand what danger was approaching. The miniature suns in his eyes dimmed as he waited. A full minute later, the footsteps grew louder, heavier, until clang! A gate somewhere down the corridor slammed against stone. Out of the shadows, a towering figure appeared. 2.5 meters tall, clad in black full armor, exuding a suffocating chill, like a giant knight carved of gloom. His aura was withdrawn and steady as the sea depths. From beneath the helm, 2 red glows flickered. He carried a long black sword. Creak. The knight pushed open a nearby cell and stepped inside, searching. Man, is he looking for a prisoner? If this continues, I'll be discovered. Klein hesitated. Should he sneak away, or strike first and hope for a clean kill? Time pressed. He slipped the topaz pendant from his wrist and whispered 7 times, "That knight from before is very strong." When he opened his eyes, the pendant spun violently clockwise. A dangerous existence. Klein wasted no more thought. Drawing on his clown control, he opened his cell gate soundlessly and slipped into the corridor. While the knight searched another room, Klein crouched low and darted left. The oppressive dark pressed close, yet he moved fast, turning a corner to find a heavy gate. Locked. He pulled out the key he had taken earlier, barely expecting it to fit. Click. The latch gave way. That works? In a dream, a random key actually works? I was ready to fold paper and slice the lock bit by bit. Klein lampooned as he pushed the gate open. Beyond was no exit, but a hall cluttered with junk. He slipped inside, shut the door, and relocked it before scanning the mess. Soon he spotted an inconspicuous black wooden door in the corner. He approached carefully, hand on the handle. The instant he touched it, a scene flashed in his mind. A storage room, a mirror on the right, and beside it, a robed figure. Someone there? The escaped prisoner? Klein decided to press forward, twisting the handle. He needed information before choosing whether to fight or flee. "Who is it?" a soft, pained voice asked from inside. "An adventurer," Klein answered simply. Night vision revealed a weathered man in a short linen robe. Wrinkles lined his face, yet his hair was raven black, untouched by grey. His dark eyes brimmed with pain and surprise. "Adventurer? Why would you be here?" Klein kept his distance, standing by the entrance. Before asking others, introducing yourself is a necessary form of politeness. His faceless intuition had already mapped the man's features, wrinkles, dark hair, and a scar across the cheek. The man flinched, glancing toward the hall. "It's best you close the door. We cannot be caught by that devil, otherwise—" His face twitched as if remembering horror. "Devil?" Klein murmured, shutting the door. The man sighed with relief. "I apologize, I was indeed impolite. My name is Leo Master, an ascetic of a religious organization." "A religious organization? From the looks of it, you aren't a devotee of any of the 7 deities." Leo Master gave a dry laugh. "That's right, I worship the original creator. He is an omnipotent and omniscient existence, the source of everything great. He is the beginning and the end. He is the God of all gods." Klein's first thought was the Twilight Hermit Order. But smaller sects existed too. He asked, "What's the name of that religious organization? How did you end up here?" Leomaster hesitated. "To the far east of the Sonia Sea is where my lord sleeps. His sacred mountain is hidden there. I led a pilgrimage to witness his miracles to redeem myself. Perhaps it was a test. We were caught by that devil, and one by one we died. Later I escaped and hid here waiting for him to leave. Do you know the name of that devil? What characteristics does he have?" Klein pressed. Leomaster shook his head. "I do not know his exact name, but many pilgrims seemed to. They called him the Saint of Darkness." "Saint of Darkness? A demigod? If my divination judged him that dangerous, this must be his dream, not Leomaster's." Klein was about to ask more when his gaze fell on the mirror. Mirrors were perilous in mysticism, conduits to unknown realms. He approached, intending to destroy it with the Priest of Light's power. "No, don't," Leomaster cried, horrified. "Without it, I will immediately die." Klein looked again. The mirror reflected both of them, Leomaster and Gairman Sparrow, thin face, cap, dark hair. But the reflection moved on its own, smiling sinisterly. The surface rippled. A hand reached out. In a blink, another Gehrman sparrow crawled through, his face steeped in darkness, a mockery of Klein himself. How terrifying. Unfortunately, I don't look like Gehrman sparrow, so you failed to scare me. If Zhou Mingri had crawled out, I might have jumped. Klein thought dryly as he raised his left hand, light swirling. The sinister doppelganger mirrored him, conjuring not light but a dark, corrupted aura, the power of a baron of corruption. My clone? Klein's expression didn't shift. He raised his right hand. A milky white scepter appeared, tipped with blue gems, the sea god's scepter. In the dream, logic still held sway, but Klein suspected the grey fog remained beyond its reach. He imagined retrieving the scepter from a unique zone of the spirit world. And it worked. It really works. Otherwise, this fight would have been brutal. Relief washed over him. The false sparrow faltered, staring at his empty hand. Then silver lightning burst forth from Klein's scepter, engulfing him. He burned through one paper figurine substitute after another, but the cramped room gave no escape. The lightning storm crackled, filling the room with blinding light. At last, the sinister reflection vanished. A serene clarity settled over Klein. He turned to Leomaster. "What's the name of the religious organization you joined?" Leomaster trembled. "Aurora Order." "Aurora Order." Klein froze, eyebrows twitching. Then, clang! Outside, the heavy gate was kicked open. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps, heavy as drums, approached. The Saint of Darkness had sensed the lightning storm. No way of hiding. Klein gripped the scepter and kicked the storage room door open toward the night. As it crashed aside, he finally saw the figure clearly. The armored knight had raised his visor, revealing a wrinkled face, raven black hair, and a scar across his cheek. He looked exactly like Leomaster. Only the deep red glow of his eyes marked the difference. Chapter 655, Dream Analysis. Klein was alarmed. He instinctively turned his body to the side, careful not to expose his back to Leomaster, who trembled in horror within the storage room. He couldn't be certain the prisoner in the short linen robe wasn't another problem waiting to strike. At that instant, the deep redness in the eyes of the black-armored knight, whose face was identical to Leomaster's, brightened. He lifted the massive broadsword with chilling decisiveness. Bam! One step forward, and the strike came down at a speed Klein's naked eyes could barely follow. Reflexively, Klein raised the sea god's scepter, the blue gems at its tip glowing all at once. Whoosh! A corporeal hurricane spun up out of nothing, encircling Klein and keeping him at its calm center. The black streams of light carved into the winds, scattering them layer by layer. The force rattled the hall, shaking the dream itself. Boom! The broadsword's power ripped apart the hurricane, sending a surging wave crashing through the hall and hurling junk into the air. The impact rocked Klein's mind. He rolled twice uncontrollably. Plop! And landed hard on the floor of his bedroom, eyes flying open. That Saint of Darkness is terrifying. Or maybe it's me. I've never wielded the sea god's scepter outside, so I can't perfectly replicate its might in the dream. Wait! Klein froze. It's still night. No midday sunlight streamed in through the window. His awakening hadn't been natural, but forced by the violent clash inside the dream. Which meant, if he didn't fall asleep again right away, he might vanish into the endless dark of night, never to return. Without hesitation, Klein pressed his right hand to the floor, flipped himself back onto the bed, and lay flat. He visualized the stacked, spherical lights sinking quickly into the dream once more. As he crossed that threshold, his eyes flicked toward the window. Beyond it lay tranquil darkness, no sinister aura pressing down. Yet, faintly, he sensed fog blanketing the sea some distance away. Within it rose a cathedral of ancient design, its black walls stark and severe, its roof devoid of a bell tower. At the peak, pitch-black ravens circled endlessly, as if consecrating or lamenting something. Around the cathedral stretched an entire town, two-story residences, wooden huts, bread shops with swinging signs, mills powered by water wheels. Figures flitted through streets and alleys, their faces hidden, their states unknowable. A mirage? The true danger lurking in the night? Did those who vanished lose themselves here? The questions welled up unbidden, pressing at the edge of his thoughts. Klein forced his mind still and focused. He reached into the unique zone of the spirit world and drew forth the sea god's scepter once more. The glow of dim gold filled his vision. When clarity returned, the Saint of Darkness was gone. So was Leomaster. Before him stretched a floor-to-ceiling window bathed in the light of the setting sun. The spotless glass seemed pure beneath the fading rays. Beside it stood wooden tables and black high-backed chairs. Further back, rows of shelves brimmed with neatly arranged books. A library? A repository? Every time I re-enter this dream world, am I placed randomly in some corner of it? Klein studied the space cautiously. It felt safe for the moment. No night, no cultist, no horror prowling close. He gripped the scepter and walked to the window first. The view beyond took his breath, as always. Palaces perched atop the opposite mountain peak, towering walls and spires frozen in sunset glow, so magnificent it demanded silence. When his gaze dropped, he caught sight of the cloister's black walls and the skeletal trees clinging to boulders at the cliff's base. But from here, he couldn't confirm whether Cattleya was still where he'd left her. As expected, within a certain radius there's no leaving this region. I'm inside the black cloister. Klein withdrew his gaze and turned to the shelves. He had no time to dwell on Leomaster or the Saint of Darkness now. He had to understand his new surroundings. The titles on the spines weren't blurred like ordinary dream books. Each was clear. The Spirituality of Life, Book of Charms, The Flower Within the Heart, The True Cosmos and Inner Universe, everyone tied to mysticism. He pulled down the Book of Charms, leafing through quickly. Most was familiar, but some passages carried knowledge he had never seen. This isn't my dream. It must be Mam Hermit's. Knowledge chasing her has been pulled into this cloister and manifested here. Suppressing curiosity about what lay beyond, Klein kept the book, sat by the window, and began to read in earnest beneath the fading light. Studying even in dreams, now that's efficiency. He lampooned himself, taking out pen and paper to jot notes and sketches. Then, brilliance burst forth. White light swallowed his vision, and Klein opened his eyes to true morning. Warm sunlight streamed in, ending the dream. I only read a few pages, planned to speed through, then use dream divination to fix them in memory. What a loss. He sat up, hair tousled, irritation tugging at him. The chance might never return. He straightened his cap and stepped onto the deck. The dream replayed in his mind. That prison was likely part of the cloister too. Maybe underground. Which means the Saint of Darkness and Leomaster are real, not illusions, and they're trapped close by. No wonder Will or Septin warned against exploring the dream. It's riddled with danger. Why did the two men look identical? And that mirror, it had been sinister, capable of creating another German Sparrow. Memory surged, the mental terror candle, Father Utravsky, the dissociated past self. Could Leomaster himself be the Saint of Darkness of the Aurora Order? Has he split into good and evil halves, with the prison reflecting his inner dream? The mirror fit that thought. Leomaster had begged Klein not to shatter it, claiming he would die if it broke. And indeed, the mirror German had manifested physically, dripping with malice. No wonder I felt like a sage after destroying it. That was me burning away my own sinister thoughts, and the mirror must exist in the real world too. This place reeks of visionary remains, conjuring illusions that slay as surely as reality. The spectator pathway always did excel at splitting personalities, Klein smirked. So the Saint of Darkness is truly Leomaster of the Aurora Order. Evil by nature, but fractured into two by this ruin or artifact. His good side is chained here. If only I could re-enter that same dream and strike with the sea god scepter, his evil side might fall, leaving behind a saint who could help dismantle the cult. He sighed softly at the lost chance. At that moment, Anderson Hood emerged from the cabin, wearing his usual grin. "Where did you go in the dream?" "I didn't actually find you," the strongest hunter asked, casual as if they were long-time friends. Klein frowned slightly. "Why should I be seen by you?" Anderson blinked. "Shouldn't you return to the spot where you left the dream upon returning there again?" "So my random placements have other causes. Linked to my uniqueness?" Klein realized the puzzle ran deeper. He answered evenly. "I went elsewhere after entering the dream." "Strange," Anderson muttered, brow furrowed, clearly puzzled. Then he added, "There's another strange incident." "What?" Klein asked. Anderson glanced around and lowered his voice. "Back when I was pretending to make a canoe in the hall last time, I heard the sounds of a door opening and of footsteps that came out from deep inside. But when I looked up, I found nothing. I originally thought that it was someone from the ship, but later it didn't seem like the case." Chapter 656, Crazy Mutations. Someone opened a door deep in the Hall of Murals and came out? A rampager or a beyonder creature lurking nearby. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to act within dreams. Anderson Hood's description sent Klein's thoughts spinning, trying to make sense of the possibilities. As his mind raced, a new idea formed. Could it be the owner of the mysterious eyes who had been observing him and the deck? It was possible. If that person had been aboard the ship the entire time and followed them into these waters, they would have had to sleep at night, appearing in the dream world. Ma'am Hermit might be unaware of him, or perhaps she tacitly allowed his actions, using him as a trump card, which explained her lack of fear in these dangerous waters during Klein's mission. No, he couldn't determine that. At the very least, he couldn't confirm that the person who opened the door in the Hall of Murals was the mysterious observer. Klein fixed Anderson with a deep, gloomy stare. Why does it seem unlikely? Back when Anderson had mentioned it, he initially suspected the individual was a member of the future, but then dismissed the idea as improbable. Anderson chuckled. I visited every person on the ship in the dream, and I discovered that no one possesses the ability to act freely in that world except you. Unfortunately, I was pushing open a door outside back then, Klein said calmly. Anderson shrugged. I know, that's why I'm not suspecting you. These waters have dangers lurking everywhere. All sorts of unimaginable monsters are active here. Perhaps the person opening the door from before was the stone giant from earlier, or a rotting dragon who dreamed of countless treasures. He leaned against the side of the ship, gazing at the sea bathing in golden sunlight, a wistful smile on his face. I discovered that ever since I escaped the ship's sinking crisis brought about by the storm, my bad luck has been decreasing bit by bit. Ha! It's obvious that it's not fixed and wouldn't last forever. Look, I successfully swam onto the island, and although I kept meeting all kinds of bad luck, I managed to last until you arrived. Yes, I do attract monsters and did make that stone giant appear, but didn't we easily resolve it? Also, nothing happened despite me being on board for several hours. Doesn't that explain? Before Anderson could finish, Klein coldly cut him off. Shut up. Doesn't this guy know to keep his words to a minimum when faced with a livid expression? Klein seethed inwardly. If not for the divination above the grey fog assuring him Anderson hadn't mutated or wasn't possessed, he would have sent him straight to the sea bottom. Sequence 8 of the Hunter pathway is Provoker. Clearly, he had digested the potion easily. Klein thought the level of Anderson's provocation far exceeded Danitz's. Without any sign of frustration, Anderson raised his arms and said with a rueful smile, Fine, I'll shut up. Satisfied that no more clues about the dream world intruder would come, Klein remained silent a few seconds, then turned and walked into the cabin. He had realized a critical oversight. Since Anderson, plagued by constant bad luck, was aboard the ship, the likelihood of incidents occurring would rise exponentially. Preparations were necessary. Returning to his room, Klein collected Azik's copper whistle and Will Orseptin's paper crane. He set up the ritual to summon himself, bringing Tinder, the sun brooch, and the nightmare beyonder characteristic from above the grey fog into the real world. He didn't swap his equipped inventory immediately, but placed them in his suitcase beside the biological poison bottle. This way, if danger struck suddenly, he could adjust his inventory and respond to the threat. After securing everything, Klein felt relieved. He put away the remaining items and stepped onto the deck, alert for any signs of mermaids. Crouched in a corner, Frank Lee looked shocked and dazed. What happened? Klein's heart skipped. He feared the crossbreeders' experiments had gone awry, endangering the entire future crew. Frank shook his head, dazed. Didn't I mention about those little things before? They actually need to sleep for some time before they can grow and reproduce. In the end. What happened in the end? Klein's expression darkened. Anderson, previously bragging about pirate hunts and oblivious to the crew's change in expression, noticed the tension. Curiously, he stopped his tail and approached. Frank looked up, his voice low. They just finished a large-scale reproduction stage and have even mutated. This is a miracle. And where have they gone? Are they still in your laboratory? Klein instinctively feared the worst. Frank took 2 seconds to digest, rolled up his sleeves and pounded the deck, revealing his hairy arm with a grin. They have drilled inside and have seemingly reconstructed the future. Amidst the pounding, a milk-like liquid shot up from the deck like a fountain, splashing Frank in the face. He licked it in surprise. The future. The future has produced milk. Pirates pointed in horror at the cannons. The cannons are spewing milk. This defied all reason. Klein struggled to control the twitch in his face. Since boarding the future, everything had defied scientific logic, far surpassing his mysticism knowledge. Anderson watched in disbelief, nearly forgetting to comment. He stomped his feet and witnessed another milk fountain erupt. Klein's mind raced, realizing the implications. He turned to Frank, voice deep. After your little things have infected the future, will it continue infecting people? He reached for the floating charm, preparing to fly into the air to avoid contamination. Frank hesitated. In theory, yes. Before finishing, a figure kicked him in the ass, sending him tumbling into pools of milk. It was linen-shirted Nina in a blue jacket, glaring at him while hyperventilating. Aren't you going to finish off those darn little things of yours? Did you do this while thinking that my breasts aren't big enough? All right. Frank patted his ass reluctantly. Klein invoked his charm softly, chanting, Storm. Blue flames enveloped the tin charm as squalls lifted Klein 4 to 5 meters above the deck. Anderson reached out but was too late. All he could do was watch Gairman Sparrow ascend, hands empty, expression twisted with amusement and frustration. Frank grabbed a bottle of dark green powder, scattering it as he chanted in Jotun. Upon touching the deck, green vines erupted, drawing out the milk and little things, entangling the entire deck and cabin. Within 10 seconds, the future had transformed into a wild forest of vines. Phew, it's over. Frank smiled at Nina, then frowned. They've mutated. A staggered pirate shouted, horror in his voice. A watermelon is growing from my head. Klein looked to see a green vine sprouting from the pirate's skull, forming a nearly ripe watermelon. This is the so-called mutation? This is way too crazy, goddamn madness! Anderson exclaimed. His eyes darted around. There's something wrong with the surrounding waters. Klein had already concluded the same. Without external interference, Frank's experiments and beyonder powers couldn't have caused simultaneous mutation. Rip, vines tore through the deck as the captain's cabin window opened. Cattleya appeared, amplifying her voice with witchcraft. Frank, stop all experiments. There are remnant auras of Earth Mother here. Klein's eyes widened. Earth Mother? Ma'am Hermit, these waters are not just dangerous, they're a godly battlefield. Oh my merciful mother! Frank crossed his arms theatrically, then sprawled on the floor, devoutly kissing the vines. Cattleya watched silently, stars swirling around her, lighting the future. She flicked a finger, sending colorless flames onto the vines outside the captain's cabin window. They ignited silently, turning to ashes without harming sailors. The future remained unharmed. Soon, the vine forest vanished, leaving the pirate with the watermelon on his head. Of course, the vine connecting it had burned to nothing. Phew, this is no different from a devil's descent. The pirate stepped forward, carrying the fruit. Don't open it! Cattleya's warning rang out. The pirate split the watermelon, revealing a milky white brain-like interior with blood-like liquid flowing. With a thud, he died instantly, beyonder characteristics condensing at incredible speed. Klein exhaled. The scene was both sinister and insane. He prepared to descend back to the deck. At that moment, a gigantic palm burst from the sea, striking the future's side. Each finger nearly 1/2 meter long, grey-black as arid desert clay. Klein couldn't help but glance at Anderson Hood, recalling his earlier boast. Nothing had happened since he arrived on board. Chapter 67, Terrifying Vitality. The greyish-black hand grabbed the side of the ship and quickly hoisted it up, revealing the submerged parts, inch by inch. Through the blue water waves, Klein saw a huge greyish-black shadow, and following that, squirming flesh occupied his entire vision. The monster seemed to be an amalgamation of countless blackening or greying corpses. Attached to the 2 gigantic palms were withered-looking arms resembling dry timber. The arms stemmed from a corpse suspected to be that of a giant. Its single eye was shut tightly, while a few heads stuck to its neck. Further down, incomplete scaly fish, lizard bodies, or warped human corpses fused into layer upon layer of flesh, forming something like a floating island. From the different corpses and the connections of the crevices, a yellowish-green gas emanated, spreading as though it enveloped the entire area. Cough, 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 cough. The smell alone made many sailors cough violently, unable even to straighten their backs. Frank Lee didn't hesitate to take out materials from a hidden pouch on his belt, preparing to use his Beyonder powers, but Catleya's voice rang sharply in his ears. "Frank, stop! Help Nina command the sailors to get them to adjust the sails." "Why?" Frank asked subconsciously. "In this area, the supernatural matters within the authority of Earth Mother will mutate, including your powers." As she spoke, Catleya extended both palms forward, pressing down on a spot on her desk. The symbols and magical labels on the future became pronounced, lighting up in sequence, converting the ship into a resplendent sea of stars, mirroring the starlight swirling around her body. The spreading yellowish-green gas was held at bay as Klein floated toward the window of his room. The coughing pirates eased, and under the lead of boatswain Nina and first mate Frank, and instructions from Ottolov, they adjusted the sails, trying to make the future escape the mutating waters. However, the grayish-black colossal monster held back the front of the ship, its submerged body connected to unknown parts of the ship, anchoring it in place. At the same time, formless mountains seemed to rise around them, blocking the sea winds, preventing the future from advancing despite sail adjustments. Faced with this situation, a backup steam engine would be necessary, but the future lacked one. Flying with starlight remained an option, though exhausting, Ma'am Hermit, with no guarantee of direction or distance, and a high risk of entering more dangerous waters. Heh, and Anderson, the extremely unlucky, was still on board. Klein floated by his window, taking in the scene. He wasn't nervous. Neither Admiral of Stars Catleya nor strongest Hunter Anderson had revealed their true strength. Of course, that included me as well. Klein added inwardly. He planned to return to his room, equip Tinder, and save Creeping Hunger for a more critical moment, then place items like his wallet, Azic's copper whistle, and Adventurer's harmonica into his suitcase, leaving Creeping Hunger, the Murloc cufflink, and Sea God charms ready, watching the latter carefully. From a probability standpoint, Tinder would most likely cause him to lose the charms, but Klein wasn't worried. They were disposable, and tin, the Storm Domain metal, was cheap, with Beyonder effects handled by the Sea God's scepter. As he pushed open his window, the colossal grayish-black flesh monster climbed higher. The sailors' hair grew wildly, exceeding their waists, and worse, the flaxen-colored hair seemed alive, intertwining and binding them. The starlight covering the future couldn't suppress this influence. Bald pirates' nose hair grew rapidly, blocking passages. By the captain's cabin window, Catleya raised her arms, holding a smooth fish-skin scroll. Numb. The incantation in ancient Hermes rang out as the scroll burned, a light green luster striking the monster's gigantic palm. The squirming mass slammed onto the lustrous sea of stars, sending sparks flying as the ship trembled. Her dark purple eyes deepened. She didn't take out a new scroll, instead pressing her right palm forward. Imprison! The resplendent starlight around her shot forward, descending upon the terrifying monster. It instantly converged, forming a gigantic transparent amber, binding the squirming flesh. At that moment, Anderson appeared with a pitch-black, lusterless short sword in hand. The diabolical patterns on its surface were illusions. Seizing the opportunity, Anderson's body erupted in blinding white flames, leaping from the ship to the grayish-black mass. The flames surged across it like a living painting. With a boom, the light shot skyward as Anderson jumped back onto the deck. The colossal monster froze, seemingly drained of all vitality. Crack, crack, crack. Deep wounds shattered its surface into countless flesh fragments. A Reaper's offensive power was truly exaggerated. Klein, having redone his inventory, returned to the window to witness this. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. The fractured flesh spread out its limbs, shooting toward the deck in a barrage. The more it split, the more monsters it seemed to create. A piece of grayish-black flesh jumped toward Admiral of Stars, aiming to wrap her head. From the darkness, bloodless Heath Doyle emerged, shielding Catleya. He opened his mouth from nose to chest, forming a squirming vortex of flesh and blood, sucking the greyish-black flesh inward. Doyle landed like a shadow, wavering before stabilizing. The splintered flesh had vanished. The monster's terrifying vitality. If only this could be stolen. Using another floating charm, Klein floated out, black-gloved hand outstretched. The scene changed. Blobs of vibrant colors replaced people and objects, twinkling unpredictably. Through this vision, Klein saw the greyish-black flesh shared some luster. It was one entity. Calmly, he clenched his fist, twisted his wrist, and drew the yellowish-green luster into his palm. The fog of poison had been stolen, Tinder's effect. At the same time, Klein realized his damage transfer beyond a power was gone. I can only steal from the same target once every 12 hours. The yellowish-green fog corroding the sea of stars thinned, the greyish-black fragments darkened. The pirates found a moment to breathe. Cattleya wore a golden brooch shaped like a long feathered bird. The atmosphere became staid and serene. Chaos vanished, and Klein felt as if he had become an emotionless zombie. At that critical moment, a ship approached. A sailboat of equal size, dark with a ghostly green hue, flew a ghastly pale mainsail adorned with a blooming pitch-black tulip. It was the flagship of Admiral Hell Ludwell, the Black Tulip, a vessel frequent in these waters. Chapter 6 and 58, £55,000. The Black Tulip, Admiral Hell Ludwell. This was jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Aren't we a little too unlucky? Floating in midair, Klein was the first to spot the approaching ship. He couldn't help but glance down at Anderson, who was wielding his pitch-black sword and keeping a careful eye on the greyish-black flesh. Anderson quickly returned the gaze, puzzled. As he remained wary of the monster's splintered body, which could strike at any moment and rapidly grow his fingernails, he asked, "The look you are giving me is very strange. Did something happen again?" He stopped mid-sentence, sensing something. With a leap, he dodged the monster's splintered body and landed on the other side of the ship. Straightening his back, he hissed, "Admiral Hell." He wasn't a good man. As a pirate admiral notorious for indiscriminate killing, he bore no qualms about earning profit by fishing in troubled waters. Once he weighed the situation and realized he could use the powerful monster to finish off Admiral of Stars and the crew of the future while reaping tremendous spoils, he would undoubtedly act. My bad luck hasn't decreased at all. It's only switched to a lump sum withdrawal. Anderson's warped expression made it impossible to tell if he was crying or laughing. At the same time, Klein's mind absorbed crucial information. The bounty placed on Admiral Hell Ludwell by loan alone reached £55,000. He was an extremely powerful member of the 7 pirate admirals, the highest bounty among them all. The Black Tulip's crew wasn't filled with living pirates. Most jobs were handled by undead or spirit world creatures under his command. He killed indiscriminately, but not for perverse pleasure, only to fulfill his duty of sending living beings to hell. He had connections with the numinous episcopate, and was rumored to possess a ring left behind by the ancient Death. While Klein and Anderson observed the Black Tulip, the golden brooch on Cattleya's robe shone brightly, emitting a pure light instead of blinding sunlight. In front of the captain's cabin, a blurry figure elongated rapidly. It radiated the silence and serenity of a spectre but carried warmth like sunlight. This incongruous existence, a wraith seemingly formed from sun-holy water, was simultaneously holy and evil. The sun-wraith widened its arms, flew out at ludicrous speed, and embraced the greyish-black flesh. Sizzling fat and oil sounds filled the air as the wraith and the monster cancelled each other out, obliterating each other without leaving traces. The dark purple in Cattleya's eyes deepened as the brooch brightened, producing another sun-wraith outside the captain's cabin, which pounced toward the invading greyish-black flesh. Meanwhile, bloodless Heath Doyle protected Frank, Nina, and other sailors, devouring and digesting fragments of the monster with immense vitality. The Black Tulip approached faster than Klein expected. In seconds, it reached a range threatening to the future. The black sailboat slowed, stopping to the side, seemingly unaware of the chaos unfolding. Klein noticed a nearly transparent eye hovering over the future's airspace. Its ghastly pale white stared downward without blinking. A spirit medium's telescope? After a moment, Klein drew his revolver, aiming at the eye of the spirit world creature. He hesitated. As Gehrman Sparrow, the crazy adventurer, shooting directly matched his persona, but Admiral Hell Ludwell hadn't shown aggression. Ludwell might hold back due to the faction supporting Catleya. Killing the telescope rashly would only push the situation toward greater chaos. The illusory eye vanished, and the black tulip continued approaching, becoming clearer by the second. High above, white skeletons without clothes or armor-adjusted sails, while pale zombies patrolled with cutlasses observing with green burning eyes. Shadows, wraiths, and spirit world creatures circled, peering through the ship's transparent faces. Klein's spirit vision revealed only one living person, a man standing silently on deck, wearing an exaggerated triangular hat with a white skull and feathers, a lace-trimmed white shirt and a heavy brown coat. His oxhide belt held a thin rapier, and a silver mask concealed his facial features, cold lines marking the eye, nose, and mouth openings. This matched Admiral Hell Ludwell's rumoured appearance. Where were his first, second, and third mates, or the boatswain? Klein realized that, like the future, the Black Tulip deployed only the minimum living personnel in dangerous waters, relying on undead and spirit world creatures to manage the ship. The Black Tulip turned, aiming its starboard side. Admiral Hell Ludwell touched his silver mask, and a salvo of shots rang out. Cannonballs flew, some splashing harmlessly into the sea, others overshooting entirely, calibration shots. A second volley followed. Klein prepared to activate Creeping Hunger and the Baron of Corruption's distortion power to redirect the cannonballs when Anderson Hood raised his right hand, pushing it forward. Orange-yellow fire ravens condensed and flew, intercepting each cannonball with precise accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding flames erupted mid-air, scattering debris like a display of fireworks. A pyromaniac's powers were invaluable at sea, acting as a mystical ballistic missile defense. But this only worked because Anderson was the strongest hunter, Sequence 5. If it were Danitz, blocking even half would be impossible. Klein sighed as the Black Tulip ceased its bombardment, closing the gap with the future. As the ships approached, the sea between them, dyed by golden sunlight, rapidly darkened to the blackest night. Translucent, illusory, ferocious creatures crawled from it. Pale corpses reached out with decayed palms, dark red or cold flames forming pairs of eyes. The area resembled the entrance to hell as undead swarmed like a tidal wave. Anderson glanced at the sun wraiths obliterating the greyish-black flesh, realizing Admiral of Stars was still engaged with the monster. All he could do was gasp, looking bitterly at Gehrman Sparrow. Just as he prepared to press his palms onto the shipboard to generate scarlet flames, he froze, seeing Gehrman Sparrow fly back into his cabin. He fled? Anderson's expression stiffened in disbelief. Grimacing, he pressed forward, and scarlet flames soared, sweeping the area ahead. A charm fell in front of him as a voice spoke in ancient Hermes. "Storm?" "Huh?" Anderson looked up to see Klein, wearing a round-neck shirt and brown jacket, swept up by a squall, flying toward the Black Tulip. Is he committing suicide? Anderson couldn't understand the madness. Whoosh! Blessed by the charm and the wind, Klein soared above the Black Tulip's bow. Admiral Hell Ludwell looked up. Behind his silver mask, two pale white flames burned silently. Shadows, wraiths, and Death Domain spirit creatures spiraled above, swarming the enemy, screaming or extending long tongues with shrunken faces, thrilled by the chaos. Klein reached into his pocket, releasing the wall of spirituality from a squarish box, then took out Azik's copper whistle, tied to a few matchsticks, and threw them onto the Black Tulip's stern. The transparent, cold, indistinct shadows and wraiths froze like worms, then swarmed the stern, followed by the strange spirit world creatures. Skeletons and zombies adjusting the cannons betrayed Admiral Hell, leaving the bow empty except for Ludwell. "Pa!" Klein landed on the deck, pressing down his cap and bent slightly as he locked his gaze on the silver-masked Admiral Hell. Chapter 659, This Beyonder Power is Very Powerful. On the future, Anderson Hood pressed his hands on the ship's deck, watching the undead army in the pitch-black sea retreat like a receding tide, rushing toward the stern of the Black Tulip. Gehrman Sparrow pressed his cap with his right hand as he descended from the sky, landing opposite Admiral Hell Ludwell. The scene was bathed in dark red and gloomy green light, accentuated by swirling wraiths, shadows, and strange spirit world creatures, giving it a surreal, haunting beauty. "Cool," as expected of the craziest adventurer. Anderson praised silently before remembering something. Gehrman Sparrow had thrown a tin charm before flying over, even clearly demonstrating the incantation to activate it. His intent was clear. Anderson's gaze dropped to see a tin charm at his feet. On the black tulip, Klein stood slightly bent, eyes locked on Ludwell. Despite his calm expression, he was uneasy. Anderson better hurry with that charm. There's a good chance I can't handle this alone. It might be dangerous. Klein silently prayed as his eyes reflected the silver mask and the pale white flames. Aware of the mysterious eyes observing him and the door-opener power Anderson had mentioned, Klein wisely held back from invoking the sea god scepter above the grey fog. Such secrets were to be revealed only in dire straits. He trusted that creeping hunger, tinder, the various magician beyonder powers and sea god domain charms gave him a fighting chance against Admiral Hell Ludwell. Azic's copper whistle could attract undead or spirit creatures aligned with Death's domain, neutralizing one of a powerful spirit medium's deadliest tools. Usually, a Sequence 5 Death Beyonder preferred overwhelming foes with numbers over direct combat with mid-sequence Beyonders. Yet Klein doubted he could defeat or kill Ludwell alone. The fight would be on the Black Tulip, an advantage for Ludwell, considering Admiral of Stars controlled the future. Also, Ludwell was backed by two powerful factions, the King of the Five Seas and the Numinous Episcopate. His mystical items and sealed artifacts could rival or surpass Klein's. Rumors of an ancient death ring only added to his fearsome reputation. Lower in sequence, and with none of the adrenaline of a successful hunt or dramatic flair of a crazy adventurer, Klein was tense and anxious. He dared not be careless, only hoping the notoriously unlucky strongest hunter would arrive soon. Only with two equally strong allies could they hope to resist Ludwell, giving Catleya and her pirates time to finish off the monstrous flesh pieced together from corpses. As this thought passed, Klein didn't hesitate. He unleashed the fog of poison stolen via tinder. No one could detect the unease and worry beneath his calm. Wearing his exaggerated triangular hat and silver mask, Ludwell clenched his left fist, spreading fingers and aiming his palm at Klein. Instantly, the bow deck was engulfed by a harrowing yellowish-green fog. Before Ludwell, an illusory glow exploded. A swirling point collapsed inwardly, forming a blurry bronze door with both sides swinging open. The bronze door, covered in strange, heavy, silent patterns, creaked as it cracked open. Behind the gap was endless darkness, the deepest night imaginable. Countless pairs of eyes shimmered in the void, densely packed but with no discernible bodies. Skinless, blood-covered arms and greenish-black vines with baby faces reached out, mouths filled with teeth grabbing at everything beyond the door as they screamed, laughed, sobbed, and yelled. A terrifying suction force emerged. Cold, bone-chilling hurricanes stirred, pushing objects toward the creatures and the door's gap. The yellowish-green fog of poison cleared as Klein stumbled forward, glove on his left hand turning pitch black, sinister as night, grand as the cosmos. His brown eyes darkened as he bowed slightly and extended his left arm in a polite gesture. The suction shifted, grabbing skeletons and rotting zombies rushing to the Black Tulip's stern and hurling them into the bronze door's gap. There, greenish-black, baby-faced vines and bloody arms bound them, pulling them into the darkness behind the door. Distortion! Baron of Corruption's distortion, Klein had twisted the target of the mysterious door, substituting himself with the undead. Still, remnant suction forces hindered him, making movement difficult and hampering his agility. His cap had been blown off, spinning mid-air as it chased the sucked-away undead. Ludwell, wearing his exaggerated triangular hat, raised his right hand and extended his palm. The right side of his upper body blurred, turning illusory, spectral or wraith-like, as his arm extended greatly, his pale palm reaching for Klein. Whoosh! The hurricane's noise faded, replaced by soft sobbing that drilled into Klein's ears, numbing him as if his blood froze. Possessed by a wraith or evil spirit, Klein could only watch death approach, vitality draining rapidly. Without resistance, Ludwell's pale, illusory palm grabbed Klein and crushed him like a thin paper figurine. Dark green corrosion covered the figurine, which shredded to dust under the hurricane. Beside the bronze door, Klein's figure reappeared, his left glove now glowing with pure sunlight. He straightened and spread his arms. Golden flames swirled around a pillar of holy light descending from the sky, striking the bronze door covered in mysterious patterns. Sunlight burst forth, blindingly bright, making it nearly impossible for Klein to open his eyes. The terrifying door shook and blurred, the suction force weakened. Over half of the greenish-black baby-faced vines and bloody arms vaporized. Yet, strange arms and distorted creatures still tried to squeeze through the opening. As Klein prepared to unleash the Priest of Light's light of purification again, Ludwell's pale palm swiped wildly down. Klein dodged swiftly, rolling to avoid hurricane remnants and the soul-sucking palm. 1, 2, 3 rolls later, he bounced diagonally into the air. Creeping hunger shimmered golden. Ludwell's silver mask reflected first in Klein's eyes along with pale flames in the eye sockets. Suddenly 2 bolts of lightning shone from the depths of Ludwell's eyes. Interrogator's psychic piercing. A black, square-shaped ring on Ludwell's left index finger glowed faintly. A vision overwhelmed Klein's mind. A gigantic throne made from rotting heads of humans, elves, giants, dragons, demonic wolves, sea monsters, and vampires. Miniature transparent faces of wraiths, shadows, and evil spirits surrounded it, filled with hatred and malice. Klein felt his head struck by an axe. Fearsome pain engulfed him. His psychic piercing failed spectacularly and backfired, amplifying his suffering. Without prior experience, Klein might have collapsed, wailing and struggling. Instead he bent forward, grimacing, temporarily losing his resistance. Seizing this, a slow, unearthly language emanated from the gap where Ludwell's mouth was. The surroundings darkened, blurred, and turned illusory. It was the language of death from hell and the underworld. Just as Klein began to recover, he felt his spirit body rising uncontrollably, separating inch by inch. The bronze door's suction was irresistible to spirits. No, this can't happen. With his spirit body partially gone, Klein raised his right arm with tinder-clad hand. Different lustrous glows flickered rapidly before him, weaving and shifting. Without hesitation, he grabbed a pale white blob, swirling with gloomy green. He twisted his wrist, extracting it. In this battle, the beyonder power Klein wanted most was the one creating the bronze door, but success was uncertain. All he could do was seek the goddess's blessing. The glow flew into tinder. It wasn't the power he desired most, but it wasn't the worst. Ludwell's mouth moved, yet the sluggish, awkward language meant for the living failed to form. At the same moment, Klein opened his mouth. Chapter 660, Behind the Mask. One syllable after another distorted, incomprehensible, jarring words spewed from Klein's mouth. The hurricane of suction from the bronze door instantly calmed, cloaking the dim surroundings in deeper gloom. Only then did Klein realize the beyonder power Admiral Ludwell had just used, the language of the dead. This power bypassed the flesh, targeting the spirit body, an advanced spirit medium ability progressing from communication to commandeering and enslavement of spirits. Living creatures couldn't understand it. Ludwell froze, a transparent layer appearing on his pirate attire, his spirit tugged by an illusory force. The black square-shaped ring on Ludwell's left index finger glowed faintly. The portion of his spirit body pulled out returned, fusing back into one. Ding! Ludwell drew the thin rapier hanging at his waist. Its iron-black tip absorbed surrounding light, turning into a dark point. Suddenly, with vigorous wind currents, Ludwell closed the distance and thrust the rapier at lightning speed. The bronze door, covered in mysterious patterns, remained standing. Unlike similar abilities wielded by Miss Sharon, it did not vanish when Ludwell retracted his hand. Oof! The rapier pierced Klein, unavoidable. Klein's figure crumpled into a piece of yellowed dry paper, as if weathered for millennia. The bronze door's hurricane pulverized the paper figurine. Suddenly, Klein leapt from the darkness, clutching a huge handful of sea god domain charms. Storm! He shouted in ancient Hermes. The tin flakes lit individually, sacrificing themselves to the sea god. Klein could recycle most materials repeatedly until the metals could no longer bear spirituality. Whoosh! Blue wind blades shot out, stirring surrounding waters into heavy waves as tall as the ship. Klein, without time to sort charms, unleashed the assault on Ludwell. Yet the attack augmented Ludwell's powers: underwater breathing, mobility, flight, pressure resistance. Useless at that moment. Ludwell opened his mouth and produced a silent screech, striking the waves beside him, freezing countless wind blades mid-air. He raised his left hand. The black ring glowed sinisterly and brightly. Whoosh! The bronze door swelled, doubling in size with a heavy creak. The door's gap opened. Suction rose to an unimaginable level. Blue wind blades and black sea waves surged as Klein charged, heading straight into the vines and arms reaching out. Klein planned to clash head-on with the priest of light's light of holiness to catch his breath, but suddenly spotted a glaring white fireball, half a person's height, speeding toward the door's gap. The fireball's speed was amplified by the suction. It smashed into the door with a boom. White flames scattered, dimming and shaking the bronze door only slightly. Klein snapped his fingers. Matchsticks in his pockets flared, scarlet flames enveloping him as he melted away. A flame burst beside the bronze door as Klein leapt out. He spotted Anderson Hood floating awkwardly mid-air, a burning white spear in his palm. The strongest hunter had arrived but seemed unaccustomed to flying. Ludwell looked up. The pale white flames behind his silver mask flickered twice. He clearly hadn't expected the future to have two other pirate admiral-level powerhouses besides Admiral of Stars Catleya, wielding impressive mystical items and sealed artifacts. Suddenly, Ludwell raised his hand and pressed it on his face, removing his silver mask. Heavy, pale white light spewed out, causing endless silence to surge from the black ring on Ludwell's finger. The silence infused the bronze door, lifting it into the air. The door swelled rapidly to over 30 meters tall. With the sea as its base, it stood like an entrance to another world, one utterly different from the present. Creak! The bronze door opened. Unspeakable darkness surged, enveloping the black tulip's bow. Klein ceased attacking and swiftly took the right charm, using it on himself. A strong gust swept him above the black tulip. The darkness's pull dragged the gigantic sailboat forward, 10 meters at a time, sailing into another world. Admiral Hell Ludwell stood at the bow, face blanketed by pale white luster hiding his features. His gaze swept past Klein, resting on Anderson Hood. He seemed to note these two hunters but refrained from further attack, restrained by the darkness. Anderson, startled, threw his burning white spear. It shot toward Ludwell but vanished silently within the darkness and silence. Ludwell plans to escape? How decisive. Klein was stunned before recalling Azik's copper whistle remained on the black tulip. With the sailboat halfway through the bronze door, entering another world, Klein threw a matchstick and snapped his fingers. He appeared 50 meters above the stern, where undead fought over Azik's copper whistle. The whistle, changing hands, suddenly burst into scarlet flame from the matchsticks tied to it. Amidst the flames, Klein grabbed the whistle. This was the preparation he'd made to retrieve the whistle. To prevent mishaps such as the matchsticks being pulled away by undead, he'd coated the whistle with flammable essential oil of the sun. Pah! Surrounded by countless undead, Klein had no time to retract his hand. He snapped his fingers again. Transparent, rotting, pale or illusory hands grabbed him. The matchstick he'd thrown ignited mid-air. Flames burst as Klein's figure materialized among them, face livid, lips white. Grasped by shadows, wraiths and undead, Klein felt an ice-cold chill deep in his spirit body. He lost control, plummeting into the golden sea. With the black tulip almost fully through the bronze door, the hellish sea restored to normal. Klein sank meters deep, swallowing bitter astringent seawater before recovering. Thankfully, I was prepared. The thought flashed as he sensed something wrong. Wearing the Murloc cufflink gave him a passive underwater breathing ability for 10 minutes. He shouldn't have swallowed water. He looked at his wrist. His blue cufflink had detached. It's lost. Tinder lost it. I was on the black tulip the whole time. Klein splashed, floated to the surface, watching the sailboat's tail meld into darkness as the bronze door slowly closed. Instinctively, he swam forward a few seconds before stopping. He selected a charm and gave himself underwater breathing again. In midair, Anderson Hood clicked his tongue, seeing this. This fellow is really crazy. He's actually trying to pursue. At that moment, starlight above the future condensed into a long bridge extending over. Catleya had finally defeated the greyish-black monster with immense vitality. What a pity. If only Admiral Hell hadn't fled so promptly. Anderson sighed, landing firmly on the star bridge. As Gem and Sparrow flew over, Anderson prepared to greet and praise him but caught his cold, gloomy expression. Instinctively, Anderson made way with a dry chuckle, letting Sparrow pass. Returning to the future via the Star Bridge, Klein held back emotions as Frank Lee approached, giving a thumbs up. "You're the craziest fellow I've ever met. You actually dared to board the Black Tulip alone and challenge Admiral Hell, and you even came back alive." "Sorry, in terms of craziness, I'm far inferior to you," Klein thought. At this moment, pirates with long or disheveled hair expressed their astonishment and amazement. In such an atmosphere, Klein closed his eyes and felt his faceless potion completely digest. Chapter 661 approaching. Frank Lee sensed Gearman Sparrow's abnormality and added with a chuckle, "I had planned on providing you some help by throwing some seeds over. Unfortunately, I have no way to throw that far." Throw some seeds at the Black Tulip? These waters held the remnant auras of Earth Mother. Beyonder effects here would mutate and attack indiscriminately. I was on the Black Tulip at that moment. Thankfully, you didn't throw them. Klein recalled the tragic state the future had been placed in moments ago, and the dead pirate with a watermelon on his head. Just as he prepared a minced answer, Heath Doyle appeared from the shadows, bending over to vomit. The bloodless wretch, knees giving way as he knelt on the deck. Ugh, ugh! A pool of yellowish-green liquid formed, containing half-rotted greyish-black flesh that squirmed. Ugh, ugh! Heath continued vomiting similar pieces. Klein, though slightly disgusted, felt relief. He had worried that Rose Bishop Heath Doyle had been corrupted from indiscriminate eating, but it seemed he had isolated what he consumed without digesting it. As expected of a Rose Bishop, who isn't mad. Klein silently sighed. Just as he looked away, a thought struck him. Creeping hunger has already been activated. It needs feeding once a day. No outsiders here, no ideal scum. The pirate's corpse won't do. Creeping hunger devours the soul. Perhaps these flesh pieces can serve as food. At least they contain vitality, influenced by Earth Mother's aura. Klein stepped forward beside Heath Doyle, instinctively looking out to the sea to avoid the vomit. He reached for a piece of greyish-black flesh with his left hand. Creeping hunger didn't react. It didn't open a mouth. Looks like it doesn't wish to eat it. For now, I can only use it against latent dangers. If no suitable food appears by day's end, I'll throw it above the grey fog. Klein retracted his hand and glanced at the captain's cabin. The golden brooch before Cattleya bloomed, summoning a sun wraith that cleansed the flesh from Heath Doyle. The pirate admiral's expression remained calm, only slightly tired, the purple hue in her eyes growing. After confirming the ship had set sail, Klein prepared to change out of his drenched clothes. Anderson glanced at him and opened his mouth. "Shut up!" Klein spoke first. The turn of events had cost him the Murloc cufflink, making the unlucky Anderson a sore sight, almost food for creeping hunger. "All right." Anderson raised his arms. "I'll just drink in silence." Klein ignored him and entered the cabin, activating a water creation charm with ancient Hermes. A tub of clean water awaited. He removed his clothes and slid in. The ice-cold water and warm sunlight soothed him. He picked up a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement, the location of the Murloc cufflink. After reciting it 7 times, he leaned on the tub's edge, entering a dream. In a greyish, disconnected world, he saw a zombie rotting on the deck, the blue Murloc cufflink embedded in its left waist. Apart from the deck, darkness surrounded the ship. It really is on the Black Tulip, Klein realized. I hope Admiral Hell doesn't discover it. Even if he does, as long as he doesn't throw it, I can use it to locate the ship, though divination must be done above the grey fog. I also need divination disruption later to prevent him from locking onto me or cursing me. That ring seems left by the ancient death. I should inform Mr. Azik. Klein rinsed and exited the bathtub. After drying, he donned the lone gentleman's suit, adjusted his inventory, washed his clothes, and unfolded a paper to take out Azik's copper whistle. He hesitated before extending his hand. Light flickered in his eyes. He placed the whistle into a small metallic box and isolated its aura with a wall of spirituality. He planned to summon the messenger only after leaving these waters and the future. I suffered quite a loss this time. Thankfully, I've finished digesting the faceless potion. Now I wait for the appearance of mermaids. The battlefield has the aura of Earth Mother, different from my expectations. It must have been left behind later, otherwise a deity could control her own aura. None of the 8 ancient gods in the Second Epoch wielded Earth authority. Perhaps subsidiary gods, giant queen, goddess of harvest Omabella, or vampire ancestor Lilith's goddess of life, participated, or maybe this wasn't from the second epoch. Klein only guessed. He focused cutting paper figurines and drawing the fool's symbol for concealment and change. Pa! Flames appeared as the figurine burned, producing limited effects. For stronger results, he needed to respond above the grey fog, using the Black Emperor's card and paper angel for protection. With Azic's whistle and Will Septon's paper crane interfering with potential spies, Klein returned to the bathroom, methodically finishing his preparations. He put on Creeping Hunger and Tinder, then slowly walked to the deck, ready to observe for mermaids. As he left the cabin, he saw Anderson Hood seated, leaning against a wooden barrel, aura converged, looking melancholic. He really kept to his promise and drank silently? Klein murmured. Anderson looked up dreamily. Is there a problem with the alcohol here? Klein, serious, replied, yes. Anderson fell silent. This fellow's beyonder powers failed him, so he didn't detect the alcohol problem. Klein's lips twitched as he moved on. On deck, sailors watched Nina take duty as Lord of Storm's priest, holding a wake for the deceased pirate. After a brief prayer, Nina said, Revere's wish was to be buried on the mountain at his port hometown after his death. There's the most beautiful sunset there. He wishes to be cremated so that he wouldn't be disturbed after his death. Holy Lord of Storms, bless him with eternal peace. Many sailors struck their left breast with right fists. Klein watched silently. Revere's corpse was reduced to ashes with a scroll. He inwardly drew a crimson moon. The sunlight remained brilliant as the future circled ruins, venturing deeper. Anderson eventually returned to Klein's side, pointing to submerged buildings. After passing this ruin and heading 10 nautical miles with a left turn, there will be a chance of encountering mermaids. Finally, Klein was about to answer when the sky darkened and sunlight vanished. Night fell. Without a word, he returned to bed. In his dream, he found himself in the library, with floor-to-ceiling windows, tables, chairs, and bookshelves of mysticism. Sunset cloaked objects in gold. Klein approached the bookshelf he had browsed before, Book of Charms and other mysticism books. Across the room he saw a black-covered book, Roselle's Notebook 3. The Emperor's Diary? Klein instinctively reached for it, but recalled the mysterious eyes, the door-opener Anderson mentioned, and his strange dream movements. He retracted, taking the Book of Charms again. He sat at a long table, browsing quickly. Footsteps echoed from deep in the library. Klein tensed, lifting his head. The first thing he saw, a pair of black leather boots. Chapter 662, Powerful Aura. As his gaze moved up, Klein roughly guessed the owner of those footsteps. She was a woman wearing beige trousers that allowed ease of movement. A pair of long black leather boots encased her legs, and over them was a light brown skirt reaching her knees, the hemline layered and diagonal, giving an unrestrained, cool vibe. Such a get-up made Klein feel as though he had returned to Earth. None of the countries he knew, Lön, Intis, Fesak, Fenapota, Lemberg, Masin, East Balam, had popularized such styles. He lifted his head faster and finally saw her appearance. Long chestnut hair cascaded naturally. Her straight eyelashes extended perfectly, and her deep blue eyes were profound, as if hiding an entire ocean. Her beauty was striking, but it was the nobility in her movements that caught Klein's attention. She exuded the aura of someone who had enjoyed importance for a long time. Instinctively, he tried to bow his head to avoid her gaze. Furthermore, she was tall, almost as tall as his Klein Moretti state. After digesting the faceless potion, he had realized that identity was an amalgamation of personality, experience, knowledge, and social connections. Looks and build could be changed at will. Knowing one's state meant being able to maintain any external appearance. He could even make Klein Moretti grow taller if he wanted. The lady, exuding a sense of superiority, walked in front of Klein and pulled out a chair to sit. "We meet again," she said gently yet without emotion. Her voice felt familiar. Klein's mind whirled, and he finally fixated on those black leather boots. It's her. Klein remembered clearly. Back when he used his spirit body state to infiltrate the Royal Museum and retrieve the Black Emperor card, he had encountered a demigod. She had been at the top of a wooden staircase between two bookshelves, her black leather boots dangling in the air. Later, as Sherlock Moriarty fleeing the devil dog, he had followed a carriage along a forest path of green pea vines. The vines wove into a hammock mid-air, and again a pair of black leather boots appeared. "It's her! Why in this dream world in these waters?" And she said, "We meet again. I'm Gehrman Sparrow now." Amidst his thoughts, Klein replied deadpan, "We haven't met before. So what if she's a demigod? As long as she isn't an angel, I can resist her in this dream world using the sea god's scepter," he encouraged himself. The lady with long eyebrows lifted her chin and observed Klein for 2 seconds. "Is that so, Mr. Hero Bandit Black Emperor?" Klein's thoughts erupted like a storm, fragments shattering everywhere. "S. She knows I'm Hero Bandit Black Emperor? She recognized me as the spirit body who stole the card of blasphemy? How is this possible? And why did she call me Hero Bandit Black Emperor directly? If she had said Sherlock Moriarty, I'd be even more astounded and might fail to hide my expression." Instinctively, he controlled his face and calmly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." She didn't repeat herself. Instead, she said, "Your identity as Gehrman Sparrow was provided by me." Klein felt his scalp tingle. No secrets remained before her. This Gehrman Sparrow identity came from Miss Sharon's resource channels. And this demigod lady is one of them? Miss Sharon had mentioned someone in her circles investigating Hero Bandit Black Emperor's true identity, promising to fill reasonable requests in exchange, with ingredients limited below high sequence beyond a level. According to Sharon, the person was over 1.7 meters, proportionate with long chestnut hair and fond of black leather boots. That's her. And she knew I had taken the Black Emperor card. Klein was momentarily speechless. The lady didn't harp on Gehrman Sparrow's identity. She looked at the frozen sunset and said, "While you were in the Rorstead archipelago, Nast Solomon's Black Emperor also appeared in those waters. I believe you know what that means, Mr. Hero Bandit." Klein could only twitch his lips and murmur, "Law of Beyonder characteristics convergence." Her expression softened. She smiled. "You really are Hero Bandit Black Emperor." "So you weren't certain. You were only listing down the clues and presenting your confident attitude. How was she so certain just now? Does she still have evidence that she hasn't provided?" Klein felt some regret and was abnormally puzzled. She didn't speak further, just looked at the bookshelf. "You discovered that the bookmark has a Black Emperor card through his diary?" "Diary." She also knows Roselle's notebook is a diary. Klein didn't reply. "You didn't take that notebook because you sensed something?" she asked again. He realized something and decided not to answer. Instead, he would ask questions to regain control. He looked at her deep blue eyes and asked, "You are the mysterious person on the future who was secretly spying on me?" She replied frankly, "Yes. Catalea doesn't know that I've secretly boarded the future, but you actually discovered it. A clown's sense for danger?" From observation and prior information, she could basically determine Klein was a faceless, a magician. From her tone, she knew Admiral of Stars, upper echelons of the Moses Ascetic Order, or Queen Mystic. Klein nodded. "That's right." She raised her chin and curled her lips slightly. It's impossible for a normal clown to sense danger at this level, even if they're already a Sequence 5. She discovered yet another unique trait. Klein, affected by the Grey Fog's powers, indeed had a premonitory intuition even in safe situations. He didn't let her speak further and asked, "Were the sounds of the door opening and the footsteps heard by Anderson Hood in the depths of the Hall of Murals yours?" "Are you referring to the hunter plagued by bad luck?" she asked. "Yes. It was indeed me. Inform that hunter of a prophecy. The most lethal danger often lies in day-to-day life." Klein frowned at her cryptic answer. He pressed further, "You were the one that made me appear in the Saint of Darkness's dream?" She combed her long hair, speaking gently yet coldly. "That's not hard to guess. Through that dream, I confirmed that you took the remains of that sea serpent, Calvatua, and like before, you appeared using a spirit body state. You took away the item from Jan Kotman and vanished directly? Oh, you still carry the Black Emperor card." Klein stayed silent. "You are Queen Mystic?" "Many people call me that," she calmly replied. It was really her. Her bounty reached £650,000 from loan alone. Klein gasped inwardly. "Ma'am, is there a reason why you are looking for me?" Queen Mystic's eyes met his for a few seconds. I hope you can share with me the method to interpret the language created by Emperor Roselle. For that, I can satisfy most of your requests." Klein chuckled, not admitting or denying. "Don't tell me you're even able to give me the corresponding high-sequence beyond potion formulas." She remained dignified. "Your fate lies on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range." Klein felt baffled. He considered the question as she stood. "When you need some help or clues to a few cards of blasphemy, tell me the answer." She turned and walked into the library's depths, her figure fading until she vanished. The library collapsed around him. Klein felt adrift and suddenly found himself in the hall filled with beautiful murals. Anderson looked at him in shock. "How did you get here?" Chapter 663, False Alarm. After hearing Anderson's question, Klein was momentarily at a loss. He couldn't just tell him he had fallen out of a dream suspected to belong to Queen Mystic. He coldly looked at the unlucky strongest hunter, raised his right hand and pointed upwards. "Is that so?" Anderson Hood nodded in enlightenment. "What? Did you figure out? I don't even know what I'm expressing myself." Klein discreetly twitched the corner of his lips and changed the topic. He said in recollection, "I met someone just now. Not someone we know? Not a member of the future? The person who came out of the door from deep inside the hall." Anderson suddenly became excited. "This fellow doesn't put on airs of being the strongest hunter. He's like a breaking news reporter." Klein lampooned without answering him. He directly said, "She got me to pass on a prophecy to you." "She? What prophecy?" Anderson was somewhat puzzled. If I were using my identity as Klein Moretti, I would have answered, "Sorry, I've forgotten. She only said it once." As Klein imagined the prank that wouldn't have happened, he said with a deep voice, "The most lethal danger often lies in day-to-day life." Anderson listened carefully and drew a gasp. "That's just too accurate. I was drinking beer and nearly made myself a retard. Who would imagine that most of the alcohol on the future is problematic?" He ruminated for a few seconds and asked, somewhat worried, "That's it? Did you forget any details or keywords? I can tell that you're being provocative." Klein ignored Anderson Hood and walked to the entrance of the Hall of Murals, looking at Frank and Nina outside. Back in the library, he had been suddenly accused of being Hero Bandit Black Emperor by Queen Mystic. This caused him to be placed in a passive state. Afterwards, he tried to throw her off and not be led by the nose. He remained extremely nervous. His thoughts were focused entirely on what to say in response, leaving no room to consider the details fully. Now, he finally had the time. First, what's most important is to understand a question. To what level of comprehension does Queen Mystic have regarding my identity and Roselle's diary? Yes. She believed that I grasped the means to interpret the language created by Emperor Roselle, not the language itself. The difference isn't great, but it proves that our identity as transmigrators isn't something she's figured out or has any clues about. Miss Sharon isn't a rookie in the mysticism circles. While getting someone to fake an identity for me, it's impossible for her to divulge who she's doing it for. Besides, the picture I provided was already Gehrman Sparrow's image. That means Queen Mystic hasn't equated Sherlock Moriarty to Gehrman Sparrow. Yes, if she had known this, a better form of address would have been Mr. Black Emperor Sherlock Moriarty. That would have dealt my mental defenses a blow far stronger than being directly called Hero Bandit Black Emperor. From her standpoint, how did she gather useful information from scattered clues? She knows the bookmark is the Black Emperor card. Hence, the spectre-like Hero Bandit Black Emperor and the spirit body who stole the card of blasphemy from the Royal Museum were connected. Later, King of the Five Seas, Nast, appeared in the Rorstead archipelago. Following the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, she guessed Hero Bandit Black Emperor might have appeared in Byam and the archipelago. After investigations, she discovered the identity known as Gehrman Sparrow. From his identical trajectory with Hero Bandit Black Emperor's actions, she made a prediction and engaged in pursuit. She infiltrated the future and observed me closely. This is logical, but there's a certain level of coincidence. Nast appears anywhere he likes. Perhaps he was missing someone from the Red Theatre, or Byam had the high-sequence Beyonder ingredients of the Black Emperor pathway. No way to directly link it to Hero Bandit Black Emperor. Of course, it's not incomprehensible for Queen Mystic to connect the dots. Perhaps she abides by the principle of being wrong rather than missing important clues. Heh, good habit, but tiring. She might not have locked on to Gehrman Sparrow immediately. With his reputation rising in the Rorstead archipelago and biome, she heard the name and reached a preliminary conclusion. Sigh. Still better to keep a low profile. Thankfully, my acting has ended. I can make the identity of Gehrman Sparrow vanish. Klein ran through everything and felt he understood the problem at its root. However, he had another thought. How Admiral of Stars Cataleya had received Gehrman Sparrow on her ship ostentatiously, as though she feared the world wouldn't know the adventurer was cooperating with her. Perhaps she was giving clues. Later, Queen Mystic learned it was Gehrman Sparrow. After figuring out my trajectory at sea, she had a certain speculation. Instead of bluffing, she was rather certain. Klein walked out of the Hall of Murals, one hand in his pocket, headed for Cataleya outside the Black Cloister. He planned to use her turbid state to question her. At this point, he had relaxed significantly. Queen Mystic only knew that Gehrman Sparrow equaled Hero Bandit Black Emperor, a beyonder for some important figure. It didn't involve further secrets. Even if she connected the Black Emperor card lost to Sherlock Moriarty nearby, it wasn't a huge problem. From long ago, I equated Sherlock Moriarty to the world and to the blessed of the fool. Gehrman Sparrow is only an extension. Preparation for such matters. I never treat others as retards. Active people's trajectories and connections lead to exposure. This identity was prepared for smart observers and strictly abided to in daily life. For the blessed of an important figure to understand Roselle's diary is understandable. It's ordinary bestowment from a special existence. You probably never expected a mask under the mask. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt that the grey fog and his caution played a role. If he hadn't noticed being observed, he might have summoned the messenger under Queen Mystic's surveillance. The messenger alone might not expose anything, but Queen Mystic could track it to Mr. Azik, possibly uncovering Klein Moretti's identity. Klein tore through a square filled with giant arrows, walked out the Black Cloister, and saw Cataleya hugging her knees, staring at the sunset. He leaped onto the boulder beside withered trees and asked in a seemingly normal manner, "At Naz, you showcased the star bridge to connect the dock to the ship. Were there any hidden motives behind that?" Cataleya's head tilted. "I'm not telling you." Klein paused, momentarily at a loss. After 2 seconds he decided to bluff. "You wish to use this method to inform someone that I'm worthy of attention?" Cataleya exhaled, hugging her knees. "Pretty much. It was mainly to tell others that if something serious happens or if I show obvious abnormalities, you will be the first clue." As expected, Klein sighed inwardly. He knew Admiral of Stars did a cheap trick to protect herself, but as the fool, he needed to punish her subtly. "I can't act overtly. It would look like I protect his blessed too much. She must have done more than this. I can tabulate her actions and punish accordingly." As for Queen Mystic's suggestion, he didn't consider it. Emperor Roselle's diary contained matters of his transmigration and Earth. Teaching her Chinese would reveal this and critical guesses. He could translate a few important pages for her, watered down, maintaining main points, preventing reverse engineering. Klein casually asked Cataleya, "Rumor has it that you and Queen Mystic had a falling out, but it doesn't seem to be the case?" Cataleya's expression changed. She pursed her lips. "What right do I have to fall out with her? I was just banished. Banished." Klein was about to ask when blinding sunlight beamed as he woke. Looking at the bright sky, he wiped his forehead. What a terrifying dream. After his wistfulness, Klein rolled off the bed, came to the deck, and continued observation, awaiting mermaids. Nearly an hour later, he finally heard a faint, indistinct voice from the distance. Chapter 664, Every Second Counts. Mermaids? Klein felt a surge of delight and anticipation. After nearly 4 months since leaving Backland, enduring countless trials, he was finally at the destination of his journey, on the verge of advancing to Sequence 5 Marionettist. His irritability and frustrations had been mounting ever since entering these waters, all due to waiting. The absurd and humorous incidents aboard the Future, the haunting dangers in its ruins, and the unknowns in the day, night, and dreams weighed heavily on his nerves. Every moment was a mental torment. Now the pressure was about to release. Klein sighed slowly and returned to his cabin. Calmly he retrieved Azik's copper whistle and Willow Septin's paper crane, tools to disrupt any spying Queen Mystic might attempt. From his suitcase he spread out remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, six-winged gargoyles' eyes, drago bark, and a metallic bottle of Sonia Island's golden spring across his desk. Then he locked himself in the bathroom to perform the bestowment ritual. After setting up the ritual, Klein didn't rush to respond to the prayer above the grey fog. Instead, he initiated another summoning ritual to call himself. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting, Klein arrived above the grey fog. He answered the summoning and used his spirit body state to enter the real world, bringing Tinder back to the mysterious space. He didn't relax. Sitting in the fool's seat, he conjured pen and paper to quickly write the divination. The singing ahead comes from mermaids. Taking off his topaz pendant, he confirmed with divination that the singing was indeed from mermaids. Calm now, Klein summoned the iron cigar case from the junk pile, placing it on the ancient bronze table. He opened it with a snap and found the pupil-less all-black eye inside, silent but radiating deep madness and danger. After 2 seconds, Klein took out tinder and slipped it onto his right hand. Without hesitation, he spread his right fingers. Blobs of greyish-white, green, dark red and black light surfaced, foundations of this mysterious space. Inside the all-black eye, an iron-black beam flared and twisted, the representation of the true creator's mental corruption. Klein knew immediately not to use spiritual intuition. This iron-black light was a dangerous mental corruption. Closing his fingers, he grabbed the beam and turned his wrist. The iron-black light fused with tinder, releasing illusory, terrifying ravings in his ear, déjà vu that fractured his mind, grinding at his psyche. Pain tore through his brain but was suppressed by the grey fog's power, quickly silencing. Following his plan, Klein grabbed tinder with his left hand, pulled it off, and threw it onto the stone floor of the magnificent palace. He then grabbed the now stabilized all-black eye and passed the marionettist Beyonder characteristic through the illusory door into the altar in the bathroom. He didn't delay. Glancing at tinder, now tainted with iron-black color, fingers twisted, palm cracked, he wrapped himself in spirituality and stimulated a plummeting sensation to return to the real world. Opening his eyes, Klein seized the all-black eye on the altar and rushed out of his room. A thought struck him. If creeping hunger were watching tinder's fate, what would it think? At his desk, Klein took out an iron pot from the future and poured 80 milliliters of Sonia Golden Spring into it. The pale gold liquid spread transparently, making him unconsciously thirsty. He threw in drago bark, 6-winged gargoyle's eyes, and ancient wraith spirituality. The potion changed, turning pale gold and ethereal, almost weightless. Calm and steady, Klein dropped the pupil-less black eye into the potion. He had confirmed the true creator's mental corruption hadn't penetrated the grey fog or returned inside the all-black eye. This was expected. The potion bubbled as the eye submerged, turning blacker with every bubble until, about 10 seconds later, all changes ceased. Inside, the potion was pure black, filled with countless invisible tiny worms writhing. Klein divined with a gold coin. Success. Relieved, he bottled the marionettist potion and tucked it in his pocket. He carefully cleared the bathroom altar, retrieved Azik's whistle and Will's crane, then stepped onto the deck. At that moment, the symbols and magical labels on the future lit up again, forming a brilliant sea of stars, which significantly reduced the mermaids' singing. Rumors said mermaid songs drove humans mad, making them irrational and prone to leap overboard to become food. Klein nodded toward the captain's cabin window. Admiral of Stars stood there, her body shimmering with starlight, sending a gaze mixed with emotions. "Remember what you said and did in the dream?" Klein lampooned silently and calmly said, "I need a dinghy." "It's already prepared," Catalia said, pointing toward the shipboard without surprise. Gehrman Sparrow had told her Klein's purpose, to seek mermaids. Soon Klein left the future beyond the resplendent sea of stars, heading into the ocean on a small dinghy. The singing grew louder, a voice drilling into his spirit body, numbing him, drawing him closer. His spiritual intuition told him to approach for clarity, to fulfill the ritual's needs. Storm! Klein took out a tin charm and summoned a controllable gale to push the dinghy forward. After some time, the mermaid's singing became soft and clear, as if they sang by his ears, stirring his spirit body, intoxicating. His mind drifted, nearly making him leap into the sea, swimming toward the sound. He struggled to control himself and noticed reefs ahead. Figures sat on their edges, singing. They had human heads with clear, pure eyes and high breasts covered by dark red scales. Their massive fishtails struck the reef rhythmically. The mermaids varied in scale color. To humans, each was a different kind of beauty. Klein stopped steering the dinghy, raised his right hand and reached into his pocket for the potion. At that moment, the mermaids noticed him and stopped singing, shocked. They leaped into the water with a splash. "Don't go." Klein reached out weakly. "You use singing to lure humans for food, right? Why flee from me? I'm no threat, I just want to listen." His heart brimmed with what the fuck confusion. He soon realized the singing hadn't stopped entirely. Further away, some mermaids with backs turned kept singing boldly, undisturbed by the winds crashing or their fleeing companions. Thinking quickly, Klein took out a charm from the sea god domain, granting affinity with underwater creatures. Storm. Blue flames engulfed the tin plate, making it vanish from the real world. Though remaining mermaids noticed him, they didn't flee. Klein unscrewed the lid of the metal bottle with marionettist potion, making every second count. He gulped the somewhat bitter, musty liquid, feeling it surge down throat and into his stomach. Suddenly his body stiffened like when controlled by the strange puppet-sealed artifact 2049 in Tingen. Moving joints felt like dragging lead. Tiny worms bored into every cell in his spirit body. His thoughts slowed as he sensed losing control. The mermaid's singing floated in, stirring desire, fanaticism, and infatuation, helping him cling to his last emotions. Slowly breaking the petrification. A greyish-white fog appeared before his eyes, echoing illusory ravings, Hornassis, Phlegrea, Hornassis, Phlegrea. Unlike past advancements, these ravings seemed staccato, disrupted by something. This is different from becoming faceless. The ravings are stronger, intermittently breaking grey fog and reality's fusion. "I can think again." Klein cheered, attempting to raise his arm, joints still heavy but weakening. At the same time he saw his present self. Yellowish-brown skin like an old puppet's buried alive for years, fleshy tendrils writhing beneath, separating and fusing. He outlined countless spherical lights in his mind, using cogitation to calm himself. The mermaid's singing continued to reverberate, allowing his muscles to twitch and numbness to fade. After an unknown time, Klein opened his eyes, his body fully restored. He exhaled deeply. Finally, "I'm a Sequence 5. I'm a marionettist."